I wish I were a super rich second generation, and the 22 years of my impoverished life were merely a trial orchestrated by my unseen billionaire father to sharpen my mind, preparing me to be a worthy heir. On May 14th, 2024, at 11:45 p.m. On this night, as he was about to drift into slumber, Jiang Nan habitually picked up a diary to inscribe a long-held wish that had lingered for 5 years. The following morning, upon rising and attending to his grooming, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, his chiseled features, strikingly handsome, complemented by an impeccable physique that boasted the perfect mermaid line. Jiang Nan was momentarily entranced. Ding! Congratulations, host! Chapter 1. Indulge and embrace a flawless life. May 15th, 2024. At around 8 a.m., Jiang Nan's biological clock roused him from his dreams. Groggy, he descended from his bed and made his way to the bathroom, his eyes still half closed as he began to wash up. Suddenly, he was struck by a sight that was utterly astonishing, gazing in disbelief at his own reflection. The mirror revealed a sharply defined, extraordinarily handsome man. It was him, yet he was baffled as to why he appeared so strikingly more handsome than before. Years of sleepless nights had left him with oily skin prone to breakouts. Yet today his complexion was remarkably clear. Had my nearsightedness worsened? Immediately, Jiang Nan's first thought was that his eyesight had deteriorated otherwise. How could he appear to be cloaked in such a profound filter? Shaking his head, he continued brushing his teeth, admiring his newfound allure. Too damn handsome, Jiang Nan marveled, and then, inadvertently lowering his gaze, he beheld his bare upper body, accustomed to sleeping unclothed. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 8-pack abs, the perfect mermaid line. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and turning sideways to examine himself further, he nearly dropped his gaze in shock, instinctively clenching his fists and striking a few light blows against his abdomen. Thud, thud. The sound of solid muscle reverberated. Goodness, this was the epitome of a perfect physique. Am I still dreaming? If so, what a delightful dream. Jiang Nan grinned broadly. Ding! As he spat out the mouthwash, an electronic, synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. In the next moment, before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend, another electronic voice resonated within him. Due to the host's unwavering will and the repetition of the same wish for 5 consecutive years, the indulgent life system has been successfully activated and bound. What? With his toothbrush firmly clenched in his mouth, Jiang Nan's eyes widened to the size of saucers. A system? Was it akin to those systems in novels on the Zhangxi app? Hello, indulgent life system, Jiang Nan tentatively greeted. Greetings, host. You may communicate with the system simply through your thoughts. The system's voice responded that I wish to inquire about your functions. Jiang Nan swallowed, a hint of mouthwash lingering on his taste buds, but at that moment, he was far too engrossed to care. His hand trembled slightly as he held the cup. As a longtime reader of novels on the Zhangxi app, he was well aware of what a system entailed. Having a system would undoubtedly lead to an ascent. The only uncertainty lay in the system's efficacy, whether to soar rapidly or to progress gradually. Indulge and embrace a flawless life, the system proclaimed. The host merely needs to spend their money, and they shall receive a random multiplier in return. Are there any restrictions? Jiang Nan hesitated, sensing that the system's functionality bore a resemblance to the systems found in some wealthy protagonist novels he had perused on the Zhangxi app. None whatsoever. The sole stipulation is that the money spent must be your own, and in return, you shall receive a rebate. Additionally, by occasionally completing small tasks assigned by the system, you may acquire unexpected abilities and items. The system explained. What about spending on others? For instance, treating a stunningly beautiful woman? Jiang Nan inquired. Any expenditure you make is considered consumption, regardless of the recipient's attractiveness. Impressive, Jiang Nan marveled. This system was truly remarkable among the myriad systems found in the realm of online literature. The indulgent life system was undoubtedly top tier, far superior to those that mandated spending on beautiful women to receive rebates. For instance, he recalled a novel titled starting with a tenfold rebate card. The green tea campus belle becomes a simp, where the protagonist began by lavishing gifts on a pretentious green tea school belle, a scenario that was unbearable to witness. Buzzing. As Jiang Nan pondered further inquiries about any beginner's perks, his phone on the nightstand vibrated. Instantly, he set down the cup and toothbrush, striding purposefully towards the door. He glanced at his phone contact name, Baby. On a lonely night, he had downloaded a casual gaming app. It offered online billiards, gamoku, and other simple games. Through this app, he met a female online friend named Chio. They frequently played billiards and gamoku together, gradually developing an online romance that lasted 2.5 years. This experience transformed Jiang Nan, a boy who had never engaged in online dating, into a seasoned player, often boasting that he was tall, handsome, and wealthy. Second-generation heir. Despite feeling a twinge of shame after each voice call, he reasoned that online bravado was not illegal. Moreover, he had never envisioned transitioning their online relationship to reality. It seemed far too impractical, let alone the fact that he resided in Jiangnan in the southwest while his online partner lived in Modu. Even the thought of distance felt daunting. Shaking off these thoughts, Jiang Nan answered the call. "Darling," a cheerful voice rang out. Neither coy nor overly sweet, it was simply pleasant to hear. "Yes, baby. Today is May 15th, just a few days until 520. Chio continued. "What's up?" Jiang Nan did not immediately grasp the significance. "What's wrong? Didn't I mention that I wanted to celebrate 520 together this year?" You don't pay attention to what I say." Chio pouted. "I just woke up, my mind is a bit foggy," Jiang Nan explained. After all, at that moment, he was merely a poor guy engaging in idle chatter online. The thought of meeting in person was daunting. This year, what excuse can I concoct to dodge this? Having bound the system, could he still shy away from the boast he had made online? Then, shall I book the flight? Chio's voice continued, tinged with anticipation. "He'll book it for you." Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and responded. He could certainly afford the price of the ticket, and it would be an excellent opportunity to test the system's capabilities. Chapter 2. The First Expenditure, a tenfold rebate reward. "Darling, let me handle it myself." Chio's voice was soft and gentle as she said, "Your money doesn't just grow on trees when I arrive. You can simply play the gracious host. I hear that Jiangshang's spicy hot pot is quite delicious, and I plan to indulge in several bowls. No worries, just send me your details via WeChat. He'll book the ticket." Jiang Nan would not let this opportunity for experimentation slip away. All right, sure." Jiang Nan nodded, and after a brief chat, the call was concluded. After a short while, Chio sent her identity card number, name, and phone number. Meng Qingxiu. Wait, she was born in 2004. To be honest, after 2.5 years of an online romance, this was the first time he learned his partner's true age. This year, at 20, Meng Qingxiu was merely 17 when their relationship began. "Darling, when you arrive, I'll treat you to some delicious food." A voice message arrived, and, judging by her tone, Meng Qingxiu seemed genuinely excited and happy. "All right, they'll book your flight now." Jiang Nan promptly exited WeChat and opened an app to book a ticket from Meng Qingxiu. Wait, he looked up flights from Modu to Jiangshang. Jiang Nan suddenly came to his senses. His online persona was that of a wealthy and handsome man. Booking the cheapest economy class would be a blow to his own image. He quickly exited the app and glanced at his bank account balance. 7,852 yuan. This was not merely a case of keeping up appearances. The more he spent, the stronger the foundation he would lay for his future endeavors. First class, 6,300 yuan. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and silently called out, "Is the system there?" "Yes, host. What can I do for you?" "Nothing." Jiang Nan began the booking process. Ding! Soon, a notification chimed from his bank card. The next moment, a ding echoed in his mind as the system prompted. "Congratulations, host. The transaction was successful, and you have received a tenfold spending reward. In light of this being your first expenditure, marking your official entry onto the path of a perfect life, the system additionally grants you an insight skill." Ding! This time, it was a text message notification. Jiang Nan looked down to see a message appear. "Your account 4399 received a deposit of 63,000 yuan on May 15th at 8:12 a.m. Available balance, 64,552 yuan. It's real. I'm not dreaming. The system truly exists." Jiang Nan held his breath for a moment, then pinched his thigh. The sharp sensation surged through him, prompting an excited shout. A tenfold spending reward. 300 yuan had instantly transformed into 63,000 yuan. This experience transcended mere pleasure. It was exhilarating beyond comprehension. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chio, what's wrong? Jiang answered the call. Darling, why did you book me a first-class ticket? Meng Qingqiu's astonished voice came through. It's nothing. Jiang Nan chuckled. Just a few thousand yuan, it doesn't amount to much. As he uttered these words, a flicker of disbelief crossed his mind. Why had he ever casually referred to 6,300 yuan as a trivial amount? Impossible. A few thousand yuan isn't much? Meng Qingqiu's mood plummeted, her voice tinged with hoarseness. Darling, first of all, I'm not a materialistic girl. To me, first class is no different from economy. The ultimate goal is simply to see you. However, I don't want you to feel burdened by this expense. A few thousand yuan is not a small amount. It represents the monthly salary for many ordinary people, or even the livelihood of impoverished families for a year or more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Darling, what I truly care about is you. In fact, I secretly visited Jiangchang last year on May 20th, when you were still delivering takeout. Meng Qingqiu's next words stunned Jiang Nan, leaving him to listen intently as she continued. Although our relationship is online, I've genuinely felt the taste of love from you. Something I've never experienced before. When I'm unhappy, you're there for me, patiently listening to my grievances and ramblings. Though sometimes you may annoy me, I believe that's what real love feels like. At this moment, Jiang Nan inhaled deeply. Sweetheart, it hasn't been long since I booked. Let's cancel this first-class ticket. Meng Qingqiu's voice persisted. Chio. Jiang Nan spoke softly. That visit was merely me experiencing life, though I may not be as tall and handsome as you envision. I truly am second-generation rich kid. Had he not been bound to the system, he would have confessed without hesitation. But he had indeed bound a system, and this system was incredibly powerful. In an instant, 6,300 transformed into 63,000. With several days left to prepare, Jiang Nan was confident he could maintain the persona of a wealthy heir by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Qingqiu was taken aback. I'm not lying to you. Jiang Nan smiled wryly. I didn't expect you to have visited me last year. Really? Meng Qingqiu still seemed skeptical. Absolutely. What car do you like? He'll drive it to pick you up. Jiang Nan grinned. Anything is fine, I don't mind. Meng Qingqiu replied softly. Qingqiu, I have to go to class now. A voice interrupted. All right, you'll just tell my boyfriend and he'll be right there. Go ahead. Jiang Nan nodded. Muah. Meng Qingqiu shyly blew a kiss before hanging up. Things are looking up. Jiang Nan glanced at his bank account balance. Though it stood at only 64,552 yuan, he believed that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng, it could easily surpass 7 figures and perhaps even reach 8 figures. Was not out of reach. As money increases, it will only multiply further, Jiang Nan declared resolutely. The leverage that 64,552 yuan could provide was substantial. Ding! At that moment, a system notification rang in his mind. Chapter 3. A small task of fortune, luxury cars starting from $1 million. Ding! Sensing the host's intense desire to spend, the system dispatched a small task. Successfully spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to receive a Mercedes-Benz 300. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to earn a Mercedes-Benz 300. Marvelous. Upon hearing this task, Jiang Nan's face broke into a radiant smile. The Mercedes-Benz 300. It is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Do not underestimate this amount. While it may seem trivial to the affluent, is everyone in this world wealthy? A vehicle priced at 500,000 yuan would require at least 5 years of saving for an ordinary person earning 8,000 yuan a month, assuming no expenses. Therefore, what constitutes a luxury car for the average populace? The countdown began, urging the host to complete the small task promptly. Jiang Nan knew he had to act swiftly. He immediately prepared to head out, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that with the time constraint, he might not find a suitable place to spend. His gaze sharpened. Ding! At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. Jiang Nan instinctively glanced at it, revealing a message from Douyin. Your followed account, Xiao Guaibu Guai, has started a live broadcast. His eyes lit up at this notification. What a serendipitous moment. System, surely rewarding someone in a live stream counts as spending, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes. That certainly counts toward the small task. A free 300. Jiang Nan grinned and promptly clicked on the Douyin notification for the live stream. Welcome, Jiang Nan, to the live broadcast. Welcome, Tuaba Xiaogo Dan, to the live broadcast. Wow, I merely intended to stream casually this morning, but to my surprise, over a dozen viewers joined in right away. As soon as he entered the live stream, a voice resonated. Jiang Nan observed a stunning girl, seemingly around 18, whose face was pressed close to the camera, astonished at the influx of viewers. My wife is going to give me a kiss. Xiao Guai's looks are simply exceptional. I can't fathom why she's not more famous. With no beauty filter, just a raw camera shot, her beauty is indeed striking. I would gladly marry Xiao Guai. Let me drive a luxury car and reside in a grand villa. The live chat became lively with such comments. Jiang Nan stepped back and began to recharge his account. In just a brief moment, a notification confirmed a successful recharge of 630,000 Do diamonds. Without hesitation, he opened the gift menu and scrolled down. Soon, his hand hovered over a gift worth 30,000 Do diamonds. Jiang Nan sent a carnival one to the streamer. Huh. At that instant, the girl with twin ponytails, Xiao Guai, seemed to notice something, her eyes widening in surprise as she leaned closer, staring at the carnival messages flooding the chat, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Carnival? Thank you, Jiang Nan, for sending a carnival. Wow, am I dreaming? Someone actually sent me a carnival. Xiao Guai's astonished voice resonated through the live stream. Shortly after, Jiang Nan sent another carnival one. Jiang Nan sent another carnival one. Jiang Nan sent another carnival one. In an instant, Jiang Nan had sent a total of 21 carnivals. Incredible. Xiao Guai is truly thriving now. She just received 21 carnivals, equating to 63,000 yuan. My goodness. Even having that amount, Xiao Guai earned 31,500 yuan in such a short time. Bro, how about dropping a lucky bag? With Jiang Nan's 21 carnivals dispatched, not only was Xiao Guai exhilarated, but the other viewers in the live stream also erupted with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful spending, receiving double the expenditure in return. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the system's small task, triggering a critical reward, a Porsche Cayenne. As the girl streamer Xiao Guai and the audience were left in utter astonishment, Jiang Nan's mind was filled with the system's notifications. 126,000 yuan received, plus a Porsche Cayenne starting from 1,000,000 yuan. Wow, this system is incredibly generous. Jiang Nan stared at the 126,000 yuan that had just transferred to his account, his expression turning to one of disbelief upon realizing he had perfectly completed the task and earned a Porsche Cayenne worth over 1,000,000. The feeling of obtaining something for nothing was simply exhilarating. Jiang Nan, brother? Jiang Nan, brother? Are you still there? At that moment, he responded affirmatively. Yes. Excellent. Allow me to cast an insight spell on this Xiao Guai Bu Guai. Name, Lin Man. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charging, 0. Attractiveness, 88 points. Favorability, 20 points. Soon, an ethereal attribute panel appeared before Jiang Nan. After a brief glance, he was taken aback by the 88 points in the attractiveness section. An 88 on a 100-point scale is indeed commendable. At least in Jiang Nan's view, only a school belle could achieve such a score in reality. He then noticed an attribute named charging, initially puzzled, but then realized it referred to his phone's charging port, leading to a moment of enlightenment. Original product. Jiang Nan quickly understood. This insight spell is simply extraordinary. It allows him to discern whether a girl is genuinely innocent or merely feigning innocence. The favorability attribute provides a direct representation, enabling him to ascertain whether someone is sincere or duplicitous. Chapter 4. Lin Man's Fashion. Minigame livestream. I am immensely grateful to Jiang Nan, brother, for the 21 carnivals. Jiang Nan, brother, I must step out momentarily. May I return a stream for you later? At that moment, the sweet voice of the female streamer Xiao Guai Bu Guai, Lin Man, echoed once more in the live stream. Her affectionate address of brother sent the viewers into a frenzy of excitement. So sweet. Go ahead. Jiang Nan casually sent a comment and then exited the live stream. Returning to his homepage, he noticed several private messages. Tua ba xiao go dan. Brother, could you lend me a few hundred yuan for a meal? Young and promising. Jiang Nan. Can you spare me some gold coins? I only need a few bucks for pork trotters. Xiao guai bu guai. Jiang Nan. Brother, could you add me with a green bubble? Upon seeing Lin Manman's message, Jiang Nan realized the shock 21 carnivals had brought to this small internet celebrity, nearly overwhelming her. It is no exaggeration to say that even a few luxury cars would make someone like Lin Manman, with just over 1,000 followers, actively seek him out. Jiang Nan sent her his green bubble and then closed the private messages, subsequently logging out of Douyin. Upon settling onto the sofa in the living room, Jiang Nan opened his messages, revealing a sum of 127,552 yuan. With a satisfying click, he retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and allowing the smoke to swirl around him. Exhaling a long puff, a contented smile graced Jiang Nan's face. Do not question why he did not immediately capitalize on this victory by indulging in the company of several attractive female streamers to reap cashback rewards. The truth was, he had yet to fully comprehend the transformation from being a penniless youth to a small fortune holder with 6 figures in savings. For someone his age, achieving a bank balance of over 100,000 yuan was indeed commendable. At that moment, a notification from WeChat appeared. Jiang Nan promptly opened it, revealing a message from Xiao Gui. Her profile picture showcasing her in a full-body shot, her double ponytail secured by a blue ribbon, adorned with a blue bow at the collar. Beneath her white pleated skirt lay a pair of impeccably straight legs, devoid of stockings. While Jiang Nan might have felt the absence of embellishment, the allure of her legs was undeniable, making him appreciate their beauty even more. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Soon, a voice message arrived. Jiang Nan Gij, I have something to attend to. Can we chat later? After listening, Jiang Nan dismissed her message, exiting WeChat. Instead of opening Douyin, he navigated to Zhangxi Novel, where he selected a book titled Having Bound a Rich System, who still acts as a lickspittle. The king of gifts, valued at 500 yuan, caught his attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nan purchased 10 of these gifts. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have completed a purchase and earned a 4-fold cashback reward. The 20,000 yuan credited to his account elicited a satisfied smile from Jiang Nan. This was a promise he had made to the author. He had not overindulged, opting for moderation to avoid unnecessary complications. Exiting Zhangxi Novel, Jiang Nan opened Douyin. Welcome, welcome. Come play games with me. Upon entering Douyin, he was immediately directed to a live stream, possibly due to his recent activity involving 21 carnival purchases. Glancing briefly, he noted a streamer in pantyhose holding a sign that read, tap once for a small heart, tap 3 times for a big beer. The stakes seemed trivial to him, with the highest reward being a pair of sunglasses valued at 99 Douyin diamonds, equating to merely 99 yuan. With a penalty of standing on a pressure board for 1 minute. Deciding to recharge his account with a substantial amount, Jiang Nan proceeded to deposit 100,000 yuan. Shortly after, he received 1 million Douyin diamonds. Welcome, Yu Jiang Nan Gij. Would you like to play some mini-games? The female streamer greeted him with enthusiasm as he entered her live stream. Jiang Nan chuckled and, feeling generous, decided to send a pair of sunglasses as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij, for the sunglasses. I truly appreciate it, the streamer announced, and for the next minute, she stood on the pressure board, visibly straining. Jiang Nan, aware of the difficulty, decided to send 9 additional pairs of sunglasses, aiming for a perfect 10 before taking his leave. The streamer expressed her gratitude, noting, thanks to Jiang Nan Gij for the 10 sunglasses. I will be standing on the pressure board for the next 10 minutes. Her voice rang out, effectively engaging the audience. Jiang Nan, initially intent on leaving, felt compelled by her words and sent an additional 100 pairs of sunglasses. With a total of 110 pairs, this amounted to 1,089 yuan, resulting in approximately 544 yuan for the streamer after deductions. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij, for another 100 sunglasses. I've never received such generosity before. The sounds of her excitement resonated in the live stream, accompanied by her emotional reactions. As Jiang Nan continued to engage, he sent 300 more pairs of sunglasses, prompting a noticeable reaction from the streamer. Wow, A total of 400 sunglasses means 400 minutes of streaming. I just saw the streamer sweating. She must be feeling the pressure. The banter in the chat became lively as viewers speculated on the streamer's endurance. As Jiang Nan prepared to send even more sunglasses, a voice echoed in the live stream. I'm done. After over 6 hours on the pressure board, let me complete this punishment, will you? Amused, Jiang Nan exited the stream, only to be met with a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Your purchase was successful, and you have earned 5 times your investment back. The 400 pairs of sunglasses equated to 960 yuan, and with 5 times that amount, he received 800 yuan in return. With a grin, Jiang Nan observed his account balance soar to 970,000 yuan. He reveled in the thrill of effortlessly earning money while enjoying the entertainment. After an hour of leisurely spending, Jiang Nan finally completed his goal of consuming 100,000 yuan worth of Douyin diamonds. Reflecting on his journey, he marveled at the contrast from the morning when he had merely a few thousand yuan in savings to now nearing 1 million. Moreover, he had acquired a luxury Porsche Cayenne valued at over 1 million yuan. System, where's my Porsche Cayenne? He inquired. Please look on the coffee table, the system responded. Jiang Nan followed the guidance and spotted an envelope and a set of car keys resting atop the table, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Upon inspecting the envelope, he found everything in order, appreciating the system's efficiency in handling matters without requiring his intervention. System, you are incredible, Jiang Nan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the automated assistance that had made his life so much easier. If there were a way to provide feedback, he would undoubtedly rate this system a resounding 5 stars. Jiang Nan tossed the car keys in his hand and strode out the door. He gently closed the door with a soft thud. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed as he made his way towards the staircase. The apartment he rented was located in an older district of Jiangxing, characterized by its small buildings, most of which were around 6 stories high. He lived on the 3rd floor, which was convenient for him. At that moment, he heard the rhythmic sound of heels and instinctively glanced in the direction from which the sound originated. What caught his eye was a pair of slender, black-stockinged legs emerging from the corner of the corridor, encased in glossy black high heels that elegantly adorned delicate feet. Soon after, a half-figure came into view. She wore a blue high-neck top that revealed a hint of shoulder, and her profile was breathtakingly flawless, a visage of unmatched beauty. Before long, she turned fully towards him, her silver hair elegantly pinned up, with 2 wisps of bangs framing her ears and a fringe resting lightly on her forehead. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was an exquisite silver-haired woman. Particularly striking was her black bodycon skirt, which was simply stunning. He quickly recognized her. She was his landlady, Xia Jiqing. Without hesitation, he cast a discerning glance her way. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charm, 1. Attractiveness, 92 points. Affinity, 5 points. The attractiveness score was an impressive 92. Jiang Nan had anticipated that his landlady would be quite beautiful, but seeing this attribute still left him astounded. The click of her heels continued as she approached him, her expression one of curiosity. Who are you? Xia Jiqing did not recognize Jiang Nan at first, but after a few moments of scrutiny, her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Nan? Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. You've changed so much in just a few months, Xia Jiqing remarked, her pretty face filled with astonishment. She remembered her tenant well, as he had lived there for nearly 2.5 years. A diligent young man, he occasionally delayed rent payments, but always settled his dues eventually. In her eyes, Jiang Nan had transformed from a somewhat frail young man into a sun-kissed gentleman. Jiang Nan smiled warmly. Indeed, youth is the time to exercise. You look much sunnier and more handsome now. Xia Jiqing genuinely complimented him. Thank you, Sister Xia. I believe I still owe you 2 months of rent, so I'll transfer it to you now. Jiang Nan promptly took out his phone. At that moment, Xia Jiqing noticed the Porsche Cayenne keys in his hand, but did not think much of them. Such car keys were all too common among young people these days. All right, I received it. If you encounter any difficulties, it's fine to delay the rent for a bit. I can see your character, she said, glancing at her phone without immediately accepting Jiang Nan's transfer. Sister, I've recently changed jobs, and my salary is quite satisfactory. Plus, I saved some money beforehand. So I don't have any financial issues at the moment, Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. All right, then I'll accept it. Xia Jiqing nodded and subsequently accepted the rent payment for the past 2 months. Ding! Congratulations, host, your transaction has been successful, and you have received a tenfold rebate. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his eyes to brighten. The rent was not expensive, only 3,000 yuan. Thus, a tenfold rebate meant 30,000 yuan. Coupled with the few thousand he had saved previously, his account balance had now reached 1 million yuan. Ding! Chapter 6, Welfare Side Quest. Acquire a beauty with a score of 90. Suddenly, another notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 million yuan. In recognition of your enthusiastic spending, a small welfare side quest is issued. Acquire a female confidant with a beauty score of 90 or above, affinity over 90. Task reward. Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng. Limited edition Pagani Huayra. What? Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Nan stood frozen in place. Such a small welfare task. Frankly, the difficulty was quite high. A beauty with a score above 90 was certainly hard to come by. Even if he did encounter one, how could he possibly raise their affinity so easily? Take his landlady Xia Jiqing, for example. Her affinity for him was merely 5 points, likely reflecting a casual acquaintance. However, the challenge was also enticing, and since the system had described it as a welfare side quest with no time limit, completing it should not pose much of a problem. Jiang Nan quickly realized this key point, and the initial worry of failing the task dissipated. At that moment, Xia Jiqing's voice broke the silence. All right, Sister Xia, Jiang Nan acknowledged. The allure of her black-stockinged legs beneath the bodycon skirt was simply captivating. A woman of her caliber had once seemed unattainable to him, a figure he could only dream of in his fantasies. Yet now, equipped with the system, such a woman no longer felt beyond his grasp. Firstly, he needed to improve himself. Otherwise, no amount of wealth could genuinely win over an exceptional woman. To illustrate, if Jiang Nan amassed immeasurable wealth, he could indeed attract many high-scoring beauties to his bed. Even their affinity might increase. However, such women would only be drawn by money, becoming slaves to wealth which, in Jiang Nan's view, would never allow their affinity to reach 100 points. In fact, even 90 points might be a stretch. Spending must coincide with self-improvement. Moreover, the system had mentioned that it would occasionally issue welfare side quests, rewarding him with unexpected abilities and items upon completion. Jiang Nan was genuinely looking forward to his future growth. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Nan followed the system's guidance to a nearby parking space where a brand new silver Porsche Cayenne was parked. It truly looked impressive. Approaching the vehicle, he ran his hand over the hood, astonishment etched on his face. Thankfully, he had saved some money at 18 to become a ride-hailing driver and had learned to drive. Otherwise, he would feel a deep sense of regret now. Jiang Nan chuckled softly and shook his head. As he did so, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young man sitting sideways on an electric scooter not far away, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Their eyes met, and the young man immediately approached him, holding up a Porsche car key. Hey there, do you like this car? The young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, smiled at Jiang Nan. I certainly do. Jiang Nan nodded gently, then reached out to caress the front of the car. Speaking up, this vehicle is the dream of most men, myself included. Would you like to take a seat? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the young man chuckled, playfully shaking the Porsche key in his hand. Oh, is this car yours? In response, he immediately pressed the button on his own Porsche key twice. Beep, beep. As he did so, the lights of the silver Porsche Cayenne before him flickered to life, followed by the sound of the doors unlocking. Indeed, it was his. With that, he hopped into the car. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle began to move slowly. After traveling a few dozen meters, the young man, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure, only to feel his face flush with embarrassment. Damn, I want to play it cool, but who knew I would encounter someone truly impressive? How embarrassing. The young man, trembling, retrieved a cigarette and lit it with his Porsche key, taking 2 quick puffs before heading towards his electric scooter. After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, Jiang Nan arrived at the largest shopping district in Jiangcheng. In a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng, a Porsche Cayenne is not particularly extraordinary, yet still draws the attention of ordinary passersby. As Jiang Nan found a parking spot and stepped out of the car, numerous onlookers turned their gazes towards him. In this world, ordinary people make up 99% of the population, and Jiang Nan could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction at being the center of attention. After surveying his surroundings, Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon the pedestrian street not far away. This is the largest and most central shopping center in Jiangcheng, lined with numerous high-end boutiques. Chanel, Gucci, and countless others beckoned. One could easily select a couple of outfits without hesitation. After all, while appearances matter, possessing depth and charisma is paramount. Jiang Nan strolled towards a high-end store. As the saying goes, when a world recognizes your strength, even if you wear items from a street stall, they become fashionable, tailored by some unknown master just for you. The world is indeed so realistic. As the old adage suggests, wearing a dragon robe does not make one a prince. Without the foundational strength and charisma, even wearing so-called luxury brands might lead others to consider you merely ordinary. An hour later, as Jiang Nan exited an Armani boutique, he found himself burdened with several shopping bags. At this moment, his previous cheap attire had been completely transformed. He had purchased 2 outfits and casual shoes, totaling around 30,000 yuan, averaging 15,000 per set. Not overly expensive, yet they offered comfort, and ultimately, he reaped a rebate of 300,000 yuan. Additionally, during this time, he acquired a Rolex Submariner, affectionately known as the Green Water Ghost, for 1,280,000 yuan. Although the rebate on the watch was not substantial, merely double, it nonetheless boosted his savings to over 1,400,000 yuan. "Hey, handsome!" Just as Jiang Nan was about to start the engine, a voice interrupted him. He turned to see a girl with a decent appearance, exuding a high-tech vibe, grinning as she held her phone. "Can we add each other on WeChat?" "Thank you." But no, Jiang Nan politely declined, shaking his head. "You." After being rejected, the girl furrowed her brow, incredulous, and uttered something in English. To be honest, Jiang Nan's grasp of English was not strong, but he understood enough to reply. "I don't know you, beautiful." "You." "Apologies, but I have to go now," Jiang Nan said with a polite smile before starting the car. In response, he heard another peculiar remark, which darkened his expression. Unable to contain himself, he said coolly, "I must insist that you be careful not to scratch my car. I fear you might not be able to afford the repairs." Even the most patient demeanor could be tested by her antics. The vehicle roared to life and exited the parking space. Inside the car, Jiang Nan shook his head in disbelief, having witnessed the audacity of materialistic women. What struck him most was the girl's sheer confidence. Suddenly, his phone, which he had left aside, vibrated. "Darling, it's almost noon. Don't forget to have lunch." It was a call from Meng Qingxiu. "I was just about to decide what to eat. Have you finished class?" Jiang Nan replied, steering with one hand. Despite having obtained his driver's license at 18, he had driven enough over the years to feel comfortable behind the wheel. "Yes, I'm about to head to the cafeteria with my roommates." "What about you?" Meng Qingxiu inquired. "I'm driving." "Which car?" Meng Qingxiu opened WeChat, glanced quickly, and exclaimed, "Qian? Shouldn't girls typically lack much interest in cars?" Jiang Nan was surprised by her immediate recognition. "Not bad." Meng Qingxiu's tone lingered a bit longer before she swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, since we're about to meet, aren't you nervous or curious?" "Well, I am a bit nervous, but curious about what?" Jiang Nan asked, puzzled. "I'm just curious about what I look like. What if I'm ugly?" Meng Qingxiu whispered, "What if I'm fat and short? Will you flee on the spot like they say online?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan assured her, "but whether we continue after that is uncertain. This world, after all, is somewhat superficial." "Huh. Qingxiu, don't scare your online boyfriend. You, the first beauty of Modi University, would leave any boy speechless, let alone make him run away. If he doesn't devour you on the spot, that would be remarkable." A laugh rang out over the phone. "Yao Yao, what are you saying?" Meng Qingxiu's teasing voice followed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. "The first beauty of Modi University." "Cough, cough. Darling, don't listen to Yao Yao. She is just being silly." "Oh dear. Now I'm embarrassed. I'm heading to the cafeteria now. I'll contact you later." With that, Meng Qingxiu hung up. The first beauty of Modi University. Jiang Nan did not put down his phone, focusing on driving while simultaneously searching for information on Douyin. In this day and age, There was hardly anything one could not find on Douyin. Meng Qingxiu. Jiang Nan directly searched for his online partner's name. Instantly, a cascade of related keywords appeared. The first beauty of Modu University. Let's take a look at the unadorned beauty of the first beauty of Modu University. Curious, he clicked on one of the search entries. A video promptly played, showcasing a stunning girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a brown, sleeveless turtleneck, seated on a bench with a book, complemented by a black miniskirt and long black stockings. Truly captivating. Is this Meng Qingxiu? Jiang Nan glanced through the comments, which were filled with praise. This is Qingxiu Xuejia. I must say, she does not photograph well. In reality, she is extraordinarily beautiful, truly deserving of the title Goddess Sister. Jiang Nan noticed a comment from a user in the Magic City that garnered a considerable amount of likes. If this truly is my online romantic interest, Meng Qingxiu, then her beauty is indeed off the charts. As Jiang Nan contemplated using a discerning technique to ascertain how many points Meng Qingxiu might earn from the system, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host, this is neither a live broadcast nor a first-hand observation. Thus, the discerning technique cannot be employed. Acknowledging this, Jiang Nan nodded, took a few more glances at the video of Meng Qingxiu, and was about to set his phone aside with a smile when a WeChat message notification popped up. Upon opening it, he found it was from Lin Man, the rather capricious female streamer. Oh, Jiang Nan Gij, I just noticed that your Douyin address is in Jiangcheng. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a university in Jiangcheng, a youthful and vibrant girl listened to the youthful voice in the voice message with a hint of hesitation on her face. She was not attempting to throw herself at Jiang Nan. Rather, she was somewhat incredulous about having unexpectedly earned over 30,000. Thus, she pondered whether, since it was daytime, she should express her gratitude in person to the generous patron, Yanyu Jiang Nan, who had gifted her several tens of thousands during her stream. Jiang Nan Gij, thank you so much for sending me 21 carnival gifts today. Since you're also in Jiangcheng, would you allow me to treat you to a meal at noon? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Man sent the voice message. Upon sending it, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was in fact quite shy. Otherwise, with her looks, had she been a bit more extroverted, she could have easily become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 fans after a year of streaming. The thought of meeting a top-tier supporter only heightened her shyness. All right, give me your location. I will come to pick you up, came Jiang Nan's prompt voice message in response. Lin Man recalled the youthful voice of Yanyu Jiang Nan. Although he seldom spoke during streams, he was always present. Surely, it would not be anything to worry about, right? Lin Man scratched her head, murmuring softly to herself before providing her location. What could Lin Man be up to? Surely a few tens of thousands would not lead her to throw herself at him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan navigated towards the location where Lin Man was situated, the university town of Jiangcheng. You might have to wait about half an hour for me. It will take some time to get there, Jiang Nan thought it prudent to inform her. He did not want her to grow impatient and leave, rendering his trip in vain. Was he preparing to dress up for the occasion? Jiang Nan chuckled, contemplating Lin Man, who boasted an impressive appearance with a score of 88. Frankly, even with Meng Qingxiu as his online love interest, to claim he had no interest would be disingenuous. What man has not fantasized about having his cake, and eating it too? Jiang Nan was no exception. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the university town, a Porsche Cayenne came to a smooth halt. Porsche, what model is this? It looks rather sleek, murmured the onlookers. It must be a Cayenne. Starting at over 100,000, which rich second generation is trying to impress women here? As the luxury vehicle parked, various voices arose, with several attractive, long-legged girls stopping in their tracks to gaze in that direction. For 99% of the world's population, a vehicle valued at $1 million is a top-tier luxury car. Owning such a vehicle makes one extraordinarily privileged. At that moment, a beautiful girl clad in denim pants and a white short shirt, with her hair styled in a bun, also fixed her gaze upon the Porsche Cayenne. I've arrived, Jiang Nan messaged. Where are you? I don't see you, Lin Man replied, just as a handsome man emerged for the luxurious car. Her heart raced at an accelerated pace. Could he be the one? Lin Man's eyes widened. Here. It was only when Jiang Nan waved at her that Lin Man confirmed he was indeed the Yanyu Jiang Nan who had sent her 21 carnival gifts that morning. Wow, he is so handsome. Which woman does not have a fondness for handsome men? Lin Man Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Man Man's favorability level, 5. The system's notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, momentarily taking him aback. The idea that favorability could increase or decrease and be reported was quite an intriguing feature. This functionality was incredibly useful. In the presence of a girl, he could instantly discern which of his remarks were inappropriate or well-received. Moreover, even when a girl was ambivalent about her feelings, he could clearly understand whether he was permitted to take the next step. Overall, it was rather advantageous. Who is this rich second generation? And who is that girl? How fortunate must she be with such a handsome and wealthy man? The chatter arose as Jiang Nan met Lin Man Man. Are you Yin Yu Jiang Nan Gij? Lin Man Man asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Strangely, she felt a peculiar sensation, as though she were meeting a long-time online friend in person. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Lin Man Man had not used beauty filters during her streams, so her online and offline appearances were quite similar. In fact, Jiang Nan found Lin Man Man to appear even more innocent in person. I can't believe you're so young and handsome. Lin Man Man stole a glance at Jiang Nan. At her height of 165 centimeters from her angle, she could see his perfectly defined jawline and thought to herself, he must be around 185 centimeters with shoes on. My goodness, such a high-quality guy has been lurking in my stream for nearly a year without posting any content. Lin Man Man's favorability level, 2. Thank you, Jiang Nan smiled in response. Soon after, they both entered the car, gradually driving away under the gaze of curious onlookers. What would you like to eat? Jiang Nan inquired once inside the vehicle. I should treat you. Shouldn't you be the one deciding what you want to eat? Lin Man Man bit her lip, her eyes scanning the luxurious interior of the car. Wow, so this is what $1 million car interior looks like. I must say, it's quite comfortable. How about hot pot? I remember there's a great hot pot place nearby. Jiang Nan suggested. The hot pot you mentioned is indeed good, but I can take you to an even better one in a nearby alley. Lin Man Man replied eagerly. It's economical and offers a wide variety of dishes. Suddenly recalling that she was the one treating, she paused, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Jiang Nan and murmured, Actually, if you want to go to the place you mentioned, that would be fine too. No witties. Let us go to the hot pot in the alley you suggested, Jiang Nan replied with a carefree smile. I'm not suggesting that place just to save money. It's genuinely, truly, exceptionally delicious. When Lin Man Man spoke these words, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chapter 9. Whose Porsche is at the alley entrance? Shortly thereafter, under Lin Man Man's guidance, Jiang Nan drove into the outer part of a small alley. Is this business truly so thriving? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and glanced outside. To his surprise, the area was packed with cars, leaving no available spaces. Of course, how could a place I recommend lack in allure? Lin Man Man raised her eyebrows, exuding a sense of pride. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. As a true local of Jiangsheng, if one were to rank the city's most renowned delicacies, hot pot would undoubtedly claim the second spot, with no other cuisine daring to claim the first. Excuse me, could you please move back a bit? I need to get my car out. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached and politely offered a cigarette. Brother? Hearing this term of endearment, Lin Man Man, seated in the passenger seat, exhibited a rather peculiar expression. He appears to be significantly older than Jiang Nan, yet still calls him brother. Truly, in this reality, wealth symbolizes status. No need for formality. Please wait a moment. Jiang Nan replied with a smile as he accepted the cigarette and began to reverse the vehicle. His driving skills were commendable, smoothly creating an available parking space. Thank you. Shortly thereafter, a blue BMW 5 Series drove by. No problem. After the BMW passed, Jiang Nan returned to his previous parking spot. Quite fortunate, he remarked as he exited the car. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name, brother. As Lin Man Man led Jiang Nan into the alley, she introduced herself. My real name is Lin Man Man. Jiang Nan. So, you are using your real name online. Lin Man Man chuckled lightly. Indeed. While conversing, they arrived at an outdoor courtyard, bustling with patrons at every table. Goodness, this place is truly packed. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Right? Lin Man Man raised her eyebrows and smiled brightly. Hello. How many of you? A server approached briskly. 2. Lin Man indicated with a gesture. This way, please. The server promptly guided them to a recently cleared table and explained. You can scan the code to place your order. The dishes will be delivered one by one. I've been here before. You go ahead and attend to other customers. Lin Man waved her hand with a smile and began to scan the code to order. Do you want to try Huang Ho? Yes. What about pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Yes. The two quickly finalized their order through a lively exchange. Jiang Nan? Oh, it really is you. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the adjacent table. Jiang Nan and Lin Man turned to look, spotting a young man with bleached hair accompanied by a lively girl who stared at them. Upon seeing Lin Man, the young man's face immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Goodness, such a stunning girl. Who is she? Lin Man whispered. A former colleague from my delivery job. Delivery? Lin Man paused, then scratched her head and remarked, It seems that you wealthy second-generation individuals enjoy mingling with the grassroots to experience life. I once saw a video online of a delivery guy who, without batting an eye, bought a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands while delivering food. Incredible. In response, Jiang Nan merely smiled in silence. Had it not been for the system binding him, he would likely still be at home eating instant noodles, contemplating how to handle Meng Qingqiu's request for a meetup. Honey, it seems your friend isn't too interested in you. The bleached-haired young man's girlfriend chimed in, stoking the flames. Huh. Upon hearing this, the young man smirked coldly and stood up. May I ask whose Porsche Cayenne is parked outside the alley? Just as he stood, a voice rang out in the venue. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention toward him. Is it yours? A server hurriedly approached him, politely stating, Brother, there's a customer whose car cannot move out. May I ask if you could shift yours? What, mine? The young man was taken aback, as he only owned a small electric scooter, not a luxury car. The Porsche Cayenne outside, the server replied courteously. Do I look like someone who can afford a car like that? The young man was speechless. Just as he was about to approach Jiang Nan's table, he noticed Jiang Nan standing up and, to his astonishment, saying, It's mine. Yours? The server, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, immediately rushed back with eagerness. Overhearing the young man's muttering, Why stand up if you can't afford it? The young man nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had intended to confront Jiang Nan. However, a Porsche Cayenne, wasn't Jiang Nan just a poor guy from an orphanage? How had he suddenly acquired such a car? This way, please. While he was still in a daze, the server respectfully led Jiang Nan toward the outdoor courtyard. Soon, they arrived outside the small alley, where a man in his 30s was smoking. Upon seeing the server leading Jiang Nan, he approached and politely offered a cigarette worth a few dollars, saying, I apologize, handsome, but your car is parked too close to mine, and I'm hesitant to move it. Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette with a smile. No worries. Moving a car doesn't take much time. The reluctance to move was quite clear. After all, it was a car worth millions, and any minor scratch could equate to a month's salary for an ordinary person. Shortly, Jiang Nan reached the car, and upon glancing, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. To be honest, the gap was indeed considerable. However, he noticed a nearby vehicle, a second-hand BYD, and thought that if it were him, he would also feel a bit anxious. One shouldn't assume that all individuals in a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng are either wealthy or noble, even in the capital. Beneath the ancient imperial city, the disparity between rich and poor remains alarmingly stark. Before long, Jiang Nan successfully repositioned the car, creating ample space. Thank you, handsome. The man expressed his gratitude as he drove away. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile and, having just exited the car, was about to head into the small alley when a stunning sight caught his eye. Ding! Chapter 10. A stunning beauty with a score of 92. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! Detection indicates the presence of a high-value individual nearby with a score of 90. The system is offering a small task. Successfully obtain the green bubble from Jiang Yan. Task reward: 1 million yuan and mastery of piano skills at a master level. Oh! Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Nan's face displayed a look of surprise. 1 million yuan aside, the piano mastery skill is truly remarkable. Even a novice like him understands that piano skills are categorized into 10 levels, with no formal designation beyond the 10th. This mastery skill in piano would undoubtedly place him at a world-class level. Jiang Jiang Nan's gaze shifted toward the dazzling figure approaching him. Soon, two young women, arm in arm and laughing, drew near. His eyes were drawn to one of the girls with flowing hair. Her subtle makeup gave her an aura of innocence, and her smile was incredibly sweet. Name, Jiang Yan. At the age of 19, standing at a height of 170 centimeters and weighing 56 kilograms. With an impressive appearance score of 92, Jiang Nan found himself somewhat astonished as he examined Jiang Yan's attributes. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Jiang Yan had also inadvertently noticed him standing beside the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man does not appreciate beauty? Similarly, what normal woman does not admire handsome men? Jiang Yan. That handsome guy is quite appealing. His fashion sense is commendable, and he possesses striking looks. Do you think that Porsche belongs to him? Remarked Li Lanlan, Jiang Yan's close friend. I'm not sure, but he is undeniably attractive, exuding a sunny charm. He is definitely my type. As he approached, Li Lanlan nervously added, wow. He looks even better up close. His features are so well defined, and he seems to be fit. The kind that looks slim in clothes, but has a toned physique without them. Jiang Yan quickly steadied her emotions, gazing at Jiang Nan as he walked towards her with a remarkably sunny smile. Wow, this guy's smile is incredibly infectious and radiates positivity. In an instant, this beautiful girl with a score of 92 in attractiveness felt her fondness for Jiang Nan soar to 10 points. Hello, miss. May I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan inquired, holding out his phone with a warm smile. The system had indicated that this was a beneficial little task, and Jiang Nan was confident that a fondness level of 10 would suffice to successfully add this young lady on WeChat. Me? Jiang Yan pointed to herself. Upon observing her delicate hands adorned with a stylish manicure, except for the middle finger, Jiang Nan nodded in affirmation, shaking his phone slightly. Is that all right? He asked. Of course. Jiang Yan replied, slightly shy now that she was the one being asked for her WeChat. The two exchanged contacts, completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the beneficial little task. You have been rewarded with 1 million yuan and mastery of piano at the level of a virtuoso. Upon successfully adding her on WeChat, Jiang Nan's mind was filled with the system's notification, which brought a joyful smile to his face. However, he honestly found the gradual development leading to practical skill acquisition quite appealing. As they exchanged notes, Jiang Yan naturally learned Jiang Nan's name and, with a flushed face, waved goodbye to him as she hurriedly moved away. Jiang Nan smiled gently, following her gaze and noticing her outfit, a versatile white short shirt paired with a light yellow, form-fitting mini skirt, complemented by a pair of elegant white knee-high socks. As he admired her ensemble, he noted her perfect legs and the stylish brown shoes she wore. Her attire was simply exquisite. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's type, then she was truly a heavenly match for him. As they sat down, Lin Man eagerly exclaimed, "Let us get the tripe, and the crispy ones too." Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head as he began to savor the hot pot they had ordered. Honestly, the flavor was remarkable. Having tried numerous hot pot restaurants, he believed this one could easily rank among the top 3. An hour later, Lin Man dropped her chopsticks and joyfully exclaimed, "Delicious." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Of course, any hot pot I crave must taste exquisite. At that moment, a voice interrupted from beside them. The young man with yellow hair, accompanied by his girlfriend, approached with a grin and presented a cigarette, asking, "Where have you been hanging out lately? You seem to be doing quite well." "I've quit," Jiang Nan replied, nonchalantly declining the cigarette. "Currently, I'm unemployed." He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Man, and they left together. Such a pretentious act. The yellow-haired youth scoffed as he watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure, muttering to himself about how Jiang Nan must have rented his clothes and car to impress women. "Thank you so much for all the fun times today." Lin Man initiated a conversation on their way back to school. "I've been following your live streams for a year. Even though you go with the flow, they are quite entertaining." Jiang Nan chuckled. "It wasn't just a whim. It was merely an opportunity. You're quite the understated, rich second generation, aren't you?" Lin Man remarked, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. There was something she refrained from saying, a thought lingering in her mind, that individuals like Jiang Nan, who possessed both a charming personality and striking looks, were indeed rare. "Oh, have you encountered many ostentatious, rich second generations?" Jiang Nan playfully countered. "No, I only see them online. They say when heaven opens a window, it inevitably closes a door. But it seems heaven has only opened doors for you. Lin Man laughed, unable to contain her amusement. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere in the car, devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with first meetings. It felt as if they were meeting a long-time online friend. Here we are, Lin Man murmured as they reached the entrance of her university. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave the car? Jiang Nan teased. It's just that chatting with you is so relaxing and enjoyable, she admitted, sticking out her tongue. After unbuckling her seatbelt and hesitating for a moment, she turned to Jiang Nan and said, when you have time, could we go out for a meal again? Of course, just let me know your availability. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Great. Lin Man beamed as she exited the car. Goodbye. She waved with a sweet smile as she closed the door. Farewell, Jiang Nan responded, waving back as he gradually drove away. At this point, Lin Man's fondness for him had reached 32 points, a notable increase that suggested they were edging towards a more intimate relationship. Jiang Nan understood the system's fondness levels, where 0 indicated a stranger, below 10 signified mere acquaintance, and around 30 hinted at a budding romance. Thus, with the right touch of flirtation or casual physical contact, he could swiftly elevate Lin Man's fondness towards him further. As he glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror, a charming smile crept onto his face. Upon returning to the old neighborhood where he rented a place, it was around 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking, Jiang Nan ascended to the 3rd floor carrying several bags. By chance, at the corner of the corridor, I encountered the landlady. Xia Jiqing. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan greeted her. Oh, Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan, her face revealing a look of astonishment. Goodness, this outfit is truly dashing. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Jiang Nan silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. One is judged by their attire. Had he just indulged in a shopping spree? Jiang Nan's aura had significantly changed compared to before, having mastered the piano at a masterful level, combined with his elegant attire. He exuded a noble demeanor. Sister Xia, you jest, Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Ha ha, but truly you've changed so much. I dare say, if you were any younger by a decade, you'd certainly captivate me. Xia Jiqing laughed, covering her mouth. Her figure was not overly voluptuous, yet she possessed a certain allure, especially in her slightly fitted blue top. In that moment, Jiang Nan could only think of 4 words. Like a blooming flower. You make me feel a bit shy. He replied. If he hadn't known that Xia Jiqing's affection rating was only 7 points, he might have been tempted to say something rather audacious. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again, surprising Jiang Nan. Goodness, this has increased my affection rating by 3 points, bringing it to a total of 10. Xia Jiqing waved her hand and then descended the corridor. Piano? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. During the day at home, he had indeed heard some simple piano melodies. So, the landlady's daughter was learning the piano? Wait. Suddenly, he grasped a crucial point. With his mastery of the piano, teaching a young girl would be well within his capabilities. The landlady herself had an impressive beauty score of 92, making her a feasible target for his previous welfare task. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled at the thought. The value of this welfare task was exceedingly high. Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng, Tianfu, a globally limited Pagani Huayra. He had researched it. Properties in Jiangcheng, Tianfu were not cheap, featuring sea-view apartments and the most coveted 9 villas. Villa 001 was rumored online to be worth between 3 to 500 million. Moreover, a villa with such a designation as number 001 was not easily bought with mere money. Thus, the allure of Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa number 001 captivated Jiang Nan entirely. Not to mention, there was a globally limited luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra, which started at tens of millions. Driving a vehicle worth several million, like a Porsche Cayenne, certainly exuded prestige. But a Pagani Huayra would undoubtedly turn heads and capture everyone's attention. Excellent. Suddenly, he had a more motivating goal. For the sake of my villa no. 001 and my luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra, I must swiftly complete this somewhat challenging welfare task. Returning to his abode, Jiang Nan tossed the bags onto the small sofa and reclined back. He stared at the ceiling, unable to suppress a laugh. This was no dream. He suddenly jumped up, and checked his balance on his phone. Over 4 million. In just a few hours, he had transformed from a penniless individual with only a few thousand in savings to a millionaire. He wondered if the world's richest person could match his speed in earning money. But in the future, no one would be able to keep up with his earning pace. That was his confidence. After calming his emotions, Jiang Nan opened Douyin. Welcome, welcome, dear brothers. One little heart walks on the pressure board. A large beer walks on the pressure board twice, and a hot air balloon live streams for a minute on the pressure board. Please feel free to give Little May instructions. Perhaps because Jiang Nan had sent gifts to the game streamer that morning. As soon as he opened Douyin, the live stream room was immediately recommended to him. Oh, still live streaming on the pressure board? Jiang Nan glanced over, surprised to see that the streamer was indeed still on the pressure board, impressed by her commitment. Without hesitation, he entered the live stream room. Welcome, wow fun. Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Brother Jiang Nan, I haven't broken my promise. Except for a few minutes delay when I ordered takeout at noon, I've been completely honest. As Jiang Nan entered the room, he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard, and the game streamer enthusiastically welcomed him. Realizing he had jumped to the top position, Jiang Nan understood that she truly had not ended her stream. Price increase? At that moment, he noticed the sign in the streamer's hand had changed. One hot air balloon adds a minute to the pressure board live stream. I can't help it, brother. It's been over 6 hours, and while there's only 1 hour left, I feel like I'm about to collapse, the streamer lamented. To be honest, although she was currently unseen, her voice was soft and sweet. She wore thin stockings with reinforced toes, and upon closer inspection, he noticed her toenails were painted a bright red. While the color seemed a bit garish, her legs were quite shapely, not quite stick-thin, nor model-like, and certainly not cartoonish, but rather they resembled the elegant curves of a wine glass. This type of leg, as the name suggests, is wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Her thighs appeared slightly muscular, yet her calves were delicate. With the addition of those stockings, Jiang Nan, who had a penchant for legs, found them undeniably alluring. He almost felt tempted to cast an insight spell to gauge her beauty score, but decided against it. There was no need. He was merely seeking ordinary emotional fulfillment and amusement. Jiang Nan shook his head, dismissing the thought. If he had intended to pursue her beauty, he would have cast the insight spell long ago. But that was not his aim. He simply found the game enjoyable, and Susu's emotional value was quite satisfying. Moreover, she had been steadfastly standing on the pressure board for nearly 6 hours. Honestly, Jiang Nan admired her tenacity. Casting an insight spell might yield disappointing results, which would diminish his interest. Jiang Nan shook his head. He was merely here for some light-hearted fun. If he wanted to see beautiful women, Douyin was always filled with them. Can you hold on? Jiang Nan inquired. Can you hold on? Upon seeing Jiang Nan's comment, the streamer, Su, had yet to respond. A level 52 user interjected, What? You want to send more gifts? Taken aback by the comment, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow, ignoring it as he sent another message. If you can't hold on, I won't continue. I can hold on. Su quickly replied, Brother Jiang Nan, I can still hold on. All right, I'm going to recharge. After Jiang Nan sent a message, he exited and began to recharge. It was not a substantial amount. He merely topped up with 40,000. Shortly thereafter, 4 million Dozwan were credited to his account. At that moment, Jiang Nan glanced around and noticed a level 52 player frantically launching hot air balloons. In the brief interval of his entrance and exit, the player had already unleashed over 100. Each hot air balloon cost 52, totaling 5,200. This onslaught directly surpassed Jiang Nan's previous 400 big sunglasses. Since you claim you can endure, let me see how long you can last. Keep it coming, the level 52 player boasted in a comment. Despite the generous display of 100 hot air balloons worth 5,200 yuan, Su in the live stream could only muster a bitter smile. 100 hot air balloons equated to 100 minutes, translating to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Coupled with the hour she already owed, that amounted to a total of 2 hours and 40 minutes. Exhausted, utterly drained. Thank you, Daxia Yue, for the 100 hot air balloons. Currently, I still need to stream on this pressure board for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Su's voice emerged. Weak yet soon regained its vigor as she continued. Is there anyone willing to extend my time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he chuckled softly as he typed, For every gift you receive, I propose a 1-minute deduction. What do you think, streamer? Upon seeing Jiang Nan's comment, Su paused momentarily before responding. Is that feasible? Of course, why not? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Oh, are you challenging me? The level 52 player retorted. Jiang Nan merely smiled and began to search for gifts that matched the value of the hot air balloons. Casually scanning, Jiang Nan spotted a gift priced at 52 yuan. I love you. Without hesitation, he began to send them. In a short while, he dispatched 100, then 200. At 52 yuan each. 200 mounted to 10,400 yuan. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 200 I love you gifts. I'm truly grateful, Su exclaimed, her voice quivering with evident excitement. 2 hours and 40 minutes translated to 160 minutes. And Jiang Nan's 200 gifts instantly reduced her time by 200 minutes, surpassing the previous 40 minutes. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon. The level 52 player also began to unleash gifts at an astonishing rate, similarly amassing 200 within a brief span. Wow, two titans are clashing. Haha, Su's luck is incredible. This is exhilarating. Damn, I wish I had such strength to shower gifts. In a gaming live stream, encountering two affluent patrons was quite a rarity. Brothers, are you not weary from gifting? If so, recharge and hand me your accounts. I'll take care of it without any labor costs. The comments flooded the live stream, and the audience grew from a mere 100 to over 400, thanks to the abundant gifts. Many thanks to the two esteemed patrons for their support. Su's voice trembled further. As a small-time streamer with only a few thousand fans, she had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving her with a whirlwind of emotions. Jiang Nan remained silent, his fingers ceaselessly tapping away. After sending a total of 1,000 gifts worth 52 yuan each, he finally paused, not out of lack of intent, but sheer fatigue. 52,000 yuan. At this moment, witnessing the screen filled with 1,000 I love you gifts, Su's eyes widened in disbelief. This gifting was exhausting. After sending a comment, Jiang Nan promptly clicked on the carnival gift worth 3,000 yuan. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival. The gifts once again adorned the screen. This time, it was yet another 3,000 yuan gift. With 3 million dozwan remaining, Jiang Nan, without further ado, decided to send 100 carnivals. In a matter of moments, 300,000 yuan was spent. Wow, this brother is truly formidable. Damn, sending carnivals is far more liberating than sending likes. What do you mean by liberating? For that brother, sending carnivals is no different from us sending likes. Brother, stop gifting. That level 52 player has been scared off by you. Jiang Nan's 100 carnivals ignited a frenzy within the live stream. Thank you, brother Yinyu Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. Oh my, I've never received a carnival before. Your generosity has opened a whole new world for me. Thank you, thank you. The female streamer Su immediately clasped her hands together, bowing repeatedly to the camera. Scared off? That is quite disappointing. Jiang Nan observed the comments and shook his head. He then proceeded to exhaust the remaining 480,000 dozwan, equivalent to 48,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed, 5-fold cashback received. The phone chimed with a notification. 400,000 yuan returned 5 times, resulting in 2 million. Adding the previous 2 million, his current balance soared to 4 million. Splendid. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration gracing his face. Brother Jiang Nan, I must sign off for now. Please check your private messages later. The female streamer's voice echoed as the live stream came to a close. Upon returning to his homepage, a private message arrived. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for your generosity. May I add you to my contacts? Su inquired. Upon reading this, Jiang Nan hesitated briefly but quickly shook his head. Adding her on WeChat wouldn't cause any harm. If the streamer turned out to be merely average in looks, he could always delete her later. As for this trustworthy streamer, Jiang Nan actually held a degree of respect for her hard-earned money. Without further ado, he provided her with his WeChat ID. In mere moments, he received a notification indicating a friend request from Su. Jiang Nan accepted it instinctively and then, out of curiosity, opened her moments. The first image that caught his attention depicted a woman in her 20s holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The woman radiated warmth and grace. While she may not have had the dazzling looks at first glance, the more one gazed, the more enchanting she appeared, truly the type that grows more beautiful upon closer inspection. Moreover, her attire suggested she was from a respectable background. She has a child? Jiang Nan mused, noting the woman appeared to be no older than 27 or 28. Yet she had a 5 or 6-year-old child, which indeed surprised him. Wait, at 27 or 28, having a child of that age seemed quite normal. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head, then glanced at the other posts in his social circle, most of which were mundane snippets of daily life, prompting him to exit the app. Hello, Jiang Nan Gij. I am the female streamer Su from earlier. A voice message arrived. I truly appreciate your kindness earlier. I understand that sometimes gifting can be a bit overwhelming. Would it be possible for me to return half of what you gifted today once I receive my share of the gifts? Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, he smiled. The female streamer seemed rather amusing. No need, he replied. Chapter 14. The landlady. Xiao Jiang, are you there? Meanwhile, in a small apartment in Jiangsheng, a woman dressed in a floral dress with her hair cascading over her shoulders, obscured by a mask, sat on the living room sofa. As she read the message from her elder brother, her eyes became slightly misty. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij. She typed a message, slowly removing her mask. Without any makeup, her natural beauty was striking. At this moment, with her slightly reddened eyes, she exuded a tender fragility that evoked an instinctive desire to embrace and cherish her. After standing for so long on the reflexology mat while streaming, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her legs, prompting her to pull them up onto the sofa and begin to gently massage her delicate calves and feet. Today, I earned over 200,000. It seems I can treat my precious Nuan to some better meals. Her voice resonated. I had truly encountered a wonderful elder brother, and he has made any demands of me. ISNT had often said that top supporters usually have requests for female streamers. Although I haven't shown my face, many viewers have privately asked me if I sell socks. At this thought, she pursed her lips and shook her head, murmuring, this elder brother probably doesn't have such preferences, right? But I must think of a way to express my gratitude. To him, it might just be pocket change, but for an ordinary person like me, that is nearly 2 years' worth of income. On Jiang Nan's end, he stepped out of the bathroom after a refreshing shower, having dressed but still with damp hair. Don't cry. Sweetheart, Mama will find a better piano teacher for you. Our littling is not at all foolish. It's that teacher who lacks real skill and yet teaches piano. As he entered the living room, he heard the landlady's soothing voice comforting her daughter, whose soft sobs filled the air. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Could this be an opportunity? Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling Xia Jiqing and her daughter, causing the little girl to cease her crying. Oh, Sister Xia, Xiao, and hello, Jiang Nan exclaimed, holding a black garbage bag in his hands. He placed the bag at the door and turned his attention to the little girl, puzzled. Why are you crying? Are you Jiang Nan Gij? The little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, lived on the same floor. They had crossed paths occasionally, and he had even once helped her fend off some bigger bullies, so she remembered him well. Yes, how could you not recognize your brother? Jiang Nan chuckled, crouching down to meet her gaze. Noticing that Xia Jiqing showed no signs of disapproval, he gently ruffled the little girl's hair. You've suddenly become even more handsome, so I didn't recognize you right away. Mama, I want brother to teach me piano. The little girl, relishing Jiang Nan's affection, suddenly hugged him and turned to her mother, saying, Big brother can teach me piano. I'm sure I can learn. Xia Jiqing was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's words, then chuckled, shaking her head, shouting, Dear, your brother is not a teacher, and he doesn't know how to play the piano. I do. Big brother can play. The little girl persisted. Xia Jiqing frowned slightly, her face showing helplessness, especially as she saw her daughter clinging to Jiang Nan. Instinctively, she crouched down to join them. In that moment, their gazes locked, and Xia Jiqing felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. As she prepared to stand, she noticed Jiang Nan quickly avert his gaze, which relieved her, allowing her to rise discreetly. Favorability with Xia Jiqing, 5. Really? Just a gentlemanly gesture earned me 5 points of favor? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. Big brother, you can definitely play the piano, right? The little girl's innocent voice chimed in. Of course, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing him, Xia Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that he was merely playing along with her daughter's enthusiasm. She smiled back, saying, "Brother has something to attend to right now. But how about we let him teach you piano when he is free?" All right, all right." The little girl beamed with joy. Jiang Nan stood up, choosing not to boast about his piano skills. When the time came for him to showcase his talent, he simply needed to win Xia Jiqing's favor. There was no need for haste. Such blatant displays were the mark of an amateur. True experts often feign simplicity, delivering unexpected brilliance at crucial moments. "Goodbye, big brother." The little girl was tugged away by Xia Jiqing. "Goodbye." Jiang Nan waved cheerfully. The landlady glanced at him, offering a warm smile. Bang, bang, bang. After an indeterminate slumber, Jiang Nan opened his eyes to the dim, overcast sky outside. Confused, he rose from his bed. It was already 6 o'clock. "Xiao Jiang, are you there?" The landlady's voice called from outside. Creak. He quickly got up and opened the door to find the landlady visibly relieved. "Sister Xia, what's the matter?" Jiang Nan yawned and inquired. "Did you just wake up?" Xia Jiqing noted his sleepy demeanor and chuckled. "I just prepared some home-cooked dishes and wanted to see if you've eaten." Chapter 15. The landlady who stepped out of comic. "Not yet." Jiang Nan shook his head. "All right, then tidy up a bit and come over," the landlady replied with a bright smile. "Okay." After returning home to freshen up, he stepped out. The landlady's residence was not far. It was an older complex with 4 to 5 tenants per floor, and she lived at the innermost corner of the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan arrived swiftly, finding the main door ajar, and walked in without hesitation. After closing the door behind him, he heard the landlady's gentle voice, "Xiao Jiang, I prepared some slippers for you at the entrance." "Great," Jiang Nan responded, glancing to find a pair of pink women's slippers, which fit him well enough. He also noticed several pairs of high heels on the shoe rack, one of which was a stunning pair of diamond-studded Valentino heels that caught his eye. "The landlady sure has a penchant for high heels," he mused, recalling the numerous articles online discussing this very topic. As the elder brother passed through the entrance in Jiang Nan, the little girl joyfully bounded over and leapt into his arms as he crouched down. The system's notification chimed in his mind, prompting him to glance ahead, where he saw the landlady, Xia Jiqing, standing in a small apron, her exquisite face displaying a hint of dazedness. "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan greeted softly. "Come, dinner's ready." Xia Jiqing responded, regaining her composure with a beaming smile. "Dinner time," the little girl exclaimed cheerfully. "After we eat, handsome brother will teach me to play the piano." Shouting. Xia Jiqing's tone became slightly more serious. "Did mommy not say that your brother is usually very busy and may not have time to teach you piano?" "No matter. After dinner, handsome brother will surely have time." The little girl pouted, clearly unhappy. "All right, I will teach you later," Jiang Nan said, sensing the groundwork had been laid. He smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Xiao Jiang." Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. "It's nothing," Jiang Nan signaled to the landlady with a glance. Her momentary bewilderment was quickly replaced by a shake of her head. "Let's set that aside for now. Come, sit down for dinner." As she spoke, she removed her apron, revealing her impressive figure, which immediately caught Jiang Nan's attention. Indeed, her physique was striking, and with her silver hair coupled with such an extraordinary stature, she resembled a character who had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Soon, they took their seats. The landlady gathered the little girl into her arms, allowing her to eat comfortably. However, the little girl wore a sulky expression, clearly wanting to eat in Jiang Nan's embrace. "You little one, at such a young age, already infatuated with handsome men. What about your mother?" The landlady teased, noticing her daughter's unwavering gaze on Jiang Nan. "But Jiang Nan brother is really handsome." The little girl, already 5 or 6 years old, was far from the naive children of previous generations, and her words elicited laughter from both Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan. "Eat, eat," Xia Jiqing urged, then turned to Jiang Nan with a gentle smile. "So, Xiao Jiang, how does my cooking suit your palate?" "Delicious. I really enjoy Sichuan cuisine. The spiciness is invigorating," Jiang Nan praised sincerely, not merely to increase his favorability, but because the landlady's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. "As long as it suits your taste." Xia Jiqing smiled faintly. Though the increase in favorability was modest, it was nonetheless better than none, and if his memory served him correctly, the landlady's affection for him was not insignificant. At 5 p.m., such a level of affection reflected remarkable progress. After half an hour, Jiang Nan finally set down his chopsticks. "Would you like me to serve you another bowl?" the landlady asked cheerfully. "I can't eat anymore. I'm too full," Jiang Nan replied, patting his stomach. "Honestly, it's been a long time since I've enjoyed such home-cooked meals." "Ha ha, as long as it suits your taste. If you ever crave something, feel free to tell me," she replied, having gained 3 more points of affection, bringing her total to 20. The power of 20 points was immediately evident. Jiang Nan scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, "I might have eaten a bit too much." "How much can you eat?" "There's plenty," the landlady replied, delighted. Having not indulged in home-cooked meals for ages, Jiang Nan appreciated the moment, as did she, noticing the plates on the table were nearly empty, a silent compliment to her cooking skills. "I'll clean up. You play with Xiaoying," she insisted, lifting the little girl. "Xiaoying, go watch TV with your brother, and Mommy will join you shortly." "Okay." The little girl immediately scampered over to Jiang Nan, beaming as she nestled beside him. "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan glanced at the table. "It's fine," Xia Ziking smiled gently, waving her hand. "All right," Jiang Nan decided not to dwell on it further, cradling the little girl in his arms as they made their way to the living room. "Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there," the little girl chimed in her sweet voice. "Okay." Jiang Nan followed her finger to a small room. Listening to their exchange, the landlady couldn't help but smile, muttering to herself, "It's good. Let Xiaoying realize that Xiao Jiang can't teach piano. Otherwise, she would keep pestering him." As she looked at the table, where only remnants of soup and chili remained, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. In the piano room, the little girl exclaimed, "Handsome brother, let me play a song I just learned." Sitting on Jiang Nan's lap, she giggled. "I don't like my piano teacher, so I pretended I couldn't learn at all. But actually, I'm quite good. Is that so?" Jiang Nan chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "Then play it for your brother. I want to see how impressive Xiaoying is." "Okay." The little girl's playful expression turned serious as she placed her small hands on the piano keys. With the first note, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly. The subsequent notes followed, and as a master pianist, he instantly recognized the melody. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Though simple, for a 5 or 6-year-old to play without sheet music was no small feat, showcasing her familiarity with the piece. "Indeed impressive," Jiang Nan complimented. The little girl beamed with joy. "Now, let me teach you an even simpler one." Jiang Nan smiled as he took her tiny hands and began to play. Two tigers, running fast, running fast." Meanwhile, Xia Ziking had finished tidying up the dining area and, donning her apron, walked over just in time to see Jiang Nan guiding her daughter's hands over the piano keys. Both of them happily humming along. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she observed the delightful scene. With the conclusion of Two Tigers, the system's notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind. "Sister Xia, I didn't expect you to play the piano," she remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a tad shy to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. "These are just simple children's songs," Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. "That is still quite impressive," the landlady praised. "I lack any musical talent. I'd thought of learning the piano in middle school, but alas, it was not meant to be. It's quite simple, Sister Xia. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke. "Me? Is that acceptable?" Xia Jiqing paused for a moment. "Mother, it truly is quite simple." The little girl leapt down from Jiang Nan's lap and bounced towards the door, urging Xia Jiqing to follow her quickly. "Handsome brother will definitely play the piano. Let him guide you a bit. Who knows, perhaps you have hidden talent, mother." If the little girl possessed a system, she would undoubtedly hear a prompt in her mind. At that moment, Jiang Nan's gaze towards the child softened even further. "What a wonderful child. Sister Xia, please take a seat." Jiang Nan stood up, offering his place. If Xia Jiqing's affection level were above 40 points, he might have audaciously invited this landlady to sit on his lap like the little girl. However, with her current affection level at a mere 25 points, Jiang Nan dared not overstep. "All right." Xia Jiqing eagerly seated herself, gazing at the small piano before her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue and a hint of nervousness. When the little girl was not home, she occasionally sat down to tap a few keys, but she truly understood nothing and merely struck them blindly. What should I do next? Thump, thump. Research indicates that when a man and woman find themselves alone in an atmosphere of extreme tension, the body secretes a unique, intangible hormone. This hormone can induce an inexplicable rapid heartbeat when faced with the opposite sex, often simulating the sensation of romantic attraction. At this moment, with Xia Jiqing already feeling a bit anxious, the proximity heightened her awareness, making her heartbeat palpably quicken. Sister Xia, a gentle voice broke the silence. In the next instant, Xia Jiqing found herself staring blankly at the earnest Jiang Nan, whose attention remained fixated on the piano. Sensing her tension, he turned to her with a soft smile that struck her heart like a bullet. Gulp. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow hard. A system prompt echoed in her mind, indicating Xia Jiqing's affection level, 10. Jiang Nan momentarily froze in surprise. Goodness. He anticipated that the ambience he had cultivated could enhance his affection level, but he never imagined it would surge by a staggering 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan gazed directly at his landlady, his voice soft. She replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed, reluctantly diverting her gaze from Jiang Nan's captivating face, trailing her words. All right, Jiang Nan said quietly, then took her delicate hand and began to play. Instantly, a lively melody filled the piano room. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. You're truly incredible, the landlady praised sincerely. No, Sister Xia, you should say we are truly incredible. Jiang Nan's emotional value resonated, leaving the landlady internally exclaiming her astonishment. Chapter 17. A heartfelt confession in a city like Jiangsheng. A beautiful landlady like Xia Jiqing, who owns several rental properties in the old district, could genuinely be considered affluent after a month's income. Moreover, Jiang Nan had heard that she was likely not just the owner of a few buildings in this community. A wealthy widow, having been alone for several years without indulging in frivolities, often finds her heart utterly empty. Once someone forcefully intrudes upon her heart, the need for the other party to take initiative becomes unnecessary. Xiao Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. The landlady gazed at Jiang Nan with a hint of longing in her eyes. What do you think, Sister Xia? Isn't the piano actually quite manageable? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. With you here, it's not difficult at all, she replied softly, her cheeks flushed. The power of an affection level of 40 points was indeed significant, and the landlady's shy demeanor carried a certain charm. Then when I come over for dinner, I'll also teach Sister Xia a thing or two. Does that mean I can't learn when I'm not over for dinner? No, that is not what I meant. Their playful banter evoked an impression akin to that of a young couple teasing each other. Hey, Mom, isn't handsome brother supposed to teach me how to play the piano? The little girl complained, crossing her arms. Your handsome brother is usually quite busy. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see another teacher. She is very gentle and has a lovely little girl at home about your age. I think you'll find learning with her enjoyable. Xia Jiqing smiled. Don't you want to impress your brother with your skills one day? Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled. Yes. Xia Jiqing gradually stood, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Nan, her gaze imbued with profound shyness as she softly said, I'll wash the dishes first. I'll leave Xiaoing in your care. All right. Jiang Nan nodded and settled into a chair, though soon his expression shifted slightly. Why did the chair feel a bit damp? Xiaoing, make sure you learn the finger techniques well. One day, your mother hopes to see you perform on a grand stage. Before leaving, Xia Jiqing gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Don't worry, Mom. That day will surely come. The little girl nodded vigorously. Thank you so much today, Xiao Jiang. I haven't seen such a radiant smile on Xiaoing's face in a long time. Likewise, he replied. Around 8:30 p.m., at the landlady's doorstep, she looked at Jiang Nan with tender eyes and softly expressed her gratitude. Sister, you're being too formal. With Xia Jiqing's affection level now at 40 points. Although it hadn't increased further, Jiang Nan felt it had reached a pinnacle. At least, without applying too much pressure, it wouldn't escalate significantly. Yet he was not anxious. Good wine is meant to be savored slowly. To gulp it down would be akin to Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit. All right, I was being too formal. Taking a deep breath, the landlady gazed at Jiang Nan with a tenderness that seemed to flow like water. The dim hallway lights cast a unique ambience, and in this atmosphere, her heart inexplicably began to race. Just as Jiang Nan was about to turn away, Xiao Jiang. Thump, thump. She could distinctly hear her heart racing. Taking a deep breath as if making a resolution, She steadied herself and locked eyes with Jiang Nan, confessing, "You know I'm a widow," having lived alone with Xiao Ying for many years. "Sister," Jiang Nan instinctively took Xia Jiqing's hand. It felt cool to the touch, prompting him to rub it gently. "Sister, today you seem different from before. Honestly, I'm quite astonished." Xia Jiqing spoke softly. "I don't know if you're the type of rich second generation who seeks experiences, but that doesn't matter. I just want to tell you from the heart, I think I might have developed some feelings for you. And it's quite an intense kind of feeling." As she spoke, a hint of confusion crossed her face. She truly hadn't anticipated that in just one day, she would develop feelings for someone who had been merely a stranger to her before. Such an unimaginable occurrence was beyond her wildest expectations. "Sister," Jiang Nan gazed at Xia Jiqing in astonishment, merely calling out her name without continuing the conversation. "Oh dear, what am I saying?" Bang! The door slammed shut. At this moment, within the room, the landlady Xia Jiqing's chest rose and fell rhythmically. She gently bit her lower lip, leaning against the door, her breath quickening as she listened to the footsteps outside gradually fade away, causing her heart to race even faster. Covering her flushed face with her hands, she let out an embarrassed click of her tongue, murmuring to herself, "Xia Jiqing, you have been lonely for far too long. Encountering such an outstanding and handsome young man like Xiao Jiang has made you lose your composure." Buzzing. The coffee table vibrated as Xia Jiqing's phone began to buzz. "Mom, someone sent you a message." The little girl's voice chimed in. "Who is it?" Xia Jiqing took a deep breath to calm her anxious emotions and slowly made her way to the living room. "Let me see, it's Brother Jiang Nan." The little girl's voice rang out again, prompting the landlady to quicken her steps considerably. Taking the phone from her daughter, Xia Jiqing held her breath for a moment before hastily moving to the balcony. She opened the chat with Jiang Nan and clicked on the voice message he had sent. "Sister, are you asleep? Actually, I need to tell you something." Jiang Nan's voice resonated, and the seriousness of his tone made Xia Jiqing's breath hitch. Soon after, another voice message arrived the next day, and she hurriedly opened it to listen. "I actually have an online relationship. I must clarify this with you." Upon hearing this, Xia Jiqing was momentarily stunned, but then her held breath released, and her previously tense expression relaxed. What was there to worry about? As long as he didn't directly reject her, it was not a concern for Xia Jiqing. Even though she was over 30, she still turned heads when she stepped out. Undeniably an object of attraction to many men. An online relationship was inconsequential. Even if he had someone in reality, it mattered little to her. "It's fine. Sister doesn't mind these things." Her tone had considerably lightened, and from Jiang Nan's demeanor and the glances they had exchanged earlier, she could sense that this handsome young man undoubtedly had an interest in her. At that moment, back at home, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, a smile breaking across his face upon hearing the landlady's words. He knew he had almost secured her affections. Whether they could deepen their connection required a fortunate opportunity. Although a favorability score of 40 was notably high, achieving a stable relationship might still pose challenges. "No rush. She will eventually be mine," Jiang Nan chuckled. They continued to chat briefly, avoiding delving deeper into the topic, as both understood the unspoken nuances of adulthood. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan was about to put down his phone to wash up and then indulge in some douyin when his phone suddenly buzzed. Busy indeed, he mused as he glanced at the screen, seeing that it was his online girlfriend, Meng Qingqiu, calling him. "Darling, in just 2 more days, I will finally get to see you." Meng Qingqiu's sweet voice playfully teased. "How exciting," Jiang Nan replied. "Yes, a truly significant first meeting," Meng Qingqiu added softly. "I remember someone seems to have a fondness for white stockings, right?" "Huh." Jiang Nan was taken aback by her words. He. Meng Qingqiu merely chuckled, offering no further elaboration. "Actually, I also quite like black stockings," Jiang Nan hinted. "I've worn black stockings, but I hardly ever wear white ones." "Are you there?" Jiang Nan asked directly. "Yes, what's up?" "Show me those black stockings and your beautiful legs." "Okay, darling, give me a moment. Let me find my black stockings." A few minutes later, a photo appeared, showcasing a pair of luminous white legs beneath a pink nightgown. The lighting made them appear almost dazzling. Meng Qingqiu sent a shy voice message in response. "Perfect," Jiang Nan exclaimed. Having seen Meng Qingqiu's legs numerous times over their 2.5 years of online relationship, including glimpses of her collarbone, legs, and feet, with occasional views of black stockings. Soon, another vibration indicated Meng Qingxiu had sent a message. Jiang Nan checked it. This time it was not a photo, but a short video lasting about 10 seconds. In the video, Meng Qingxiu pointed the camera at her delicate feet, slowly slipping on black stockings, the mysterious fabric enveloping her perfect legs, creating a striking sensory impact. Hey, how does it look? Meng Qingxiu's cheerful voice message followed. Absolutely fantastic. Jiang Nan sent a sticker in reply. They continued to chat, with Meng Qingxiu occasionally sending photos of her black stocking feet. At Jiang Nan's enthusiastic request, she even switched one foot to wear white calf socks, creating a striking contrast between black and white. Unconsciously, they had chatted until 10 o'clock. During this time, Jiang Nan contemplated asking Meng Qingxiu to video chat, but decided against it, knowing they would see each other in 2 days. After ending the call, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Suddenly, his heart raced as he opened a message. Goodness, the landlady was wearing a lacy black dress, posed enticingly, capturing the moment with a side profile. This landlady appeared to have stepped right out of comic, and from this angle, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Alone in the quiet of the night, he prepared to sleep when a voice message chimed in. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder a 30-year-old sister. Once she opened up, her passionate demeanor was simply overwhelming. Without further ado, Jiang Nan initiated a video call. After a few seconds, the call connected, but the screen remained dark with no light. Huh, Sister Xia, did you turn off the lights so quickly? Jiang Nan exclaimed in surprise. I was about to sleep, and why aren't you wearing a shirt? The landlady's shy voice replied. Really? Jiang Nan was about to respond when, oh dear, Xiao Jiang, I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm ready to sleep now, so I'll hang up. The landlady, panting slightly, stole a lingering glance at Jiang Nan's perfect physique before swallowing hard and ending the call. Favorability of Xia Jiqing increased by 5. After the video call ended, Jiang Nan heard the system notification in his mind, puzzled by the increase in favorability points. Meanwhile, on the other side, the landlady clutched a pillow, and in the dimly lit room, her eyes appeared hazy as she gently bit her lower lip, her body slowly beginning to move. About 10 minutes later, while Jiang Nan was browsing Douyin, the system notification chimed again. Favorability of Xia Jiqing increased by 5. Another 5 points? Does that mean the landlady has already crossed the halfway mark of 100 in favorability? Given that 40 points already indicated fiery passion, achieving something with 50 points should be plausible, right? With this thought, Jiang Nan exited Douyin, opened WeChat, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message to the landlady. Sister Xia, are you asleep? In the bathroom of the landlady's bedroom, the sound of running water could be heard. A few minutes later, she emerged wrapped in a towel, an embodiment of madness. The landlady swallowed hard, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson as she returned to bed. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Curiously, she picked it up to take a glance. Sister Xia, are you asleep? It was a message from Jiang Nan. It was nearly 10:30. What was he asking that for? Moreover, how did he seem to know she was still awake? Feeling somewhat spirited, Jiang Nan's next message suggested, Sister Xia, would you like to take a stroll? Upon reading this, the landlady's heart began to race. Venturing out late at night, alone together, she intended to refuse, but for reasons unknown. The memory of Jiang Nan's perfect physique from their earlier video compelled her to acquiesce. Once she agreed, her face flushed once more with heat. At 30, she was not an innocent girl of 15 or 16. Was a late night outing truly just a simple stroll? Minutes later, with a soft creak, the landlady's door opened gently. Clad in a sleek black dress and high heels, her silver hair elegantly styled, she resembled a vivacious character straight out of an irreverent comic. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Especially at that moment, the rosy hue adorning Xia Jiqing's cheeks and her shy gaze avoiding Jiang Nan's made her appear exceedingly alluring, creating a striking visual impact. Little Jiang, don't stare so intently. It makes me feel a bit bashful, the landlady remarked, feeling both flattered and bashful under Jiang Nan's intense gaze. After all these years, no one had ever so unabashedly admired her perfect figure. Sister, you are truly beautiful, Jiang Nan expressed sincerely. Oh, where's the beauty in that? I'm already 30. she replied modestly. Haven't you heard the saying? Jiang Nan moved a little closer to the landlady, and a wave of masculine energy enveloped her senses, rendering her cheeks even rosier and her gaze somewhat dazed. What do you mean? She responded, her voice softening. One might not fear a pure schoolgirl's flirtations, but a 30-year-old woman is truly a different tale. Jiang Nan leaned in closer, whispering softly in her ear. The warmth sent shivers down the landlady's spine, her face flushed down to her very neck. Little Jiang, she breathed, feeling a touch weak at the knees. With a newfound confidence stemming from her 52 points of affection, Jiang Nan boldly grasped the landlady's delicate hand and suggested, "Let us explore the vicinity. I remember there's a small park nearby." "Sure, I'll follow your lead. Wherever you want to go is fine," the landlady replied obediently. Together, they strolled beneath the moonlight to a small park just a few hundred meters from the community. At the riverside, they took a seat on a bench. As a gentle breeze swirled around them, Jiang Nan gazed at the landlady, her bangs swaying softly, the silver strands glinting in the moonlight. "Sister Xia, you are truly stunning." He couldn't help but exclaim again. "You have quite the sweet tongue. You certainly know how to flatter," the landlady teased, glancing at Jiang Nan with a flirtatious smile. She then shifted a little closer, whispering, "But I must say, the breeze by the river carries a slight chill." Realizing the implication, Jiang Nan instinctively wrapped his arms around her. At that moment, both their hearts raced inexplicably. "Jiang Nan," the landlady softly called his name. As he turned to meet her expectant gaze, he slowly lowered his head. Moments later, a silver thread of connection formed, shimmering under the moonlight. "Jiang Nan, your hand." The landlady's shy voice broke the silence. "Oh, my apologies, Sister Xia," he stammered, the enchanting scent enveloping him, stirring emotions within. "It's nothing," she reassured, taking a deep breath and resting her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder, softly murmuring, "It seems our relationship is progressing rather quickly." "Sister," Jiang Nan paused, taken aback. "But I have no regrets. At 30, if I don't embrace life, I truly will grow old. I don't wish to leave any regrets in my future. Jiang Nan, you must feel my feelings for you." The landlady's voice was tender. "I'm aware you have someone special online, so I won't ask for too much. Let us maintain our relationship as it is. Just spend time with me when you can, and I will be content." "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, holding her a little tighter. "Jiang Nan, don't say a word," she murmured, gently lifting her head. The familiar gleam of her silver hair shimmered like moonlight. Both their breaths grew heavier in that intimate moment. "Jiang Nan, in a few days, Xiao Ying's grandmother will come to take her away for a few days. Will you come and keep me company?" Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Jiang Nan gazed at his hands, astonished. Wow, this is truly significant. Despite having known the landlady's ample proportions, the tactile confirmation revealed the true extent of her allure. Back in his room, dressed in pajamas, he lay down on the bed. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He turned to glance at the bedside table, then rolled over to open the drawer, only to furrow his brows in concern. After nearly a day with the system, he realized he had forgotten about his 5-year diary. It was missing. The diary, which should have been in the drawer, had vanished, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. At 17, on his birthday, he had passed by a bridge and encountered an elderly woman selling trinkets. Moved by her pitiable appearance, he purchased a few items, and in return, she gifted him a diary, telling him that if he made wishes for 5 years, eventually his dreams would come true. Throughout the years, he had treated it as a joke, diligently recording his thoughts without fail. Now, with the system, he realized that the diary wasn't particularly thick, yet his 5 years of entries were all contained within it. "I must truly be a simpleton." Jiang Nan shook his head. "I wish to be a super wealthy heir. My 22 years of humble existence were merely a test devised by my unseen billionaire father to temper my character, preparing me to be a worthy successor." Perhaps, in a certain sense, he had indeed succeeded in his wish. That unseen billionaire father of his might very well be this system. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. "Host, the extravagant life system is merely a small aid for you." At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "So, has my wish been granted?" Jiang Nan inquired. "It has." The system's voice echoed in his thoughts. "I suggest the host check your character attribute panel." "Oh, I can view my character attribute panel?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he called forth his character attributes. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 4 million yuan. Abilities, insight, master-level piano proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne. Life encounter. On his 22nd birthday, he will receive a grand gift. Jiang Nan, after perusing his character attribute panel, displayed a hint of surprise. Unlike the panels of the landlady and others, his included a life encounter. His birthday falls on July 15th, implying that in 2 months, the wish he made will truly come to fruition. However, with the system now at his disposal, he found himself indifferent to the title of a super-rich second generation. Nonetheless, such an identity might legalize everything for him. Furthermore, being a super-rich heir could potentially provide him with ample funds to indulge. Of course, this is merely his speculation. The true nature of this so-called grand gift remains to be seen in 2 months. Before sleeping, he decided to earn some money. Jiang Nan lay down and opened Douyin, his intentions crystal clear as he injected 1 million into the platform. Instantly, 10 million dough coins appeared in his account. Spotting an attractive streamer, he began to shower her with gifts. Remarkably, by the time he had expended the entire 10 million dough coins, merely half an hour had passed. Most of that time was spent searching for streamers who were visually appealing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your expenditure and earned a 3-fold rebate. 1 million transformed into 3 million, netting him a profit of 2 million in just half an hour. Such a pace of earning, one might wonder, who else could match it? Sleep beckoned. Jiang Nan felt he had ample time to indulge and reap returns. Staying up late was utterly unnecessary. He spent a dreamless night. The following morning, his stable biological clock roused him around 8. Upon awakening, he called out to the system in his mind. The system responded, "The indulgent life system is at your service. How may I assist you?" "No need. I merely wish to confirm that I was not dreaming yesterday." Jiang Nan checked his account balance. 6 million. A satisfied smile graced his face. In just a day, he had transformed from a mere few thousand yuan in savings into a small fortune of 6 million, experiencing many delightful events he had never encountered before. Exhilarated, Jiang Nan leaped from his bed. His physical condition felt remarkably invigorated. He wondered if he might have a chance to showcase it when Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th. Standing before the mirror at the washstand, he mused. If his online romantic interest was indeed the renowned beauty Meng Qingqiu from Moda University, then her appearance, figure, and demeanor were undoubtedly exceptional. Truth be told, Jiang Nan felt that failing to win her over would be a disservice, considering she traveled a great distance to meet him. Additionally, he was quite curious about the depth of her feelings for him, given their 2.5-year online relationship. Based on her usual demeanor, he speculated that her affection might not even reach 40 points. Yet, the fact that she took the initiative to meet him and had even secretly met him last year suggested her feelings might exceed that estimate. Perhaps 50 or even 60 points of affection were highly plausible. With this in mind, it seemed prudent to pin his hopes for completing the little task on the yet unknown attribute panel of Meng Qingqiu. A peculiar gleam sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Buzz, his phone, resting on a washstand, vibrated with an incoming call. He picked it up to find a voice message from Meng Qingqiu. "Darling, good morning." As soon as the call connected, her energetic voice filled his ears, causing Jiang Nan's lips to curve upward uncontrollably. "It's the 16th. There are still 2 whole days until I meet you." Meng Qingqiu laughed joyfully. It was evident that she was perhaps even more eager for their first encounter than Jiang Nan himself. "Almost there," he replied, equally excited. "Darling, I have to go to class now." Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in. "Go ahead," Jiang Nan responded as the call ended. He completed his morning routine and settled down on the living room sofa with his phone. He ordered a standard breakfast of soy milk, youtiao, and a tea egg, incurring a delivery fee of around 15 yuan, which yielded a 4-fold rebate. The more he spent, the more his wealth multiplied. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became the wealthiest person in Jiangcheng. He even mused that as his funds increased, he might eventually grow weary of his amassed wealth. Jiang Nan understood that while spending may yield temporary pleasure, such pleasure would inevitably fade, leading to a sense of monotony. Perhaps this was the balancing point to counteract future desensitization to money. Would he possess any extraordinary abilities in the future? He thought it wise to first acquire a sturdy constitution. Jiang Nan considered the future, but did not dwell excessively on it. Presently, he found himself surrounded by several attractive individuals, including Lin Man, the landlady, and the soon-to-arrive Meng Qingxiu. It would be unreasonable to think that one encounter with these three exquisite women would suffice. Thus, the need for a robust constitution was undeniably essential. System, I hope you can deliver, Jiang Nan silently implored. He opened WeChat and noticed several messages. Among them were notes from the landlady, Lin Man, and the streamer Su. Landlady, good morning, you charming little man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, shall we grab lunch this afternoon? I know a fantastic Sichuan restaurant. Su, Jiang Nan, are you in Jiangxing too? The last message from Su caught him off guard. Is she also in Jiangxing? After replying, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa and exited WeChat to open Douyin. Welcome, everyone, to the gaming stream. I'm your host, Xiaomei. A small heart on the pressure plate costs 1, while a big beer on the plate costs 3. 1 minute of hot air balloon fun on the stream. The familiar voice made Jiang Nan's mouth drop slightly. Wow, this streamer, Xiaomei, is so dedicated, treating streaming like a job, starting at around 8 in the morning. After a moment's thought, Jiang Nan decided to inject another million into the platform. Instantly, 10 million Dou coins appeared in his account. He entered the live stream. Welcome, Brother Yinyu Jiang Nan. Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Su greeted him enthusiastically as he entered the stream. I just ordered takeout and came to check in, Jiang Nan replied, sending a message in the chat before showering her with 20 carnival gifts. Each gift cost 3,000 yuan, totaling 60,000. Wow, thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for the 20 carnivals. Currently, there's no small punishment for not sending gifts. Would you like to customize a small punishment? Su's excited voice echoed in the live stream. It was still early in the morning, with only 5 or 6 individuals present in her live streaming room. Although the room was devoid of comments, it was soon evident that these few began to flood the chat with messages. Big brother, have her change to stockings. Yes, big brother. Let Su switch her flesh-colored stockings for black or white ones. Big brother, a multitude has fervently requested that Su change her flesh-colored stockings for something else. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, pondered for a moment, and then typed. Choose the outfit you find most appealing. Just keep the flesh-colored stockings. No need to change to others. After being accustomed to black, white, and various colored stockings, Jiang Nan admitted he had truly not had enough of the flesh-colored ones. Moreover, Su's stockings were of an exceptionally sheer type, almost clinging to her delicate legs. At this moment, she was merely adorned in a simple floral long dress, allowing only glimpses of her calves and those exquisite, flesh-colored feet. Thus, Jiang Nan felt something was amiss. What was needed was an outfit that would showcase her thighs, allowing her beautiful legs to be displayed in all their glory. All right, wait a moment, big brother. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's comment, Su immediately covered her chest with a sign and bowed deeply toward the camera before dashing out of view. Jiang Nan, unhurried, took this time to engage in a carnival event. In just a short while, coupled with the previous 20, he had rapidly accumulated 100 carnival tokens. 100 tokens were worth 300,000 yuan, equivalent to over a year's salary for an ordinary worker. Yet for Jiang Nan, it was merely a matter of minutes spent. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption complete. You have received a 10-fold rebate. 3,000,000 yuan. Huh? The system's notification echoed in his mind, and the staggering 10-fold rebate left him visibly astonished. Goodness gracious, a 10-fold rebate. This was his first experience with such a multiplier. Elated, Jiang Nan proceeded to send Su another 100 carnival tokens. However, this time luck was not on his side. He received only a 2-fold rebate, totaling 600,000 yuan. Observing the remaining 4 million dojuan in his account, Jiang Nan contemplated clearing it all out when the distinct sound of high heels clicking on the floor resonated through the live stream. Thank you for your patience, big brother Jiang Nan. I have arrived. Su's voice followed, drawing Jiang Nan's gaze. The first thing to enter the frame was a pair of slightly sheer qipao and flesh-colored legs. Soon, Su's entire figure came into view. Her physique was nothing short of formidable. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Within the streaming room, Su held a small round fan. Though her masked face obscured her features, it was undeniable that in the presence of her curvaceous, voluptuous form, no matter how high her beauty score, it paled in comparison to the allure of her stunning figure. The semi-sheer chi-pao ensemble unveiled the beauty of her flesh-colored legs, just as he had envisioned. What a sight to behold! It was as if she were the embodiment of a contemporary goddess of flesh stockings. Jiang Nan conceded that her extraordinary physique alone was enough to drive countless individuals online into a frenzy. My goodness, this is simply astounding. Typing with my tongue to express my astonishment. Wow, this streamer's figure perfectly embodies the charm of stockings paired with a chi-pao, truly the pinnacle of this style. Although Jiang Nan's 200 carnival tokens had drawn attention, the moment Su made her stunning entrance in her semi-sheer chi-pao and flesh-colored stockings, the atmosphere in the live stream erupted in exuberance. At that moment, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, unable to contain himself any longer, and cast a detection spell towards Su. Chapter 22. Deposits reach 10 million. Welfare task upgraded. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Beauty score, 90. Affection, 30 points. A beauty score of 90. The instant Su Yun's attributes appeared, Jiang Nan's gaze fixated on her beauty score, and upon seeing it was a full 90, his face lit up with surprise. He had seen Su Yun's photos and was aware that her beauty was not lacking. Indeed, she belonged to the category that grew more alluring the longer one looked. Yet, he had never anticipated her score could reach 90. Moreover, her initial affection level was a remarkable 30 points, which delighted Jiang Nan even more. He deemed it entirely reasonable to have only 30 points of affection after spending nearly 1 million. In the realm of online gifting, affection could only ascend to a certain extent unless one encountered a truly materialistic individual, in which case affection would undoubtedly skyrocket. As for Su Yun, from head to toe, Jiang Nan considered her to be a paragon of virtue. Attaining 30 points in affection was already commendable. Meeting in person would undoubtedly be the swiftest way to deepen affection. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Huh? You sent 200 carnival tokens in total? At that moment, Su Yun's astonished and excited voice rang out in the live stream. Big brother Jiang Nan, how many outfits do you expect me to change into with these 200 carnival tokens? I do not possess that many. Haha, dividing those 200 carnival tokens, surely you could buy hundreds of different outfits? Indeed, brothers, let us show our support. I believe this exceptional outfit streamer has immense potential for growth. Perhaps we will witness the emergence of a goddess of flesh stockings or a goddess of chi-pao. The comments in the live stream began to flood, and a hint of dazedness crossed Su Yun's masked face as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan's avatar in the top position, taking a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was thanks to this generous individual. Without him showering her with gifts in her live stream, how could she garner such attention? With her unchanged streaming style, abstaining from selling risky content and socks, earning through live streaming would be a distant dream. Now, Jiang Nan alone had gifted her over 1 million, and after taxes, she could expect to take home at least 300,000 to 400,000, a sum she had not earned in several years. Su Yun affection level, 10. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to add another 200,000 yuan, combining it with the remaining 400,000 to gift Su Yun another 200 carnival tokens. At that moment, another system notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption complete. You have received a 5-fold rebate. 3,000,000 yuan. Another 5-fold rebate, with 3 million added to his account, brought a satisfied smile to Jiang Nan's face. His savings had now reached an astonishing 8-digit figure, 11,600,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your deposits have reached 10 million. In light of your strong consumption desire and enthusiasm, we are upgrading the current welfare task. Acquire a female confidant with a beauty score exceeding 90, affection above 90 points. Task reward: Villa number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu, a globally limited luxury hypercar Pagani Huayra, and the indestructible golden kidney. The moment Jiang Nan's savings surpassed 10 million, the system's notification echoed in his mind for the third time. Oh! Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Nan's face immediately displayed a look of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into excitement. The task remained unchanged, merely the rewards had been upgraded. As long as he completed the welfare task, in addition to the Jiangxing Tianfu Villano 001 and the globally limited luxury hypercar Pagani Zonda, he would also acquire the indestructible ability of a diamond kidney. Wonderful, wonderful. You, dear system, are truly my thoughtful assistant. Whatever I desire seems to materialize, Jiang Nan exclaimed in admiration. It is indeed an honor for the system to serve its host. The system's voice echoed. To be your host is also my honor. The brilliance of this system left Jiang Nan unable to contain his fervent appreciation. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 200 carnival gifts. Do you wish to customize any punishments? Su expressed her willingness to accommodate any requests. At that moment, Su Yun's voice resonated in the live broadcast. No need for any punishment. You may continue your live stream. I will take my leave. Su Yun had brought him considerable gains, and Jiang Nan was reluctant to impose any penalties upon her. Moreover, even if a punishment were to be set, it could not be established online. With an attractiveness score reaching 90 and a favorable impression of 40 points even before their meeting, it was easy to imagine the profound impact he would have on this exceptional lady when they finally met. As Jiang Nan exited the live stream, Su Yun, too, closed her broadcast with nearly 3,000 viewers. Just as he was about to scroll through Douyin to see if there were any beautiful streamers, several notification sounds chimed from his WeChat backend. Upon checking, he found messages from Su Yun. Brother Jiang Nan, what a coincidence. I am also from Jiangxing. You have sent me so many gifts. I truly do not know how to thank you. I wonder if I can invite you for a meal? This time, he did not type a response, but sent a voice message instead. At that moment, in an old-style apartment in the old district of Jiangxing, a woman clad in a slightly sheer qipao, with perfect legs adorned in stockings, removed her mask and held the phone to her ear. All right, when are you free? Upon hearing this voice message, Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise. What a youthful voice. Jiang Nan had no photos on Douyin, nor did he disclose his age. Only his location in Jiangxing. Honestly, Su Yun had never imagined that the brother who had gifted her over 1 million would be so young. In her perspective, it was typically older businessmen who would be so generous with gifts. Furthermore, Jiang Nan's style of gifting without any demands did not resemble that of a young man. It was remarkably composed. Thus, Su Yun had always assumed that this top donor was a middle-aged man. However, now, hearing the voice, it seemed otherwise, filling her with an inexplicable sense of joy. Chapter 23. Brother, it's about time. You can come to my house. Brother Jiang Nan, I am free at noon. Please send me your location, and I will come find you. Jiang Nan's voice rang out again. All right. Hearing that Jiang Nan would come to her place for a meal, she naturally assumed he simply wanted to share a meal at home, prompting her to prepare by buying some groceries. Coincidentally, her little girl was at kindergarten, so would T be awkward? Curious about what this top donor looked like, Su Yun felt a favorable impression of Jiang Nan had reached 40 points. Essentially, as long as they met and this top donor was not lacking in limbs or eyesight, that 40 points of favorability could very well lead to something indescribable between them. Su Yun was no fool. Jiang Nan had gifted her over 1 million, and she could hardly believe he had no ulterior motives. Having raised her daughter alone for so many years, finding a reliable partner would be a liberating experience. If it weren't for someone like Jiang Nan generously showering her with gifts, she might have endured life alone. However, now, with Jiang Nan's support, it would be disingenuous to say she didn't desire a companion. She thought to herself, although she had a child, she was still youthful in appearance and physique. Hardly any young woman could rival her, let alone the fact that she had only been with one man. As she spoke, Su Yun, who had just removed her semi-sheer qipao, glanced down at her figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed with a hint of pride. Though approaching 30, she still bore the charm of youth. May the heavens bless me. May the heavens bless me. This top donor must be a man worthy of my trust. Even if it's just to be lovers, as long as he treats me well, I would gladly accept. Having lived alone with her daughter for so many years, she understood better than anyone the hardships of a single mother. With her daughter still young and merely in kindergarten, They could get by for now, but when the time came for elementary school, middle school, high school, and even college, it would require a significant amount of money. As an amateur piano teacher, she could earn over $10,000 a month when acquaintances sought her help to teach a couple of students. But such stability was far from guaranteed every month. Lost in thought, she changed into a simple floral dress and glanced at herself in the mirror, not knowing what she recalled, her face involuntarily displaying a hint of bashfulness. Su-Yun favorability too. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, having saved Su-Yun's location on his phone, suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Merely over $1 million had stirred the affections of such an exceptional lady. It seemed that wealth truly allowed one to act freely. In a certain sense, Jiang Nan felt a unique connection with Su-Yun, as she had been consistently recommended to him. And upon opening Douyin, she appeared right away. It felt like destiny. Jiang Nan shook his head, finding his previous thoughts quite astonishing. In just one day, his mindset had shifted so rapidly. It seemed that many people were right. It was indeed normal for nouveau riche to attract disdain. Having just acquired the system, his heart seemed to swell with pride. In this world, there were far too many individuals wealthier than him. And what of wealth? Jiang Nan took a deep breath. The phrase wealthy enough to rival a nation was merely a saying from ancient times. Did one not see how even the immensely rich, like Sun Wansan, had their fortunes diminished? The common man should not contend with officials. No matter how wealthy you are, power ultimately weighs heavily on your wealth. Fortunately, the rebates he received from the system were obtained through legitimate channels, untraceable by anyone. Otherwise, he feared that he would have been visited by the authorities before he could even save up to 10 million. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone again and downloaded several pay-to-win mobile games. Yesterday, he had not thought of the various money-burning games he could not afford. Today, he intended to indulge himself to the fullest. For the next few hours, Jiang Nan spent his time fervently pouring money into games he had previously deemed too expensive. With one game, seeing an expenditure of 100,000. In one particular card drawing game, he spent a staggering 300,000. Yet, despite this significant investment, he merely acquired a plethora of duplicate cards, failing to collect all available cards. What a terrible game, Jiang Nan declared, promptly uninstalling it. The consumer rebates from gaming are not significantly inferior to the expenditures on live streaming rewards. Jiang Nan calculated that he had spent nearly 3 million over the course of just over 3 hours. This translates to an average expenditure of 1 million per hour. Remarkably, his rebate amounted to an impressive 9 million. After deducting the initial 3 million, he netted a profit of 6 million, a speed that can only be described as astonishing. In merely 3 hours, he earned more than what many might accumulate in a lifetime or even several lifetimes. If others were to discover this, one can only imagine their reactions. With a current total of 17,600,000 and a car already at his disposal, perhaps it is prudent to consider purchasing a house first. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Acquiring a property does not necessarily imply he must reside there. As long as he makes a purchase, he will be eligible for consumer rebates, and, with a stroke of good fortune, he could potentially multiply his 17 million into over 100 million in no time. Buzz. As Jiang Nan contemplated his next move, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a voice call from Su-Yun. Is it you, Jiang Nan Gidge? Despite Su-Yun being a few years his senior, her calling him Gidge was quite pleasant to his ears, her voice sweet and melodious. It's me. Gidge, the time is almost right. You can come to my place now. Su-Yun's slightly shy voice came through the line. Chapter 24. Su-Yun, why do I feel like I am the top supporter? Hearing her words, Jiang Nan paused momentarily. With a favorability rating of 42, could she truly be this forward? They had not even met yet, and she was already inviting him over? All right. The location Su-Yun sent was not far from his old neighborhood, merely a 7 or 8 minute drive at most, and even less if he pushed the limits of speed. At a convenience store, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to purchase a box of do just in case. Shortly thereafter, he drove his Porsche Cayenne into the community where Su-Yun resided. I've arrived, he messaged her. Just a moment, I'll be down shortly. Oh, I expected it would take longer, Su-Yun replied, surprised. I'm just nearby, Jiang Nan responded, easily surveying the entire community of several buildings. He parked in an open space right in the middle. After stepping out of his car, Jiang Nan placed a small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited patiently. Buzz. Not long after, his phone vibrated again. I'm downstairs. Where are you? Su Yun's voice rang out. I'm in the central open area, Jiang Nan replied, moving around while scanning his surroundings. Simultaneously, Su Yun was approaching the central area, and the moment their eyes met, Jiang Nan distinctly heard her swallow audibly over the phone, followed immediately by the system's prompt in his mind. Su Yun favorability 20. Is that you, handsome? Su Yun's incredulous voice came through. It's me. Jiang Nan hung up and waved at the somewhat bewildered Su Yun from a distance. In an instant, Su Yun snapped back to reality, her confusion transforming into delight as she sprinted over in her heels. Is it really you, Jiang Nan? Upon meeting, Su Yun still gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief, instinctively moving closer and linking her arm with his. Yes, Jiang Nan was genuinely surprised by Su Yun's boldness, unaware that the most effective strategy in this world was for a woman to pursue her own desires. Nothing could rival this approach. Moreover, Su Yun had already completed her pursuit long before this moment. Given that she was now face-to-face with the undeniably handsome Jiang Nan, it was truly overwhelming. You must be born in the 2000s, right? Su Yun, still holding on to Jiang Nan's arm, leaned in closer, causing him to feel a flutter of emotions. Yes, I'm 22 this year. Jiang Nan, feeling bold, wrapped his arm around Su Yun's slender waist. He could distinctly feel her body shiver slightly at his touch. But she quickly relaxed. Su Yun favorability 1. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, and Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yun's assertiveness was quite enjoyable. Who could resist a woman with a striking appearance and a perfect figure? Had Jiang Nan not possessed the ability of insight, he might have felt intimidated by Su Yun's forwardness. However, with his gift, he could easily discern the intentions of those he encountered online. A woman with such a low charge could hardly pose a threat. Moreover, Jiang Nan sensed that Su Yun was an intriguingly complex individual. You're born in 2002, right? Su Yun paused, her mouth slightly agape. Wow, why do I suddenly feel like I am the top supporter of Jiang Nan? What's wrong with being born in 2002? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Nothing. Just a strange feeling. Su Yun murmured, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. His looks, undeniably striking, might even surpass those of top-tier celebrities. He had a captivating charm that exuded an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a nobleman. Were you expecting me to be a middle-aged, balding man? Jiang Nan quickly perceived Su Yun's thoughts and chuckled. Yes, she replied softly, lowering her gaze. Disappointed? Jiang Nan led Su Yun up the stairs. No, how could I be disappointed? I'm absolutely thrilled, Su Yun exclaimed hastily. The impact of a 63-point favorability was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Nan could truly feel it. Comparatively, the landlord's wife, who had a favorability rating of 55, had not been nearly as forward, with Jiang Nan taking the initiative instead. From the very beginning, Su Yun had been the one driving the encounters, even inviting him to her home for their first meeting. The pace of their interaction was astonishing. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Jiang Nan, presumably enhanced by the system, ascended without breaking a sweat, while Su Yun, perhaps due to her excitement, arrived at her door with flushed cheeks. As she retrieved her keys, she glanced around nervously. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she swiftly opened the door, pulling Jiang Nan inside. Bang! The door shut behind them, and before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, Su Yun had already embraced him tightly. In that moment, the system's notifications flooded his mind. Su Yun favorability 1. Su Yun favorability 2. Su Yun favorability 3. In mere seconds, Su Yun's favorability rating had surged by over 10 points. Minutes later, a silver beam of light parted as Su Yun lowered her head. Her delicate face, neck, and ears flushed crimson. A soft voice emerged as she spoke, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her floral dress. Although she was a woman on the verge of turning 30, accompanied by a daughter, her demeanor resembled that of a young girl caught in wrongdoing, standing in penance. In Chapter 25, Youthful Ignorance of Silk's Charm, mistaking black and white for treasure, Jiang Nan observed Su Yun's girlish posture and gently lifted her chin, prompting her to look up. Their eyes met, and Su Yun, with her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip, exuded an irresistibly alluring expression. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and inquired, "What smells so delightful? Have you prepared a meal at home?" The topic shifted, and Su Yun shyly nodded. "Yes, I was just about to eat, and, coincidentally, I am quite hungry myself." Jiang Nan released his hand, wrapping his arms around Su Yun. At this moment, her affection for him had astonishingly reached 73 points, a remarkable increase. One could not help but notice how proactive Su Yun was in his presence. Indeed, if Jiang Nan revealed even the slightest desire, she would instantaneously switch to an accommodating mode. Soon, they were seated at the dining table in the living room. Jiang Nan glanced around at the 4 dishes and a soup, a quintessential home-cooked meal: spicy chicken, scrambled eggs with chives, and corn rib soup. "Brother Jiang Nan, please bear with my cooking. When I have time, I'll prepare a feast for you," Su Yun said as she served rice, feeling somewhat bashful addressing him as brother given their age difference. "This looks appetizing." Jiang Nan accepted the chopsticks and remarked, "By the way, I don't think I know your name yet. I'm Jiang Nan, so just call me by my name." Brother feels a bit awkward. "I am Su Yun." "Jiang Nan is truly a wonderful name," she replied, settling down next to him, obediently serving him dishes while he effortlessly ate with one hand. Hadn't he seen people multitasking with their phones while dining? Initially composed, Su Yun's face gradually turned redder until she became entirely tense. During the meal, Jiang Nan savored every bite, while Su Yun, having only sipped some soup, refrained from eating much more. "You seem a bit shy," Jiang Nan observed, reclining in his chair, a smile gracing his face as he noted Su Yun's flushed cheeks. "I've never had this kind of soup before." "Don't worry, there will be more opportunities to enjoy it," Jiang Nan assured her. After the meal, Su Yun's affection for him soared to 80 points, a swift development that left Jiang Nan somewhat astonished. "I'll clean up. You can relax in the living room," Su Yun offered as she stood to gather the dishes. "No need. I'll help you," Jiang Nan said, grasping her hand. Their eyes locked, an invisible spark igniting between them. "Sister Yun, you really should eat something. You won't have the energy otherwise," he gently urged. "Then I shall eat a little," Su Yun shyly nodded, preparing to set down the dishes. "Wait, Sister Yun, you continue tidying up," Jiang Nan's voice interrupted. An hour later, in the bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, a look of bliss gradually transforming into one of contemplation. He was just 1 point shy of his goal. It puzzled him why her affection had plateaued. Throughout that hour, he had intermittently felt Su Yun's affection increase, but upon reaching 89 points, it ceased as if it had hit a limit. Could it be that Su Yun was still holding on to something? His gaze flickered toward the sleeping Su Yun, and he gently pushed a strand of hair from her forehead, marveling at her beauty. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the bedside table. Checking the time, he realized it was around 2 in the afternoon. "Jiang Nan, where have you been?" It was a call from the landlady. "I stepped out for a bit," he replied, glancing at Su Yun. "What is it, Sister Xia?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask you about some piano fingerings." The landlady's voice was soft and somewhat shy. "Let's discuss it tonight. I still have some work to do." After hanging up, Jiang Nan finished his cigarette and noticed a pair of stockings on the floor. Chuckling to himself, youthful ignorance of silk's charm, mistaking black and white for treasure. In his earlier years, he had deemed black and white stockings superior. But now he recognized that all silk was magnificent in its own right. The notion that any silk could surpass another was sheer nonsense. After taking a refreshing shower, Jiang Nan felt invigorated, reflecting on not being the solitary hero of his own story anymore. He dressed and, before leaving, kissed Su Yun gently on the forehead. Unbeknownst to him, once he departed, Su Yun's eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of bliss. She bit her lip, murmuring to herself, "Su Yun, if someone didn't know better, they might think you were Jiang Nan's #1 supporter, being so forward. How shameless." Yet, despite her self-deprecating thoughts, Su Yun felt no regret. She lamented only that she hadn't met Jiang Nan sooner, for then she could have enjoyed his company for much longer. Little did she know, even had she encountered him earlier, he wouldn't have had the means to catch her attention. Time to buy a house, Jiang Nan decided. Searching for properties in Jiangcheng, he was unfamiliar with the local real estate market. Though this area was considered old, new developments were plentiful. Nantian Pavilion. He arrived at the most premier development in Jiangcheng's old district. As he pulled up to the sales center, 2 receptionists, previously engaged in light-hearted chatter, quickly composed themselves. "Hello, I'm here to look at properties. Is parking available here?" Jiang Nan inquired with a smile as he rolled down the window. "Yes, indeed." As the window of Jiang Nan's car descended, the eyes of the two welcoming ladies instantly lit up, and they hurriedly approached in their high heels. "This way, please. This parking spot is excellent. You won't need to reverse when you leave. You can drive straight out." The enthusiasm of the two welcoming ladies was palpable. Jiang Nan's charm was undeniable. It mattered not if he arrived in a Porsche Cayenne or a mere electric scooter. They would gladly attend to such a handsome man. "Thank you." After parking, Jiang Nan expressed his gratitude with a smile. He also took a moment to assess the two welcoming ladies. Their attractiveness hovered around a score of 72, a respectable figure. In Jiang Nan's previous perspective, a girlfriend with such a score would surely be delightful. Moreover, the physique of those who work as welcoming ladies was generally impressive. Their professional attire, consisting of knee-length skirts rather than form-fitting dresses, was complemented by alluring black stockings that drew the eye. "No need to thank us. It is our honor to assist our guests," the two ladies exclaimed with genuine smiles, their gazes lingering on Jiang Nan with evident admiration. At that moment, Jiang Nan exuded an irresistible charisma, capable of drawing a multitude of women toward him. With his exceptional temperament, striking appearance, and well-defined physique, he was undoubtedly a potent temptation for most women. Soon, the two welcoming ladies led Jiang Nan into the lobby of the NTNG Sales Center, where staff members promptly greeted him. Among them was a young lady with long legs clad in black stockings, appearing to be around 25 years of age, with an attractiveness rating of 78. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a score could be considered the pinnacle among ordinary women. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her face immediately broke into a warm smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Welcome to NTNG. Please trust me. Our properties will not disappoint you." Jiang Nan, the sales representative, took a seat across from Jiang Nan, having waved over to her colleagues. Dressed in a professional outfit with a form-fitting skirt, she merely adjusted her dress without crossing her legs, her alluring black lace subtly enticing. "Please have some water." At that moment, another sales lady approached with 2 bottles of mineral water. "Thank you." Jiang Nan accepted the bottles and, by chance, brushed his hand against the black-stockinged sales lady's palm. Instantly, he noticed her body tense up, her face flushing crimson. Jiang Nan merely smiled, turning his attention back to Jiang Nan. "I am here to purchase a ready-to-move-in property." "Certainly," Jiang Nan replied promptly. "Are you looking for something already decorated?" Jiang Nan contemplated for a moment before inquiring. Meng Qingqiu will arrive in Jiangcheng on the 18th. His previous residence, while not lacking in quality, did not quite match the affluent persona he projects. Hence, acquiring a ready-to-move-in property without any additional renovations would be ideal. "Absolutely." Jiang Nan nodded, retrieving a file from behind her and extracting a small album, then crouching down. Her posture was deliberate. As she bent, the neckline of her outfit opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of enticing lace. "What do you think of this layout, Jiang Xiansheng?" Unintentionally catching Jiang Nan's gaze lingering on her, she smirked slightly, pointing to a photograph on the table. Jiang Nan looked at the image. It depicted a small unit of about 80 square meters, styled in a manner that did not appeal to him. Rather than being elegantly simplistic, it appeared visually cluttered. "This one is too small." Jiang Nan shook his head decisively. "My budget is around 17 million for a ready-to-move-in property. Please show me several options that fit this criterion." The average price at NTNG was approximately 550,000, making it one of the most prestigious developments in the old city of Jiangcheng. This price range placed it among the elite, with an 80 square meter unit costing at least 4 million. Such a price is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals and would require years of saving for even the most affluent professionals. 17 million? Understood. Jiang Nan nodded, displaying little interest in the allure of the woman approaching him. He had little interest in women unless they exceeded a score of 90. However, a base score of 85 was the minimum acceptable standard. Even some 80-point beauties with exceptional attributes could catch his eye. Jiang Nan, however, did not quite meet his standards. In the courtyard of a small villa within the NTNG community, Jiang Nan stood beside Jiang Nan, smiling as she introduced one of the villas for sale at 15 million, encompassing a total area of 200 square meters with an additional 120 square meters of complementary space. Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the price. The total cost of $15 million for 320 square meters equates to about $47,000 per square meter. The villa consists of 3 stories, featuring a basement with a garage, a private cinema, a gym, and a leisure room. This villa is newly furnished and ready for sale. Jiang Nan continued. Ready for sale? Jiang Nan frowned. However, if Jiang Xiansheng is interested, you can purchase it immediately, Jiang Nan quickly added. Let's take a look inside. Jiang Nan stepped toward the first floor of the villa. The decor leans toward European style, not excessively simplistic, but rather grand, particularly the spacious reception area. Can this be concluded immediately? Jiang Nan casually inquired, considering the villa as a potential short-term residence. Immediate conclusion? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his intent. I'll take it. Jiang Nan was never one to procrastinate, stating nonchalantly, no need for any frills. Are you saying you wish to proceed without viewing? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in surprise, excitement evident on her face. Yes, Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. Actually, the price could be slightly lower, Jiang Nan suggested hastily. No need to lower it. The whole number of 15 million is easier to manage, Jiang Nan replied. How much can you really reduce on a villa of this price? Moreover, the amount of loss he incurs is equivalent to the amount he has diminished. If, at that moment, the cashback multiplier for consumption is exceedingly high, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. Gulu. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed hard. Goodness, this truly is a quintessential, super-rich second-generation heir. A villa costing 15 million, purchased without hesitation and without any negotiation. Are you planning to pay in full, or? Jiang Nan's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Nan, who declared, right now, I will pay the full amount instantly. Jiang Nan immediately adopted a humble demeanor, bowing slightly as she led the way. Soon, within the financial office of the Nantian Sales Center, after completing the contract, Jiang Nan paid the sum, under the astonished gazes of several individuals in the office. That 15 million was effortlessly processed. Which affluent young master is this? Paying 15 million in full just like that? Jiang Nan felt her heart race as she observed, realizing that although she was aware Jiang Nan had mentioned paying in full, the moment the payment was made, she was still overwhelmed. 15 million. This was not merely 500. It represented a sum she could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a purchase. You have received a cashback reward of 3 times your expenditure, 45 million. A 3-fold rebate. A staggering profit of 30 million. Splendid. Jiang Nan listened to the prompts echoing in his mind, maintaining a neutral expression while internally beaming with joy. Logically, he should seize the momentum and acquire 2 more villas in this development. However, 1 villa per development was sufficient. His future was destined to encompass more than 1 woman. Jiang Nan understood the necessity of this reality. The notion of keeping a beautiful woman hidden away in a golden house was inevitable. Purchasing multiple units in a single development could lead to complications when it came time to allocate them to other women. Better safe than sorry. It was always wise to leave oneself with some maneuvering space for the future. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he realized that he currently possessed 47.6 million, leaving him disinterested in ordinary villas. If he were to buy, he would seek something superior and more extravagant, gradually elevating his status. With the payment settled, the subsequent matters became significantly easier to manage. For such a grand development, particularly a villa valued at 15 million, all necessary documentation had long been prepared. The process was expedited, and soon Jiang Nan respectfully presented a folder to Jiang Nan with both hands. Mr. Jiang, please take your time. If you require anything, feel free to contact me via WeChat. At the entrance of the sales center, Jiang Nan had intended to accompany Jiang Nan, but he waved her off, taking the folder and departing directly. What remarkable efficiency! Jiang Nan, standing at the entrance, watched the departing Portia Qian, shaking her head and smiling wryly. Yet, this wry smile quickly transformed into exuberance. A villa worth 15 million. Her commission would be substantial. At this rate, by the time Meng Qingxiu arrives in Jiangcheng, my cash reserves could reach 100 million, or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance, his countenance radiating anticipation for the future. Whenever he wished, he could easily spend the 47.6 million at hand to acquire high-value items. With a stroke of luck, this 47.6 million could very well catapult him into billionaire status. He had never feared that his wealth would attract scrutiny with a system by his side. As long as he desired, this entire world would serve as his playground, liberally accentuating his entire life. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Jiang Nan glanced at it. It was a message from Lin Man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Shall we arrange a meal? Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The gentle voice of the landlord's wife resonated. Yes, Jiang Nan promptly replied. Would you accompany me for a meal this afternoon? The landlord's wife responded with a cheerful tone. All right, just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. The landlord's wife softly replied. Yes, Sister Xia, where are you now? Jiang Nan asked. At home, just doing my makeup, she hinted coyly. Would you like to come over? Or shall I come to you? Chapter 28. Landlord's wife. In a few days, you'll be in for a treat. Knock, knock, knock. At the door of landlord's wife Xia Jiqing's home, Jiang Nan gently knocked. Tap, tap, tap. After a few seconds, light footsteps approached. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the landlord's wife, and Jiang Nan's face instantly registered shock. Today, the landlord's wife appeared exceptionally different, not only in her attire, but also in her makeup. Typically, she exuded an aura of a mature woman, but today, her makeup was subtle, so understated that one might not even notice she was wearing any. Her slightly curled silver hair was pulled into a high ponytail, presenting a cool and chic appearance, reminiscent of a neighborly big sister. Upon observing her attire, she wore high-waisted jeans paired with a white crop top that revealed a hint of her midriff, her trim waist attracting considerable attention. What's the matter? Don't you recognize your sister anymore? The landlord's wife raised an eyebrow, and that simple gesture stirred Jiang Nan's heart profoundly. Sister, your style is truly versatile. You suit everything. Jiang Nan stepped forward, embracing the landlord's wife. Ah, you rascal. The landlord's wife's earlier cool demeanor melted into softness as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's waist, resting her head gently against his chest and murmuring, Once Xiao goes to her grandmother's place in a few days, we could discuss piano techniques thoroughly. Isn't she still in kindergarten? Jiang Nan playfully lifted the landlord's wife into his arms, closing the door with his foot as he swiftly made his way to the living room. My relative is here, the landlord's wife shyly remarked, reflecting on Jiang Nan's effortless display of strength in lifting her. What on earth? Xia Jiqing, what are you thinking? She chastised herself internally. No worries, Sister Xia. I wonder if I could perhaps see your methods are always more numerous than difficulties, Jiang Nan whispered in her ear. I can't, but I can try to learn, the landlord's wife replied, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, her face flushed to the neck and ears. More than half an hour later, the landlord's wife traced her thumb along her mouth and cast a seductive glance at Jiang Nan. Are you satisfied now, you little rascal? She teased, pouting her lips. Her once neat high ponytail was now somewhat disheveled as she adjusted her crop top and sauntered towards the bathroom. Jiang Nan let out a long sigh, his face alight with satisfaction. In that half hour, the landlord's wife's affection for him had soared to 65 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan looked over. The contact was labeled Lin, presumably the good friend from the landlord's wife's high school days. He shook his head, opting not to answer the call, and noticed the time. It was already 4 o'clock, and the hours had flown by. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Nan slightly closed his eyes, letting his mind wander. A few minutes passed swiftly. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes again. Sister Xia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded her. Okay, the landlord's wife replied, glancing at her phone. Why don't you answer it? It doesn't seem appropriate, Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. What is there to be concerned about? How swiftly the call connects. Lin, are we heading out now? Inquired the landlady softly. Yes, we are at Jiangchen Grand Hotel. Hurry up and come, Lin's voice resonated. Jiangchen Grand Hotel? Which we are you referring to? The landlady furrowed her brow. Indeed, ahem, it's just my husband and me, Lin hastily replied. You are in the old town. It's over half an hour's journey from here. Depart early to avoid the rush hour traffic. It can get quite congested. All right, The landlady gave it little thought. After hanging up, she held her phone, then opened her arms, closed her eyes, and puckered her lips. The allure of a pure school beauty playing coy is nothing compared to the neighboring sister, who is 30. Purity is merely a remnant for someone like the landlady. She can master any style. At this moment, that hint of shyness, coupled with a touch of maturity, creates a genuine visual and emotional impact. Jiang Nan stood up, embracing the landlady, and naturally, did not refuse her advances. Moments later, a silver light flickered as the landlady, blushing and taut, radiated warmth. In a few days, you shall reap the rewards. The landlady squinted her eyes, smiling. It was then Jiang Nan noticed the soft dimples at the corners of her mouth, adding to her unique charm. Sister Xia, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Jiang Nan chuckled. I don't care. A 30-year-old sister now resembles a youthful maiden in love, beautiful and captivating. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Nan, with his arm around the landlady's delicate waist, stepped outside. Jiang Nan, can you drive? The landlady nestled against his shoulder, inquiring. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded, teasing. Didn't Sister Xia just feel how skilled I am behind the wheel? Stop joking around. I'm being serious. The landlady's face flushed again as she playfully pinched Jiang Nan's waist. Ouch! Please spare me, sister. Jiang Nan yelped. Serve you right for being so irreverent. The landlady huffed lightly, then pulled out a set of keys from her Chanel handbag. Not just one key, but a collection of them. Jiang Nan looked on in astonishment. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, each more luxurious than the last. He even spotted a Lamborghini key. What a quintessential wealthy sister. Which one do you want to drive? The landlady smiled as she handed him the keys. Where's the car? Jiang Nan asked. In the underground garage of the community. Jiang Nan shook his head, then took out a car key, pressing it twice towards a Porsche Cayenne parked in the distance. Beep beep. The landlady turned to see a brand new Porsche Cayenne come into view. So this car is yours? She asked, slightly taken aback. She had seen it the day before and didn't realize it belonged to Jiang Nan. Yes, Jiang Nan affirmed. Looks like you're quite the little rich guy. I was thinking of spoiling you, but alas, it seems I'm destined to remain a wealthy woman. The landlady pouted playfully. I was hoping to try out the rumors of rich ladies and their younger companions. She giggled. Let me tell you, sister, you should embrace being your little woman. A dominant persona does not suit you. Jiang Nan whispered softly in her ear, causing her to melt, her gaze turning dreamy. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 29. Do you understand the implications of seeking a wealthy woman? At around 4 o'clock, they set off. Although Jiangsheng is notorious for its traffic, fortunately, they avoided the rush hour, and it took just over half an hour to reach Jiangsheng Grand Hotel. At this moment, a Porsche Cayenne slowly came to a stop at the hotel entrance. Instantly, a young valet rushed over with a bright smile. When a window of the passenger seat rolled down, the valet was momentarily stunned. So beautiful. Excuse me, please. The landlady was warm and graceful towards Jiang Nan, yet exuded an air of aloofness towards others. Despite her gentle attire resembling that of a neighborly older sister, her tone was icy. My apologies, my apologies. The valet instinctively took a step back. Soon, Jiang Nan and the landlady exited the car, and the valet approached Jiang Nan respectfully, saying, Good afternoon, sir. I am the valet from Jiangsheng Grand Hotel. Please ensure your valuables are secured. I will find a parking spot for you. Here, a token. Please return it when you leave. Thank you for your assistance, Jiang Nan replied with a smile, handing him the car key and accepting the token in return. Thank you. The landlady intertwined her arm with Jiang Nan's, pulling out a wallet from her Chanel handbag. She retrieved several $100 bills and handed them to the valet. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The valet gratefully accepted the bills, his face beaming with appreciation. This tip was quite generous, as few guests offered tips, relying instead on their salaries from the hotel. Together, Jiang Nan and the landlady entered the hotel. As soon as they stepped inside, an excited shout echoed nearby. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor followed. Jiang Nan and the landlady turned to see a woman of average build and looks, adorned in heavy makeup, running toward them. Lin, it's been ages. Xia Zhqing greeted with a cheerful smile. Indeed, I've missed you dearly, Wang Lin exclaimed, eager to embrace Xia Zhqing, but then noticed Jiang Nan's presence. Sotol, so handsome, so charming. Wang Lin exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Nan. Ha! This made Xia's HQ beam with pride, inching closer to Jiang Nan, saying, Lin Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, this is my best friend from high school. Wang Lin, hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wow, what a dashing young man. You truly have an eye for talent. Wang Lin couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Nan. What woman wouldn't be captivated by a handsome young man like him? After all, who wouldn't appreciate a tall, handsome, and charming young man? Of course, I'm not too shabby myself, the landlady said confidently, lifting her chin. Let us head upstairs. Wang Lin hurriedly added, I need to tell you something. What is it? The landlady suspected something was amiss. I initially wanted to invite you alone, but Li Fei found out and insisted on organizing a class reunion. As she spoke, her expression turned apologetic. ZHQing, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had a boyfriend. No witties. The landlady was unfazed. It was better to clarify things now. Sister has someone now. Those who have been thinking of her should think twice. After this, it's best not to invite her to such gatherings. Wang Lin whispered. Indeed, a group of misfits, when compared to my partner, seemed to pale in comparison to my charming young man. The landlady, feeling quite proud, tightly grasped Jiang Nan's arm. Presently, her heart was entirely filled with thoughts of Jiang Nan. Previously indifferent to other men, she now found herself devoid of any interest in anyone else. Yes, indeed. Wang Lin nodded in agreement, stealing glances at Jiang Nan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She couldn't help but marvel at the fortune of being able to find such an exceptional young man. Before long, the three of them entered the elevator, ascending to the 15th floor. Ding! In a brief moment, the elevator doors opened and they stepped out. At that moment, a few individuals outside were engaged in lively conversation. Upon hearing the elevator doors open, they immediately turned their attention towards the trio. Jiqing, the leader of the group, a man in his 30s, donned a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. However, upon witnessing the landlady intimately linking arms with a young man, his brows furrowed, and his eyes darkened with discontent. Class monitor, the landlady called out casually. Oh, I have longed to hear you call me that. It's been years since I've awaited this moment. Your refusal to attend our gatherings has been quite disheartening. Li Fei chuckled, then remarked, Come, let us go inside. Your beauty, which captivated us throughout our high school years, is greatly missed. He didn't spare Jiang Nan a single glance, blatantly ignoring him. No, my purpose for coming this time was solely to catch up with Lin Lin. Upon hearing you were here, I thought an opportune moment to inform you that I would prefer not to be invited to these gatherings in the future. In fact, please refrain from sending me any messages. I fear it may upset my husband. Though the landlady leaned on Jiang Nan's shoulder, her commanding presence was undeniable, her tone imbued with an air of authority. From the array of car keys she possessed, it was evident that the landlady's wealth was substantial, likely in the billions. With at least 1,000 car keys, if that Lamborghini was one of the more renowned models, the count could be even higher. Given such opulence, it was hard to believe the landlady lacked significant financial aspirations. You're married? Li Fei finally directed his gaze towards Jiang Nan. Upon realizing he was a handsome young man, his brow furrowed deeper as he said, Jiqing, we are not that familiar. Please address me by my full name, Xia Jiqing. The landlady showered all her good graces upon Jiang Nan, attending to his feelings. Jiang Nan understood her intentions, tightening his embrace around her waist and whispering in her ear, Sister, you are truly wonderful, always considering your younger brother's feelings. I adore you, you rascal. The landlady shot Jiang Nan a flirtatious glance. Witnessing their playful banter, Li Fei's expression darkened, and he gravely remarked, Xia Jiqing, there are many young men who are merely after your wealth. Could anyone truly compare to my husband, who is so handsome and charismatic? The landlady dismissed Li Fei with a glance, retorting, to put it bluntly, I'm aware of your motives for arranging these reunions. Are you not also drawn to my wealth? And honestly, reserving a venue on the 15th floor is rather ordinary. If you seek to court a wealthy woman, you should invest accordingly. Let me tell you, cease these underhanded tactics. Wang Lin, decide whether to accompany me or remain here. With that, the landlady pulled Jiang Nan and turned towards the elevator. Wait for me, Jiqing. Wang Lin immediately followed her bewildered husband. Left standing, Li Fei clenched his teeth. His face flushed with embarrassment, clearly infuriated. Chapter 30. The landlady's favorability reaches 80 points. At this moment, within the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising sister. You were truly magnificent just now. Of course, there's only one of me in this world. Do you truly think any man deserves my gentleness? The landlady raised an eyebrow, exuding pride. At that moment, Wang Lin and her husband entered the elevator. Jiang Nan glanced at Wang Lin's husband, who appeared to be in his 30s, slender, and similarly bespectacled, emanating a scholarly demeanor. Upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, the man smiled, acknowledging him. To the top floor, the landlady pressed the button for the 30th floor. The dining areas at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel included 2 levels. The 15th floor catered to the general public, while the top floor was reserved for those of higher income. A meal that could easily cost tens of thousands. Ding! Soon, they arrived at the 30th floor. The 4 of them exited the elevator, greeted immediately by several receptionists. May I ask if you have a reservation? One of the lead receptionists approached with a warm smile, her eyes frequently darting towards Jiang Nan, filled with admiration. No reservation, but are there private rooms available? The landlady inquired. Yes. Do you possess a VIP card? The receptionist asked softly. Indeed, the landlady nodded and produced a black and gold card from her small handbag. Upon seeing this card, the receptionist's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. She bowed and led the way in a courteous manner. Wang Lin and her husband exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Is she perhaps too prestigious? Wang Lin murmured. Just a few tens of thousands, the landlady replied with a smile. My goodness, that is equivalent to several months of my salary. Wang Lin swallowed hard, whispering, no wonder there are so many people resentful of the wealthy. The disparity in this world is immense. Haha, the landlady chuckled, shaking her head. The experiences of individuals differ. It is the circumstances of life that create such disparities. Her words held a profound depth, acknowledging the distinct realms they inhabited. Jiang Nan understood this well, while Wang Lin and her husband merely smiled, refraining from further discourse. The 2 different classes held divergent perspectives, often unable to resonate with one another. This disparity explained why, in reality, so many sought partners of similar social standing. While in a fantastical world, tales of princes and Cinderellas, or princesses and impoverished suitors abound. This meal did not take long, lasting merely a little over an hour. After the conclusion, although it was around 6 o'clock, the sky outside remained brilliantly illuminated. The landlady, having indulged in a bit of red wine, appeared even more enchanting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with a rosy glow, and her gaze towards Jiang Nan was infused with a dreamy intoxication. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The transaction is complete. You have received a tenfold rebate, 500,000 yuan. A few minutes later, at the front desk of the lobby, Jiang Nan made the payment via WeChat. A staggering 50,000. Upon hearing the sound of the transaction, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged glances, swallowing hard. The cost of a single meal had consumed nearly 4 months of their salaries. It was indeed outrageous. Let's go. The landlady seemed to be slightly tipsy, and Jiang Nan naturally took on the role of the host, smiling and nodding at Wang Lin and her husband. Currently, for Jiang Nan, the rebate of 500,000 was akin to what an ordinary person would perceive as 50 yuan. It was merely a drop in the ocean, eliciting no emotional response whatsoever. They descended to the first floor and arrived at the hotel entrance. Jiang Nan handed the valet ticket to the young attendant he had encountered earlier, and it wasn't long before his car arrived. He waved cheerfully to Wang Lin and her husband before assisting the landlady into the front seat. Soon, the vehicle gradually distanced itself. Wang Lin and her husband lingered for a while, exchanging a long sigh before sharing a bemused smile. I must say, Jiqing's boyfriend is no ordinary man. His eloquence and demeanor. If you claim he's a kept man, I would vehemently disagree, Wang Lin whispered. The 50,000 just paid wasn't tea from your old classmate, but from him directly, and his demeanor was as casual as if he were purchasing a pancake from a street vendor, utterly unconcerned. Wang Lin's husband nodded in agreement. In the car, the seemingly slightly tipsy landlady suddenly sat upright. Feigning intoxication, Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. A mere sip of wine cannot inebriate me. Should you wish me to drink, I could easily accommodate both you and another. However, I do feel somewhat fatigued. Xiaoying has been picked up by her grandmother. Will you keep me company at home tonight? The landlady leaned closer, her face flushed with a rosy hue, her pouting expression exceedingly endearing. All right. Jiang Nan reached out to caress her head, and she immediately squinted with delight, radiating a blissful smile. Regardless of age, every woman harbors a soft spot within her heart, and even the most assertive woman transforms into a delicate lady in the presence of what she perceives as a pillar of support. The journey was slow, as traffic was somewhat congested at this hour. After parking, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady and ascended to the third floor. Creak! Bang! Upon entering, the landlady embraced Jiang Nan's neck and kissed him. Immediately thereafter, her body softened slightly. Xiajiqing affection level 1. Xiajiqing affection level 2. Xiajiqing affection level 1. Around 8 o'clock in the living room, Jiang Nan, with a joyful expression, lit a cigarette and began to exhale puffs of smoke. The affection level had reached 80 points. Jiang Nan exhaled a long stream of smoke, a mysterious smile gracing his face. The landlady was truly explosive. The narrative woven within the yellow literature perfectly encapsulated experiences that Jiang Nan could describe with more than mere satisfaction. The moment was drawing near. The affection level with Sister Xia was approaching 90 points. He pondered whether, when several women with beauty scores exceeding 90 points simultaneously reached that level of affection, it would be considered an extraordinary completion of the small welfare task, and if there might be even more supplementary rewards. Currently, Jiang Nan's interest in money paled in comparison to his fascination with the abilities that rewards could bestow. Some abilities were simply unattainable with money. Chapter 31. Meng Qingqiu's video call. Both startled. After about 10 minutes, Xia Jiqing emerged, clad in a lace little black dress that tantalizingly hinted at her allure. The arrival of relatives was truly ill-timed. The landlady bore a frustrated expression. Had it not been for the relatives' visit, this night could have been prolonged in delight. You seem to be enjoying yourself while I am left to suffer, the landlady said with a wry smile, sitting beside Jiang Nan and scrutinizing him closely, her breathtaking face revealing a hint of awe as she softly remarked, "How come I never realized how remarkable you are before?" Remarkable? Jiang Nan replied with a cheerful glance at the landlady. In fewer than 2 days, I have developed such affection for you. Is that not remarkable? The landlady's expression turned peculiar. For years, countless exceptional men had sought to win her heart. All in vain, they had met with utter failure. She had not even entertained the thought of seeking another man. Who could have imagined that, after such a short time, she would be wholly captivated by Jiang Nan? How could that not strike her as strange? Perhaps you simply did not know me well before? Or perhaps, at that time, our fates did not align. Jiang Nan gently embraced her, whispering, "Fate is an unpredictable thing." Indeed, the landlady felt no regret as she leaned softly against Jiang Nan's shoulder. This moment of tenderness brought a blissful smile to her face. Buzz. After mere seconds of intimacy, Jiang Nan's phone in his pocket vibrated. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen, immediately sitting up straight. "Is your online romance checking in?" Noticing Jiang Nan's unusual demeanor, the landlady's eyes flickered, and she chuckled lightly. "It's a video call," Jiang Nan replied. "That's simple." The landlady shifted down, lying across Jiang Nan's lap, and playfully winking at him. Jiang Nan's heart raced slightly faster. After taking a deep breath, he answered Meng Qingqiu's video call. "Darling." As soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice rang out. "Good evening." "Qiuqiu, good evening. Tomorrow is the 17th. Once the day passes, I will see you on the 18th. Meng Qingqiu's face lit up with joy, but then she suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Frog fun, why is this a video call?" Her voice pitch increased several decibels, and she soon noticed Jiang Nan in the frame. Just as I peering close to the camera, she gasped, "Frog fun, did you apply a beauty filter?" "This WeChat video has no beauty filter," Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. "Your eyes are visible. Why not reveal your entire face?" "I am shy," Meng Qingqiu murmured, her eyes still glued to the camera in shock. A year ago, she had seen Jiang Nan from a distance, and while he wasn't unattractive, he certainly hadn't been as breathtaking as he appeared in the video now. Meng Qingqiu had encountered countless handsome men at the prestigious Shanghai University, but only the Jiang Nan on the video could leave her utterly mesmerized. Then, I shall turn off the video. Jiang Nan pretended to prepare to switch to a voice call. No. Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice rang out, and soon, a stunning beauty that seemed otherworldly appeared on the screen. Jiang Nan, despite being mentally prepared and having seen Meng Qingqiu's videos on Douyin, couldn't help but gasp in awe. Her beauty was indeed astonishing. Truly, as the online adage goes, a fairy descended to earth. Such a beauty could only exist in the heavens. There was not a hint of exaggeration. Darling, it has only been a year since I last saw you. Yet I never anticipated such a remarkable transformation. Meng Qingqiu has already made her appearance, and she has become quite poised. However, her eyes still reflect a sense of incredulity. After scrutinizing Jiang Nan for a few moments, she ultimately confirmed that the handsome figure in the video was indeed her online romantic partner of 2.5 years. The voice was unmistakable, and the face remained the same. Although Jiang Nan now exudes an overwhelming charm, his facial features have not significantly changed, but his skin has improved tremendously. Moreover, he seems to possess an extraordinary allure that captivates women. Generally, they find it difficult to tear their gaze away from him. This particular aspect has been acutely felt by Jiang Nan over the past few days. Perhaps it is due to his skin condition. When you saw me last year, I was battered by the elements, and the scorching summer sun in Jiangcheng was unbearable, leaving my skin in poor condition. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Indeed, Jiangcheng is a furnace of a city, capable of sweltering anyone during summer. Meng Qingqiu, suddenly animated, leaned closer to the camera, playfully blowing kisses before breaking into a mischievous smile, exclaiming, I never expected to unintentionally initiate a video call and catch a glimpse of her true self. Darling, what a delightful surprise. To be honest, she does not consider herself particularly superficial. Otherwise, she would not have yearned to meet him in person after just one meeting last year. At her level of beauty, having grown accustomed to many handsome faces, she might even find herself indifferent to good looks. It is not that she has an aversion to beauty, but rather that she values emotional connection more. At that moment, Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of the landlady's expression as she lay on his lap, wearing a maternal smile without any hint of jealousy, which surprised him. The landlady is remarkably magnanimous. Sensing Jiang Nan's gaze upon her, she winked and began to gently caress his leg. Jiang Nan felt a sudden ticklish sensation and, noticing Meng Qingqiu momentarily divert her gaze, shot a warning glance at the woman. Upon catching Jiang Nan's glare, the landlady smiled silently, then unexpectedly turned to face him. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress a gasp. What is wrong, darling? Meng Qingqiu inquired. It's nothing, Jiang Nan replied, mentally chanting calming mantras, shaking his head before turning his attention back to Meng Qingqiu, curious about the extent of her beauty. Moreover, the fact that they had been in a long-distance relationship for 2.5 years made him wonder about her feelings for him. Chapter 32. Meng Qingqiu's Attribute Panel. Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Charge, 0. Beauty score, 96 points. Affection, 80 points. What? A beauty score of 96? When Jiang Nan cast a perception spell towards Meng Qingqiu, his eyes widened in astonishment as her attribute panel appeared. Oh my goodness! A beauty score of 96? And an affection level starting at 80 points. This is utterly outrageous. Darling, why does your expression seem a bit off? Meng Qingqiu's voice broke through his thoughts. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something quite unbelievable. Jiang Nan gasped, his body tensing involuntarily. Goodness, do you really have to be so intense? What is on your mind? Meng Qingqiu asked playfully, completely oblivious to his unease. I was just contemplating how we have managed to maintain our connection for such a long time. As he spoke, Jiang Nan gasped again. I've already stated that as long as you don't break up with me, I will never part ways with you. Back then, I had intended to attend university in Jiangcheng, but my family insisted I study in Modu. Otherwise, I could have seen you every day for the past few years. We could have rented a sweet little apartment together. How blissful that would have been. Meng Qingqiu was lost in her daydreams, completely unaware of the myriad changes in Jiang Nan's expression. Yes, Jiang Nan responded simply, swallowing hard before taking a deep breath. Qingxiu, once you come over this time, I will also make time to visit you in Modu. Great, great, Meng Qingxiu exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, all right, Jiang Nan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingxiu leaned closer to the camera. Kiss. See you the day after tomorrow. With that, she ended the video call. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, his face a picture of contentment as he exhaled a long plume of smoke. Glancing at the landlady, who was playfully nibbling on her lip, he regarded her with admiration. After adjusting her lace black dress, the landlady playfully shot him a glance before rising and heading towards the bathroom. He felt an unusual surge of energy coursing through him, as if his body had been secretly enhanced by the system. This seemed to be a hidden benefit. Truthfully, it felt rather splendid. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the formidable abilities he might possess after completing that beneficial task. Buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up to find a message from Su Yun. Are you having a late-night snack tonight? Accompanied by a picture. Upon opening it, Jiang Nan's brows furrowed. The photo featured Su Yun in a pink nightgown, reclining on her bed, her legs clad in sheer stockings. He couldn't help but agree with her identity as a natural beauty. Moreover, he had inquired earlier, and apart from sheer stockings, she had never worn black or white ones. Is this late-night snack legitimate? Su Yun replied, absolutely, it's quite legitimate. Wink. Jiang Nan chuckled at her unabashedness. He might not have time tonight. Had he not spent so long at the landlady's, he would have been eager to join Su Yun for a late-night snack. Moreover, he had promised the landlady to accompany her tonight, and he could not go back on his word. All right then, how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I can prepare some nourishing soup for you. Su Yun replied with a hint of disappointment in her voice. Okay, this time, Jiang Nan did not refuse. Great. Su Yun's tone brightened. I'll go to bed early tonight and rise early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients. No problem. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the landlady's direct question, Jiang Nan coughed a couple of times, feeling slightly awkward. Is there really something? Hearing his somewhat embarrassed cough, the landlady looked surprised and sat beside him, glancing at his phone. Oh! Before Jiang Nan could respond, her face displayed astonishment as she exclaimed, Isn't this Su Yun's profile picture? So teacher? Upon hearing this title, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Goodness, is Su teacher so uninhibited in private? The messages had not been long apart, and thus the landlady also caught sight of the enticing photo Su Yun had sent, her expression shifting to one of shock. She asked the teacher of that little girl? Jiang Nan was equally astonished. Indeed, however, she is not merely a kindergarten teacher. She is the instructor to whom I plan to send my daughter for piano lessons. The landlady remarked, her daughter attends the same kindergarten as mine. I have conversed with this elegant and strikingly beautiful young mother on several occasions while picking up Xiaoing after school. Thus, I had her contact information quite early on. How fortuitous indeed. Jiang Nan could not help but twitch her lips slightly. How do you know her? The landlady exclaimed in astonishment. When I chat with her, she seems quite serious and not the type to send such provocative photos online. Are you suggesting that I am not a serious woman? Jiang Nan responded with a playful smile directed at the landlady. The landlady was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly, unable to continue her discourse. She was well aware of Jiang Nan's allure. Was Xia Jiqing not serious enough? After all, she too had let her guard down in front of this young man, displaying quite the audacious demeanor. Were it not for the arrival of relatives, she could assure that Jiang Nan would not leave the bed for days. Nonsense. The combat prowess of a woman who has been starved for years is not to be trifled with. But how did you two meet? The landlady still found it peculiar, sensing that there should be no possible connection between them. Could it be that Jiang Nan, during her stint as a delivery person, had delivered to Su Yun's home, leading to their conversation? This line of thought seemed plausible. One must admit, a woman's capacity for imagination is indeed formidable. In Chapter 33, the opportunity for Su Yun's affinity to surpass 90 points arises. Jiang Nan embraced the landlady, smiling as she recounted. A few days ago, while scrolling through Douyin, I stumbled upon a live stream featuring a minigame. With just a small gift, she stepped on a pressure plate and began speaking. After she finished, the landlady's face was instantly filled with surprise, followed by, I never expected teacher Su to be so dedicated. for several hours, aside from deliveries. She even ate while standing on the pressure plate. Indeed, hence, I found her to be quite trustworthy. After all, it is the internet, where one cannot afford to be careless. Jiang Nan nodded, her hand resting on the landlady's exquisite legs, whispering, "Sister, how about you come over and wear some meat stockings next time? I have never tried them, but if you wish to see, I can certainly model them for you, seeing as you are my beloved little man." The landlady bestowed a sweet kiss upon him, then remarked, "Teacher Sue is indeed a wonderful person. Raising her daughter alone for so many years, I have never heard of her having any issues. She must be a good woman. By the way," she gazed at Jiang Nan, smiling, "you little rascal, are you perhaps fond of older women or married ones?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Nan replied, somewhat sheepishly, clearing his throat before stating, "It is merely coincidental, and besides, older women are indeed wonderful. Have you engaged in any indiscreet activities with Teacher Sue?" The landlady playfully tapped Jiang Nan's forehead with her slender fingers, inquiring. "She invited me over for a simple meal at her home, and we both know what transpired afterwards." Jiang Nan did not conceal the truth. "Damn, why did I not notice your charm sooner?" The landlady puffed her cheeks, feeling somewhat discontent. "No matter, it is the same." Jiang Nan chuckled, understanding that had he noticed sooner, he might not have captured the attention of his sister. Everything happens as destined. He had just acquired the system and completed a 5-year-long wish, leading to such a significant transformation. Thus, it was meant to be, not a moment sooner. Tonight you shall not leave the bed. Joyful times always pass swiftly. A night slipped away. Around 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan awoke. The landlady was no longer by his side, and upon checking his phone, he noted the date, May 17th. Once something indiscreet occurs with Meng Qingxiu tomorrow, it seems I shall have completed my task. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and do not forget, Su Yun's affection for him was also commendable, reaching an astonishing 89 points. As for the final bit, he would not overthink it. Everything shall unfold naturally. The landlady informed, "I have prepared your toiletries. They are in the bathroom of the bedroom. I need to take care of some matters. See you tonight, my little man." Jiang Nan rose and glanced at WeChat, discovering a message from the landlady, accompanied by a close-up selfie that showcased her stunning features. Indeed, her beauty was captivating. After replying, he perused other messages. "Sujun, Jiang Nan, I have gone to the market and bought you plenty of health supplements. So shy. Suyun, when will you come over? I have sent my daughter to kindergarten, and the house will be empty for a while. I do not wish to stream. Sujun, pictures. Sujun, videos." Jiang Nan glanced through Su Yun's messages, and upon merely viewing the first photo, his throat involuntarily swallowed several times. After watching the short video, his breath quickened. My goodness, Su Yun is indeed a woman of contrasts, exuding the air of a refined lady in public, yet possessing a different allure in private. In the bathroom, Jiang Nan cast a glance at the stockings hanging on the rack, reflecting that women of the sisterly type seem to always have such items as essentials, predominantly in black. He hastily completed his morning routine and drove straight to Su Yun's residence. The spark of passion ignited instantly. 2.5 hours later, with a flick, Jiang Nan lit a post-coital cigarette. Yet, silence lingered. After finishing one cigarette, Jiang Nan observed Su Yun, who appeared fatigued and was resting with her eyes closed. He rose to wash up and then returned to the living room, surveying the layout of the house. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Not overly spacious, but certainly not cramped. Jiang Nan began to wonder, recalling what the landlady had mentioned about Su Yun being an amateur piano instructor, leading him to explore the home further. Before long, he arrived at a small room, which was warmly decorated, filled with numerous dolls, predominantly in shades of pink, and an old-fashioned piano. At that moment, he noticed a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a picture of Su Yun with her daughter, taken when the little girl was 3 or 4 years old, sporting twin ponytails, looking adorably delicate. Next time, I shall bring a new piano. Approaching the old piano, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he gently pressed a few keys. With his level of expertise, he could immediately tell that this piano had seen better days, the sound quality significantly diminished. At that moment, Su Yun's voice resonated from the entrance. "This piano is quite old. I will get you a better one later. Can you play the piano?" Hearing Jiang Nan's invitation, Su Yun gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes brimming with delight. Of course, Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. Su Yun eagerly approached and took a seat beside him. Jiang Nan glanced at the sheet music, noticing it consisted of children's songs. There is one particular score. Su Yun stood up to retrieve a sheet of music, then settled back down. Dance of the Flowers? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he observed the score, which had been modified to be perfectly suited for four-hand play. It seemed that Su Yun was not merely an amateur piano teacher, as the landlady had suggested. I have made a few adjustments to this score. You should be able to understand it, right? Suidunin kuwair softly. No problem. Jiang Nan lightly nodded, glancing at the sheet music in his hands. He understood that perhaps the opportunity for Su Yun to reach a goodwill score of 90 points lay within this four-hand piano piece she had modified. A score of 90 represents a threshold beyond mere physical attraction. It signifies a profound connection of souls. Chapter 34. The task reward is secured, and the self is Lin Man. Both Jiang Nan and Su Yun, having prepared themselves, exhaled deeply. They exchanged a glance, both revealing a subtle smile. Jiang Nan's long, slender fingers rested on the piano keys, and as he began to play, his fingers danced upon the keys like ethereal sprites, leaving Su Yun in awe. When a master showcases their skill, the distinction is evident. Su Yun was certainly not an amateur pianist. While she may not have reached master level, her proficiency was undoubtedly above average in the domestic realm. She had begun her piano studies at the tender age of 3 and, now at 28, had immersed herself in music for 25 years. Even with modest talent, such extensive dedication would surely yield commendable skill. In that moment, his fingers seemed to waltz across the keys, and both Jiang Nan and Su Yun found themselves lost in the music. Minutes later, the four-hand performance concluded. They locked eyes again, and Jiang Nan could distinctly sense an abundance of love and admiration radiating from her. At that moment, their spirits and bodies were in perfect harmony. Finally, Su Yun's goodwill reached the coveted 90 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the welfare task, to possess a confidant of the opposite sex with an appearance score exceeding 90. Reward: Villa number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu. A globally limited luxury hypercar, the Pagani Zonda, and an indestructible golden kidney. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan's mind was filled with the system's notifications. However, he was too preoccupied to pay attention to the myriad messages from the system. With a spiritual bond formed and Su Yun's goodwill elevated to 90 points. A mere exchange of glances spoke volumes. An hour later, in Su Yun's living room, Jiang Nan, feeling quite satisfied, took out his phone while Su Yun refreshed herself in the bathroom. Although Su Yun had not yet reached the age where one might describe her as wolfish or tiger-like, she was certainly alluring in her own right. Unexpectedly, she began a live broadcast. Just as Jiang Nan was about to inquire whether the welfare task had further developments, he noticed a notification from the Douyin backend and clicked into it. Welcome, Yinyu Jiang Nan Gij. Level 62. How much have you consumed this time? As Jiang Nan entered the live stream, Lin Man's astonished voice echoed. Was it because I took him out for hot pot? Or perhaps I had continued to entertain him afterwards? If it were an ordinary top supporter, Lin Man might have shown little interest. However, this top supporter was the exceptionally handsome Jiang Nan, and despite not being a gold digger, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, wishing to indulge in a passionate romance. While Lin Man was lost in thought, Jiang Nan entered the stream once more. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival gift. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival gift. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival gift. Within mere seconds, akin to the swift hand of a master, Jiang Nan's fingers nearly left after images as he sent over 100 gifts. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij, for the 100 carnivals. At that moment, still caught in her reverie, Lin Man caught sight of Jiang Nan's gifts, her face lighting up with surprise as she leapt from her seat. Big brother. This is truly a big brother. The live stream had a modest audience of just over 20, yet with Jiang Nan's 100 gifts, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and, with a light chuckle, sent a 30,000 Douyin diamond red envelope. Wow, this isn't just a big brother. This is my true father. Father, please send more red envelopes. Lin Man's goodwill 1. Lin Man's goodwill 2. Lin Man's goodwill 3. Perhaps due to her moment of clarity, Lin Manman's goodwill began to rise steadily. In a matter of seconds, it surged by 22 points, leaving Jiang Nan pleasantly surprised. Unsurprisingly, her goodwill towards him had reached 54 points. Little did he realize that his absence over the last 2 days had led her into a spiral of introspection, where the concept of invisible assumptions proved to be quite detrimental. In her eyes, Jiang Nan was undoubtedly perfect, and she assumed her previous encounter had left something to be desired, thus causing his recent coolness towards her. Consequently, she found herself deeply engrossed in self-reflection, unaware that Jiang Nan had been genuinely occupied. Su Yun, the landlady. Which sister isn't among the best of the best? Yinyu Jiang Nan sent another carnival gift. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent another carnival gift. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent another carnival gift. Jiang Nan sent 99 more carnivals, depleting his Douyin diamonds entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the consumption task. You have received an 8-fold consumption rebate, 8 million yuan, with an additional profit of 2 million. Jiang Nan was thoroughly satisfied. How remarkable that within such a brief period, he had effortlessly accrued 2 million yuan. What legal enterprise could be so extravagant? I'm off to eat now, he typed in a comment before exiting Douyin. Just as he logged out, a voice message from WeChat came through. Jiang Nan Gij, are you free this afternoon? I genuinely want to take you to that Sichuan restaurant. Trust me, it's truly delicious. Plus, I have no plans for the evening, and I can show you around, maybe catch a movie or grab some late-night snacks. Meanwhile, in Lin Manman's dormitory, having just been thoroughly pampered by Jiang Nan, she finished her live broadcast and stared blankly at the message he had sent. Did I dress too simply when I asked Jiang Nan out that day? Yet, she couldn't entirely blame herself. She had only intended to invite the top supporter for a meal, without any other thoughts. Who would have guessed that this man, whom she had observed for some time, was such a high-achieving and handsome figure? So, Jiang Nan must prefer the style of white stockings and little leather shoes. A date. The moment she uttered this word, Lin Manman felt her face flush. They hardly knew each other, having only met once. Would her overt eagerness be off-putting? She had never taken the initiative before, as it was typically the boys who asked her out, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Just then, Jiang Nan's message arrived, merely a simple okay. Yet it made her leap from her seat in joy. Thank goodness she had no classes today and managed to do a live stream. Otherwise, she would have missed the opportunity to meet Jiang Nan Gij. With her eyes sparkling, Lin Manman happily approached her wardrobe to select her outfit. The white blouse paired with a blue skirt seemed a tad too loose, while the red and blue ensemble was nice. Though it had a somewhat daring feel, she wondered if Jiang Nan would appreciate it. At Su Yun's home, at the dining table, Jiang Nan savored the soup with a look of appreciation. As long as you enjoy it. Su Yun squinted her eyes and smiled, her face brimming with tenderness as she watched Jiang Nan finish a bowl and hurriedly filled it again for him, urging him to drink more to restore his strength. Although Jiang Nan was still young, the intensity of the past few days had indeed been quite taxing. Therefore, he truly needed to replenish his energy. Jiang Nan did not refuse. Su Yun's culinary skills were exceptional, and her soup was nothing short of exquisite. Will you still be here for dinner this afternoon? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she smiled at Jiang Nan. The phrase good wife and loving mother immediately came to Jiang Nan's mind as he gazed at her. At just 28 years old, Su Yun exuded an overwhelming sense of domesticity, surpassing even the landlady's charm. While the landlady might be likened to a character from a comic, exuding an allure that invited mischief, Su Yun embodied the epitome of the perfect wife that everyone yearns for. She effortlessly managed both the kitchen and the parlor. Her cooking skills extraordinary, with nary a flaw to be found. I have a few matters to attend to this afternoon, so I might not come for dinner, Jiang Nan said, finishing yet another bowl of soup and preventing Su Yun from refilling it once more. Are you trying to make me explode? He teased lightly. Su Yun, shyly lowering her head, murmured, I just want to ensure you take good care of yourself. You have indeed worked hard these past few days. Don't worry, I'm as strong as iron. Jiang Nan chuckled, patting his lower back. This was no jest. After completing a recent task, he had gained remarkable resilience, a fact he had thoroughly experienced while cooking with Su Yun. In a few days, I may become quite busy. A friend's child is coming to learn piano from me. Su Yun said softly. No matter the time, Jiang Nan found her to be extraordinarily gentle, devoid of the stereotypical fierceness attributed to women from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, she exuded the delicate charm typical of Jiang Nan women, which further enhanced his perception of her as the ideal partner. "It's fine, I'll always find time," Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. After lunch, Jiang Nan lingered in Su Yun's kitchen for over an hour, satisfied before finally stepping outside. In the car, he retrieved various documents related to the Jiangcheng Tianfu number 001 villa and the Pagani Huayra from the system's small space. Glancing over them, excitement flickered across his face as he called out to the system. "Host, I currently have several attractive female acquaintances, though none have reached a 90-point favorability level. Can I proceed with upgrading before the previous welfare task?" Jiang Nan did not rush to start the car, instead engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. "Understood. The next threshold should be cash savings surpassing 100 million, the system replied. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Once, he had scarcely dared to dream of such a small goal, much less 1 million or even 100,000 in savings. In this era, young individuals like him, who had achieved nothing, found it nearly impossible to amass even a few tens of thousands. A modest goal is not excessive, whether it's 10, 100, or even 1,000. They all seem like mere numbers as my cash continues to multiply, Jiang Nan mused, shaking his head with a light laugh. Just as he was about to start the car, his phone, which he had set aside, suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a voice call from Lin Man. "Jiang Nan Gij, shall we go watch a movie later? There's one that seems quite good," her hopeful voice chimed. "What genre?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Horror," Lin Man hinted suggestively. "All right, are you at school? I'll come pick you up," Jiang Nan responded, his gaze flickering momentarily. If he couldn't decipher such a hint, he would truly be foolish. Besides, didn't she want to watch a horror film? Conveniently, the newly acquired Jiangcheng Tianfu number 001 villa surely had a private cinema. Moreover, this premier property was located near the university town, with just a short drive of about 10 minutes. He felt a surge of excitement at the thought of exploring the opulence of his luxurious residence, worth several small goals. Around 2:30 p.m., a Porsche Cayenne slowly came to a stop at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and looked towards the school gate, where he spotted a girl with twin ponytails. As she walked, her skirt swayed gently, capturing the attention of passers-by. Dressed in white knee-high socks and brown leather shoes, her outfit was indeed remarkable. Jiang Nan thought that just this attire, combined with Lin Man's twin ponytails, could elevate her attractiveness from an 88 to a solid 90. "Jiang Nan Gij," Lin Man said as she entered the car, immediately flashing a sweet smile and calling out to him in a charming, girlish tone. To be honest, it was hard not to be moved, especially as Lin Man settled in and fastened her seatbelt, her delicate legs slightly angled toward the driver's side, completely capturing Jiang Nan's attention. Such lovely legs, such fine stockings. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire inwardly, his gaze drifting upward to meet Lin Man's somewhat bashful eyes, furthering his appreciation for her twin ponytails. Looks like Jiang Nan Gij has a preference for sweet styles, or perhaps for soft girls, Lin Man thought, secretly pleased that Jiang Nan's gaze lingered on her. "Shall we go?" she chimed cheerfully. "To the villa in Nancheng?" Jiang Nan asked. Lin Man paused for a moment at his words. Being a local of Jiangcheng, she knew that aside from the old city, Nancheng was the liveliest area, and correspondingly, property prices were extraordinarily high. A villa there would likely cost at least 1 to 2 million, if not more. Wow, that's quite wealthy, Lin Man breathed, though she wasn't the type to be materialistic. Yet, encountering a handsome, affluent man like Jiang Nan, who was willing to spend on her, made it hard not to feel a bit swayed. The villa has a private underground cinema, where you can watch any movie you like, and it's incredibly quiet. Jiang Nan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Man held her breath for a moment. Even if she were foolish, she sensed something significant. Strangely, she felt no aversion, but rather an overwhelming sense of anticipation. It was odd yet somehow perfectly normal, as she realized she might have developed a weakness for Jiang Nan. It wasn't merely his wealth or his generosity in gifting her, but his undeniable charm. If she had such a dashing and affluent boyfriend, perhaps she could simply bask in comfort for the rest of her life. Lin Man's favorability 5. Rest assured, everything is taken care of. Garnered an additional 5 points of affection, nodding in satisfaction. He had perused the introduction of the entire Jiangsheng Tianfu Villa number 001, which was updated daily by the butler. It is no exaggeration to say that it truly had everything one could desire. Valued at 5 small goals, such luxury was not something that merely wealthy individuals could acquire. The villa, being designated as number 001, exceeded the imagination of ordinary people in terms of opulence. As the vehicle started, Jiang Nan placed his phone aside. At that moment, Lin Man, with her fair, silky legs, leaned closer. Jiang Nan glanced at her, noticing her slightly pursed lips and flushed cheeks, revealing the youthful shyness that spoke volumes. Driving was a delightful affair. To be honest, Jiang Nan greatly appreciated Lin Man's obedient and proactive demeanor. Along the way, the system's notification sounds echoed in Jiang Nan's mind intermittently. 20 minutes later, Lin Man's affection for Jiang Nan had escalated to an impressive 70 points, a rapid progression that astonished him. However, upon reflection, it was a perfectly reasonable development. As her affection increased, more intimate actions would only amplify her feelings further. There was no possibility of a decline in affection due to any close interaction. Spotting a commercial street nearby, Jiang Nan decided to indulge Lin Man a little more, aiming to enhance her affection further and lay the groundwork for their forthcoming movie night in the villa's private cinema. Of course, even if her affection did not increase, Jiang Nan felt that the existing 70 points could very well lead to something indescribable. Listen to brother Jiang Nan, Lin Man readily agreed, blushing as she nodded. Jiang Nan could not help but feel increasingly drawn to Lin Man. Although the accumulation of affection did not yield substantial benefits, the emotional value it provided was undeniable. It was far better than spending money without gaining any affection in return, which would be a pure waste. Soon, they found a parking space and exited the car. As soon as they did, Lin Man rushed over and linked her arm with Jiang Nan's. Standing at 165 centimeters, she perfectly complemented Jiang Nan's height of 182 centimeters, creating a delightful height difference. Jiang Nan silently acknowledged her initiative. After walking a few steps, he was taken aback to see Lin Man not only holding his hand, but also wrapping her slender waist with her other arm. The emotional value she provided was truly remarkable. Brother Jiang Nan, it seems you quite like this style of clothing, don't you? Lin Man asked softly. Most men probably do. Jiang Nan chuckled. Then I shall wear something different each time we meet. Lin Man replied with a playful smile, inching closer to Jiang Nan. Her attire accentuated her figure, and Jiang Nan could not help but notice the enticing curves that caught his eye. The tactile sensations were unexpected and left him pleasantly surprised. This girl truly knew how to maximize her emotional value. Chapter 37. Shop, 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 return, return, return. Before long, they arrived at the commercial street. Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon a storefront, Chanel. Noticing the unknown brand of Lin Man's small handbag, he promptly led her to the nearest Chanel boutique. Welcome. Upon entering the store, a charming salesgirl in a fitted skirt and high heels approached them with a warm smile. The familiar gaze of interest from the opposite sex made Jiang Nan chuckle inwardly. It seemed no woman could resist his charm. I'm here to shop with my girlfriend, Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Lin Man's slender waist as they began browsing. It's so expensive, Lin Man remarked quietly after a brief look around. Her expression was one of astonishment. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never shopped in such high-end stores. Every handbag she saw was priced in the 5-figure range, with one petite bag on the highest shelf starting at 6 figures. What do you think? Did anything catch your eye? Jiang Nan inquired. Too pricey, Lin Man replied honestly, genuinely feeling overwhelmed despite knowing Jiang Nan was wealthy and generous with his spending. This amount is but a drop in the ocean for me. Why treat you? You should be grateful, Jiang Nan teased. Be good and pick a few out. This is a reward for your obedient and understanding nature. Really? Lin Man laughed shyly then, feeling encouraged, pointed to 2 small handbags priced around 10,000. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, these 2 are quite nice. Is that all? Jiang Nan was surprised at her modest selection. That's it. She shook her head, her ponytail swaying slightly. Jiang Nan turned to the attentive salesgirl, smiling as he said, Please wrap up those 2 bags my girlfriend chose, and also these, and these. He gestured to several bags priced in the 6-figure range on the top shelf. Certainly. The salesgirl quickly fetched a small ladder. Normally, one would expect her to adjust her skirt to maintain modesty while working, but in the presence of such an exceptionally handsome man as Jiang Nan, she felt that any glimpse would be worth it. Jiang Nan's casual spending of over $1 million was enough to attract any woman's attention. Will this be too much? These will add up to over $1 million. Lin Man said shyly. It's just a small sum, Jiang Nan replied, not even glancing at the salesgirl as he playfully lifted Lin Man's chin, stating, moreover, these are all things you deserve. When you spend for yourself, it's about enjoyment. But when you spend for others, it's purely for the emotional value. And Lin Man certainly delivered on that front. After all, the more one spends, the more one gains. Why not enjoy such multiple rewards? Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man understood, nodding happily while tightening her grip on his arm, her gaze filled with admiration. See, the emotional value is indeed substantial. Soon, the salesgirl returned with 4 bags from a top shelf. Is there anything else you like? Jiang Nan inquired softly, simultaneously marveling at how effortlessly one could make money from a woman. The price of several handbags starts at over $1 million, which explains why so many socialites aspire to penetrate the upper echelons of society. One must ponder which ordinary man could possibly fulfill their material desires. Enough is enough. Lin Man genuinely feels that way. Adding to the 2 handbags priced over $10,000 each, plus these 4, she now possesses a total of 6. A handbag, even if not used extensively, could last at least 3 years. All right, Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at the sales associate whose gaze seemed almost to drip with admiration, and said, please, let us proceed with the payment. Right this way, the sales associate replied respectfully. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a purchase. You have received a 5-fold rebate of 5 million yuan. After swiping the card, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. The total for the 6 handbags amounted to exactly 5 million yuan. With the 5-fold rebate, he easily earned 6 million yuan. Oh, and Lin Man's affection points increased by another 5, totaling 85. The speed at which this affection was accumulating was indeed remarkable. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man, who nestled closely beside him, almost wanting to merge into his embrace, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Thank you for your visit. The sales associate bowed deeply, her hands clasped before her, as Jiang Nan and Lin Man walked away. Half an hour later, he took Lin Man on another shopping excursion. The expenditure was modest, just around 100,000. Unfortunately, the rebate was not particularly impressive. Nevertheless, his savings swelled to an impressive 60 million yuan. At this moment, Lin Man's affection for him had reached an astonishing 88 points based on her beauty score. It appeared that once her affection points hit 88, they ceased to rise further. Jiang Nan found this puzzling. As he entered the second high-end boutique, Lin Man's affection had already peaked at 88 points. Yet after half an hour of casual shopping, it did not increase at all, which struck him as quite incredible. System, could it be that the pinnacle of an opposite sex's affection is limited to their beauty score? Yes, host, the system's voice resonated in his mind. When the affection points of an opposite sex reach their beauty score, any further increase in affection will temporarily halt. However, should there be any subsequent increase, that individual's beauty score will likewise rise, the system continued explaining. Upon hearing this new setting, Jiang Nan's interest was piqued, and his face revealed a look of astonishment. Having perused thousands of urban novels, he had never encountered such an innovative concept before. How intriguing! The system's capabilities were boundless. There was nothing it could not achieve. His current charm stemmed from the system, elevating his attractiveness to unprecedented heights. With this new setting, it seemed that the women around him would all become exceptionally desirable. Each time the host enhances an opposite sex's beauty score by 1 point, they would instantly receive a chance to draw a lottery. What rewards can this lottery bestow? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Everything imaginable, the system replied succinctly, instantly enlightening Jiang Nan. It was clear that if he could conceive it, the lottery could deliver it. Wait, could I possibly seek out women with lower beauty scores to rapidly enhance their affection points, thereby increasing their beauty and obtaining multiple lottery opportunities? Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with realization. Host, when the affection points of a lower beauty individual reach their corresponding score, enhancing their affection becomes exponentially easier than with higher beauty individuals. This explanation was straightforward. The higher the beauty score, the simpler it was to further increase the affection points once they matched. Upon reflection, this made sense. Without some restrictions, he might indeed become a mere playboy rather than a charismatic figure. What if the individual has a perfect score of 100? Jiang Nan suddenly pondered, skeptical that such a woman with a perfect beauty score could exist. Upon reaching 90 affection points, every additional increase would grant a lottery opportunity. I understand now. Jiang Nan recognized it as a subtle yet rewarding task. The ultimate goal was to encourage his spending. Indeed, where else could he attract such a multitude of high-caliber beauties without investing in women? Did he truly believe every woman was akin to a wealthy landlady? Despite the lengthy dialogue with the system, it was merely a moment's thought, fleeting ideas. For Lin Man in the passenger seat, it was merely the time taken to place her bag in the back seat while fastening her seatbelt. The car started, and he drove with one hand, glancing at the navigation before heading towards Jiang Tianfu. After a brief drive of several minutes, the vehicle slowed down. We've arrived. Jiang Nan parked in front of the entrance of an opulent community. Through the windshield, he could see two golden stone dragons soaring above the entrance. Just from this angle, the ambience exuded an air of prestige. Beep beep. Upon reaching the gate, Jiang Nan gently honked twice. Hello. Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the security booth. Jiang Nan lowered the window, and the man respectfully greeted him. Hello, could you please open the gate? Jiang Nan retrieved a document bag from the side and presented the property deed. Upon seeing the owner's information, the security guard immediately saluted and hurried back to the booth, swiftly raising the gate. The vehicle moved forward slowly, and the guard respectfully bowed again as Jiang Nan entered the community. Jiang Nan Gij. The villa you mentioned is in Jiang Tianfu? Even as an outsider, Lin Man likely comprehended the community's distinction, let alone as a true local. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Hiss. Lin Man involuntarily gasped in disbelief. Previously, she thought Jiang Nan's villa might be priced around 10 to 20 million. Now, it appeared that simply being associated with Jiang Tianfu implied a price tag far exceeding that. She had heard of Jiang Tianfu. This community undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of real estate prices. Most residences were small Western-style houses or large flats, each starting at a conservative 50 million. Villas were even rarer and more precious, with only 9 in existence, numbered from 1 to 9. It was rumored that the 001 villa had never been occupied since its construction, remaining a true new property. Such a villa could not merely be purchased with wealth. The subsequent villas could be bought for a price, but the transaction amounts far exceeded market values. For instance, she had previously encountered news regarding Villa Number 9, which ultimately sold for over 3 million. It is evident that further up are Villa Number 8, Villa Number 7, and Villa Number 6. One cannot help but wonder, what would the transaction price of the villa designated as number 001 be? It is truly unfathomable. Jiang Nan. Could it be that the individual who spent over 3 small goals on the Jiangsheng Tianfu Number 9 villa, which I stumbled upon in the news, is you? Gulp. Upon uttering these words, Lin Man could not suppress a swallow. Her face flushed and her heart racing uncontrollably. Over 3 small goals. This amount of money is something that would take countless lifetimes for many to earn. Yet for Jiang Nan, it is merely a trivial expenditure for a single property. How wealthy must he be? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? In that moment, Lin Man's thoughts soared, her rosy cheeks now reflecting a growing sense of bewilderment. At last, she understood why Jiang Nan could spend 2 to 3 million without batting an eye, without any sign of discomfort. He is genuinely wealthy and utterly unconcerned. To someone of his caliber, several million is akin to her occasional splurging on a modest dress costing a few hundred. Perhaps it is not quite the same, as she still feels a pang of guilt when purchasing such an item, needing to mentally prepare herself before indulging. But Jiang Nan? He is not spending on himself. Spending millions for others comes as effortlessly to him as sprinkling water. What a treasure of a high flyer I have encountered. At that moment, Lin Man gazed at Jiang Nan with an infatuated admiration. Over 3 small goals? That is not me. Here's a file bag. You may peruse which villa it pertains to. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, focusing on the road as he drove according to the signs. Chapter 39. Villa number 001. Comparable to a small manor. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man took a deep breath and began to examine the contents of the file bag beside her. The bag contained numerous documents, and she randomly pulled out a certificate to glance at it. Pagani Huayra? Upon seeing a contract document, she momentarily froze, her mind struggling to comprehend its significance. Yet, soon enough, she was confronted with a long string of numbers. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 60 million. As Lin Man counted, she suddenly sensed something awry. What could possibly be worth 60 million? Oh my goodness. Suddenly, she realized what it was and gasped in shock. What is it? Jiang Nan glanced at her. The Pagani Huayra is that luxurious supercar I saw trending on Douyin. Isn't it? Lin Man could almost confirm it, yet she remained stunned, her scalp tingling with disbelief. It must be true. Jiang Nan chuckled and nodded. My goodness, a 60 million luxury supercar, and a global limited edition at that. Lin Man felt an intense dryness in her mouth, her voice slightly hoarse. Not bad. Jiang Nan smiled. It is merely a 60 million luxury supercar, not something worth 6 small goals. To him, it is hardly significant. This is merely not bad. Jiang Nan, you are truly too extravagant. Lin Man shook her head with a wry smile, then solemnly placed the contract back in the file bag, retrieving another contract to examine. Xiangqing Tianfu Villa no 001. Just a few words immediately captured Lin Man's attention. At that moment, not only did her hands tremble, but her entire body began to quiver involuntarily. This is the Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa number 001. Her first instinct was to take out her phone to capture the moment, but she quickly suppressed that urge. Swallowing hard as she exclaimed, "Brother, what level of rich second generation are you? A 60 million global limited edition luxury supercar and a transaction price of 500 million for Jiangxing Tianfu Villa number 001. My goodness, how fortunate am I to know someone of your caliber." Upon hearing Lin Man's exclamations, Jiang Nan merely smiled, unfazed. Such reactions are entirely normal. It would have been more astonishing if Lin Man remained composed upon witnessing such wonders. Lin Man's favorability level 1. Jiang Nan paused. Has this exceeded the limit? At that moment, he looked toward Lin Man, who appeared unchanged at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, he noticed a slight increase in her attractiveness, which left him with a newfound sense of admiration. Quite intriguing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lin Man's favorability level is 1. Attractiveness level is 1, granting you 1 lottery chance. The system's notification resonated in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to take a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is merely the beginning, and already, the limit has been surpassed. If they were to delve deeper into understanding one another, exchanging academic experiences, surely he could gain even more favorability. With this thought, Jiang Nan found himself increasingly eager. Brother, Lin Man's voice was sweet as honey, and she leaned weakly against the passenger seat. Her gaze toward Jiang Nan filled with an indescribable affection. What is it? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. I feel as though I am unworthy of you. Lin Man's mood dipped slightly as she murmured, You are too perfect. I'm just a girl from an ordinary family. You are anything but ordinary. Jiang Nan regarded her, acknowledging that in terms of emotional intelligence, beauty, or figure, she was exceptional, truly a star of the highest caliber. However, in his presence, she seemed overly ordinary. Lin Man even began to doubt herself. For someone of Jiang Nan's stature, even if her family had some wealth, the disparity was immense. You think too much. You are overthinking this. Jiang Nan gently patted her head and said softly, In love, I do not concern myself with the wealth of my partner. After all, no one is wealthier than I. I have found immense emotional value in you. Thus you are deserving. Really? Lin Man's previously dull eyes sparkled anew. More genuine than pearls. Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. At that moment, The car gradually approached the entrance of a villa that resembled a small manor. Just from the entrance, Jiang Nan could see through the windshield. Fountains, a front garden, various small hills, and to the left, an expansive lawn. Goodness! Even Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of astonishment. This is not merely a villa. It is akin to a luxurious manor in the countryside. How grand! Lin Man also noticed the myriad of upscale features in the villa's front yard, and she couldn't help but gasp in awe, covering her mouth in disbelief. Jiang Nan exited the vehicle and approached the grand entrance. Beep, beep, beep. As he approached the facial recognition lock, it promptly activated. Click! In the next moment, the towering gate, standing at least 5 to 6 meters high, opened automatically. Indeed, Tongzigu is truly remarkable. Even before my arrival, my visage was already embedded within the facial recognition system of this lock. Jiang Nan originally intended to merely test its functionality, but to his surprise, it actually worked, prompting him to mentally commend his system profusely. Upon returning to his vehicle, Jiang Nan drove into the luxurious 001 villa of Jiangqing Tianfu. As soon as his car fully entered, the towering 5 to 6 meter high gate intelligently closed behind him. This was Jiang Nan's first visit to the 001 villa, and he navigated along a small path, gradually delving deeper into the premises. Soon, he encountered an underground parking garage, which he promptly entered. The vastness of this underground garage was beyond imagination. Upon stepping out of his vehicle, Jiang Nan surveyed the area with an expression of calm. Though internally he was utterly astonished, he estimated the garage's area to be around 500 square meters. This was not merely any shopping mall or hotel parking. It was the underground garage of a villa. An area of 500 square meters was exceptionally luxurious. Is that the $6 million luxury hypercar, Pagani Huayra? At this moment, Lin Man, having exited the car, fixed her gaze on a sleek, all-black hypercar parked nearby, her face instantly lighting up with a mix of excitement and astonishment. This vehicle was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 40. Brother, I wish to return and enjoy a romantic movie with you. At this moment, Jiang Nan's attention was also drawn to the all-black Pagani Huayra. He approached, retrieving the car key, while Lin Man playfully jogged to catch up, linking her arm with his. Soon, they arrived before the $6 million luxury hypercar. It's absolutely stunning, Lin Man exclaimed in awe. Such a hypercar was something she had only glimpsed online before. Seeing in person was a breathtaking experience. Indeed, it is quite magnificent. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's side door, revealing an interior adorned with exquisite, high-tech craftsmanship. Frankly speaking, this style would remain timeless, even a decade later. Jiang Nan settled into the driver's seat, and as he did, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. After all, sitting in a $6 million, globally limited luxury hypercar, he felt an undeniable prestige that greatly surpassed his Porsche Cayenne. Shall we take a spin? Jiang Nan suggested. Absolutely, Lin Man replied, her excitement palpable. This was the Pagani Huayra. After all, she had never had the opportunity to even see it in person before. Let us go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, signaling her to enter the car. Lin Man, her face brimming with excitement, hurried to the passenger door, only to realize she had no idea how to open it. There's a small switch. Just gently toggle it to open the door, Jiang Nan advised. Got it. Following his guidance, Lin Man successfully opened the passenger door, and, upon taking her seat, her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, enveloped in a state of intense excitement. Buckle up, Jiang Nan reminded her, fastening his own seatbelt. Once prepared, he pressed the ignition button. With a roar, a deep, thunderous sound reverberated throughout the 500 square meter underground garage. Fantastic! Jiang Nan's exhilaration soared at the sound. Meanwhile, Lin Man, seated beside him, felt her excitement escalate even further. With a gentle press on the accelerator, Jiang Nan began to drive. The underground garage had both an entrance and an exit. As they emerged from the exit, Jiang Nan soon found himself on a small racetrack, smoothly navigating out from the back entrance of the 001 villa. Is there really a professional racing track here? My goodness! Jiangqing Tianfu has truly catered to the needs of affluent individuals like you. As the speed increased, Lin Man grasped the handrail inside the car, her excitement bubbling over. Virum! The world outside blurred as a flash of black lightning sped past. Too fast. Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow, this sensation is simply marvelous. Oh no, I'm gonna get car sick. Please reduce the speed. As Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator harder, Lin Man felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, her heart racing wildly. Hearing her pleas, Jiang Nan eased off the speed. As the velocity diminished, Lin Man exhaled a sigh of relief, her exhilaration undiminished. Jiang Nan, this $6 million hypercar is truly exceptional. Speeding in it is such a thrill. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had only reached speeds of around 270 kilometers per hour. If he were to fully accelerate, they could approach 390 kilometers per hour. The thought of reaching such a speed was hard to fathom. Lin Man, her head bowed, blushed as she spoke with eager anticipation. Understanding her unspoken words, Jiang Nan accelerated once more, heading back toward the 001 villa. Half an hour later, after a refreshing shower, Lin Man emerged from the master bathroom on the second floor. Her unadorned face radiated a rosy glow, her figure impeccably shaped. Clad in a fitted top adorned in red and blue, the allure was undeniable. Below, she wore a short, pleated white skirt. Despite her height of merely 165 centimeters, her proportions were extraordinarily perfect, her legs stunningly fair, seemingly glowing with ethereal light. As she walked, the sound of her brown leather shoes echoed crisply against the floor. Glancing down, she noticed she had paired her outfit with white ankle socks. Perfect, coupled with her bouncing twin tails. Jiang Nan could only think that this girl was nothing short of flawless. With a beauty score of 89, the visual delight was undeniable. Jiang Nan began to question the credibility of the system's assessment of his inside ability. Unbeknownst to him, his attraction to Lin Man's twin-tailed appearance in that outfit was rooted in his own aesthetic preferences, making him particularly enamored. The inside ability, however, functioned as a rational machine, devoid of biases, thus providing an impartial score, which could not be compared to Jiang Nan's subjective views. Jiang Nan go. At this moment, Lin Man had approached him, wrapping her arm around his, her soft voice chiming. It's so strange. I don't know why, but when I looked in the mirror earlier, my skin seemed so much better than before. Previously, she had relied on cosmetics to conceal minor imperfections visible only up close. But after her shower, she felt as if she had undergone a transformation. Even a tiny scar on her calf had vanished. It seems that the feeling of being in love has rejuvenated your entire being. Jiang Nan was somewhat astonished that merely enhancing her appearance slightly allowed Lin Man to distinctly perceive the transformation within herself. However, he did not linger on the topic. Embracing her slender waist, he inhaled the fragrance lingering between her neck and remarked, "This shower gel is truly delightful." Brother, I haven't applied any shower gel." Lin Man replied in surprise. "Is it your natural scent?" Jiang Nan inquired, slightly taken aback, as he held her close and gradually exited the master bedroom, descending the staircase to the first floor. Then, he continued down to the basement level. Soon, they arrived at a private cinema. At a glance, though there were merely a dozen seats before the large screen, the overall space was comparable to that of a school gymnasium. Furthermore, gazing upward, the starlit ceiling imbued the private cinema with an extraordinary ambience. "Brother," a soft, sweet voice called out to him, accompanied by a hint of hurried breath. Chapter 41. 2 Draws, a Return of Heavenly Benefits. The film lasted 2.5 hours. Time always seemed to fly during moments of joy. With a soft thud, Jiang Nan exited a small room at the back of the private cinema. Lighting a cigarette, a satisfied smile graced his face. 2 opportunities for a draw. The viewing time had reached 2.5 hours, successfully elevating Lin Man's fondness for him. Concurrently, her beauty score had also increased. He too had garnered another chance for a draw. Seated in the front row, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "System, let's see what this draw can bestow upon me." Jiang Nan crossed his legs and initiated a dialogue with the system. Would the host like to consume a draw opportunity? The system's voice reverberated in Jiang Nan's mind. Yes. Ding. A chime echoed in his mind, and in the next moment, a large, ethereal wheel appeared before him. He leaned in for a closer look, noticing it was densely inscribed with small characters, causing a tingling sensation at the back of his neck due to his slight fear of dense patterns. Gumos, Jiang Nan commanded. As he issued his command, the wheel began to spin with a whirring sound. Seconds passed swiftly, and the pointer gradually slowed down. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid? What on earth is that? Jiang Nan promptly examined the description of the body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid, capable of enhancing the body from within, allowing one to possess sheer strength that could deter a dozen robust men from approaching. Impressive. Upon reading the description, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim his admiration. He was not to underestimate the claim that a dozen men could not come near. The notion alone was formidable. It was crucial to note that mere brute strength could achieve such a feat if he were to learn self-defense techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to consider him akin to a warrior in a purely modern urban setting, devoid of any fantastical elements. Moreover, in a modern legal society, even exceptional fighting skills may not hold much value. However, there exists a saying, while one may choose not to utilize something, one must not be without it. This is quite beneficial. I shall use it when the time is right. Jiang Nan nodded subtly, contemplating the small, dark green vial that had appeared in his hand. Shaking it slightly, he noticed the liquid inside was limited and inquired, "System, how do I use this? Should I consume it directly? Pour it into water. The host merely needs to soak for an hour for the body to absorb the entirety of the body transformation liquid." An hour? Understood. By the way, if I draw this again in the future, will it still be useful? This effect will gradually diminish. The system responded. I see. This was indeed a marvelous item. For those already possessing good physical attributes or some knowledge of martial arts, it could transform them into a super soldier. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The next time he drew this item, he certainly would not use it on himself. A truly refined individual should have a dedicated bodyguard. Currently, he had no suitable candidates. But once his wealth increased, he intended to recruit a beautiful bodyguard, allowing him to confidently bestow the body transformation liquid upon her. There was no rush. The next opportunity for a draw was uncertain. Jiang Nan shook his head and began to ponder how to utilize his remaining draw opportunity. Should he use it now or wait to accumulate more before proceeding? System, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Nan inquired inwardly. Single draws yield miracles. All right, let me draw for the final time. Jiang Nan exclaimed with renewed vigor. Instantly, a granule reappeared before him. The familiar sound of the draw resonated in his mind, and the pointer on the wheel spun rapidly. Seconds passed yet again, and the pointer began to decelerate. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a cash reward of 100 million. 100 million reward? Marvelous. Jiang Nan's excitement was palpable. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 100 million. In light of your diligent spending, a small bonus task has been issued. Acquire 5 female companions, each with a beauty score exceeding 90, affection level above 90. Task reward: permanent ownership of Jiangqing Mansion, a cash reward of 100 million, and mastery in martial arts. As the 100 million was credited, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. 5 female companions with beauty scores exceeding 90. Permanent ownership of Jiangqing Mansion. 100 million in cash. And mastery in martial arts. Incredible. Excitement flashed across Jiang Nan's face. He was well aware of Jiangqing Mansion, a prominent building located in the heart of the old city, valued at no less than 10 billion. Moreover, upon completing the task, the mansion would be permanently his. Compared to this reward, the cash amount seemed trivial. Furthermore, mastery in martial arts was a timely boon, having just drawn the body transformation liquid. Completing this task would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to extraordinary heights. Wonderful. This truly positions me to become the epitome of a perfect man, devoid of any shortcomings. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, contemplating his current situation. Lin Manman's beauty score had successfully risen to 90, and her affection level also reached 90. Then there was Su Yun, the first to achieve a fondness score of 90 among high-value women. In essence, he already had 2 high-scoring female companions. Next in line were the landlady, Xia Jiqing, and his online love interest, Meng Qingxiu. Even a certain girl with white stockings, Jiang Yin, who lingered in his WeChat contacts, was a potential candidate. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, a contemplative expression adorning his face. The first two candidates were practically guaranteed to reach a fondness score of 90, while he would need to focus on Jiang Nan, whom he had only encountered once. It seemed that 5 individuals might be a considerable number, yet everything was well within his control. In a grand Jiangxing mansion, with perpetual ownership secured, a staggering sum of 100 million in cash, and the mastery of extraordinary martial arts skills at his disposal, Jiang Nan felt an insatiable ambition ignite within him. Chapter 42. The Private Butler of Villa Number 001. At this moment, footsteps echoed behind him. In the next instant, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a pair of gentle arms wrapping around Jiang Nan's neck, their warmth pressing against his back, evoking an irresistible allure. "You're awake," Jiang Nan said with a cheerful smile. "Yes, brother, you're truly impressive. 2.5 hours is just astonishing," Lin Man replied, her voice tinged with shyness. "You're impressive too. After such a brief rest, you're already able to move about," Jiang Nan remarked. However, Lin Man took a couple of steps, adjusted her crossed leg, and settled atop his lap, encircling his neck as she gazed into his eyes. "I'm becoming increasingly dependent on you, brother. You are like a potent poison, irresistible and utterly captivating. Is that so?" Jiang Nan's lips curled into a smirk. "Indeed." Lin Man planted a soft kiss on him, their contact brief yet electrifying. Jiang Nan noticed the marks of strawberries adorning her neck and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the front door, drawing their attention. "You too." At that moment, a woman stood at the entrance, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Nan. He too was taken aback by her presence. In his line of sight, the woman was clad in a sophisticated professional ensemble, featuring a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her long, elegant legs adorned with sheer stockings. She wore high heels that elevated her stature, and Jiang Nan's gaze lingered on her striking features, her sculpted visage, luscious lips, and flowing hair. Frankly, from Jiang Nan's perspective, if this woman didn't T-score above 92 in attractiveness, he doubted the reliability of his perception skills. Promptly, Jiang Nan employed his insight skill on her. Name: Li Jing. Age: 25. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Charm: 95 points. Affection: 0. A stunning beauty with a score of 95. Furthermore, her proportions were nothing short of extraordinary. "Are you Mr. Jiang Nan?" The woman approached, having taken a closer look at him, and tentatively inquired. "That's me." Jiang Nan nodded. "Hello." Jiang Nan extended his hand for a brief handshake, releasing it almost immediately. This gentlemanly gesture earned him an additional point of affection from Li Jing. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel pleased. Gaining initial favor from such a top-tier beauty was indeed a strategic move. Li Jing then cast a glance at Lin Man beside Jiang Nan, her expression revealing a hint of admiration. The transition from girlhood to womanhood had bestowed Lin Man with an inexplicable charm that even a beauty like Li Jing couldn't overlook, marveling at her allure. Sensing Li Jing's gaze, Lin Man offered a shy smile and nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you planning to move in immediately?" Li Jing asked Jiang Nan, her attention now drawn to the owner's looks. She had received notification a few hours earlier regarding the sale of Villa Number 001 and had seen the owner's photograph. The image had indeed portrayed an unblemished charm, but witnessing him in person amplified her perception of his attractiveness. "Not just yet. I'll be visiting occasionally," Jiang Nan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Jing paused, cleared her throat, and continued, "Mr. Jiang Nan, let us sit and discuss things." "All right." The three of them settled onto the sofa in the side hall. Li Jing crossed her legs, her sleek stockings and high heels drawing the eye irresistibly. "Mr. Jiang Nan, since you have purchased Villa Number 001, from today onward, I will no longer be compensated by the property management," Li Jing stated softly. Such a request for payment felt somewhat awkward, yet it was necessary to clarify to avoid future misunderstandings. "I understand. I've reviewed the contract which outlines this." Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "Your fee is 30,000 per month, correct?" "Yes." Li Jing confirmed with a nod. "Good. Have you brought the contract?" Jiang Nan inquired. 30,000 a month was a mere trifle to him. He even contemplated raising Li Jing's salary, but decided against it, as it might lead to unfavorable impressions given their initial rapport. I have. Li Jing, surprised by Jiang Nan's straightforwardness, retrieved a document bag from her shoulder and placed it on the table. Another notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, indicating an increase in Li Jing's affection. He smiled broadly, pleased with the steady rise in goodwill. Jiang Nan took the document bag, extracted the contract and a pen, casually glanced through it, and signed his name. All done, he said, handing the contract back to Li Jing. Let us exchange WeChat. Sure. Li Jing hurriedly signed her name and took out her phone to connect with Jiang Nan. Please provide me with your account details. I'd like to advance your salary. And feel free to inform me of any necessities for the villa, he stated. As the owner of villa number 001, he understood that he now bore the responsibility for its upkeep. Certainly, Li Jing didn't hesitate to provide her bank account information. As Jiang Nan copied the details and initiated the transfer, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, transaction completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 5 million. He transferred 1 million to Li Jing, with 360,000 allocated for her salary, while the remainder covered various necessities. Jiang Nan deemed it a reasonable amount. 1 million. Li Jing's face displayed pure astonishment upon witnessing the transfer. Mr. Jiang Nan, is it too much? Jiang Nan asked, his tone sincere. 36,000 is your annual salary. I'm quite easygoing. Plus, you'll need to manage the villa's requirements, so let me know if you run low on supplies. Standing up, Jiang Nan extended his hand with a smile. From today onward, I'll rely on you to take good care of the villa. Yes, boss. It's my duty. Li Jing took a deep breath, quickly rising to shake Jiang Nan's hand. In just a few brief moments, the woman's fondness for Jiang Nan had soared to an impressive level. Ha ha, referring to me as boss feels rather formal. Just call me by my name, she replied. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, suggesting, you seem a few years my senior, so how about I call you Jingjia? That works, Li Jing responded with a smile. She then added, I want to intrude on your intimate time with your girlfriend. Please let me know when you leave, and I will check if there's anything we need to replenish. Sure, Jiang Nan replied, watching her depart with a cheerful demeanor. Li Jing is truly stunning, Lin Man whispered, snuggling up to Jiang Nan after she left. She is indeed beautiful. Jiang Nan agreed, nodding. Li Jing embodies the essence of a mature woman. Honestly, if she had big waves in her hair, that aura would be even more pronounced. Will Jiang Nan get the first chance? Lin Man teased softly. Huh? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Wow, this girl has quite the sixth sense, he thought. Jiang Nan was just staring at Li Jing's beautiful black stockings. Lin Man teased. Yet surprisingly, she seemed unbothered. Aren't you jealous? Jiang Nan inquired curiously. Lin Man shook her head with a smile, embracing him a little tighter as she confessed, having such an outstanding man like you is already a blessing for me. So obedient, Jiang Nan appreciated her understanding nature. Can you drive? He asked. In an instant, Lin Man understood, her eyes widening slightly as she asked, are you planning to buy me a car? Correct, Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. Around 5 in the afternoon, a sleek black car raced swiftly through the streets of the Southern District, its engine roaring and drawing the attention of passersby. Wow, that car is incredibly handsome. Gasps erupted from the crowd, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan drove with one hand, enjoying the experience, while Lin Man, seated beside him, blushed and frequently glanced at him, her eyes filled with affection. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at a Maserati dealership in his Pagani Huayra. As they passed the entrance, a group of saleswomen hurried outside. A Pagani Huayra? Exclaimed a tall woman in black stockings, her eyes widening as she saw the car parked. This beauty must be worth at least 26 million. Another chimed in, it looks even more luxurious. I sense it's worth much more. This model is a global limited edition, at least 50 million. A chorus of astonished voices followed. As Jiang Nan stepped out of the driver's seat, gasps filled the air. So handsome. My goodness, this guy's incredibly good looking. Hurry, let us welcome him. The clever ones were already making their way towards Jiang Nan, including the tall woman in black stockings. At that moment, Lin Man also exited the passenger seat, slowing the tall woman's approach. Jiang Nan wrapped an arm around Lin Man as they walked. Sir, madam, welcome to our Maserati dealership. The tall woman greeted them with a warm smile. I'm here to help my girlfriend choose a car, Jiang Nan stated directly. I only want something available for immediate drive-off. Right this way, please. The tall woman eagerly invited them inside. With a glance, she signaled for someone to bring 2 bottles of unlabeled mineral water. We definitely have available cars. It's just a matter of which model this lovely lady prefers, she inquired with a light laugh. You go ahead and look. I'll sit for a moment. Let me know what you choose, Jiang Nan replied, not particularly interested in the cars, as he patted Lin Man gently and headed toward the nearby sofa. This way, miss. The tall woman guided Lin Man into the display hall. Hey, handsome, can we exchange WeChat? Just as Jiang Nan settled on the sofa and took out his phone, a woman with a score of over 70 approached confidently, her high heels clicking against the floor. Jiang Nan glanced at her and politely declined. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. At the same time, he used his inside ability on her. Name, Zhao Lanhua. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Charge, 30. Appearance, 72 points. Affinity, 60 points. Wow. The charge count of 30 was astonishing, prompting Jiang Nan to steal a few more glances at her. He mused that with further development, she could easily reach 100 conquests. It's all right. Your girlfriend is currently looking at cars. Adding me on WeChat shouldn't be an issue, Zhao Lanhua suggested with a smile. No thanks, Jiang Nan replied firmly. If her charge count had been 0, he might have considered adding her, but with 30, he felt no interest whatsoever. Zhao Lanhua affinity 60. In an instant, upon his resolute rejection, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Zhao Lanhua's affinity for him promptly dropped to 0. Yet her good manners only allowed for an awkward smile as she slowly walked away. Regardless of her internal grievances about Jiang Nan's perceived arrogance, she showed no signs of displeasure outwardly. After all, who was she to scorn someone who arrived in a multi-million-dollar limited edition supercar? Chapter 44. Oh, Jiang Nan is actually a little internet celebrity? Following Zhao Lanhua's rebuff, the other saleswomen lost their courage to approach. Jiang Nan relaxed on the sofa, opening WeChat to peruse his messages. Landlady, you little rascal, you didn't reach out to me all afternoon. Were you having fun with Teacher Sue? Jiang Nan, not at all. I was just taking care of some matters. Landlady, taking care of matters, huh? I bet I know what you were up to. After a brief exchange, the landlady sent a voice message. I'm heading to dinner now. I'll be waiting for you at home. ISN to your online relationship coming over tomorrow? Let me have you for another night. All right. He exited the chat with the landlady just as Su-yun messaged him. I miss you. Su-yun, picture. Su-yun, picture. Jiang Nan glanced at the messages, his brows raising slightly. Both images showcased alluring black stocking-clad legs. One featured red-trimmed spaghetti straps with black stockings, while the other displayed sheer pantyhose. Jiang Nan knew all too well that with a little effort, he could easily tear the latter. All right. Su-yun, who has completely let go in front of him, truly deserves the title of exquisite beauty. He thought to himself that he would take care of her in a few days. A soft voice broke through. Is your daughter at home? Why does it sound so sneaky? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Indeed, today is Friday. The little one finished school early and is currently beside me. This time, I'm sending a text message instead of voice note. All right, I will be busy for the next couple of days, and once I am done, I will organize things properly for you. Remember to prepare a few more pairs of black stockings. I fear there may not be enough. In the present moment, at Su-yun's home, upon reading Jiang Nan's message, her face suddenly flushed with heat. Mom, why is your face so red all of a sudden? The twin-tailed girl, engrossed in her comic book on the sofa, noticed her mother's unusual demeanor and asked in surprise. Oh, nothing, dear. Mom just feels a bit warm, Su-yun replied. Be good, I'm going to take a shower. She gently patted her daughter's head and walked slowly toward the bathroom, unable to resist touching her own warm face. Her eyes revealing a hint of daze. What a troublesome man he is. Just a single sentence from him leaves me feeling this way. Ah, Su-yun, you truly are something else. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, his casual words had sent Su-yun into the bathroom. Meanwhile, he exited WeChat and glanced over at Lin Man, who was excitedly watching the cars pass by. He couldn't help but chuckle before opening Douyin to scroll through short videos. After watching a few, Jiang Nan felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He promptly clicked on the live streaming section to see what was available. At this hour, there were quite a few streamers live, yet hardly any were appealing. With the beauty filters applied, he found no interest in watching any of them, causing him to shake his head. There are other platforms besides Douyin that feature beautiful streamers. I recall one called Douhu Live. Jiang Nan exited Douyin and proceeded to download the Douhu Live platform. After registering, he chose the nickname Yenyu Jiang Nan, a name he had grown accustomed to using across various social media platforms. As he opened the Star Show section, he began to scroll slowly. He was looking for anything specific, merely browsing the covers. However, after a round of scrolling, he found no desire to click on anything, leading him to let out a soft sigh. Just as he was about to exit Douhu Live, the page refreshed, and a particular live stream caught his eye. The cover featured a beautiful girl, devoid of any beauty filters, staring directly into the camera with a rather cold expression, reminiscent of a cat that had just lost a fight. The crucial point, however, was that he recognized this beautiful girl. It was Jiang Nan. Yes, she was the strikingly beautiful girl in white stockings he had encountered with Lin Man during their hot pot outing. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered the live stream. Glancing at the viewer count, which was in the tens of thousands, yet the number of active viewers was quite low. I'm about to log off. Please give me a follow if you can. By the way, I plan to start broadcasting on a certain platform soon. If you often use that app, please search for Jiang Nan and follow me there, she announced before logging off with astonishing speed, leaving Jiang Nan somewhat surprised. Jiang Nan. Oh, she has quite a following of over 100,000 fans. Jiang Nan noticed that her short videos typically garnered tens of thousands of likes. The engagement on her account was certainly not low. After some contemplation, he decided to follow her. He had been pondering where to find an entry point. And here it was. Once she began streaming, he would surely be ready to step onto the battlefield whenever he had a chance. She appeared to be similar to Lin Man and Su Yun, someone who could be easily managed with money. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed as a confident smile graced his face. For him, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. Furthermore, even if this woman were purely attracted to looks, with his appearance and the backing of wealth, winning over such a stunning girl would be a piece of cake. Just then, footsteps echoed. Jiang Nan Gij, I'm ready. Lin Man and the long-legged girl in black stockings arrived. All right, Jiang Nan replied, putting away his phone as he rose from the sofa, wrapping his arm around Lin Man's slender waist while handing a card to the smiling saleswoman beside them. Go sign the contract. The password is... Should I write my name? Lin Man asked, momentarily confused as she looked at Jiang Nan. It's a gift for you. Shouldn't it be in your name? Jiang Nan chuckled. Wow, Jiang Nan Gij, you are so wonderful. I love you so much. Lin Man exclaimed with excitement, hugging Jiang Nan and showering him with kisses. Go on, Jiang Nan encouraged, patting her. Ma Ling's favorability level increases to 30. At that moment, a notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Initially, he thought it was Lin Man's favorability rising again, only to realize it was from someone named Ma Ling. His gaze shifted to the long-legged girl, who was now looking at him with a rather affectionate expression. To be honest, if there were no one around, Jiang Nan felt as though this woman might leap forward to him. Before long, another notification rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have received a 10-fold consumption rebate, 10 million yuan. A 10-fold rebate of 10 million yuan meant that this car was merely worth a little over $1 million. Jiang Nan was quite pleased with the 10-fold consumption rebate. Just when he thought it was over, another notification chimed in his mind, causing him to halt mid-step, a look of surprise crossing his face. Could it be that another bonus task had been triggered? Chapter 45. Lin Man's people-pleasing personality. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a consumption critical hit, receiving an additional reward of 10 million yuan. Huh? Jiang Nan's face displayed astonishment upon hearing the system's notification. This was the first time such a thing had occurred. System, can you really trigger additional rewards? He inquired. It's probabilistic. Understood. It seems that a significant expenditure might trigger this additional reward, which would be delightful. Jiang Nan thought as he walked toward Lin Man, who was exiting the finance room after signing the contract. At that moment, he mused that a reward of 10 million seemed to lack the thrill it once held. However, accumulating several tens of millions would not be insignificant, especially since he currently had only a few tens of millions at hand. Jiang Nan, Lin Man ran over, joyfully handing him his bank card, and unable to contain her excitement as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Now I am a woman with a luxury car. Receiving a Maserati worth over $1 million, her joy was scarcely understated. Just $1 million car. Why the exuberance? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and chuckled. Once you tire of this car, let me know. Anything that can be bought with money, I will get for you. This was no jest. All his possessions were rewards from the system, each one remarkable. Thus, his personal desires were not particularly great. What he truly sought was extraordinary abilities. One day, when he reached the pinnacle of his development, this entire planet would become his playground, perfectly aligning with the system's name. Indulgent life. Even Jiang Nan might guess that the system's rewards could potentially hold the secret to immortality. With the emergence of such a system, what else could possibly be deemed impossible? Even if one were to claim that Jiang Nan existed merely as an ephemeral figment of imagination, it would still bring him joy. At this very moment, he is a being of flesh, blood, and soul. Miss, your boyfriend truly treats you well, Ma Ling exclaimed enviously. While she had encountered wealthy second-generation heirs who would lavish gifts upon women to win their affection, she had never seen one willing to put the woman's name on the title of a car. Yet here was Jiang Nan, who, without even glancing at the car's value, simply swiped his card without hesitation. Furthermore, the car's ownership was registered in the young lady's name. What woman wouldn't envy such a scene? He, Lin Man merely raised her head proudly and smiled, saying nothing. Let me see which car you chose. Jiang Nan was curious about the vehicle Lin Man had selected. Brother Jiang Nan, the model I picked isn't available yet, Lin Man giggled. It's a pink one, and it will take a few more days to arrive. All right, since the car belonged to Lin Man and she favored the pink hue, Jiang Nan was unbothered by the wait as he wrapped his arm around her and exited the dealership. Thank you for visiting. Please come again. Ma Ling beamed as she saw them out. Boom! Moments later, the roar of the Pagani Huayra echoed, vanishing from sight in an instant. In this day and age, being beautiful truly is a remarkable advantage. Instantly, a throng of saleswomen surrounded them. How'd it go, Lingjia? Did you add that wealthy second-generation heir on WeChat, right? Shouldn't we push for it? Although I may not be as attractive as that young lady, I have my own charms. Are you out of your mind? In a situation like this, adding a wealthy heir, just look at that young lady's beauty. Her figure would make any woman swoon, let alone men. Ma Ling shook her head wryly and advised, when faced with a woman of such caliber, it's best to refrain from playing any tricks unless your looks, figure, and demeanor are superior. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's gazes shifted to Zhao Lanhua, who was lounging in a chair, casually scrolling through her phone. Puffed. Someone couldn't hold back a laugh. Cough, cough. Ma Ling quickly caught on, clearing her throat lightly. All right, disperse. Go about your business. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man casually found a restaurant to grab a bite. As they sat in the car, Jiang Nan noticed Lin Man's reluctance to leave and spoke up. The landlord's wife had sent several enticing photos while he was eating, adorned in black stockings and various alluring outfits, surely piquing Jiang Nan's interest. Brother Jiang Nan, just spending this day with you is enough to satisfy me. Lin Man beamed, clearly reluctant to end the day. After all, today marked the happiest experience of her 18 years. Having tasted sweetness, she was eager to savor more in the evening. She understood that Jiang Nan was not limited to her, and while she could guess the truth, she prudently refrained from pressing him for details. I had a wonderful time today as well. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled Lin Man's hair, eliciting a look of submission and delight from her. It was evident that Lin Man possessed a deeply ingratiating personality. As long as one treats her well and possesses sufficient excellence, she would wholeheartedly provide any emotional value one desires. This was precisely why Jiang Nan held her in high regard. When the Pagani Huayra made its entrance, all eyes at the school gate were drawn to the magnificent vehicle. Wow, the Pagani Huayra. My dream car. Wow, my dream crush. Is that Lin Man? No way. It really is her. Did she get picked up by a top-tier rich guy? Heartbreak ensued as many lamented why the campus beauty always ended up with the affluent, leaving the rest of them yearning for just a taste of the good life. While the Pagani Huayra captivated onlookers, the moment Lin Man disembarked. The hearts of countless boys shattered into pieces. As Lin Man stepped through the school gates, Jiang Nan prepared to start the car. Wait! At that moment, a swarm of girls rushed towards him, encircling his vehicle with astonishing speed, leaving him dumbfounded. Don't push. I just want to add you on WeChat. The noise erupted, akin to a bustling marketplace. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow in dismay, rolling down the window once more. Chapter 46. Drunkenly resting on the beauty's knee, awakened to wealth that rules the world. As he lowered the window, the atmosphere intensified. The allure of his face, akin to a potent poison for women, ignited the scene into chaos. Wow, so handsome. Handsome guy, can we exchange WeChat? I'm still a pure-hearted girl. Can we meet? Handsome guy, open the door. I want to discuss life with you. The situation spiraled into utter pandemonium. For men, the sight of white stockings, petite shoes, and twin ponytails was irresistible. But for these gold diggers, merely the presence of a luxury car was enough to send them into a frenzy, let alone the fact that it was driven by a paragon of male beauty. This was sheer ecstasy. Is it really this crazy? Witnessing the spectacle, the boys at the school gate exchanged glances, pulling out their phones to capture the moment, broadcasting, "Brothers, it's insane. Watch out for male safety. Never drive a luxury car out. You'll get swarmed by girls." Inside the car, Jiang Nan felt utterly helpless. There were too many people. He sighed softly, pretending to dial a phone number. "Hello, is this Uncle M.O.? Yes, I've been surrounded by a crowd at university." "Thank you." When faced with such a dilemma, one must call upon Uncle M.O. As soon as he hung up the call, a significant portion of the gold diggers hastily dispersed. A few persistent girls remained, attempting to win Jiang Nan's attention through sheer willpower. But he calmly remarked, "Ladies, kindly step aside so I can await Uncle M.O.'s arrival." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, most of the remaining girls stepped back, leaving only a handful lingering at a distance. With this, Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator and swiftly sped away. Boom! In an instant, the Pagani Huayra transformed into a dark flash, disappearing into the dim light. "Damn, we've been played." The remaining girls expressed their frustration, having been so close to touching the luxury vehicle, only to be denied at the last moment. Inside the car, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his face as he gazed at the exquisite mechanical steering wheel. He couldn't help but murmur, "People are utterly insane in this world. I need to maintain a lower profile. My face alone is enough to drive women wild, and coupled with the aura of a wealthy heir, it might lead to another chaotic scene." Murmuring to himself, he shook his head in resignation. It seems that a Porsche Cayenne would be more suitable. At least $1 million luxury car wouldn't cause such a commotion. 20 minutes later, around 7:40 p.m., upon disembarking, he glanced at his phone, where the landlady had sent several alluring photos, unable to resist humming a cheerful tune. He ascended swiftly to the third floor, knocking gently on the landlady's door. "Coming." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open. The moment the landlady appeared, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Her elegantly coiled silver hair and the two silver strands framing her forehead perfectly embodied the image of a charming neighbor straight out of a comic book. Following this, her attire, a fitted purple qipao, delivered an overwhelming visual impact. As Jiang Nan appraised her, the landlady slightly turned, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "How do you like my outfit, Xiao Jiang?" "It's wonderful," Jiang Nan replied, giving her a thumbs up. "Just wonderful?" The landlady raised an eyebrow, revealing a pair of shapely legs hidden beneath the qipao. With a hint of playful frustration, she looked at Jiang Nan and sighed. "While I was busy during the day searching for the perfect pairing of stockings, I never imagined that all you would say is wonderful." Witnessing her demeanor, Jiang Nan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and smiled, "Sister, I did give it a thumbs up. That is the highest respect I can offer for your outfit." "Oh, you rascal." The landlady immediately blushed, her stunning face adorned with a rosy hue. An hour later, at exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Nan settled on the sofa, a look of contentment on his face as he lit a cigarette. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. At that moment, he felt inspired to recite a poem. From the front, it looks like a ridge, from the side, a peak, for I am within this mountain. He was eager to sleep, for he had an early flight at 8 in the morning. The excitement of reuniting with his darling was overwhelming. Just then, his phone vibrated on the sofa. Picking it up, he discovered a message from Meng Qingxiu. The abundance of exclamation marks revealed her excitement. Truth be told, Jiang Nan was equally thrilled. He was well aware of the stunning impact of the private butler Li Jing from Villa number 001, whose beauty scored an impressive 95 points. As for Meng Qingxiu, an astounding 96. The allure of such beauty in person was truly captivating. One must not underestimate the difference of merely a single point between 95 and 96. In essence, as a woman's beauty score rises, that additional point creates an entirely different sensation. It is akin to identical twins, where a 1-point difference can make the elder sister appear more attractive despite identical features. This phenomenon also holds true even when both were the same outfit. One would still perceive the elder sister as more appealing. To Jiang Nan, a woman whose beauty reaches such heights evokes an indescribable feeling. He couldn't help but express his own nervousness. It felt as though insomnia was imminent. His heart raced uncontrollably. Meng Qingxiu sent another message, accompanied by a selfie. Her exquisite face was flushed, and her gaze was particularly enchanting. I must force myself to sleep now. Good night, darling. Good night. After placing his phone down, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, cradling his head with his hands, a faint, inexplicable smile gracing his lips. On the morning of May 15th, he had received the system notification, and now, just 2.5 days later, it was May 17th, around 9 in the evening. In this brief span, his savings had soared to over 1.8 billion, and he had also garnered several beautiful acquaintances. His life had undergone a remarkable transformation. This was merely the beginning. He was destined to stand atop the pinnacle of success, drunk in the embrace of beauty, awake to command wealth. Chapter 47. Meng Qingxiu. Darling, we meet in 2.5 hours. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan had already closed his eyes on the sofa. When gentle hands began to massage his head, he opened his eyes to see the landlady before him. She wore a white qipao, and he found himself staring directly at her decolletage. The most striking detail was that the qipao had a daring cut. Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed hard. Sister, your technique is quite impressive, he remarked, taking a deep breath. Lie down on my lap. I'll massage your temples and head. The landlady settled onto the adjacent sofa, patting her thigh gently. Jiang Nan wasted no time in reclining on her lap, gradually closing his eyes once more. He had to admit, the landlady must have some knowledge of massage techniques. Just a few presses on his temples revitalized him. His fatigue did not stem from a hard day's labor, but rather from the bewildering changes in his life over the past few days, leaving him in a state of surreal disorientation. The landlady's soft voice broke the silence as she gazed at him with tenderness. You seem to possess boundless energy every day. Sister, how can you say that? Jiang Nan playfully replied. The landlady chuckled at his remark, her delicate hand playfully tapping his nose. I'm only looking out for your well-being. Indeed, Jiang Nan closed his eyes again, expressing, after your massage, I feel invigorated. You rascal. The landlady leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Get to bed early tonight. You're meeting your online sweetheart tomorrow. You must conserve your energy. In a few days, when my relatives leave, you won't know what hit you. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. The following hours were filled with joyous moments, and soon Jiang Nan drifted off to sleep. The next morning, around 8, his internal clock awoke him. The landlady had already vanished, and he grabbed his phone as he headed to the bathroom, multitasking as he freshened up and checked his messages. Meng Qingxiu. Darling, your flight is about to take off. We meet in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingxiu. Image. He opened the image, revealing a photo of the airport, devoid of any hint of her outfit. Jiang Nan felt a swell of anticipation. Exiting the chat, he entered the landlady's messages. After sending the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yin, I'll be busy for the next couple of days. Jiang Nan. What do you think of this outfit? Su Jun, image. Glancing at the image, Jiang Nan's eyes widened slightly. Hanfu. Su Yun's gentle and charming demeanor was truly striking in traditional attire. Wonderful. Jiang Nan typed with one hand. Good morning, Jiang Nan Gij. A voice message accompanied a cute selfie of her pouting playfully. I have some matters to attend to over the next couple of days. I'll make it up to you afterward. Jiang Nan replied with a voice message, understood. Another voice message followed, paired with a delightful photo of her saluting. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile at her cuteness. The Pagani Huayra is undeniably a stunning vehicle. This morning, as Jiang Nan descended the stairs, he spotted a familiar little electric scooter parked not far from his space. In a scene he recognized, a young man sat atop the scooter with his arms crossed, observing a younger individual snapping photographs in front of his Pagani Huayra. The young man then revealed a mysterious smile, preparing to dismount the scooter and retrieve a car key from his pocket. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Nan approaching. Instantly, he sat back down on the scooter, discreetly stowing the key away. He appeared nonchalant as he began to whistle casually. Jiang Nan soon arrived in front of the Pagani Huayra. With a cheerful chirp, he produced the key, and at that moment, the little electric scooter rolled away. Jiang Nan glanced at the direction in which the scooter departed, shaking his head and smiling before preparing to enter his car. "Brother, may I take a photo of the interior?" A somewhat anxious young man approached Jiang Nan, softly inquiring. "Of course," Jiang Nan replied without hesitation. Noticing the pleasant weather, he opened the car door and sunroof, instantly transforming it into a convertible. "Absolutely magnificent. My goodness." The young man began snapping photos eagerly. Jiang Nan patiently smiled, watching him with amusement. After a few moments, the young man reluctantly diverted his gaze, bowing deeply before Jiang Nan. "Thank you, brother. The Pagani Huayra has always been my dream car. I never imagined I would see it in person." Jiang Nan smiled without uttering any platitudes about hard work leading to such dreams. While it is possible to acquire cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions with luck and effort, the reality is that truly luxurious vehicles exceeding several million are not attainable merely through diligence. "I'm off now," Jiang Nan said as he entered the car. "Take care, brother." The young man waved excitedly. With a roar, the Pagani Huayra swiftly disappeared from the young man's view. "Incredible," he exclaimed, remaining in place for a while, repeatedly zooming in and out on the selfies he had taken while leaning against the car, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 48. The First Encounter with the Purist by Yu Guang. Around 10:30, a Pagani Huayra came to a halt across the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, glancing occasionally at his watch. The time was approaching. He discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot, and stepped towards the exit. Crossing the street, he soon arrived at the entrance, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed. "Darling, I've arrived at Jiangxing Airport." Meng Qingxiu's message came through, accompanied by a photo of her disembarking. "I'll be waiting at the entrance." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of nervousness. "All right," he replied, tucking his phone away. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground caught his attention. He instinctively turned to see two stunning flight attendants, their faces obscured, chatting and pulling their luggage along. Men typically find such uniformed beauties irresistibly alluring. Indeed, the surrounding men were captivated, their eyes drawn to the flight attendants. However, Jiang Nan had no intention of approaching them, as he weighed various factors, including looks, body type, and demeanor. After quietly waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, people began to emerge from the exit. Jiang Nan's spirits lifted as he observed the scene. Moments later, his gaze locked onto an ethereal beauty dragging a pink suitcase. Meng Qingxiu. As she appeared, nearly every man nearby instinctively halted, captivated by the breathtaking woman, their eyes wide with disbelief. Too beautiful. Several men, even those accompanied by girlfriends, found themselves staring for an extended moment. The reason their partners remained unresponsive was that they too were captivated by Jiang Nan's striking presence. Men admired Meng Qingxiu, while women gazed at Jiang Nan. At the moment their eyes met, an invisible spark ignited between them, making both feel a delightful shiver. Jiang Nan stepped forward, while Meng Qingxiu quickened her pace slightly. Jiang Nan noted her attire, a high ponytail, a simple white halter dress, and her exquisite legs devoid of stockings. Nevertheless, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her enchanting legs. Slowly, his gaze traveled down to her small white socks paired with petite white shoes. Perfect. Her outfit perfectly embodied Meng Qingxiu's pure essence. As Jiang Nan pondered this, he formally approached Meng Qingxiu. "Darling," she exclaimed, setting down her pink suitcase and joyfully leaping into his embrace. At that moment, her heart raced. Jiang Nan tenderly stroked her hair, smiling warmly. Our first true meeting, Qiu. Hello. I am Jiang Nan. Darling, Meng Qingqiu released his waist, gazing at him softly while closing her eyes. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the essence of youthful shyness radiating from her. Jiang Nan leaned down, kissing her briefly before swiftly pulling away. He gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, guiding her pink suitcase towards the Pagani Huayra parked across the street. Darling, by the Pagani Huayra. Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the dazzling luxury sports car. Didn't you say you picked me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How did it become this Pagani Huayra? I forgot to switch. It's not a big deal. They're similar, Jiang Nan replied, adjusting the small suitcase. He opened a button near the back door, revealing a side compartment for luggage. Typically, such features go unused. Who drives this car without showing off? Fortunately, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase fit perfectly after being compacted. Pagani Huayra. They soon entered the car. Once Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt and gazed at the opulent, intricately designed interior. A hint of admiration graced her exquisite face. This should be a limited edition, right? Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. You seem quite knowledgeable about cars. I do, she replied. Generally, women show little interest in the cars men adore, but Meng Qingqiu's understanding of luxury vehicles was notable. My brother has a fondness for these cars. He owns a Pagani Huayra, albeit not the globally limited edition. Being exposed to such an environment, I have gained some knowledge about various automobiles. Her family in Mo is quite affluent. One might even categorize them as belonging to the upper echelons of society, and certainly not just a mere middle-class wealth. Had this been the Jiang Nan of the past, she would have never hinted at her family background. However, now that she drives the globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, it is evident that Jiang Nan was not exaggerating in their previous online conversations. This individual is likely a true heir of wealth, surpassing her family's affluence by several degrees. As for the notion that the Pagani Huayra was rented, Meng Qingqiu would surely find such a statement to be ludicrous. A globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, a luxury supercar of immense collectible value. Could one merely rent it for a trial? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan could not help but cast a lingering glance at the passenger seat where Meng Qingqiu sat. In this light, it becomes clear that Meng Qingqiu embodies the essence of a true white, rich, and beautiful individual. With a roar, Jiang Nan ignited the engine, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, whose familiar gasps filled the air. The Pagani Huayra zipped away like a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the vehicle, Meng Qingqiu occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, her delicate face flushed with shyness. Is there something on my face? Jiang Nan would chuckle in response, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, her cheeks reddening even further. Indeed, she was a bit bashful. Meng Qingqiu nodded shyly. Oh, a bit of what? A bit handsome? Jiang Nan laughed once more. How annoying. You've revealed my words. What should I say now? Meng Qingqiu pouted playfully at Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. How adorable. Meng Qingqiu's visage exuded an ethereal, reserved beauty, yet Jiang Nan understood that she possessed a contrasting nature. Typically, such seemingly aloof and otherworldly beauties harbor a touch of contradiction. However, she would only showcase this aspect before those she desired to impress. Just like Meng Qingqiu, who could be sweet, aloof, and clingy all at once. What outsiders could perceive was merely her fade. In this moment, Meng Qingqiu appeared utterly delightful. Spicy hot pot, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed. Are we really having spicy hot pot? In an instant, Jiang Nan recalled an old joke from years prior about an online couple meeting. The woman took the initiative to meet the man, who treated her to a bowl of 6 yuan spicy hot pot, leading to a night of fervent passion. Thus, the phrase going for spicy hot pot has since taken on a well-understood implication. Coupled with Meng Qingqiu's shy demeanor and her reluctance to meet Jiang Nan's eyes, he could hardly misinterpret the suggestion. Moreover, with Meng Qingqiu's affection for him soaring to an impressive 80 points, such a level of fondness was practically a home run. Their online relationship had lasted 2.5 years, a considerable duration during which the girl was well aware of what to expect upon meeting. Therefore, Jiang Nan could hardly play the innocent. Soon, after 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Nan Tiango residential complex. The Pagani Huayra glided into the underground parking of the small villa Jiang Nan had purchased in the old town. Darling, this neighborhood must be quite pricey, huh? After Jiang Nan retrieved her pink suitcase, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned against him, linking her arm through his. With her body pressed against him, a subtle sensation stirred within Jiang Nan. Meng Qingqiu's form, not overly large yet perfectly proportioned, was just right for a gentle caress. It's not too bad. Just a few tens of thousands. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist as they made their way to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, he did not linger, proceeding straight to the second floor. The master bedroom was easy to locate. After placing the pink suitcase inside, Jiang Nan turned to face Meng Qingqiu, holding her waist. Darling, I want spicy hot pot. Meng Qingqiu swallowed hard and softly called out, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's neck and gradually closing her eyes. Everything was conveyed without words. After 2 hours, Meng Qingqiu's affection for Jiang Nan had risen to an impressive 90 points. A stunning beauty with a score of 96. It seemed that maintaining such a high level of affection beyond this point would prove challenging. At this moment, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan observed the 2 handprints on the glass, slowly igniting a cigarette. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the sound of running water filled the air. The camera panned up, revealing several pairs of black stockings and white ankle socks on the carpet. Jiang Nan took a gentle drag from his cigarette, exhaling with a smile that was difficult to articulate. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen. It was a message from the landlady. Has a certain someone finally met their online lover? Jiang Nan replied, indeed. The landlady responded, did you seal the deal? Jiang Nan affirmed, absolutely. He sent her a photo of the 2 handprints on the window. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in the old town, the landlady, who was assisting her mother in the kitchen, felt a wave of weakness wash over her upon seeing the handprints in the photo. Goodness, this rascal is quite the player. Right in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The more she thought about it, the more her body weakened, her hands gripping the counter as she bit her lower lip. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. Ji-Qing, pass me the chopsticks. Her mother's voice broke her reverie. What are you daydreaming about? And why is your face so flushed? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Mom, I'm fine. It might just be a bit warm in the kitchen. The landlady quickly tucked her phone away, swallowing hard before fanning herself and feigning nonchalance. Why don't you go out and keep Xiaoing company? I'll handle the kitchen. Her mother promptly pushed her outside. All right. In a few days, I want it too. Just a second's voice message, soft yet filled with yearning, reached Jiang Nan's ears. Sure, you keep busy, but don't exhaust all your resources. The landlady sent a message back, accompanied by a photo. It was not a selfie, but rather a perfect shot of her long, slender black stockings and delicate feet from a high angle. Rest assured, Jiang Nan smiled confidently. At that moment, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu emerged from the bathroom, clad in an ensemble of soft pink hues. This outfit immediately caught Jiang Nan's eye. Her fitted pink short top paired with a pink bodycon skirt accentuated her figure beautifully. But that was not the most striking aspect. Seemingly aware of Jiang Nan's preferences, she wore a pair of delicate white, over-the-knee socks adorned with bows on her perfectly sculpted legs. Simply flawless. This outfit is simply impeccable. Darling, is this the outfit of the day for Qiu? Meng Qingqiu, noticing Jiang Nan's mesmerized gaze, couldn't help but smile, twirling around playfully before blowing him a kiss. Chapter 50. The cold goddess is not always cold. Beautiful? It's beyond beautiful. Jiang Nan stepped closer, whispering softly in her ear. In an instant, Meng Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, and shyly she nodded, murmuring, let us talk about it later tonight. Ha. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's charmingly bashful demeanor only made Jiang Nan more enamored. Darling, I'll do my makeup nicely. You go downstairs and wait for me. Meng Qingqiu kissed Jiang Nan's cheek and whispered. All right. Jiang Nan understood that Meng Qingqiu wanted to surprise him. After all, even without makeup, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. If she truly put her heart into her makeup, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Anticipation began to stir within Jiang Nan. He settled into the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs while pulling out his phone. Ding! Just as he did, a notification popped up. It was already past 1 o'clock. Had it not been for spending 2 hours, both he and Meng Qingxiu would have had lunch long ago. At this moment, a livestream notification appeared, not from Lin Man or Su Yun, but from Jiang Yan. To be honest, Jiang Nan had quite an interest in Jiang Yan. After all, she was a stunning beauty with a score of 92, and her figure was absolutely striking. What man wouldn't he be captivated? Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered Douyin, contemplating before charging 1 million into his account. Instantly, 10 million Dou coins were credited without any delay. Upon completing the recharge, he entered Jiang Yan's livestream. Good afternoon, everyone. I am officially starting my broadcast on Douyin today. As soon as he entered the livestream, Jiang Yan's cool voice resonated. The moment Jiang Nan's level 63 account joined, her gaze immediately locked onto the username, Yanyu Jiang Nan, and for the first time, her cold, exquisite face broke into a smile, followed by a voice tinged with emotion. Welcome, brother Yanyu Jiang Nan, to the live stream. While speaking, she clicked on his profile picture. Jiang Cheng. When she saw Jiang Nan's location, for some reason, the sunshine guy who had added her on WeChat a few days ago flashed through her mind. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. Just as Jiang Yan was still in a daze, Jiang Nan began to shower her with gifts. 100 carnivals. Thank you, boss, for the 100 carnivals. The sudden surprise left Jiang Yan utterly astonished, her little hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Look, the cold goddess isn't always cold. Just like Jiang Yan now. Her usual cool demeanor transformed into a lively expression upon seeing the value of 30,000 represented by the 100 carnivals, her sweet voice involuntarily emerging. Thank you, brother Yanyu Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. Thank you. While speaking, she hurriedly followed this big brother. With 30,000 worth of gifts pouring in, she felt a bit dizzy. Never had Jiang Yan displayed such a soft voice or such a sweet smile. Wow, her smile truly isn't something ordinary people can witness. It's extraordinarily enchanting. Just ask if you like it. Yes, whether it's the aloof Jiang Yan or the sweet Jiang Yan, they are both my goddesses. The chat in the live stream exploded with comments. Is brother Yanyu Jiang Nan also from Jiangcheng? At this moment, Jiang Yan's sweet, lively voice rang out in the live stream. Yes, I encountered you near the university town last time, and we added each other on WeChat. Jiang Nan didn't pretend to be a stranger and directly revealed his identity. Huh? Jiang Yan paused at this revelation, her face displaying shock. So, you were that sunshine guy from last time. So, that Porsche Cayenne next to you truly belongs to you. Jiang Yan's favorability, 15. Having spent 30,000 didn't increase his favorability at all, yet merely revealing his identity garnered him an instant 15 points. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This woman seems to be an unyielding beauty enthusiast. Who would have thought it would indeed be you? When I saw you last time, you were the first person I thought of. I didn't expect it to truly be you. Jiang Yan's tone brimmed with excitement, and she began to express her gratitude. You've truly left me a bit dazed with your 100 carnivals, haha, as I've never received so many gifts before. Is that so? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, sending a message. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. Yanyu Jiang Nan sent the streamer a carnival one. The carnivals began to flood the screen once more. This time, it wasn't just 100. Instead, it surged to 200. In merely a few minutes since the broadcast began, Jiang Yan had received 300 carnivals, totaling a gift value of nearly 900,000. After taxes, she would at least take home over 300,000. Jiang Yan's favorability, 10. Oh, another 60,000 came in, easily raising her favorability by another 10 points, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to brighten. Jiang Yan's current favorability for him was not low, reaching as high as 35 points. With a little more effort, it seemed reaching 90 points wouldn't be too distant. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the additional 200 carnivals. I am truly grateful. In the live stream, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed as she stood up. At that moment, Jiang Nan also caught a glimpse of her outfit. It was quite similar to the first time they met, except for the stockings adorning her elegant legs. Last time, she wore knee-high white socks, but this time, it was white sheer tights which enhanced her flawless legs, making her outfit even more captivating. Not only would men be enchanted, But even women who admired beauty would be unable to resist exclaiming wifey. It was universally appealing. With 1 million dough coins remaining, Jiang Nan gifted Jiang Yan another 33 carnivals and then sent the last 10,000 dough coins as a red envelope before exiting the live stream. Just as he left, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spending is complete. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 5 million. Having earned an additional 4 million, Jiang Nan felt no emotional fluctuations. At that moment, a message notification appeared on his WeChat, and upon glancing, it was from Jiang Yan, whom he had never contacted since adding her. Chapter 51. Pure Desire. Chio Chio is truly fearsome. Brother Jiang Nan, may I invite you to dinner tonight? Jiang Yan's message arrived. Seeing this message, it was obvious what this woman intended. Currently, she held a favorability of 35 points towards Jiang Nan, which was not insignificant. If Jiang Nan expressed even a hint of interest, she would undoubtedly pursue him further, and as their ambiguous relationship progressed, her favorability would surely rise. In this regard, Jiang Nan exuded a remarkable confidence. He was preoccupied with matters over the past couple of days, expressing that he would be unable to meet in the evening. However, he proposed a meal together in a few days, subtly declining her while also indicating a desire to initiate a future engagement. Jiang Yan's favorability level, 2. All right, just let me know when you're free, Jiang Nan. I am available anytime in the near future. Jiang Nan could easily perceive her eagerness, his eyes narrowing with a knowing glint. The emphasis on her availability was clearly an invitation for him to ask her out on the 20th of May. Yet, he was uncertain about his own schedule on that day. There were also the matters concerning the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man. Logically, he should prioritize inviting Jiang Yan. But in terms of affection, Jiang Yan had unwittingly settled into the 5th position in his heart. Reflecting on this 5th position, Jiang Nan couldn't help but marvel at his own transformation. It had not been long since he transitioned from a destitute individual to someone with over 100 million in savings. Luxurious cars and opulent residences, complemented by 4 stunning companions boasting a beauty score of 90. The pace of his ascent was nothing short of extraordinary. Without fail, an array of beers and beverages awaited him. He retrieved a can of soda, checked the expiration date, and upon confirming its freshness, he popped it open and took several refreshing gulps. The chilled soda was invigorating, eliciting a pleased expression on Jiang Nan's face. Exiting the kitchen, he realized he had nearly finished the can when footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. As he quickened his pace and stood at the bottom of the stairs, his gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of exquisitely sculpted legs adorned with white knee-high socks, accentuating their shape and evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. It was no jest. Even someone like Jiang Nan, who prided himself on a strong will, found such thoughts surfacing. He could only imagine the audacious ideas that might spring forth from those who were already enamored with legs, white stockings, or delicate feet. Before long, a figure emerged, and Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. A vision clad in white entered his line of sight. After a brief moment of admiration, he awkwardly cleared his throat. White leggings, he mused, suddenly convinced that such leggings were perhaps the most ill-conceived invention in existence. When Meng Qingqiu fully appeared, his breath caught ever so slightly. Her hair was elegantly styled in 2 braids, framing a face of breathtaking beauty that required no more than a touch of foundation to enhance her allure. Her eye makeup accentuated her enchanting eyes, and a few shimmering sequins adorned the corners, complemented by striking blue irises that imbued her with an exotic charm. This so-called pure and alluring beauty from the internet pales in comparison to my Qingqiu. Jiang Nan found himself unable to resist swallowing hard. This stunning beauty, scoring a remarkable 96 in looks, was indeed formidable. Darling, a voice chimed, drawing Jiang Nan's gaze to her plump, glossy lips, and he couldn't help but swallow again. Her lips, coated in mirror-like gloss, sparkled with every word she spoke, captivating all who beheld her. Unquestionably, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu showcased her beauty in all its glory, perfectly embodying her high score. Soon, Meng Qingqiu descended the stairs and naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's, nuzzling her head against his shoulder. "What's the matter?" Jiang Nan gently inquired, pulling her slender waist closer. "Darling, I'm hungry Meng Qingqiu pouted, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. She was utterly adorable, and her demeanor melted Jiang Nan's heart. This woman truly exemplified the duality of sweetness and allure. "Let us go." Jiang Nan couldn't resist planting a brief kiss on her lips before sweeping his hand down to the underground parking garage. Once in the car, he drove out slowly. Moments later, a sleek black Pagani Huayra sped through the streets of the old town, turning heads and eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by. "What shall we eat?" he asked. "I'm craving some spicy hot pot. I really miss the one in Jiangcheng." Meng Qingqiu replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Miss it?" Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Last year, I tried that hot pot place you always raved about, and it was indeed delicious." Meng Qingqiu reminisced. "Oh, that one." Jiang Nan quickly recognized it as being within a kilometer of the landlady's community. Understood. He was well acquainted with the routes in the old town, and after 10 minutes, they arrived at the street. Slowing down considerably, he parked in front of shop. As the Pagani Huayra came to a stop, all eyes within 100 meters turned towards it. Meanwhile, from around the corner, Su Yun, clad in a cheongsam and nude stockings, strolled with her daughter, who suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Mommy, look at that gorgeous car. What a beautiful car." Su Yun chuckled, glancing over with surprise. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from the passenger seat, and Su Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a wave of envy washing over her heart. Though she understood Jiang Nan would not belong to her alone, witnessing this scene firsthand stirred emotions she hadn't anticipated. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon Su Yun, who appeared crestfallen. What a coincidence, he thought, yet he remained unfazed, playfully winking at her. At that moment, Su Yun, noticing Jiang Nan's wink, inexplicably felt her earlier despondency dissipate. "At least he didn't ignore me." She took a deep breath as Meng Qingqiu approached, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's, prompting them to stroll together. "Wow, that sister is incredibly beautiful, and that brother is quite handsome too." As they walked, they crossed paths at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Su Yun and her daughter arrived, and the little girl excitedly shouted, "Mommy." Hearing her daughter's exclamation, Su Yun quickly admonished, "Nana, why are you shouting?" After addressing her daughter, she turned to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, offering an apologetic smile. "Children can be a bit noisy. Sister, it's perfectly fine. What a cute little girl." Meng Qingqiu smiled, glancing appreciatively at the young and beautiful mother before her gaze returned to the little girl, who resembled a porcelain doll with her pigtails. Unable to resist, she bent down to gently pat the child's head. "Hee, thank you, sister." The little girl responded politely, oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between Jiang Nan and Su Yun. "All right." Little girl bids farewell to her older siblings. As Meng Qingqiu rose, Su Yun, her face slightly flushed, uttered these words. Indeed, this feeling of exchanging flirtatious glances in front of someone's genuine girlfriend is rather peculiar. "Goodbye, older siblings." The little girl cheerfully waved her hand and was led away by Su Yun. How adorable that little girl was. "I can certainly envision our future daughter being just as charming," Jiang Nan remarked, wrapping his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist with a smile. "Absolutely," Meng Qingqiu replied without a hint of shyness. As the saying goes, if you truly love someone, you should bear them little ones. Meng Qingqiu felt her affection for Jiang Nan growing deeper, wishing to bear him 7, 8, or even 11 children. This handsome couple entered a quaint little shop, arriving in a striking sports car that had caught everyone's attention. The moment they stepped inside, they immediately attracted the gaze of all the patrons indulging in spicy hot pot. "So beautiful. Is she a fairy? Which celebrity is she?" The handsome man is not to be overlooked either. They truly are a match made in heaven. My goodness, it's evident that they stand out as the main characters among the crowd, merely eliciting astonished whispers from the onlookers. "Hey, that statement is rather true." Murmured voices began to arise. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu found a vacant spot to sit down. What would the handsome couple like to eat? An enthusiastic aunt approached with a menu, her eyes fixated on Jiang Nan. One cannot deny that Jiang Nan's charm is indeed remarkable. Potato slices, seaweed, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingqiu promptly placed her order and smiled as she added, "Thank you, medium spicy." "All right," the aunt repeated the order for confirmation and cheerfully said, "Please wait a moment." Thank you. Meng Qingxiu expressed her gratitude once more. Oh dear, this beauty is just too polite. I might secretly add a little extra for you. The aunt chuckled warmly. She was quite endearing. After the aunt left, Meng Qingxiu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, noting that most of the aunts in Jiangxing's eateries are particularly warm-hearted, especially when they mix dialects with their less-than-fluent Mandarin, which makes it even more amusing. It was nearly 2 o'clock. How time flies. At that moment, Meng Qingxiu glanced at her pink watch, her expression shifting to one of surprise. In her memory, it felt as though she had just disembarked from a plane. Little did she know that several hours had already passed since her arrival in Jiangxing. Perhaps recalling something, she shyly stole a glance at Jiang Nan. It seemed that those 2 hours of joyful moments had indeed consumed the most time and energy. Time always flies when one is with the right person, Jiang Nan remarked with a soft smile. With just over a month to go before finals, she realized that she wouldn't have much free time to visit Jiangxing and meet Jiang Nan again. No worries, I still have plenty of free time. I can always come to Shanghai to see you, Jiang Nan reassured her, gently holding her hand. Great. When you come, I'll introduce you to my best friend Yao Yao, who I've known since childhood. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed excitedly, beaming. She is also a stunning beauty and an exceptional academic achiever. Is that so? Jiang Nan smiled, not showing much interest in Meng Qingxiu's best friend Yao Yao, and remarked, isn't it said that best friends typically dislike their friends' boyfriends? Not at all. My darling is so handsome and outstanding. He is no ordinary man. I'm more worried about Yao Yao falling for you, Meng Qingxiu proudly declared. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan merely chuckled. Shortly thereafter, they began to eat. As a couple, they didn't separate their spicy hot pot, but shared a large bowl together, laughing and chatting. Half an hour swiftly passed. This is so delicious. Meng Qingxiu set down her chopsticks, her face radiating satisfaction. She had long yearned for this spicy hot pot for an entire year, and today, it was finally realized. Darling, when you're full, you tend to feel sleepy. Meng Qingxiu elegantly wiped her lips and narrowed her eyes, smiling at Jiang Nan. Chapter 53. The Transformative Effects of Body Modification Liquid. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette by the floor-to-ceiling window, exhaling wisps of smoke as he gazed outside. Just then, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced over and saw it was Meng Qingxiu's phone. Noticing her brow slightly furrow, he walked over and checked the caller ID. Yao Yao, who is it? Meng Qingxiu asked, half awake. It should be your best friend Yao Yao, Jiang Nan replied. Meng Qingxiu seemed indifferent and then fell silent. Jiang Nan picked up the phone and answered the call. You little rascal, why did you take so long to answer the phone? Yao Yao's voice immediately rang out once the call connected. I must say, it's quite sweet, Jiang Nan remarked softly. Huh. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yao Yao's voice rose in pitch, astonished. You two? Sleeping together? Clearly, Yao Yao was taken aback by the fact that the two had spent their first meeting together in such a manner, expressing her disbelief. What's wrong? Jiang Nan countered. Given their 2.5-year online relationship, it was entirely normal for them to reach such a milestone upon their first encounter. Wasn't it? In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan was not as wealthy or handsome as he claimed, and Meng Qingxiu would likely not reject any intimate advances, as she was a woman who valued feelings. As long as Jiang Nan was not lacking in essential attributes or utterly unappealing, it was only natural. This is also why, after Meng Qingxiu secretly met Jiang Nan last year, she would still propose to meet in person this year. Oh, it's nothing. Just found it a bit unbelievable, Yao Yao admitted, genuinely astonished. They had been best friends since childhood, through kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and now university, even sharing a dormitory. If anyone claimed to know Meng Qingxiu better than her, they would surely be mistaken. Not even Meng Qingxiu's family understood her as well as Yao Yao did. Thus, her shock was entirely warranted. Jiang Nan replied softly, understood. You better treat my autumn well. Yao Yao's voice came through. Absolutely, Jiang Nan smiled. After hanging up, he placed the phone back on the bedside table. At that moment, Meng Qingxiu unintentionally turned over, and he leaned down to kiss her forehead before quietly leaving the master bedroom. Downstairs, Jiang Nan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and then sat on the sofa. System. Check my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 18, 7 billion. Abilities, insight, indestructible body. Master level piano proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, body modification liquid. Life opportunities, a significant gift awaits on the day of my 22nd birthday. Instantly, a virtual character attribute panel materialized before his eyes. The deposits have reached an astonishing 18.7 billion, and the pace of progress is indeed quite rapid. With a mere thought, Jiang Nan conjured a small, dark green vial of body transformation liquid in his hand. After gently shaking it twice, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. He rose from the sofa and made his way to the bathroom on the first floor, filling the bathtub with water. Soon enough, the tub was filled to about 80%, and Jiang Nan poured the body transformation liquid into the water. In an instant, the clear water transformed into a deep green hue. Without a second thought, he undressed and stepped into the tub. Is soaking for an hour sufficient? Jiang Nan silently inquired. Yes, host. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. 20 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. The dark green water had receded by nearly half, indicating that his body had absorbed a significant amount of the transformation liquid. However, the most remarkable aspect was that he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. This indescribable sensation filled him with wonder. He resumed his meditation, and another 40 minutes swiftly passed. This time, Jiang Nan did not immediately open his eyes, but waited a few moments before slowly doing so. What a miraculous feeling. Every part of his body felt brimming with inexhaustible energy. Jiang Nan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, producing a resounding crack. For reasons unknown, he felt as though a single punch from him could fell a wild bull. Goodness, this thought seemed rather inflated. Yet he could not shake the impression that it held a kernel of truth. At that moment, he noticed a more pressing issue. His skin appeared as smooth and white as porcelain, and perhaps it was not merely an illusion. It seemed to emit a faint, luminous sheen. Coupled with his impeccably sculpted physique, he resembled a finely crafted work of art. How extravagant! Just as Jiang Nan marveled at the profound changes brought about by the body transformation liquid, the bathroom door creaked open. Darling, are you inside? Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice echoed, suggesting that the hour of rest had rejuvenated her spirit to its peak state. Yes, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu had already reached the curtain's edge. With a gentle tug, she pulled aside the curtain, playfully asking, "There are only the two of us at home. Why draw the curtain? Are you trying to hide from me?" As the curtain fully parted, Meng Qingqiu gasped in disbelief at the sight of Jiang Nan standing naked in the bathtub, her voice rising several octaves. "Darling, your physique and skin, how have they improved so much since earlier?" Meng Qingqiu excitedly approached, unable to resist the urge to caress his perfect physique. Her face a mask of astonishment. She gently tapped him, and upon hearing the sound akin to steel, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. This physique was truly astonishing. Jiang Nan chuckled, then dried himself with a towel, dressed, and lifted Meng Qingqiu into a princess carry, exiting the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with desire for more joyous moments together. Upon reaching the living room, Jiang Nan set her down and stretched his body. Suddenly, a series of small popping sounds erupted from him. What was that sound? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Darling, please don't tell me you possess martial arts skills like in the movies. Don't be ridiculous," Jiang Nan teased as he playfully pinched her nose and then gently flicked the tip, smiling. "I simply maintain a regular exercise regime. And after soaking in my unique medicinal bath, this is the result." As he spoke, he stretched again, this time producing no sound. "That's impressive." Meng Qingqiu embraced him, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, her face gradually flushing with warmth. "I wish I could stay like this forever with you. It feels so secure," she murmured. Jiang Nan affectionately stroked her head, smiling gently. "It won't be long until that day arrives. Once you've graduated, we'll be inseparable." "Oh, how wonderful!" Meng Qingqiu exclaimed joyfully. Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from Jiang Nan's stomach. Hearing it, he chuckled, "Hungry?" "Yes, I didn't eat anything substantial earlier. And with all that energy expended, I'm feeling quite famished. Meng Qingqiu replied, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. It was indeed her fault for being both inexperienced and playful. But how could she resist? It was simply too delightful. After a brief tidying up, the two of them departed within minutes. Time had flown. It was already 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, casting a glance at the clock, her expression one of disbelief. Is it really that late? Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, astonished. Wait, I think I left my bag in the car. Darling, please hold on a moment. At the restaurant's entrance, Meng Qingqiu suddenly recalled something and exclaimed. What do you need? Jiang Nan asked, slightly puzzled. With a mysterious smile, Meng Qingqiu released Jiang Nan's arm and hurried towards the Pagani Huayra parked nearby. Her car keys in hand, Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. Xiaoman, let us go karaoke tonight. I have some good friends who have yet to meet you, and this weekend they're all free. How about a gathering? At that moment, a couple emerged from the restaurant, their voices cutting through the air. Soon after, a melodious voice chimed in, all right. A man's voice followed, tinged with resignation. Almost immediately, footsteps approached, and the couple stood beside Jiang Nan. I'll call it Didi, the man stated. Go ahead, the woman replied casually, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Jiang Nan, her heart instantly captivated by his striking profile. Goodness, is he really that handsome? Wang Xiaoman's favorability. 50, just as Jiang Nan was lost in thought, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, causing him to blink in surprise and instinctively glance around. Soon, his eyes locked with those of a woman nearby. Are you Jiang Nan? Wang Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes widening in recognition, having finally seen his face. Jiang Nan's features remained the same. However, they appeared much more refined and fair. Those who truly knew him would not fail to recognize him. At that moment, this woman scrutinized him for a few more moments before her memory clicked into place. It was Jiang Nan, her deskmate from high school. I am Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman immediately introduced herself with delight. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, and suddenly a wave of realization washed over him as he cheerfully exclaimed, Ah, it's you, old classmate. In truth, he had no recollection of who this woman was. Yes, we were deskmates in high school. They say girls change a lot after 18, but you, my friend, have transformed just as remarkably, with looks like yours. Entering the entertainment industry would be a breeze. Wang Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Nan, sparing no effort in her compliments. However, as her demeanor shifted, the man beside her grew increasingly sullen. His girlfriend had never looked at him with such warmth, and seeing her so enthusiastic toward a high school classmate was, frankly, unbearable for any man. The car is almost here, Xiaoman. Let us wait a moment. Yet, recalling the time, money, and effort he had spent pursuing her without any reciprocation, he quickly suppressed his irritation, donning a forced smile as he spoke softly. Wait, can't you see I'm chatting with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman frowned, casting an impatient glance at her boyfriend, then quickly turned back to Jiang Nan with a warm smile, proposing, Jiang Nan, why don't we exchange WeChat? I'd love to treat you to a meal someday and reminisce about our high school antics. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. Wang Xiaoman, am I truly your boyfriend? Are you inviting another man to meet up right in front of me? Do you take me for a fool? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shot Wang Xiaoman a cold glance, his tone considerably harsher. You think it's acceptable to invite another man out while you have a boyfriend? Do you have no regard for me at all? In that moment, he felt no animosity towards Jiang Nan. It was entirely Wang Xiaoman's fault. If you can't handle it, then leave. I'm simply catching up with an old classmate. After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned back to Jiang Nan, wearing a bright smile. Jiang Nan, are you here for a meal too? Since today is the day, and I'm still a bit hungry, how about I treat you to a meal? The stark contrast in her attitude was palpable. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a bizarre situation. Here he was, inadvertently causing a couple to drift apart simply by being handsome. It was quite the predicament. Chapter 55, The Landlady Called. Zhang Yang's expression darkened as he cast a thunderous glance at Wang Xiaoman, finally recognizing her true nature, and stormed off. TCH, Wang Xiaoman scoffed, preparing to invite Jiang Nan once more. Suddenly, a melodic voice rang through the air, Meng Qingqiu's voice. With quick footsteps, a stunningly beautiful girl, radiating charm, approached. In a heartbeat, as Wang Xiaoman was momentarily stunned, Meng Qingxiu reached Jiang Nan, her delicate bag in hand, leaning affectionately against him, and with a cheerful gaze directed at Wang Xiaoman, she asked, "Darling, this is an old classmate." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Wang Xiaoman before wrapping his arm around Meng Qingxiu and walking into the restaurant. "Damn it, my future husband." Wang Xiaoman's expression darkened instantly, and with a glum face, she stepped outside, looking around for her boyfriend, but finding no trace of him. She furrowed her brow and hastily pulled out her phone to message Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared on her screen, draining the color from her face. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu sat in a cozy booth. The ambience was quite pleasant. Though small, the space was beautifully decorated, devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. Of course, one must consider who chose this place, Jiang Nan chuckled softly. TCH, Meng Qingxiu shot him a playful glare before picking up her phone to scan the QR code on the table to place an order. Jiang Nan didn't insist on taking over the ordering process. After scanning, Meng Qingxiu handed the phone to Jiang Nan, saying, "Darling, see if there's anything you'd like to eat." Her sweet demeanor made Jiang Nan smile. "You go ahead, I'm not picky." "All right." Meng Qingxiu began to select dishes. Jiang Nan glanced at the exquisite small bag on the table and asked, "What's this?" "Guess." Meng Qingxiu paused for a moment, then exclaimed with a grin, "This is your 520 gift." Just hearing those words made Jiang Nan blush unexpectedly. Goodness. Meng Qingxiu had been by his side all day, meaning it was impossible for her to have secretly bought the gift. This meant she had prepared it back in Modu. And him? Coughing slightly, Jiang Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, particularly as Meng Qingxiu looked at him with a hint of anticipation. "Darling, did you not prepare a 520 gift for your favorite Qingxiu in advance?" Meng Qingxiu teased. Coughing again, Jiang Nan cleared his throat, ready to respond. I knew you wouldn't remember to prepare anything." Meng Qingxiu promptly retrieved a beautifully crafted blue gift box from a small bag. Upon opening it, they revealed a pair of red and blue couple watches. While he didn't recognize the brand, their exquisite design suggested they were quite valuable. Even if they were unbranded, they were undoubtedly high-end custom couple watches. Meng Qingxiu took out the blue watch and gestured for Jiang Nan to remove his watch. Jiang Nan took off his green Rolex, and Meng Qingxiu immediately put the blue watch on him, looking him over before kissing his wrist and exclaiming, "My darling's hands are truly exquisite. They have such a wonderful feel." Hearing this, Jiang Nan momentarily froze before realizing the implication. No wonder she had made such a request earlier. It turned out she had a thing for hands. This watch must not have been cheap, right? Jiang Nan assessed the blue watch on his wrist, noticing it didn't seem particularly ostentatious. It boasted several sparkling diamonds. The stainless steel case was plated with a layer of radiant platinum, giving it a unique beauty. "It's a tad more expensive than your green Rolex." "You certainly have an eye for quality," Jiang Nan replied, nodding. "Of course, just look at who my husband is." Meng Qingxiu beamed. "Whose wife?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Darling's wife." "Who is Darling?" "Stop it." Meng Qingxiu is Jiang Nan's wife. Their playful exchange was particularly endearing. The meal concluded swiftly, taking about an hour from waiting to eating. By the time they left the restaurant, night had fully fallen. What a remarkably swift day it had been. In the car, Jiang Nan took Meng Qingxiu's hand gently, whispering, "All right." Meng Qingxiu leaned in to kiss Jiang Nan on the cheek. Suddenly, the phone he had unconsciously set aside began vibrating. His heart involuntarily fluttered for a moment. Typically, no one would call him. However, the past few days have been different. Ignoring the phone call would only raise suspicions. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and turned to the curious Meng Qingxiu in the passenger seat, saying, "I'm driving. Could you answer the phone?" Meng Qingxiu blinked, glanced at the phone, and replied, "It's a call from the landlady." "Should I pick it up?" Upon hearing it was the landlady, Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Thankfully, it was a phone call rather than a WeChat message. Otherwise, if Meng Qingxiu opened his WeChat, it would be quite troublesome. Chapter 56. The Evil Nature of Humanity. The First Insight into the Same Sex. The call connected. Jiang Nan. The landlady's anxious voice immediately resonated. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingxiu activated the speakerphone. and Jiang Nan swiftly responded while driving. Xiaoying is missing. The landlady exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. She was just in the neighborhood, and then suddenly vanished. I'm so worried. I've already reported it to the police, but I'm terrified right now. Don't worry, Sister Xia. We'll be there shortly. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, urgency lacing his words. I'm so sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends. With this situation, you're the only one I could think of to seek help. Hearing the word we, the landlady, though flustered, felt reassured about Jiang Nan's company and refrained from making any remarks that could lead to misunderstandings. Sister, what are you saying? You've been generous with the rent before. I must express my gratitude. Just send me your location, and I'll head there immediately. Jiang Nan spoke firmly. I'm in the neighborhood, the landlady quickly replied. Got it, I'll be there right away. The call ended decisively. Meng Qingxiu set down the phone. Her expression grave as she softly remarked, in this day and age, there shouldn't be any kidnappers, right? With surveillance everywhere, as long as we report it immediately, nothing serious should happen. It's hard to say. Those old neighborhoods often lack cameras. If someone were to abduct her, no one might notice, Jiang Nan said, his brow furrowing. True. Meng Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Soon, they parked beneath the building they rented. Jiang Nan spotted the landlady's distressed face not far away. Sister Xia. He waved and called out. Instantly, upon hearing his voice, the landlady turned toward him as if she had found a lifeline. When she saw him emerge from a Pagani Huayra, her expression shifted from shock to astonishment, especially as a beautiful young woman stepped out of the passenger seat, her eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, this girl is exceptionally beautiful. Even the landlady felt a pang of inadequacy at that moment, as both grace and beauty were overshadowed by the stunning girl. As they met, Meng Qingxiu took a few extra glances at the exquisite young woman in high-waisted jeans, her face reflecting admiration. I'm so sorry to interrupt your date. The landlady apologized earnestly. Sister Xia, there will always be time for dates. Finding Xiaoying is our priority now, Jiang interjected. Yes, Sister Xia, don't panic. Once Uncle Mao arrives, we'll surely find the little girl quickly, Meng Qingxiu added hastily. Sister Xia, have you searched the neighborhood? Jiang Nan inquired. I've looked everywhere. We searched thoroughly, but there's no sign of Xiaoying. I even asked the kids playing around. They said they hadn't seen her, the landlady replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Just moments ago, she had been on the phone with Xiaoying's grandmother, and now she regretted not keeping a closer watch. If anything happened to Xiaoying, she would never find peace again. Qingxiu, you chat with Sister Xia while we wait for Uncle Mao. I'll go look around, Jiang Nan suggested, his keen instincts taking charge. He exchanged a glance with Meng Qingxiu, who nodded in understanding, before he began to search the area. This old neighborhood was not large, consisting of only 4 buildings with simple lawns and a fountain in the back. Could those little rascals have taken her somewhere? As he walked, Jiang Nan noticed a few boys playing on the slide and narrowed his eyes. He recognized them. They had bullied Xiaoying before. The inherent evil in humanity, particularly in these young boys, was evident. Without proper guidance from adults, they could easily stray. Such incidents of children banding together to harm another child were far too common online. Jiang Nan strode purposefully towards the boys. At that moment, the boys noticed him approaching, their expressions shifting. Jiang Nan calmly surveyed them, an air of unshakable composure emanating from him. Have you seen Xiaoying? He knew the little girl's name and scrutinized the boys closely. Nope. Why would we know? If Xiaoying's missing, you should report it or ask Uncle Mao, replied one slightly taller boy, looking confused. I never said the little girl was missing, Jiang Nan said, locking his gaze onto him, his eyes narrowing. Hearing this, the other boys exchanged uneasy glances. The taller boy, however, remained unfazed, retorting, You look like an adult. How come you seem so foolish? Asking us such questions just confirms she's gone. Any adult would find it hard to tolerate such provocation from a child, yet Jiang Nan merely narrowed his eyes further, projecting a chilling intensity that caused the taller boy to instinctively step back, his previous calm demeanor evaporating. Just so you know, I'm 12 years old. If you randomly hit me, you'd better think about whether you can handle the public outcry. The public outcry? Jiang Nan scoffed coldly. At this point, he was nearly certain that Xiaoying's disappearance was connected to these boys. Instantly, he devised a plan and directed an insight technique towards the taller boy. Name, Jiang Nan. Age 13. Crime value, 50 points. Affection level, 100 points. Life encounter. Recently suspected of kidnapping a little girl, currently detained in a juvenile detention center. Thoughts? No matter how you think, you will never guess that I've hidden that little brat xiaoing on my rooftop balcony. What? Upon witnessing the insightful gaze cast towards the young boy, Jiang Nan's expression transformed to one of astonishment. The attributes displayed on the character panels of women, men, and even his own were astonishingly distinct. Chapter 57. As handsome as an immortal, eagerly boosting favorability. Jiang Nan, I know you, Jiang Nan remarked coolly. You are clearly 13 years old, yet claim to be 12. Are you attempting to conceal something? What? A flicker of panic crossed Jiang Nan's eyes, and he feigned composure. I'm not yet 13. What is wrong with saying I'm 12? And even if I am 13, so what? Jiang Nan chuckled and shifted his gaze to the rooftops of the other 3 buildings. As he surveyed the scene, Jiang Nan and his companions nervously followed his line of sight. Jiang Nan's keen observation allowed him to deduce the location of the little girl when he noticed Jiang Nan's group lingering on the left building for a moment longer. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and called the landlady. Jiang Nan, I was just about to call you. Uncle Ma has arrived. How are you? The landlady answered promptly, concern evident in her voice. I'm at the slide. Please bring them here, Jiang Nan replied calmly. All right. The landlady's anxious tone eased upon hearing Jiang Nan's composed response. After hanging up, the 3 boys immediately prepared to flee. Jiang Nan swiftly caught one in each hand, while the 2 smaller boys were cradled under his arms. Let me go. This is kidnapping. Do you know that? Jiang Nan shouted as he dangled in midair, flailing his fists. Kidnapping? You're aware of that term? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes at the boy. His patience was wearing thin, encountering such a brazen child who relied on his youth to evade consequences, ignited a furious desire to retaliate. Having seen numerous cases online of children plotting heinous acts, Jiang Nan felt a surge of indignation at this reality. Soon after, the landlady and Meng Qingxiu arrived with several uncles. Jiang Nan, where have you taken my little Ying? The landlady glared at Jiang Nan, her face darkening. I don't know. Jiang Nan retorted defiantly. You didn't watch your daughter closely. How is it our fault? How shameless can you be? And don't think your status as the landlord makes you powerful. This is a society governed by law. What does wealth matter? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he swiftly delivered a slap. How dare you hit me? Gentlemen, let us keep the conversation civil. Hitting a child is rather excessive. Besides, we cannot be certain this boy is responsible for taking the girl. One of the uncles interjected quickly. With that, Jiang Nan strode purposefully toward one of the buildings. The landlady and Meng Qingxiu instinctively followed, while the remaining uncles and a young woman exchanged glances before hastening after them. Upon reaching the top floor, the landlady called out, Shouting! Shouting! Mommy! Mommy! The little girl's voice rang out in response. Impossible! How did you know we were hiding her here? Jiang Nan's complexion shifted dramatically. With that, the landlady stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to his face. When Jiang Nan attempted to retort, he was struck mute by the fierce look in her eyes. A mother's love transforms the weak into the strong. Mommy, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. The little girl cried from behind the door. Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you soon, the landlady reassured her. I have a spare key for the rooftop door. Jiang Nan, please comfort her while I fetch it. At that moment, the remaining uncles and the young woman joined them, their faces reflecting shock upon hearing the girl's cries. She really is up there. Xiajia, there's no need to go, Jiang Nan said calmly. He set down the 2 smaller boys and repositioned Jiang Nan to his left hand before gently knocking on the aluminum door before him. What is he planning to do? The onlookers wore expressions of confusion, shouting, be a good girl and move aside. Your brother will come to rescue you shortly. Jiang Nan's soothing voice resonated. Brother, brother. The little girl's sobbing intensified. Be good. Listen, your brother. Move away from the door and find a corner to cover your ears, Jiang Nan patiently reassured her. Okay, I'm hiding well now, brother, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. After ensuring her safety, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. With all eyes upon him, he clenched his fists, assumed a stance, and struck the aluminum door with a powerful blow. Bang! The loud noise echoed through the stairwell, causing everyone present to shudder in surprise as they turned their gazes toward the door, eyes widening in disbelief. Did he just leave a fist imprint on the door? A shocked uncle exclaimed. Bang! The second punch landed. Bang! And the third. After delivering 5 powerful strikes, Jiang Dong, who Jiang Nan had been holding, fainted from fright and was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, then delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The aluminum door flew open as he stepped through, leaving the landlady, Meng Qingxiu, and the astonished bystanders in a state of disbelief. Favorability with Xia Jiqing, 12. Favorability with Meng Qingxiu, 2. Favorability with Qiu Ruiyue, 20. In an instant, as everyone regained their senses, they saw Jiang Nan emerging with the little girl in his arms. At that moment, the moonlight bathed him in a celestial glow, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens, causing the hearts of the women present to race. Chapter 58. Qiu Ruiyue's instant attraction. So what if I hit? At this moment, Jiang Nan was taken aback by the notification that echoed in his mind. The landlady's favorability had surged by an astonishing 12 points. If he recalled correctly, she now held a total of 92 points, reaching the same level as his own attractiveness. Meanwhile, Meng Qingxiu had gained 2 points, which was commendable given her impressive score of 96. As for Qiu Ruiyue, she had experienced a remarkable increase of 20 points, prompting Jiang Nan to glance toward the young woman on the staircase, casting his insight spell upon her. Name: Qiu Ruiyue. Age: 25. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Charge: 0. Attractiveness: 92 points. Favorability: 25 points. Jiang Nan. Showing. The landlady's relieved voice echoed through the space. Instinctively rushing toward Jiang Nan gently reassured, Sister Xia, it's all right now. At this moment, the landlady finally reacted, taking the little girl from Jiang Nan's embrace. With her eyes slightly reddened and her cheeks flushed, she shyly glanced at Meng Qingxiu, lowering her head like a girl who had made a mistake, and sincerely apologized. Qiu, I understand. There is no need for me to feel jealous. Meng Qingxiu, displaying great composure, stepped forward to grasp the landlady's hand, gently patting it in a comforting manner. As long as the little girl is fine. With a sigh of relief, she looked at the adorable child in her arms, reaching out to stroke her little head, exclaiming, What a lovely little girl. How could those troublesome boys be so heartless? Meng Qingxiu's temperament was remarkably gentle, yet she was infuriated. What should be done with those children? Jiang Nan fixed his gaze on the group of hat-wearing uncles, speaking in a serious tone. Even though they are just children, their actions have led to a crime. We understand. The hat-wearing uncles recognized that Jiang Nan was no ordinary individual and were aware that the landlady held significant influence in the community, indicating her extraordinary wealth, which made them reconsider their approach. It was evident that the fault lay with the group of boys, and as upright men, they could not side with the aggressors. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. At this moment, Sister Hat stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 boys sprawled on the ground, crying and trembling. She then assured Jiang Nan and the landlady, My name is Qiu Ruiyue. If I cannot provide you with a perfect resolution, feel free to lodge a complaint against me. Hearing Qiu Ruiyue's words, an older hat-wearing uncle's expression changed. Ligo, it's fine. I simply cannot tolerate those who think they can act recklessly just because they are children, he said. This older one must be sent to a juvenile detention center. Qiu Ruiyue replied calmly. Now that I wear this uniform, I must uphold its honor. Thank you, thank you. The landlady immediately expressed her gratitude. It is our duty. Qiu Ruiyue smiled, turning her gaze toward Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Have you practiced before? That strength was truly extraordinary. Just a few years of training, Jiang Nan replied. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ruiyue's admiration deepened significantly. Qiu Ruiyue's favorability level increased by 2. Darling, is your hand all right? At this moment, Meng Qingxiu approached, first glancing at Qiu Ruiyue, then tenderly examining Jiang Nan's right hand. Aside from a slight redness, there were no other issues, providing her with immense relief. I'm fine. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Ruiyue furtively observed Meng Qingxiu, genuinely captivated by her beauty. She is stunning, she thought. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a girl she deemed more beautiful than herself, as the others simply did not possess the qualities to evoke such awe. When she previously observed the landlady, she merely thought the woman was pretty, nothing more. However, after taking a closer look at Meng Qingxiu, she found her increasingly enchanting, to the point of feeling a tinge of inferiority. And darling, are they a couple? Xiao Rui's brows subtly furrowed. If the woman were less appealing, it would not matter if they were dating. After all, they were not married yet. She could wait patiently. However, Meng Qingxiu was too striking. What man would willingly let go of such an extraordinary woman? It was quite troublesome. Xiao Rui took a deep breath, a barely perceptible bitter smile gracing her lips. She was inherently averse to wrongdoing, and forcing herself to accept the situation was simply not in her nature. Yet, Meng Qingxiu was exceptionally beautiful, possessing both grace and figure that surpassed her own. Truth be told, she felt inferior. Simultaneously, she feared she might never witness the day when the two would part ways. With that thought, she cast a deep glance at Jiang Nan, burying her sudden infatuation deep within her heart. The subsequent events unfolded more smoothly. The group arrived at the station, and it wasn't too long before the parents of the three troublesome boys arrived. Mom. Since arriving at the station, Zhang Dong had not uttered a single word. Upon seeing his parents, he immediately burst into tears. They slapped my face several times. It hurt so much. His cries were spontaneous, devoid of any pretense. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that Zhang Dong was indeed a troublesome child, a natural-born troublemaker. Don't cry, dear. Who hit my son? Step forward and apologize. Zhang Dong's mother comforted her son before scanning the crowd with a dark expression. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Nan for a moment, and his formidable presence caused her demeanor to soften slightly. Who hit my child? A frail-looking middle-aged man, wearing glasses, stood beside Zhang Dong's mother, seemingly attempting to assert himself. I did. What of it? The landlady was about to take responsibility when Jiang Nan stepped forward, calmly stating, Do you know what your son has done? Kidnapping. Do you understand the consequences of kidnapping? My child is only 13. What crime could he possibly commit? The frail man adjusted his glasses and scoffed. As his words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. How brazen could one be to utter such claims without a hint of remorse? Very well, Jiang Nan retorted with a bitter smile, then used his inside ability on the frail man. Name, Zhang Qiqiang. Age, 38. Crime level, 100 points. Favorability level, 100 points. Life outcome. Due to prolonged use of illegal drugs, he will soon die of an overdose. Mental state, damn it, I was just about to inject myself. That wretched Zhang Dong ended up here, and I'm about to die too. This is unbearable. After reviewing this frail man's attributes and life circumstances, Jiang Nan's pupils dilated in shock. How could he dare to indulge in such vices? At this moment, Jiang Nan's gaze toward the man was akin to that of Spectre. One older hat-wearing uncle stood up, frowning. You shouldn't say such things. Although Zhang Dong hasn't reached 14, his behavior and logic don't align with his age. While he may not bear criminal responsibility, we can still send him to a correctional facility if necessary. Don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Zhang Qiqiang retorted nonchalantly. Wife, take out your phone and film these people. I refuse to believe that a group of ordinary children playing hide-and-seek could escalate to kidnapping. All right. Zhang Dong's mother immediately took out her phone. Jiang Nan glanced at the somewhat flustered uncles in hats, and then fixed his gaze upon the composed Qiru. At that moment, Qiru also directed her attention towards him, their eyes locking in silent exchange. For reasons unknown, it seemed as though Qiru could perceive his intentions. She promptly approached him and whispered, Is there something you need? Yes, Jiang Nan replied with a nod, stepping closer to her. The wave of masculine charisma enveloped Qiru, whose cheeks flushed instantly, betraying the affection she felt for him. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Qiru's favorability 3. With a quiet acknowledgement of this increase in favorability, Jiang Nan softly stated, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years. By observing this individual, I discern that his health is exceedingly frail exhibiting symptoms identical to those recorded for excessive opium use. You should be able to detect this as well, shouldn't you? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qi Riyue first appeared taken aback, only for her expression to swiftly transform into one of astonishment. My goodness, a man skilled in both martial and medical arts. Is this Jiang Nan fellow truly so exceptional? Furthermore, we should investigate his residence, Jiang Nan suggested. I understand. Without a search warrant, we cannot intrude upon another's home. Yet, gazing into Jiang Nan's confident eyes, she found herself inexplicably inclined to heed his guidance without hesitation. Little Chiu, this is no trivial matter. One of the older uncles in hats spoke sternly. I trust him, and look at that man. Doesn't he resemble a habitual user of illicit substances? Qi Riyue proclaimed. This young man, named Jiang Nan, is no ordinary individual. I believe he possesses remarkable abilities. Little Chiu, why don't you, along with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Chun, take a look? Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan disregarded the incessant filming by the intrusive woman and whispered a few words to the landlady. Under her astonished gaze, he took into his arms the already slumbering little girl. Clattering, the landlady hurried towards Qi Riyue. The group departed amidst the bewildered glances of several parents of troublesome children. As for Zhang Chong and his family, they continued to record videos, ranting, "Dear viewers, our child was merely playing hide-and-seek with the neighborhood children. This family claims our child has kidnapped someone and even assaulted them, which is utterly outrageous." Jiang Nan retrieved 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. "What is the matter?" Meng Qingqiu asked softly. "Just wait and see," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "All right." Meng Qingqiu refrained from further inquiry, feeling a sense of anticipation. Jiang Nan's calm demeanor was captivating, exuding an aura of control that made her wish to sit on his lap and embrace his neck, if only there weren't so many people around. What are you thinking, you little rascal?" Meng Qingqiu's breath quickened slightly, her beautiful face flushed with color. She truly realized that the more she interacted with Jiang Nan, the more she discovered his exceptional qualities, which were utterly intoxicating. "Brother Zhang, I think we shouldn't escalate this situation too much. We know our child's temperament." 2 other parents of troublesome children chimed in quietly. Moreover, Xia Jiqing is the landlady of the entire neighborhood. They are merely workers from rural areas. There is no need to provoke them. Besides, where else can we find such affordable rent? Not escalate it. Zhang Chong shot a cold glance at the man who spoke, asserting, "Old Wang, we cannot let these people oppress us. We are defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm just a simple countryman and don't quite grasp these matters." Old Wang replied timidly, "But I feel uneasy. Perhaps we should downplay this? Get lost. It's not your son who is being beaten." The intrusive woman shot a frosty stare at Old Wang. Time passed rather swiftly as they remained in a stalemate for about 20 minutes. Qi Riyue's favorability 5. Xia Jiqing's favorability 1. Here it comes. Ding. At that moment, Jiang Nan slowly rose, and within his mind echoed a system notification. Chapter 60. Compensation. This system is quite generous. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Xia Jiqing's favorability increased by 1. Beauty points increased by 1. And you have gained a chance to draw a lottery. The system's notification sparked a glimmer in Jiang Nan's eyes. He immediately turned his attention to the landlady, whose beauty points had risen from 92 to 93. At that moment, she exuded an inexplicable and significant transformation, her presence elevated beyond mere aesthetics. This change was instantaneous. To the average observer, the landlady merely appeared somewhat more attractive. However, for Jiang Nan, her radiant demeanor was strikingly different. Even Qi Riyue, standing beside the landlady, seemed to sense something amiss, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. Why does it suddenly seem like this knowledgeable sister has become so much more attractive? Ligu. The 2 uncles in hats hurried forward, opening a recorded video on their phones. After Ligu finished watching, his face fluctuated between red and pale, and he immediately turned to Zhang Chong, his eyes filled with fervor. "This guy is truly courting disaster. Take him down." Li Beluviet. "Yes." The 2 uncles in hats advanced toward Zhang Chong. "What do you want? Hey, are you crazy? The uncles in hats are attacking ordinary citizens. Help!" In an instant, Zhang Chong's family erupted into screams. "Silence. What do you see here?" One uncle in a hat brandished his phone, thrusting the recorded video directly in Zhang Chang's face. Not only that, another uncle swiftly produced a small black bag, effectively silencing Zhang Chang, who was now sweating profusely, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His already pallid face turned ghostly white, lips trembling uncontrollably, his body shaking with fear. I want. In the next moment, his eyes turned red, overwhelmed by acute anxiety. You want what? Your infatuation. An uncle in a hat slapped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't contain his laughter. Well done. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. Zhang Chang had been barking like a dog for over half an hour, and she had held back her urge to retort until now. Seeing this moment unfold brought her immense joy. Darling, how did you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu recalled something. Looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief. I have some medical knowledge. By observing his aura, I sensed he is an addict. Jiang Nan boasted, completely unfazed. There will be plenty of opportunities. One day, he would master the skills of a medical expert. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with little hearts. The more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she uncovered his extraordinary talents. Now, with his medical prowess, what else could he possibly do? Meng Qingqiu's favorability won. Another point added. Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiang Nan had now reached an astonishing 93 points. He was merely 3 points shy of achieving the pinnacle of attractiveness, a feat that proved somewhat challenging. Jiang Nan inwardly scoffed at this predicament. Had he been dealing with an ordinary beauty scoring a mere 90 points, he would have already secured 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Nonetheless, Jiang Nan did not dwell excessively on this trivial matter. Right? Song Siye. He mused silently. Ding! In the next instant, as he engaged in this internal dialogue, the familiar notification sound of the system echoed in his mind. Oh, is it truly here? The system announced, detecting the host's willingness to explore its functions, thus gifting him an additional lottery opportunity. Jiang Nan could hardly contain his joy at receiving a complimentary chance to draw. Most notably, the system was remarkably user-friendly. It compensated for his grievances, truly delivering tangible results. A 5-star review was certainly warranted. Jiang Nan mentally applauded. Thank you, Jiang Nan Xiaoga. Without your assistance, we would have been unable to uncover Zhang Qiqiang's covert activities. A brief investigation revealed that this individual was involved in numerous illicit trades in Jiangxing. 30 minutes later, at the main entrance, Li Gu and Qiu, accompanied by a few others, offered Jiang Nan a respectful salute. This was no small feat, relying on their intelligence. They had managed to dismantle an organization engaged in such nefarious dealings, significantly bolstering their achievements. It was my duty, Jiang Nan replied solemnly. This menace causes too much harm. Since I have recognized it, I cannot remain silent. Thankfully, Sister Qiu chose to believe in me. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a precarious position. Over the course of 30 minutes, Jiang Nan added Qiu Riyue on WeChat, and they engaged in casual conversation, establishing a rapport that at least suggested familiarity rather than strangers. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Riyue beamed, proudly glancing at Li Gu without uttering a word. Yet her expression seemed to convey a message. Indeed, I will follow up on the matter regarding Zhang Dong and his mischievous companion's kidnapping. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Li Gu stated earnestly. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Qiu Riyue quickly interjected. That would be quite troublesome. Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily. With a smile, Qiu Riyue remarked. Her fondness for Jiang Nan having already reached an impressive 35 points. Such a level of affection was notably high. Any form of intimate interaction would surely elevate her feelings even further. Jiang Nan, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that the legacy of our ancestors would aid us in dismantling a drug trafficking organization. Inside the police vehicle, Qiu Riyue radiated excitement. It was merely coincidence. Jiang Nan humbly replied from the passenger seat. You are far too modest. Qiu Riyue frequently cast glances at Jiang Nan in the passenger seat, her eyes betraying her infatuation. In the rearview mirror, the landlady cradled the sleeping child, subtly pursing her lips, clearly understanding the reason behind Qiu Riyue's chattiness. Quite normal. What woman could resist Jiang Nan's overwhelming charm? What could possibly withstand such a lure? The landlady believed that merely engaging with this charming young man would leave anyone utterly enthralled. Ahem. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu inexplicably cleared her throat. Instantly, the lively chatter from Qiu Riyue ceased. Chapter 61. The flustered Qiu Riyue and the landlady's subtle smirk. Merely clearing her throat, Qiu Riyue fell silent, glancing awkwardly at the rearview mirror, where she caught Meng Qingqiu's peculiar gaze directed at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She realized this was Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She had indeed overstepped. From the very moment she invited Jiang Nan to the front seat, and throughout their journey, her incessant chatter and effusive praise for him were glaringly evident. Even a fool could discern her keen interest in Jiang Nan. I apologize. I tend to be a bit talkative, Qiu Riyue murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She had no intention of competing. She simply could not suppress her infatuation with Jiang Nan. Such feelings were beyond her control. Meng Qingqiu observed Qiu Riyue's embarrassed expression in the rearview mirror and could not help but sigh. The phrase love at first sight resonated deeply with her. Jiang Nan's allure was beyond imagination. Honestly, even without 2.5 years of online dating, simply meeting him in person, Meng Qingqiu felt she too would succumb to the enchantment of love at first sight. The more exceptional a person is, the more one is drawn to their excellence. Jiang Nan was remarkably outstanding. At least for now, his only flaw was being excessively admirable, rendering him irresistibly captivating to the majority of women, who found themselves helplessly drawn to him. Meng Qingqiu personally experienced this, feeling no desire to resist Jiang Nan in the slightest. Thus, she believed she could empathize with Qiu Riyue. This realization prevented her from openly asserting her claim, stating he was her boyfriend and imploring Qiu Riyue to be more reserved. After all, if Qiu Riyue were in her position, Meng Qingqiu doubted she could exercise greater restraint than this woman upon feeling such attraction. Darling is simply too perfect. Meng Qingqiu could foresee a future filled with jealousy and rivalry among numerous women. Never mind, although it seemed she contemplated for ages. It was merely a fleeting moment of thoughts. Meng Qingqiu sighed softly and shook her head. The landlady in the back seat remained silent, adopting an indifferent demeanor. She was acutely aware of her role, content to simply have Jiang Nan accompany her occasionally when he had the time. After all, she felt she was not in a position to contend for his affection. This self-awareness was profound. Consequently, for the landlady, it mattered little whom Jiang Nan ultimately married. In her eyes, it was inconsequential, as she, Xia Ziking, could never envision herself walking down the aisle with him. This mindset prevented her from engaging in internal conflicts. She had no reason to do so, as she had clearly defined their future relationship from the outset. Subsequently, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Oh, all right. Qiu Riyue stole another glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror, then switched on the car's music system. Unable to contain my emotions, I am but a deeply wounded woman. The moment the music began, a Cantonese song filled the vehicle, instantly causing everyone's expressions to shift. Bang! True to her reputation as Sister Hat, Qiu Riyue reacted quickly, promptly turning off the music and nonchalantly stating, "The night view is quite lovely today, with stars and the moon. Tomorrow is sure to bring bright sunshine." As the eldest sister in the car, the landlady could no longer contain herself, adding to Qiu Riyue's comment. No matter how awkward the situation became, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was clear that she and Jiang Nan faced the most significant issues. Yet the proactive Qiu Riyue had inadvertently taken on the burden of this uncomfortable tension. Indeed, Qiu Riyue. Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and called out, At that moment, the two women in the rearview mirror locked eyes simultaneously. Meng Qingqiu furrowed her brows slightly, while Qiu, if not driving, would likely have buried her head in her hands, her expression equally awkward. "I thought you were calling me. My good friend also calls me Qiu." At that moment, in the back seat, the landlady glanced upwards, striving to manage her expression, her lips tightly pressed. The atmosphere between the two women was undeniably tense, akin to a battleground, which was quite exhilarating to observe. Most notably, it was the first time she had witnessed such a rigid demeanor on Jiang Nan's face. She wished she could capture this moment. At that instant, He appeared utterly adorable. She adored her little man, whose charm was irresistibly alluring, even in awkward moments. The landlady struggled to suppress her smile. After 5 minutes, Chioruyu's slightly hoarse voice resonated within the vehicle as it gradually came to a halt. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, feeling more tense than during her previous experience of a real capture. Even her palms were clammy. The fluttering in her heart was unbearable. She regretted suggesting to give them a ride. What if they parted ways afterward? That would truly be a misdeed. The landlady alone understood her own turmoil. "Qiu Jia, we'll head out now," Jiang Nan said, swiftly unbuckling his seatbelt and exiting the passenger side. Meng Qingqiu followed suit without hesitation, while the landlady leisurely stepped out, cradling the still sleeping little girl. "Goodbye," Chiruyu called out, hastily turning away. At the entrance of the community, Jiang Nan exchanged glances with Meng Qingqiu. Their eyes locked, and just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, Meng Qingqiu took a step forward, wrapping her arm around his. "I'm not angry with you. Besides, Chiruyu is so beautiful. Just meeting you for the first time made me feel a spark. Doesn't he that reflect my discerning taste in men?" She smirked. "No matter how stunning the woman, she must feel the allure of my darling. Let them feel enchanted. I am unfazed. What does it matter if more women are drawn to you? Can they shake my position in Jiang Nan's heart?" This was the confidence of Meng Qingqiu. Chapter 62. The Landlady. "I have an idea." "Good. A wonderful woman." Jiang Nan embraced Meng Qingqiu tightly. He was no fool, although she had not explicitly stated it. She seemed to grasp the complexities they would face in the future. This conversation was already laying the groundwork, perhaps even serving as a reminder to herself. "Darl," Meng Qingqiu softly called. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, gently patting her back while glancing at Meng Qingqiu, who was looking at him with envy. Honestly, he yearned to mimic Teacher Li, extending his other arm to the landlady, saying, "No, your timing is impeccable." Regrettably, that was not a feasible option at the moment. He silently assured himself that the day would come soon. As they entered the community, they quickly arrived downstairs. Jiang Nan remarked, "This upstairs is my previous apartment." "This one?" Meng Qingqiu replied without a hint of hesitation. "Jiang Nan, your car." The landlady's gaze lingered on the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, momentarily flickering with interest. "I just bought it not long ago," Jiang Nan chuckled. Young people certainly have a penchant for sports cars, but it's undeniably impressive. The landlady praised. Given her collection of car keys, it was evident she had a fondness for vehicles, so recognizing the Pagani as a limited edition was effortless. It was a global limited edition, worth over 50 million. Furthermore, it held immense collectible value. "Summer Jia, if you like it, you could take it for a spin," Jiang Nan offered, retrieving the car keys. "I'm not suited for such a car," the landlady promptly declined. She preferred to let Jiang Nan drive, as driving could be exhausting and required full concentration. Riding was entirely different. One could simply fasten the seatbelt and relax, even dozing off with a skilled driver like Jiang Nan at the wheel. "All right." Jiang Nan remained unaware of the landlady's inner thoughts. Had he known, he might have inquired whether she was truly fit to drive such a vehicle. "See you tomorrow, Summer Jia." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Jiang Nan waved goodbye to the landlady and Meng Qingqiu at his doorstep. "See you tomorrow." The landlady nodded gently, cradling the little girl as she ambled towards her own door. With a thud, the door closed. A night passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan awakened from his slumber, finding the bed empty. He rose and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. The events of the previous night were best left unspoken. In summary, despite all his efforts, he had only managed to elevate Meng Qingqiu's fondness from 93 to 94 points. Jiang Nan was indeed curious about the Yao Meng Qingqiu had mentioned while rolling her eyes. According to Meng Qingqiu, her childhood best friend often wore oversized black-rimmed glasses, yet in reality, she was even more stunning than Meng Qingqiu. This piqued Jiang Nan's interest. If Meng Qingqiu considered herself less attractive, how beautiful could Yao Yao truly be? A score of 97? 98? There was no rush. Jiang Nan intended to complete his previous small task first. He was quite envious of the capabilities at Jiangxing Building, particularly the master-level physical skills. A master-level ability combined with his modified physique would surely yield superior combat prowess, far from being a mere novice. Darl, a cheerful voice called from the living room. His senses seemed heightened. After washing his face, Jiang Nan stepped out of the bedroom. Darling. Upon seeing him in just the top, Meng Qingqiu quickly exclaimed, Summer Jie is here. He couldn't help but think, little Qiu Yue, Summer Jie has seen him long before you. Summer Jie, I'm sorry, I thought it was just me. Meng Qingqiu apologized to the landlady, a touch embarrassed. No worries, the landlady smiled, unfazed. She had indeed seen Jiang Nan's perfect physique long before Meng Qingqiu, but after his enhancements, he appeared even more flawless. Although she feigned indifference, her heart raced, causing her to feel parched. She approached the water dispenser and poured herself a glass. Soon, Jiang Nan emerged wearing a white tank top, his physique rendering it nearly indistinguishable from being shirtless. Meng Qingqiu glanced at him, her expression momentarily peculiar, but it quickly faded as she hurriedly asked, Have you brushed your teeth? Come eat breakfast. I have. Jiang Nan settled onto the couch, enjoying steamed buns and soy milk. Summer Jie, the little girl wasn't scared yesterday, was she? After devouring 3 buns and sipping his soy milk, he inquired of the landlady, who had donned a stylish outfit reminiscent of a neighborhood big sister, exuding a cool charm with her sleek silver ponytail. The landlady approached, took a seat, and absent-mindedly brushed her hair behind her ear, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. After a brief exchange of glances, she took a deep breath, seemingly nervous, and said, Jiang Nan, Qingqiu, I have an idea that I hope you might be open to. Are you willing to hear it? What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu responded in unison, exchanging a look of surprise. The landlady's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Given what happened yesterday, if it weren't for Jiang Nan, I truly shudder to think of the consequences. So, she lifted her head abruptly, her expression serious as she continued. I would like Jiang Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather, and Qingqiu, would you be willing to be your godmother? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock at the landlady's request. Goodness, the landlady is truly clever. Absolutely. Meng Qingqiu responded with immediate enthusiasm. Despite her youth, the prospect of having such a charming goddaughter as Xiao Ying was immensely appealing. Moreover, she felt a genuine affinity for the landlady and welcomed the idea of having such a beautiful sister figure in her life. I have no objections, Jiang Nan said, locking eyes with the landlady, who responded by rapidly blinking in excitement. She then leaned closer to Meng Qingqiu, grasping her hand and exclaiming, Then it's settled. How about we have lunch together? Sound great. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. No problem, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu also affirmed with a nod. The landlady stood up and embraced Meng Qingqiu warmly. It was worth noting that the landlady was of a perfectly admirable height at 168 centimeters. As she rose to hug Meng Qingqiu, the latter naturally leaned into the embrace. Bye. Although the hug lasted only a couple of seconds, it left Meng Qingqiu reflecting on her own physique after the landlady departed, letting out a soft sigh and murmuring, When will I reach Sister Xia's stature? What? Jiang Nan, though he had heard her, feigned ignorance. Nothing. Meng Qingqiu's figure was not insignificant, but in comparison to the landlady's, it felt rather lacking. Suddenly, after finishing their meal, Jiang Nan lifted Meng Qingqiu into a princess carry. Startled, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and asked, Darling, what are you doing? You were just thinking about Sister Xia's stature, weren't you? Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Oh dear, you are quite the rascal. Meng Qingqiu blushed, burying her face into Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a jewelry store. Do you have longevity locks? Jiang Nan inquired. Indeed, we do, replied a familiar voice. A sales associate in her 30s, with a hint of attractiveness, greeted Jiang Nan with a warm smile, her gaze immediately softening upon seeing him. However, when she noticed Meng Qingqiu beside him, the enthusiasm dimmed slightly, though she remained exceedingly cordial. Let me take a look, Jiang Nan said, scanning the selection. After some consideration, he decided to purchase one. A longevity lock is considered auspicious. Although traditionally gifted in infancy, such customs have become less rigid. In truth, Jiang Nan, now bound to a system, felt akin to a protagonist from a novel, destined for greatness. Before long, the sales associate presented 5 different styles of longevity locks. Jiang Nan's eyes settled upon a jade one, and he pointed it out, saying, Please wrap that one up. Ah, the sales associate was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nan's efficiency. How much? Jiang Nan produced his bank card. Right this way. She smiled, realizing she was dealing with someone who had no worries about money. By the way, we have a membership promotion, sir. Would you like to sign up? It's free, and you can earn points. She suggested while wrapping the jade longevity lock. No need, just charge it directly. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Of course. The sales associate quickly accepted his card. The longevity lock is priced at 660,000. Shall I process it? Go ahead. Thank you. Have a great day, and we hope to see you again. A minute later, the sales associate beamed as she bid farewell to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu. What should we buy? Jiang Nan pondered, considering the tenfold rewards from his previous 660,000 expenditure, feeling entirely unperturbed. I have no experience with this, Meng Qingxiu admitted, bewildered. But I recall that when my father accepted a goddaughter, he usually purchased a villa and included a red envelope as a gesture. A villa? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with interest. What do you think about the villa we stayed in before? Perhaps we could buy one next to it for the little girl? The greenery and environment are quite nice. Meng Qingxiu nodded in agreement. All right, next time, I'll have more experience. Subsequently, Jiang Nan drove to the Nanyang Sales Center, wasting no time in purchasing the nearest villa for 15 million. To his astonishment, the rebate was a staggering 12-fold. Indeed, a 12-fold rebate transformed his savings to over 3.5 billion. What a delightful windfall. He had previously saved 18.7 billion over an extended period, but now, with the expenses incurred from accepting Xiao Ying as his goddaughter, he had received the highest rebate in history, 12-fold. If only he could receive an additional bonus, it would not be long before his savings reached 10 billion. Such is humanity, always insatiable. Even when satisfied, the desire for more persists. Suddenly, Jiang Nan found himself navigating the Pagani Huayra towards a community entrance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. For this community was, indeed, the very one where Su Yun resided. What a remarkable coincidence. Jiang Nan slowly drove into the community, parking in the central open area. He glanced at the building where Su Yun lived, and upon noticing that the landlady had sent a message indicating the 4th floor of Building 3, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Building 3, 4th floor. Wasn't it the very floor where Su Yun lived? Could it be that the playful landlady might invite Su Yun to join them for a meal? A thought surged in Jiang Nan's mind, leaving his expression increasingly perplexed. Given that she had just suggested he accept Xiao Ying as his goddaughter, it seemed entirely plausible that she would indeed invite Su Yun to join them for lunch. As they approached the door, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu gently knocked. "We're here," called the cheerful voice of the landlady. The door swung open shortly thereafter. Dressed in a flowing home dress, adorned with an apron, and donning sheer stockings upon her delicate legs, the landlady greeted Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu at the door with a beaming smile, warmly inviting them inside. "Do come in. No need to change your shoes," she continued as they made their way into the living room. There, 2 adorable little girls were joyfully engaged in play with their Barbie dolls. Upon noticing Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, the girls rushed over with uncontainable excitement, wrapping their arms around Jiang Nan's legs and playfully rubbing their cheeks against him. It was evident that the allure of a handsome gentleman was particularly captivating to these 2 little ones. One of the girls bore a striking familiarity. Jiang Nan feigned ignorance of her identity and remarked, "Isn't this the little girl we encountered while enjoying spicy hot pot yesterday?" Meng Qingxiu, however, had remembered the other girl distinctly and responded affirmatively. "It seems so," Jiang Nan acknowledged, catching the landlady's knowing glance. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Sister Xia, where are Auntie and Uncle?" "They've gone out for a stroll. We can eat something light for lunch," the landlady replied. "I'll head to the kitchen to assist. You entertain the little ones. Is there anything I can help with?" Meng Qingxiu hesitated, raising her hand timidly. "You should play with the girls. The kitchen is a bit small. It's sufficient for just me," the landlady replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, she appeared more matronly than the neighborly sister from the morning, her silver hair elegantly styled and her apron complemented by her graceful legs, creating a striking figure. Meng Qingxiu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. In truth, she had never cooked before. Her assistance might inadvertently hinder rather than help. "It's all right, I'll step in first." I look forward to a delightful feast later, the landlady said cheerfully. Big brother, Daddy. At that moment, the little girls called out simultaneously. Upon hearing Daddy from Xiaoying, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't even commenced the gift-giving, and yet she was already calling him Daddy. Shouldn't it be Godfather? But he thought, they are essentially the same. Unfazed, Jiang Nan affectionately patted Xiao Ying's head and smiled. And where is your mother? Q Mama. The little girl immediately released Jiang Nan's leg and clung to Meng Qingxiu instead. This sudden shift left the 20-year-old somewhat bewildered. What a surprise to be a mother. However, she quickly adapted to the role, cradling Xiao Ying in her arms and presenting her with a red envelope, whispering, a small gift for our first meeting. Thank you, Qiu Mama, Xiao Ying exclaimed, planting a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile at the scene. Inside the envelope was a bank card containing 888 yuan, a clear indication that Meng Qingxiu was indeed a little heiress, casually bestowing such a generous gift. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt Xiao Wan, who was clinging to his leg, tighten her grip, gazing enviously at the delighted Xiao Ying. His gaze flickered, and he lifted her into his arms, gently tapping her nose and asking, what is your name? Handsome big brother, Mama calls me Xiao Wan, and you can call me that too. Xiao Wan's earlier disappointment vanished, and she joyfully wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, her spirits lifting instantly. Jiang Nan was surprised. At first, he thought her envy stemmed from Xiao Ying's red envelope, but it seemed her melancholy might arise from a lack of attention, contrasting sharply with the more privileged Xiao Ying. All right, Xiao Wan, this is a little gift from your big brother. After all, Xiao Wan would eventually be like a daughter to him. He handed her a similar red envelope, containing another 888 yuan. No, big brother, I cannot accept. Jiang Nan expected her to happily receive it, but she shook her head vigorously in refusal. Mama told me that no one's money comes easily. To receive, one must give. I haven't given you anything, so I cannot accept your gift. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, captivated by the glimmering depth of her dark eyes. This little girl truly possessed a remarkable understanding. In comparison to Xiao Ying, Xiao Wan exhibited far greater maturity. Although both girls had been raised solely by their mothers, their circumstances were vastly different. With a wealthy landlady as her mother, Xiao Ying had likely received everything she desired. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan's mother, Su Yun, earned a modest income of around 10,000 yuan a month, a sum hardly sufficient to support her and provide for her daughter's education at the same kindergarten as Xiao Ying. Big brother, please don't be sad. Xiao Wan reached out to touch Jiang Nan's face. I am not sad. You are truly perceptive, he replied, gently petting her head. The little girl closed her eyes in delight, nuzzling against his hand like a contented kitten. Lian, my daddy can play the piano, Xiao Ying proudly declared. Is that so? Xiao Wan gazed at Jiang Nan in astonishment, but was interrupted by Xiao Ying. You can't call him big brother anymore. He is my daddy. You have to call him uncle. Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a chuckle at this revelation. Darling, you can play the piano too? Meng Qingxiu asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Daddy is amazing, Xiao Ying exclaimed, beaming with pride as she hugged Meng Qingxiu. I know a little, Jiang Nan modestly replied. That is truly impressive. Meng Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she gazed at Jiang Nan in awe. It seemed she had discovered that he was a deep well of surprises, each revelation more astonishing than the last. Can I really hold on to such a perfect man? For the first time, Meng Qingxiu began to harbor doubts about her worthiness. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, startling him. He turned to see Meng Qingxiu, who had been staring at him blankly, now wearing an expression of determination, as if she had resolved something within herself, leaving him perplexed. The seed has finally been sown. Qiu will inevitably yield. As the preparations for lunch commenced, the landlady's cheerful voice rang from the kitchen, followed by her emergence, carrying 2 plates, with another woman dressed in a floral gown and her hair elegantly styled, also bringing out 2 plates with a radiant smile. Jiang Nan, following the sound, observed Xiao Wan chirp. Mama, what is it, Xiao Wan? Su Yun turned at her daughter's call, astonished to see her in Jiang Nan's arms. She quickly glanced at the landlady, noticing her enigmatic expression, and suddenly realized that Sister Xia seemed to know about their situation. But how did Sister Xia know Jiang Nan? Enendio. Essa cosa che energy, dall'energy giri, ilese energy. RHUK, OJ in Lu Y11F, NGD, Ing TI. 11 OSH Ing D, O, Shiji. NG in Gatese is Huded Voiteve Ypsiloner and SH de PNG U. I SH NGN N. Duda. FNGD Ing T I11 OI in YND in Lu D and TU. ZHDU SHGMI. FNGD Ing T I Q Ing 11 Oja D O Lu YJ. Ting D OZH. SYND NG de le ING QNG KZH MNGB I le SHNME. KNGP. ZHW ICGZH NYJ Ing ZHD OTHG NGN NYUGU NXLO. Key. YDNDUBZI. Shing Shi GZH me YXE to N RNDU HOBZI. WYUYUSH me ZGZIY. SYNT are NJUDZJSH and MEDU11 NGT Ing Lo. TYG NGN and are NSHB NL IGSH YKHD IYUL YGUNX. Shuji B HOT NG2 HIB SHKN SHNG le JNGN N de QIN. ZH SHHUX ZI11 NGCH de GUCHNG ZHNG ZHNX NSHID SHNG le JNGN NRI. WZH SH NF N NGGUD Ing GNGN into QNGRN. IGNG SHW ZHB IZUD de FFN le HIXQU SHNMN. SYN11 le QLIQILI. CHFN le. SYN11 NGT NG le ZHHU. LINSH NGE MEUSH NMG NGG. IFNGD NGTITIQJ NG CHFNG L de C IQNBD NCHLI. HNQI. Heir en SHMGZO. YNGN en YDND UB jedenaast NDG NGG. ZHIKISH DNGO KUIZI. ZHIM de Quini. ZHMUHAT ITSI UDN EHAT KANAVE. ZHSH DNG NGN NG ITE ZH o YEKU IZITSI jedenaast YNGO. GOG and D, GN, MMI. FNGD Gate it Ikinzuz is ye Esan bien de jedenaast Y02. Gwenige jedenaast os hede o. Geolashio Wingu Iki Odedi in Ludi in TU. ZH NGUI. FNGD NGT it IMNI de D N le DNTU. ZHD and FNCH de D OSH FH INQLR ING. ZHSH OZ IG NGN NY NL. ZHY SU NSHYCZJN are INDA SHUC HUMIN. Key. SN are NGU NX or GU are Enki. HUX ZH NI O TNP IQLI. JNGN and JUD SHBZH IHUFNCH SH NME2. ZI Schule. DOD le MNGQ NGQ ZH GEJB de HOG ND. GNGN NHIZH NBJUDT NP IZH HU NCH NODN 11 OQNGX who XSHB are INDA FNSHUD ho. Zina N Zuzebeteka N Hukaxi N ZH hat Guinave. Su I. YNGN and De OSHM ISAN me YL G I FIF G I HA. SH and ZH YM ish de is huidenaat de UNV UNGF en TTHs Y en der US Ys. Bade. ZICHW NFN de JNGN en 11 NG ODN IZH IN de SHHU. Mnego kwen kelem oye en letter. Ik UD O. Jedenaat och IZI X ND RSH U YN. NBJU DH NGU F NMA. HL. NGBCHL. YNGN NCH U BCH U D U S8 SU V D. ZH SHUXI SH UTSH Husabalas SH D N ZH Sabalas NG N ZH Ing RT Ing 11 NZI. Ganda Gatena Zeta Guini Hat E Ulina ZCOE Ot U YJZH GGODK and Q. HI N NGGUK N D OCH F Ing YU Shu YU11 OXW into F NGD Ing Tiet IHSYN, ZHZH ing WNX in F in WI, SHSHSHRing, RNCHNM, Blean, ZHSHHU, TKZLda SHUJT, R, NZH ing low, NCHSHUJ, S, O lo Y11. JNGD de M SH NG die Nieuwhaum. SHIde. Yen NGN en M IDNO. MNGQ NGQB IUDH au QNG X and W N le IG. BZ-DO. K inning SHZH OPI and a D nu BA. G NGN and SU SHU GUDU en lo. Rahologe Laga. Angchi do les heristorogazuvi. Bidu SH. XWNWN de FNGD, NGTIT IH SYN, ISHC NGCH FNGZ, le CHLI. QQ2 11SH, Nshang de WIJN. Liang G11 OYOTULM, YNQ, Lu SHNGQ. Zhangsu NSHYUKing Lu, Ku I. 11 OYing, G, IGND, GNM, KTUQ. FNGD, NGTIT, ILZ11 ou YNGD ou le JNGN, NH, MNGQ, NGQI, MINQIN, SH. CRI, OUI, GUI, ZH, N, ZD, SU, NI, QUI, ZNV. Duja GNGN, NHM, NQ, NKK, LO YGTU. RH, UT, IQ, L, ISA, NI, NJDNATST, XH, ND, O, BEBA, QVI, MM. Ting D, OZHSHing BBA, Chi FNGDing T, IDNSHM, Jawai New Jersey, ing 11, OLUQLI, YUZH, YCNGUNXZ, IUSH, MYUSH, TQZH, OI, 11G, NER de GNDTNTNHIZ, W, ili de CH, NGZH, NG. Z, 9 M, I, U, NEM, M, opne, Veba, Kuela, I Bosnia Herzegovina. Yengan en Yenagoyedanatst o Y o Flek VLE. RHUQSH ing Enja YGWNJI ND IDG ILU FNGD ing TI. Zete Zeta Geot Zuzede Emnegokwen Kenbede Eshanme. ZHT NGD OT de SHNGI en 11NG le QLI 11G. EDHSHWZ EBOANGME DTONG. EDNNTNGNBN. Kveis idvoiteve M IDNT o GB. En jedenaatstenge Y o ZH je en kve. Elnegebe o jennege ZH. Jade o je doni ede idende EITA de IA ie. WNGND I11IJNG SH JUZH le FNGD NGTIT de ISHU. Jot NGDNDD NG jedenastje Hanego, en zenite jedenaatst, Y ot USH uxile. Chichi. Weye udi en SHki engeking GON yesabelas. ZHSHHU. FNGDing T I11 OYNY and do SH FSH ing de M in Q enki huluhu SHU. HO. Emma nikungiele Emma kuyehatn ve. Ether hat uzen epne ETZ uzen alequiele E. Ring G NGN NZH oide SH. Ifa GT KV Burundi RSHBTD ICHQ Lu F Engzi. Riki. Suj 11 OYing G Ns F NGD ing T ICHQ. Onzo NNN ISHG Enzu CHQ le. P de. ZM N gu N hat ne. Guine de gazette ve. Katene ZZ v hatne si les in hat et IND. Agazu ilis hersera. TNG SH ISHJ NG SY NLZ SH NZUZ dit le T de T SHNG. Je NGNN. Y udi en bij T IH o bij jedenaatst H I Y u kveis Y NJ o jedenaatst bij Y u. En NZ NMEG LUZH lu W de J NZ G NGN NTI oxy o le QLI. ZHB SH 11 ISH dema. SYNG NG SHH I11 le QLI. ZCT UI UDI N B ZH Shuku. T9 hat. YGX and GF and YSH seeing TX and D, Y and Ju, le QLI. Anim naput anim zienang li na CCA Ujinang. DSH GZ and GI and NGL. BNG 11 ZHU SUZE IZ NQI NGM and SH NG le QLI. SYN M and Jesu CH and M and M and ZH Oja CSH. ZHYG NGN and ZSH M and Lien QSH YSH FSH and QLU ZXKN. B and CHU NZRUS SW de SYN IJNG B and CH NG le GUNG2. 11NR and SHBZHD OQ NR le. INGN NM NB ZH KV D nanometru N DEC IM and ZH U. Wiley NZH OIDK INS M and KU de F NGD IN T IHIYUM IN Q Enki. Kik UD O. Yedenatsti Enmens Nmefu KV ZH Meye. WD I Chi Chi QM I LUD in G NGCH into TCHN HIYUY 11 Hugudi Li O FNGD NGT ITTZ IGD KUDI Elmi NJU Engsken SH I 11 HU Gudelio ZEM Quini EHAT USAN Z EHAT TZ ICTTN EHAT NEM ETNIA ZHC I HIYUY 11 ZHYUZH by NC IYU Shugu KYWLIT Yengen and Yagula Emnego Kwenki Isha Ushank Delinenge Kuti. RHUYUG GU FNGD in Tiet ISH Ushang the YGKUDI. Kik Ude O Emnagar Gezetayanats de Engixha O Beha O Sandefi. Epnevi DCOYND N of Oikneve. SYN Eloshne. FNGD in Tiet I'm NGZH GW in Lu YJ. YNGGIZ IN IWA. ISH Lu. Shu QLI. HISHD or OLU in Men 11 OQNGL to DCH. DNGX F in WZHR. De OSHA Udwiteve Zeta Efnega NY LKV. NG NKU ID ICHI INGHA NGHA OH O Ven. 11 NGSHU ZH ZU HUYTI into DCH. FNGD ing T, I JM ing D, OXing. JNGN NKN le I11XND NG de MNGQ NGQI, DN le DNTU. Zine rehat u ehat ne zizikaut diep ne zittihat ne. RH UD O, NL O FN jedenat stile. Skuzeta jedenat te OHAU. FNGD ing T I B, I lu YY NG NGN N. NCG. WHG NGN NG 11 NZULO 11 CY OSHYUJ Who NKYG NG NGN ND I 11 OY ing L IM DWN Emquini Opneve All Hat All FNGD ing Tiet ID and TUYNC NND NG HUG NS Eloge de GZ W Men J 11 NZ CRE 9 Ki Orin T Fing GNGN Nhuluhu SHU BBA GNMZ IGN SH YZN Lindi Geon Theo Yote U Yesach Hewiki o de Ule Uesachu ZIGN La M in Q Enki Huluhu SHU RHUYGNGN NZUCH Lu FNZ Te Uteu Tequinaga de Kinginavele Sehat MN CZ WZIN IMI N SY N de SHNG NLD I11X TNGD au ZH SHNG FNGD ing T IDG ISHC ID OLU SHNME BYUD M N LU M and ZU CSH. On the Pagani Windchild, Jiang Nan leisurely drove out of the community gate. In the passenger seat, Meng Qingqiu stifled a yawn and spoke. All right. Jiang Nan nodded in response. The moment they entered the house, Meng Qingqiu, who had been claiming fatigue, suddenly seemed invigorated. She appeared to be in a state of utter madness. Around 4 in the afternoon, in front of the master bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Nan gazed at the 2 palm prints, momentarily lost in thought. He subconsciously considered lighting a cigarette, but shook his head, as he had no addiction to it and could quit whenever he wished. He realized he needed to be cautious for a while. The hours ahead were not insignificant. This woman was indeed quite insane, as she had acted as if her life depended on it for the ammunition that would be unavailable for the next month or two. Engaged in serious matters, Jiang Nan left the master bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. System, please utilize my remaining 2 lottery chances. Jiang Nan immediately communicated with the system. In an instant, as his words fell, a gigantic wheel materialized before him. The familiar sound of the lottery began, and shortly thereafter, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 50 million yuan. Before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend the outcome, the wheel's pointer spun once more. With another sound, a new notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Surprised, Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows at the revelation of the second reward. He couldn't shake the feeling that the system operated similarly to a wish-granting mechanism. If he boasted about something, the likelihood of receiving a corresponding reward was significantly heightened. Indeed, the first lottery seemed merely a prelude. The true highlight lay in this second draw. As he accepted the reward, he felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine. He speculated that this master-level capability must be among the most exceptional within that field. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Truth be told, if utilized effectively, this ability could transcend mere wealth. It embodied the pinnacle of status. In a world where no one else possessed such a system, who could claim to have never suffered from illness, the individuals who feared death the most undoubtedly belonged to that minuscule elite perched atop the global hierarchy. Regardless of power or wealth, once they reached that level, they would likely be willing to pay any price to prolong their lives. 10 billion or even 100 billion would seem trivial in comparison to the value of this newfound ability. System, display my character attributes panel. Jiang Nan commanded. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 42 billion yuan. Abilities, insight, indestructible kidney, master-level piano, master-level traditional Chinese medicine. Items, Portia Qian Pagani Windchild. Life encounter. A significant gift will be received on the day of the 22nd birthday. Upon reviewing his attributes, Jiang Nan noted with astonishment that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters. Chapter 67. For the Jiangchang Tower and for the mastery of body techniques. Jiang Nan quickly realized and mentally communicated with the system. Host, this is the effect of the body modification serum, which is now concluded. That is satisfactory. For men, a height of 182 centimeters is often considered ideal, especially when factoring in the added height from shoes. Now, standing at a net height of 185 centimeters, he would be at least 187 centimeters in shoes. This height is deemed perfect by many women. However, Jiang Nan thought it was a bit excessive. A more moderate stature would suffice. With his looks, even at 170 centimeters, there would be plenty of women drawn to him. At that moment, a subtle notification chimed from his phone in his pocket. Jiang Nan glanced at it and saw a text message. Dear Mr. Liang, your purchase Porsche 911 Pink has arrived. Please come to the Magic City store to collect it. How absurd, Jiang Nan exclaimed, astonished at the audacity of the scam message that even misidentified the recipient. Liang, I'm Jiang Nan. He promptly deleted the message. Your followed artist, Jiang Yan, has begun streaming. As Jiang Nan contemplated indulging in a few money-draining mobile games, a notification from Douyin popped up. Currently, Jiang Yan's favorability towards him was moderate, sitting at a mere 37 points. For an average person, this level of affection might only suggest a flirtation with no deeper implications, leaving little room for meaningful interaction. But was Jiang Nan an average person? He quickly logged into Douyin and, familiar with the process, recharged 1 million yuan. Ding! 10 million Do coins have been credited instantly. Without delay. Welcome, Brother Jiang Yu. It's great to see you. Upon entering the live stream, Jiang Yan, who was preparing to greet other viewers, immediately turned her attention to him. Kong K Dong Nan Fei. What do you mean, Xiao Yan? Kong K Dong Nan Fei. Shouldn't you be welcoming me first? Kong K Dong Nan Fei. Do you think just because someone is over level 60 on Douyin, they surpass me? Jiang Nan glanced at the barrage of comments, bewildered by the audacity of a level 1 newcomer making such bold statements. What was he doing? Was he just asking for trouble? No. I simply didn't see your comment first. Within the frame, her delicate, translucent silk-clad feet were visible. The live stream had only about 10 viewers. Yet aside from Kong, K-Dong, Nan Fei's comments, no one else was speaking, leaving others in the chat silent behind their screens. Kong, K-Dong, Nan Fei. Just wait, I'm going to scan your code right now. How ridiculous that I, a well-known figure on Douyin, am overshadowed by someone merely level 60. Seeing this, Jiang Yin smiled, but internally she thought, I want to deny that Kong, K-Dong, Nan Fei has spent over 20 million on female streamers. But what does that have to do with me? I haven't reaped any benefits from his generosity. At most, he had gifted her a couple of super rockets, which merely added to her follower count. In comparison to Jiang Nan, whether in looks or generosity, she knew she had to carefully maintain this charming and affluent figure. Brother Jiang, you've been incredibly busy these past few days, Jiang Yin remarked cheerfully. In the frame, her transparent silk-clad feet shifted slightly. As she moved her delicate feet, the previously quiet live stream erupted with chatter. Fan Qiezhen, she is back. Damn me sure Wu. Host, do you sell tea bags? I do love some for brewing. Meng Xinyu. Hey there, you look familiar. This woman was nothing short of a subtle temptress. Jiang Nan observed her every little maneuver, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Unlike Su Yun or Lin Man, Jiang Yin's subtle gestures were all designed to entice. Just as she had innocently wiggled her transparent silk-clad feet moments ago, she now tugged at her silk attire, drawing the gaze of onlookers. With such tactics, raising her favorability would undoubtedly be effortless. Currently, only this last opportunity remains. Jiang Nan is naturally eager to maximize his goodwill points at present. For the sake of the Jiangsheng building and the coveted mastery in martial arts, he diligently engages in gifting. Yenyu Jiang Nan has generously presented the streamer with a carnival one. In just a brief moment, Jiang Nan's dexterity, reminiscent of Kato Takashi, has amassed over 100 gifts. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals, Jiang Yin exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Yan's goodwill points, 3. It has reached 40 points. With a clap, Jiang Nan immediately resumed gifting. Moments later, another 100 gifts appeared. Jiang Yan's goodwill points, 5. Another 300,000 has been spent, and this time it has increased goodwill by 5 points, leaving Jiang Nan feeling that his efforts to shower gifts were not in vain. In a sense, Jiang Nan is indeed working at this moment. However, his work is one of pure enjoyment. Spending not only increases his wealth, but also involves the labor of personally gifting. Is it not akin to a job? Just as Jiang Nan prepared to press on, a comment floated through the live stream. Peacock's southeast flies. Xiaoyan, are you ready for my gift barrage? Peacock brother. Upon noticing Jiang Nan had paused, Jiang Yin sighed helplessly. Peacock's southeast flies. Becoming number 1 on the leaderboard is merely a trivial matter. Peacock's southeast flies sent another carnival one. Another carnival one. Another carnival one. After sending 10 carnivals, Peacock southeast flies halted, momentarily stunned to find himself still in the second position. He had indeed just arrived and had not witnessed Jiang Nan gifting a full 200 carnivals. Thus, he typed in surprise, how many has the number 1 gifted? 10 carnivals are insufficient to claim the top spot? Peacock brother, why not check the spending leaderboard for yourself? Jiang Yin replied with a hint of significance. Chapter 68. The standard for welfare tasks. The goal is to achieve 100 billion in savings. Peacock southeast flies, what? If 10 carnivals aren't enough, then let it be 20 or 30. Today I must claim the top spot. Peacock southeast flies send another carnival one. Another carnival one. Another carnival one. 20 more carnivals were gifted. This individual had indeed gifted a substantial amount. In a typical live stream, not to mention 30 carnivals. Even a single one would prompt the female streamer to bow deeply in gratitude. Moreover, for lesser-known streamers, a single carnival could lead to an invitation for a meal if they were in the same city. What followed naturally depended on one's capabilities. But alas, how could Jiang Nan's live stream be a mere ordinary one? Peacock southeast flies. Oh, this level 60-plus fellow possesses some skill. Another carnival one. Another carnival one. Another carnival one. Another 20 carnivals. At this point, Peacock Southeast Flies had already gifted 50 carnivals. Each carnival costs 3,000 yuan. Thus, 50 amounts to 150,000 yuan. This sum equates to a stable income for over a year, plus bonuses. All of this was lost in just a few minutes due to a fit of pique. Thank you, Peacock Brother, for the 50 carnivals. However, I must inform you that Brother Jiang Nan has gifted 200 carnivals. Jiang Nan appeared to express gratitude to Peacock Southeast Flies, but her words carried an underlying provocation. She did not necessarily wish to extract money from Peacock Southeast Flies. Rather, he simply enjoyed showcasing his presence. Back during the Douhu live streaming platform, he would boast about driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom every time he went live. If it weren't for the fact that his account on that platform held considerable prestige, coupled with the extravagant super rockets he gifted, Jiang Nan would have been disinclined to pay him any attention. Since he wishes to show off, let him do so. He would never be the one at a loss. Without comparison, there is no harm. This contrast only served to elevate Jiang Nan's goodwill points towards Jiang Nan once more. Jiang Nan's goodwill points. 3. The unexpected increase in goodwill left Jiang Nan somewhat bewildered, yet he did not dwell on it. As Peacock Southeast Flies paused, Jiang Nan resumed his gifting. The familiar scene unfolded again, with Jiang Nan utilizing the remaining 1 million Do diamonds to directly gift 33 carnivals. And the leftover 10,000 Do diamonds were sent out as a fortune bag. He then commented, "I'm leaving. I'll return for the next broadcast. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time in a few days." Yen Yu Jiang Nan. Certainly. Jiang Nan's goodwill points. 2. Upon exiting the live stream, Jiang Nan was met with a series of notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your expenditure. You have received a 10-fold rebate, 10 million yuan. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Not only did he earn 9 million, but it also elevated Jiang Nan's goodwill towards him to 50 points. Such a level of goodwill is substantial. It is not an exaggeration to say that with a little push, he could easily achieve complete success with Jiang Nan. At this rate, reaching 90 goodwill points is a mere formality, and obtaining the Jiangsheng building and attaining mastery in martial arts is only a matter of time. Moreover, he cannot afford to delay in making money. Presently, he has over 4 minor goals in hand. Henceforth, he only needs to keep spending to continue spending and swiftly reach 10 billion in savings. Perhaps he may even unlock an excellent welfare task. System, once my savings reach 10 billion, will I certainly receive a welfare task? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, I have a question. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked. With the welfare task available, is there also a major welfare task? The rewards for merely the minor welfare tasks are already substantial. What are the more challenging major tasks? Will they grant access to abilities or items beyond the ordinary? Indeed. Oh, as expected, what standards must I meet to undertake this major welfare task? Jiang Nan's brows raised slightly, his expression revealing a flicker of anticipation. 100 billion in savings is the minimum standard. The trigger conditions are random. Random? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, cautiously probing. What then constitutes a definite standard? Host, you truly deserve your title. You are remarkably astute. The system praised. 100 billion in savings is the minimum standard, which can probabilistically trigger a major welfare task. However, if the host uses 100 billion in savings, they can exchange it for an opportunity to receive a major welfare task. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Nan's eyes brightened instantaneously. Goodness, I can actually use money to purchase an opportunity for a major welfare task. Do not mistake this system for suppressing him. It is merely encouraging him to strive harder in spending and earning. Regardless of the difficulty of the major welfare task, what if the reward is an elixir of immortality? Or perhaps the gift of eternal life? Once he transcends the realm of humanity, be it abilities or items, they are inestimably more valuable than earthly wealth. Only a fool would refuse to expend 100 billion for a chance at such an opportunity. Let us go. The forthcoming goal is not merely 10 billion, but rather 100 billion. In Jiang Nan's eyes, ambition instantly ignited. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Before he could check it, a call from Kyoto came through. His remarkable memory recalled that this same number had attempted to reach him earlier that afternoon. Chapter 69. Jiang Nan. This system is simply extraordinary. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Nan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? The familiar tone of a scammer prompted him to chuckle in response. Yes. Upon hearing the sweet voice on the other end, Jiang Nan decided against hanging up immediately, instead pondering how to tease her. It appears you have a parcel in Kyoto that requires your signature. When might you be available to come and sign the contract? The sweet voice continued. A delivery? Jiang Nan paused momentarily, then quickly realized it was a common delivery scam. I'm in Jiangcheng. Am I supposed to buy a plane ticket just to collect this parcel? Jiang Nan laughed. Feel free to deal with it as you wish. I truly have no interest. Mr. Jiang Nan, the sweet voice took on a peculiar tone. Are you certain that I can handle this parcel however I please? Yes, whether to discard it or otherwise. It's entirely up to you, Jiang Nan concluded, promptly hanging up. Why would he fly to Kyoto for a delivery? He would rather spend his time consuming in Jiangcheng, as his primary focus was to amass 100 billion in savings as soon as possible. He was eager to discover the challenges and rewards that awaited him in exchange for this monumental sum. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in a modest apartment, a competent woman with a high ponytail donned a powerful business suit, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, exuding an aura of confidence. Her attire suggested a classic femme fatale, yet as the camera panned up, her face revealed an unexpectedly adorable countenance. Yes, adorable. One could acknowledge her exquisite features. But together they conveyed an impression of youthful innocence, akin to a young girl donning her older sister's or mother's attire. This Mr. Jiang Nan is rather peculiar. According to my research, he was merely a youth raised in an orphanage, yet he seems disinterested in a parcel in Kyoto. How curious, she murmured. Glancing at the information in her hands, her brow slightly furrowed. Never mind, I'll inform the old gentleman of Mr. Jiang Nan's stance. Perhaps we could consider selling that piece of land and transferring the funds to him? Her gaze flickered as she scrutinized Jiang Nan's details, her eyes narrowing as she whispered. The head of the Jiang family is indeed quite generous. Is it to hone his eldest son that he has callously abandoned him for 22 years? Or is it that the younger son is simply far too exceptional? At this point, the woman took a deep breath, gazing at Jiang Nan's photograph with a touch of melancholy. It must be said that this is the visage of a wealthy family. Only the old gentleman of the Jiang family could feel compassion for his eldest grandson. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly entrusted her with a piece of land for Jiang Nan. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, the events in Kyoto unfolded simultaneously. At this moment, observing Meng Qingqiu still peacefully asleep, Jiang Nan placed his hand on her pulse. Within mere seconds, his gaze flickered with surprise. She is remarkably healthy. Initially, Jiang Nan sought to ascertain whether Meng Qingqiu's recent indulgence might have adverse effects. However, the examination revealed anything but. Her health was exceptional. Typically, a girl's vitality might wane under similar circumstances, yet Meng Qingqiu exhibited no signs of such depletion. Darling, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu began to stir. Noticing Jiang Nan's pulse check, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there something wrong with me?" "No, you're in excellent health," Jiang Nan replied, impressed. "That's a relief. You startled me." She breathed out, then turned to Jiang Nan, breaking into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully stating, "Darling, Qiu is hungry again." Meng Qingqiu's affection level, 1. An hour and a half later, Jiang Nan heard the anticipated chime of the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved a beauty score exceeding 95 with a high-value female confidant, granting you one chance to draw a lottery. Just as Jiang Nan carried the languid Meng Qingqiu toward the bathroom, the system's notification chimed once more. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan halted, a peculiar expression gracing his face. "System, is this a newly added feature?" he inquired while continuing to walk. Due to the host's previous feedback, this is a newly implemented function. As long as a female confidant reaches a beauty score of 95 and the affection level matches, an additional lottery chance will be granted. The system elucidated. Excellent. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "If the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man Man also achieve a beauty score of 95. Will I receive my original lottery chance, and an extra one on top of that? You are correct. I understand. Jiang Nan's face radiated enthusiasm. This system was truly remarkable, catering so well to the host's experience. He believed such a system was exceedingly rare in the realm of web novels, truly exceptional. With this system, how could one not ascend to the pinnacle of success in this world? Perhaps even become the true king without a crown. After a brief wash-up period of several minutes, the two emerged from the bedroom. Meng Qingxiu, without makeup, donned a simple white dress. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing aura. However, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she transformed into a bashful young lady. To Jiang Nan, the goddess perceived by others was merely a naive girl experiencing the tender pangs of first love. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Meng Qingxiu's slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Darling, Yao Yao would never. Besides, with your remarkable qualities, what girl wouldn't be enamored by you?" As Meng Qingxiu spoke, her voice gradually softened. "What if one day Yao Yao falls for you, leading to a rift between us, the childhood best friends?" Chapter 70. Jiang Nan. The magnet for attention. Not likely. Jiang Nan shook his head. If I didn't possess certain talents, how could I dare to establish a harem? Moreover, from Meng Qingxiu's demeanor, it was evident that she was not particularly adamant about the matter. "Let's go eat," Meng Qingxiu suggested softly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. An hour later, after their meal, the pair arrived at the largest shopping district in the old city. On that day, he was driving a Porsche Cayenne, with merely a little over $1 million in savings to his name. At present, he has no fewer than 45 small goals at his fingertips, and his vehicle is a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, valued at $60 million. By his side is a companion whose beauty scores a remarkable 96. All of this has transpired in merely a few days, leading to a tremendous transformation in his circumstances. Frankly speaking, the rapidity of this growth evokes a sense of surrealism. "Darling," at this moment, Meng Qingxiu linked her arm with his, nestled against him, and whispered, "Why do you seem a bit taller?" "Just an illusion," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Come. In a bit, you should pick out some items. If there's anything you fancy, don't hesitate to take it all. I won't hold back." Meng Qingxiu beamed with delight. The striking couple traversed through the crowd, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those around them. Are they celebrities? Their looks are simply extraordinary. Oh my, even if they aren't stars, they must be some prominent internet influencers. I just saw that handsome guy driving the Pagani Huayra. Wow, he is the epitome of the affluent elite. And the girl with him is a true beauty. Her aura is simply breathtaking. The world is never devoid of admirers. At this moment, for Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, the murmurs of the onlookers were akin, as they snapped photos in astonishment. Soon, Jiang Nan led Meng Qingxiu to a Chanel boutique, and after a brief 15 minutes, they emerged, each carrying 2 bags. Following that, they visited Gucci and Prada. After merely an hour of shopping, they declared themselves unable to carry more. There's just too much. Jiang Nan resolutely spent, ensuring that anything Meng Qingxiu desired, or anything he believed her close friend Yao Yao would appreciate, was acquired. An hour may seem brief for shopping, but after a round of luxurious stores, they had spent nearly 10 million. Fortunately, upon completing their purchases, a 6-fold cashback arrived, successfully adding 5 small goals to his savings. Yet, this was merely a trifle. The real expenditures awaited in real estate, purchasing buildings and skyscrapers. Not to mention, acquiring a commercial building or even a residential complex would cost at least over 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated. He referred to the old-style buildings owned by landlords in the old town. Indeed, and land purchases. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, realizing the multitude of substantial investments. Though he currently seemed unable to engage at that level, perhaps constrained by his spending capacity. Patience. One cannot become a glutton overnight. Jiang Nan fully understood this principle. "Darling, your desire to shop rivals that of any woman." Meng Qingxiu chuckled wryly. Otherwise, having spent nearly 10 million, he would find it impossible to wear all his purchases at once. "We cannot allow you to return empty-handed," Jiang Nan grinned. Moments later, he noticed a surge of people. Why are there so many here? These beauties have been lingering for over an hour, They must be hoping to catch a glimpse of the Pagani Huayra's owner. This is hilarious. Bro, you're impressive for standing here for an hour? Dude, I just passed by here an hour ago. I wasn't standing around. Hearing the chatter of passers-by, Jiang Nan's expression turned peculiar. Beside him, Meng Qingqiu wore an amused smile, whispering, "Darling, can you imagine how many girls would want to add you on WeChat if I weren't by your side? Being handsome is one thing, but being wealthy, which woman could resist such a man? At least 99% of women wouldn't be able to. That Pagani Huayra is rather ostentatious. Perhaps tomorrow we should look for a more understated yet impressive vehicle," Jiang Nan suggested. "Such sports cars are merely for show. They serve no other purpose. Yet, those who buy them do so for the very act of showing off. Those uninterested in flaunting would never consider such a purchase." Jiang Nan's demeanor had matured significantly compared to just a few days prior. He had nearly outgrown the flamboyance. As they conversed, they strolled down a quaint street toward the parking spot where the Pagani Huayra waited. Their arrival immediately incited another wave of excitement. This pair, exuding exceptional charm, drew the gaze of onlookers, and with some recognizing Jiang Nan as the owner of the Pagani Huayra, the intrigue only intensified. Simultaneously, the group of women surrounding the Pagani Huayra shifted their attention directly to Jiang Nan, while they completely disregarded Meng Qingqiu. "Excuse me, is this your Pagani Huayra? It's absolutely stunning. Can I add you on WeChat? Wow, handsome. The Pagani Huayra is my dream car. Could you take me for a spin? If anything enjoyable happens in the car, I wouldn't mind at all. Wow, this is unreal. When you're handsome and wealthy, these so-called goddesses appear like moths drawn to a flame. I'm not interested," Jiang Nan declared outright. While these women boasted looks around the 80th percentile, they were not natural beauties. Having undergone enhancements, they barely reached that mark. Despite their well-maintained figures, none could compare to the exquisite beauty of his companion. The least among them, Lin Man, was a genuine beauty, scoring a pure 90 with her own distinct charm. Even under the influence, Jiang Nan wouldn't entertain a one-night stand with any of them. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's blunt disinterest, the expressions of the women stiffened momentarily. However, they quickly masked their discomfort with feigned enthusiasm, not shying away from the awkwardness. "Come on, just a casual ad on WeChat. It's harmless. Of course, if you wish for something more, I wouldn't mind." Just as one of the women finished her statement, Meng Qingqiu interjected coolly. "Did you not hear my darling express his lack of interest?" With Meng Qingqiu's voice resonating through the crowd, the women finally turned their attention to her. Initially, they had overlooked her, but upon noticing the stunning beauty beside Jiang Nan, their expressions changed instantly. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Meng Qingqiu's beauty was not derived from artifice. She was a true natural beauty. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they attempted to replicate her features, they could never achieve such an effect. Their essay saying that a goddess needs only a fraction of beauty to stand out among many. This held true for Meng Qingqiu. Not to mention that even a hint of similarity would place her among the most beautiful in any crowd. That beauty is undeniable. Yet you cannot obstruct us from pursuing our desires. One tall woman retorted coolly. "Exactly," chimed in the others eagerly. "My darling deserves only the best." "You don't measure up," Meng Qingqiu replied coolly. Upon hearing her words, the women's expressions darkened immediately. To ordinary people, they were considered top-tier beauties. Having always been surrounded by admirers, they had never faced such humiliation before. "You little wench, I see you don't." Smack! A woman had just uttered a few words when Meng Qingqiu deftly transferred her right hand from her pocket to her left, stepping forward to deliver a sharp slap. In the presence of Jiang Nan, she appeared docile and charming, reminiscent of an innocent young girl experiencing her first flutter of feelings. Yet, do not be deceived by her seemingly gentle demeanor. As a privileged heiress from an illustrious family, spoiled since childhood, who could truly comprehend her inner pride? When someone dared to call her a little slut, she could not tolerate it. The woman, who had just received a slap, covered her face in disbelief as she stared at Meng Qingqiu. "Your nose is crooked. Perhaps consider a better cosmetic surgery clinic? Spending a little money to catch a big fish? Just look at your overall appearance. Are you even worthy?" Meng Qingqiu withdrew her hand, calmly observing the woman before her. "I will kill you." The woman, utterly rattled, attempted to confront Meng Qingxiu. However, Jiang Nan swiftly enveloped Meng Qingxiu in his embrace, casting a mere indifferent glance at the woman. He did not speak, but his unwavering gaze instilled a sense of dread in her, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps. "Please make way," Jiang Nan said coolly. Upon hearing his frigid tone, the other women hastily parted, creating a path. Once Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu boarded the car, and the Pagani Wind Sun gradually drove away, the women finally regained their composure. "Damn!" the tall woman exclaimed a curse, but upon seeing the onlookers whispering around her, she quickly retorted, "What are you looking at? Clowns!" At that moment, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. "Clowns!" The words pierced the hearts of the women like 1,000 knives, rendering them speechless. In the eyes of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, they were indeed mere clowns. "Darling, was I too fierce just now?" Inside the car, Meng Qingxiu, with her fingers lightly touching, lowered her head and quietly asked, "I was more concerned about your hand hurting. But to be honest," Jiang Nan cleared his throat. "What?" Meng Qingxiu became anxious. "When you slapped her and crooked her nose, I truly couldn't hold back." "Who could?" "Ha ha ha." Meng Qingxiu burst into laughter, then mimicked Bruce Lee's signature move by flicking her nose with her thumb, declaring, "Of course. That wretched woman, what is she? How dare someone like her share my exceptional darling? And she even called me a little slut. Just wait until I break her nose." "Ha ha ha." Meng Qingxiu's words once again sent Jiang Nan into peals of laughter. So adorable. This was not merely the highlight of Jiang Nan's laughter. It was also Meng Qingxiu's attitude towards the prospect of him having other women. First and foremost, it was about looks, and secondly, excellence. Clearly, Meng Qingxiu could not abide the thought of sharing Jiang Nan with a woman who paled in comparison to her. Moreover, Meng Qingxiu's family background was extraordinary. Not that it was of the highest echelon, but she had certainly been exposed to such matters. Thus, in terms of acceptance, this woman was undoubtedly more capable of handling it than the average person. "Darling, tonight is the last night. I want to cherish it," Meng Qingxiu suddenly whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan understood immediately, pressing the accelerator a bit harder as he inquired, "Can your body handle it?" Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I can still endure." Observing Meng Qingxiu clenching her small fist and hearing her words, he sensed a wealth of meaning behind them. Virum! The engine roared as he accelerated further. The following morning, around 8 o'clock at Jiangqing Airport, with a thud, Meng Qingxiu's figure vanished from his sight, and Jiang Nan could not help but light a cigarette. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes. The past 2 days with Meng Qingxiu had been exceedingly swift. It had been a full 5 days since I acquired the system. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, a mysterious expression gracing his face. "Currently, I have accumulated 5 small targets in my savings, and my assets are considerable, totaling a wealth of 10 billion. This rate of growth is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it is still insufficient. Today marks the beginning of the 6th day, and from now on, each day I must strive to surpass the previous, becoming more accomplished and affluent." The cigarette quickly came to an end. As Jiang Nan approached a nearby trash bin to extinguish it, a sound of high heels striking the ground echoed behind him. "Handsome, I've been watching you for a while. May I add you to my contacts?" Before he could turn around, a sweet voice chimed in his ear. Chapter 72. A stunning flight attendant with a score of 95 in looks. Even Jiang Nan, who was accustomed to beautiful women, momentarily found himself captivated, subsequently using his insight ability on her. Name: Ning Ruo Shuang. Age: 24. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Charge: 0. Appearance: 95 points. Favorability: 12 points. At 172 centimeters tall and scoring 95 in appearance, she was truly exceptional. Moreover, as such a high-quality flight attendant, her charge was inexplicably 0. Honestly, if it weren't for the insight ability, he would hardly believe that such a gem of a flight attendant had not been subjected to any untoward advances. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability. Colm. As Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, the system's notification echoed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. All right, naturally, He could not refuse the request of such a remarkable woman to connect. They promptly added each other to their contacts. Jiang Nan, what a lovely name. Ning Ruo Shuang responded with her name. Your name is lovely too, Ning Ruo Shuang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Ning Ruo Shuang expressed her gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps due to this being her first time proactively seeking someone's WeChat, as she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Have you just finished your flight? Jiang Nan initiated the conversation. Ning Ruo Shuang replied softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he smiled warmly. Shall I give you a ride? Sure. Ning Ruo Shuang was not one to be coy, having already approached Jiang Nan for his WeChat. She certainly would not refuse the offer. Let us go. Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang chatted amiably as they approached a Maybach. After placing her small suitcase in the trunk, they both got into the car. Thank you, Jiang Nan. Inside the car, Ning Ruo Shuang fastened her seatbelt and smiled appreciatively. No problem. Please provide me with your location so I can find the quickest route. Jiang Nan was entirely unbothered by the request. Sure. Ning Ruo Shuang promptly sent Jiang Nan her precise location. South City? Not too far. Jiang Nan nodded, driving the luxurious Maybach onto the road. Along the way, they engaged in light conversation, which may have seemed awkward but was, in reality, quite comfortable. Occasionally, Ning Ruo Shuang stole glances at Jiang Nan, her beautiful face revealing a hint of shyness and excitement. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and likewise, beautiful women are attracted to handsome men. This is indisputable. Jiang Nan's striking good looks were out of this world, and his charisma was exceptional, evoking the image of a nobleman emerging from the pages of a novel. At least, after just one glance, Ning Ruo Shuang found herself irresistibly drawn to him, ultimately gathering the courage to inquire about his WeChat. Ning Ruo Shuang occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, who naturally also cast his gaze her way from time to time. However, what captivated him was not merely the air hostess's breathtakingly beautiful visage, but rather the alluring sight of her slender legs adorned in delicate gray stockings, slightly drawn together and leaning towards him. To be fair, it was Jiang Nan's first encounter with someone in such stockings in real life, and especially on a flight attendant with legs as long, proportionate, and strikingly attractive as Ning Ruo Shuang. Frankly speaking, Jiang Nan believed that if Ning Ruo Shuang were to host a live stream simply clad in that outfit, sitting before the camera without uttering a word, she would undoubtedly attract a plethora of gifts from eager admirers. This might seem exaggerated, but for someone of her caliber entering the streaming world, as long as she dared to be audacious, her potential to amass wealth would be limitless. Are you a local of Jiangcheng? Ning Ruo Shuang initiated the conversation once more. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at her and asked, Aren't you from Jiangcheng? I am as well, Ning Ruo Shuang replied. It seems she might not be adept at conversing with men, as after a couple of exchanges, she fell into an awkward silence. How long have you been a flight attendant? Jiang Nan inquired directly. Which airline are you with? I must purchase a ticket for your airline next time I fly. I'm with Jiangcheng Airlines. I've just joined for a year, she answered. That's great. I always had a certain filter regarding flight attendants, thinking they were only gentle and pleasant on flights. I didn't expect you to be so sweet off duty as well. You must have many admirers, right? Jiang Nan smiled. Indeed, quite a few pursue me, but I tend to be a bit socially anxious in private, which means those who chase after me usually don't stand a chance. Ning Ruo Shuang nodded. After saying this, she seemed to realize something and hurriedly added, Of course. It's not that I can't meet up with them, it's just that I don't feel much for those who pursue me. This statement was a clear hint. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. It appeared that Ning Ruo Shuang was indeed a devoted admirer of beauty. He did not believe that a luxury car worth over $1 million would instill a materialistic mindset in such an exceptional flight attendant. For someone of her caliber, if she were materialistic, there would be no shortage of wealthy suitors eager to shower her with gifts. Naturally, it could not be ruled out that Ning Ruo Shuang was simply waiting for the right offer. However, a luxury car alone was not enough to provoke such forwardness in her. Thus, it left only one possibility, an ultimate preference for aesthetics. When is your next flight? Jiang Nan took the initiative. In 2 days, she replied. Are you free at noon? Jiang Nan directly proposed. My home is also in the southern city. If you have time, may I treat you to a meal? Sure. Ning Ruo Shuang favorability. This unexpected increase in favorability caught Jiang Nan off guard, prompting him to steal another glance at her. Simultaneously, Ning Ruo Shuang looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in that moment, an invisible spark ignited between them within the confines of the car. Ning Ruo Shuang, favorability kux. The ease with which favorability was increasing was rather astonishing. Little did he know, his handsome face and extraordinary aura held an immense allure for a devoted admirer of aesthetics like Ning Ruo Shuang, especially at such close proximity. She had never encountered someone as strikingly handsome as Jiang Nan, and it was impossible for her heart not to race. After all, at the age of 24, she had never laid eyes on a man so handsome that merely a glance could captivate her completely. Chapter 73. The Incredible Speed of Favorability Increase. Half an hour later, in Nancheng, at the entrance of a mid-range residential complex, a Maybach came to a gentle stop. Jiang Nan, would you like to come in for a drink? Ning Ruo Shuang in the passenger seat hesitated for a moment before softly inviting him. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Nan noticed her cheeks flushed bright red, clearly indicating that this was her first time being so proactive. Is there anyone at home? Jiang Nan inquired. This is my rented place. I don't live with my family. Ning Ruo Shuang replied softly. All right. Jiang Nan would not decline such an invitation. Ning Ruo Shuang favorability column. With another 3 points added to his favorability, along with the previous increments, Ning Ruo Shuang, the exceptional flight attendant, now held 25 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. To be honest, having known each other for just about an hour, the rapid progression was somewhat surprising. Soon, Jiang Nan followed Ning Ruo Shuang's directions to the underground garage of the complex. After exiting the car, he took the initiative to assist her with her small suitcase, earning another 2 points of favorability. Ding! As they entered the elevator, Ning Ruo Shuang pressed the button for the 20th floor. Taking a deep breath, she stood beside Jiang Nan. The space between them was not far, and with Jiang Nan's keen hearing, he could discern the rapid beating of her heart, indicating her nervousness. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and a group of people entered, including elderly individuals, children, and both men and women. Given their striking appearance, Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang in her flight attendant uniform, they naturally drew the attention of those in the elevator. Ding! As more people boarded, it became surprisingly crowded. Seeing the elevator filling up, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. Logically, it was typical for there to be more people exiting at the lower floors, but it was unusual for so many to board at once, aside from the first floor. Jiang Nan, there's so many people, Ning Ruo Shuang remarked from the corner, relieved that there were no other men nearby. Otherwise, she would have felt incredibly uncomfortable. Shall we go down? Jiang Nan positioned himself in front of her, and they found themselves gazing into each other's eyes. We're almost there. Let's hold on a bit longer. At such close quarters, Ning Ruo Shuang felt her face burning, and her heart raced even faster than before. She found herself swallowing hard periodically, her head lowered, too shy to look at Jiang Nan. She was genuinely afraid that if she stole another glance at him, she might inexplicably leap into his embrace. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability 5. Another 5 points were added to her favorability, which pleased Jiang Nan immensely. Ding! At that moment, the elevator chimed. Finally, some passengers exited. The elevator continued its ascent and soon reached the 18th floor. He is so handsome, isn't he? If it weren't for his stunning girlfriend, I would have been tempted to approach him. My goodness, I've never seen such a handsome man before. I feel inexplicably drawn to him just being near him. As the elevator doors slowly closed, only Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang remained inside. Hearing the chatter outside, they exchanged smiles. Moments later, they reached the 20th floor. Jiang Nan stepped out, still holding Ning Ruo Shuang's small suitcase. She led him to the left. My place is a bit small. Please bear with me. Before long, they entered her apartment. It's a bit cramped, Ning Ruo Shuang said apologetically. Jiang Nan examined the layout of the apartment as he carried in her suitcase. It was indeed small, but not excessively so, and the overall minimalist decor was quite to his liking. There are no men's slippers. You'll have to make do with mine. But don't worry, they've been washed. At that moment, Ning Ruo Shuang's voice resonated in the air. From this angle, her exquisite and flawless figure seemed utterly invincible. At this moment, Ning Ruo Shuang turned to hand a pair of pink slippers to Jiang Nan, her petite face flushed with a delightful hue, exuding an undeniable charm. "Thank you." Jiang Nan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the slippers and began to change. Meanwhile, Ning Ruo Shuang slipped off her high heels. Propping one hand against the shoe cabinet while her right leg gracefully lifted slightly backward, revealing her stunning gray, silk-clad legs and the red-soled heels, instantly capturing Jiang Nan's gaze. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level, too. Their eyes locked once more, an electric spark igniting the space between them. The sound of high heels clattering to the ground echoed. A startled exclamation broke the moment, prompting Jiang Nan to hastily set down his suitcase and step forward to catch the tumbling Ning Ruo Shuang, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Jiang Nan inquired with concern, gazing at the beautiful woman nestled in his arms. At that moment, Ning Ruo Shuang's breath quickened inexplicably, her enchanting visage flushed with crimson, her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly betraying her inner turmoil. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. "I am fine," she murmured softly. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level, too. Upon hearing the system's prompt once more, Jiang Nan swallowed hard, his gaze gradually lowering. Thump, thump, thump. Both Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang's hearts raced in unison, as Jiang Nan's face drew nearer to hers. Ning Ruo Shuang instinctively closed her eyes. 20 seconds later, a silvery light flickered. Ning Ruo Shuang slowly opened her eyes, meeting Jiang Nan's gaze once again. Her eyes filled with a dreamy haze. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level, 5. Chapter 74. Ning Ruo Shuang sprained her ankle. How swift! The surge of 5 affection points compelled Jiang Nan to reflect on the rapid progression. It had only been a little over an hour since they first met, and now Ning Ruo Shuang's affection for him had astonishingly reached 41 points. Remarkable. This pace eclipsed any prior experiences he had with women. "Jiang Nan, I am fine now," Ning Ruo Shuang whispered shyly. In contrast to Jiang Nan's incredulity, her own astonishment was equally profound. In fact, had Jiang Nan not instinctively released her, Ning Ruo Shuang found it hard to part from the warmth of his embrace, having never been in such a situation before. Hearing her words, Jiang Nan helped her to her feet, though his hand remained gently at her waist. After she removed the other high heel, he naturally guided her to the living room sofa. Hiss! Just as she settled down, the earlier excitement ebbed away, and Ning Ruo Shuang suddenly gasped, beads of sweat quickly forming on her forehead as her brows knitted tightly. "Did you sprain it again?" Jiang Nan crouched down, his perspective allowing him a glimpse of the enticing scenery beneath her fitted skirt. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Ruo Shuang's delicate gray, silk-clad foot. "It seems like your left foot might be sprained," he observed. With a rosy complexion, Ning Ruo Shuang acknowledged the pain in her ankle. Yet the fluttering sensation stirred by Jiang Nan's warm hand lifting her foot subdued the discomfort. "Let me take a look," Jiang Nan offered. Possessing the skills of a master in traditional medicine, adept at treating both minor injuries and complex ailments with ease, he cradled Ning Ruo Shuang's gray silk foot in his hands, examining it closely. Despite the gray stockings, Jiang Nan's keen eye discerned the slight redness around her left ankle. "If you'd like, I can fetch some ice for a cold compress," he suggested gently. "It might be a bit inconvenient to remove them right now." Ning Ruo Shuang replied shyly, her cheeks flushed. "Shall I tear a small piece off?" Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Devoid of any impure thoughts, his mastery in traditional medicine ensured that his focus remained entirely on her injury, exemplifying the concentration of a true expert. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Ruo Shuang's face reddened further, yet upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, her heart fluttered. "All right," she acquiesced softly. With a swift motion, Jiang Nan acted, the delicate gray stockings yielding effortlessly to his strength. In an instant, a flawless foot emerged, captivating in its perfection. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level, too. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Nan stood, casting a surprised glance at the blushing Ning Ruo Shuang, who averted her gaze in embarrassment. "I'll go get some ice for you. It won't take long," he assured. "Okay." Ning Ruo Shuang nodded shyly, still unable to meet his eyes. As Jiang Nan made his way to the kitchen for ice, she dared to glance in that direction, releasing a heavy sigh as her heart raced, her face aflame. Especially upon seeing the torn gray stockings on the floor, and then glancing at her own foot, she felt a delightful shiver run through her. Involuntarily swallowing hard as she muttered, Jiang Nan is focused solely on treating my sprained ankle, while I can't help but think of other things. Spring has truly arrived. Yet, the flutter of emotions was undeniable. How gentle, how handsome. He is truly the embodiment of my dreams, akin to a Prince Charming. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level, too. At that moment, while Jiang Nan rummaged for ice in the kitchen, the system's notification chimed in his mind once again, causing him to blink in astonishment. Goodness, is it really that easy to accumulate points? In just over an hour, his affection level had soared to an astonishing 45 points. It was not an exaggeration to say that if something enchanting and indescribable were to transpire between them, Ning Ruo Shuang would likely not resist. Encountering a woman captivated by appearance, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. As the subject of admiration, he recognized himself as a potent allure. A mere touch could lead to an overwhelming infatuation. However, he had never encountered a woman as extraordinary as Ning Ruo Shuang. Merely relying on his looks, coupled with a few unexpected moments, had enabled him to amass 45 affection points in such a short time. If he were to add a touch more charm, could he not reach 90 points in a single day? Contemplating this, Jiang Nan felt a surge of intrigue. Ning Ruo Shuang possessed a stunning beauty rated at 95 points, surpassing his previous target, Jiang Yan, by 3 points. Do not underestimate that 3-point margin, should the two stand side by side. Choosing one would reflect a profound disrespect towards the exquisite flight attendant, Ning Ruo Shuang. Over the next 2 days, he would strive to elevate her affection level to 90 points. Your foot is not severely sprained, with a cold compress for about 10 minutes, followed by a warm compress for 20 to 30 minutes. You should be able to walk freely. Jiang Nan crouched down, gently cradling Ning Ruo Shuang's delicate foot, and pressed the small bag filled with ice against her slightly reddened ankle. The icy sensation caused Ning Ruo Shuang to gasp in surprise. However, Jiang Nan couldn't shake the feeling that this sensation was not one of pain, but rather a refreshing relief. Thank you so much, Jiang Nan. Without you, I would have been at a loss for what to do about my sprain, Ning Ruo Shuang said bashfully. No need to thank me. If you have silver needles at home, I could also perform acupuncture for you. Within minutes, you would be able to walk without issue, Jiang Nan replied softly. Even without that, just the ice pack feels wonderful, and the pain has nearly vanished. You can do acupuncture? That's impressive. Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine? Ning Ruo Shuang looked at Jiang Nan, who was crouching before her, and her face betrayed a spark of affection, an emotion that was clearly more than just a lingering gaze. At that moment, Jiang Nan also raised his head. Their eyes met, and a captivating atmosphere enveloped them. 20 minutes later, a silvery light emerged. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level 2. Her affection for Jiang Nan had now reached a remarkable 50 points. The way she looked at him was far more expressive than before. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan asked, crouching down once more to gently hold Ning Ruo Shuang's foot. Your sprain isn't serious. With the cold and warm compresses, it's nearly healed. Try taking a few steps, he encouraged. Okay, she replied, her cheeks flushed, and she stood up from the sofa with Jiang Nan's support. After taking a few tentative steps, she exclaimed, "It's all fine now," and joyfully hugged Jiang Nan, saying, "Jiang Nan, you're truly amazing." "I'm glad to hear that," he replied, patting her back. But just as he was about to say more, Ning Ruo Shuang silenced him with a kiss. 2.5 hours passed swiftly, marking the arrival of noon. In the living room, Jiang Nan gazed at the gray stockings on the floor, exhaling a long breath, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Not only had Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level soared to 80 points, but she was indeed delightful. Her attire was an absolute knockout. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. In just one morning, he had effortlessly won over Ning Ruo Shuang, a progression that had taken him by surprise. As her affection grew, she became increasingly enamored, seemingly falling deeper under his spell. With 80 points of affection, it seemed much easier to reach 90 points with Ning Ruo Shuang than with Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled, given Ning Ruo Shuang's current affection level. With a little more effort, he could easily complete that rewarding task. Furthermore, it was clear from her attitude that she was quite the aesthetic admirer. A few sweet words and a touch of kindness could easily elevate her affection to 90 points. With a gentle exhale of smoke, Jiang Nan checked his phone. I took care of some matters, sis. Has your relative left yet? He texted Su Yun. Are you free tonight? She replied. Not sure. I'll see, he responded. Lin Man texted, Brother Jiang Nan, today is 520. I'll find you later, he promised. After extinguishing his cigarette, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Goodness. With only a few close friends around, the 520 festivities were proving to be quite exhausting. It was time to confront a few of them, otherwise, the running around would be too taxing. Jiang Nan pondered, promptly creating a group chat. 1. Landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man. I have some matters to attend to. Enjoy your conversation today for 520, and I'll join you once I'm done. After sending the message, he exited the chat. He had never been one to dwell on decisions, always a man of action. Once he decided on a course, he would not delay for even a moment. As he entered Ning Ruo Shuang's bedroom, he gently sat on the edge of her bed, reaching out to stroke her blushing face, feeling her breath quicken. What's wrong? You weren't this shy earlier, but now you seem even more bashful, he teased. You naughty boy. Ning Ruo Shuang fluttered her long eyelashes, fixing her beautiful eyes on Jiang Nan. Her voice soft and filled with sweet shyness. I genuinely didn't expect to feel this way after just knowing you for one morning. As she spoke, a hint of confusion crossed her face. If someone had told her yesterday that such a thing would happen, she would have been furious at the suggestion. But now, as this reality unfolded before her, was she truly being reckless? It was love at first sight. Jiang Nan brushed a few loose strands of hair from her forehead and leaned down to kiss her gently, saying with a smile, Don't overthink it. That will only lead to unnecessary anxiety. Are you hungry? Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level 1. She opened her arms, causing the blanket covering her to slip away. She gasped. Jiang Nan chuckled, still shy. Freshen up, and let us go out for a meal. With that, he scooped her up in a princess carry, his strong arms causing her heart to race even faster. In Jiang Nan's embrace, she found herself inexplicably falling for this man. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection level 2. Another 2 points added, bringing her total to 83 points. Just 7 more points stood between them and the completion of that rewarding task. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, looking at the bashful yet lovely Ning Ruo Shuang in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. This woman was truly his lucky star, arriving at the most opportune moment. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan carried Ning Ruo Shuang into the bathroom, Lin Man, having just received her meal in the university cafeteria, sat down at an empty table and checked her phone. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's message, she instantly clicked to read it. Landlady, Su Yun, Li Man. I have some matters to attend to. Enjoy your conversation today for 520, and I'll join you once I'm done. The message captured her attention, and she wasn't the only one. The landlady and Su Yun had also opened the group chat and read Jiang Nan's message. After a minute or two of silence in the chat, just as the landlady was about to say something, Lin Man. Xia Jiqing, Su Yun, greetings to both sisters. I am Lin Man. I hope to receive your care in the future. Chapter 76 Ning Ruo Shuang. What if he has a girlfriend? Landlady, Lin Man. Hello, little sister. I am Xia Jiqing. You can just call me Sister Xia from now on. No need for pleasantries. We are sisters now. Su Yun. Hello, Li Man. I am Su Yun. I believe I am a bit older than you, so you may call me Sister Yun, just like Sister Xia said. From now on, we are good sisters and should look out for each other. Landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man, I haven't had lunch yet. How about we arrange to have lunch together? Jiang Nan was unaware that the 3 women in the group had begun planning lunch, and even if he had known, he would not have been surprised. The landlady and Su Yun had long understood each other. As for Lin Man, with her amiable and compliant nature, Jiang Nan had no concerns about her fitting in with the landlady and Su Yun's little circle. At this moment, he emerged from the bathroom, holding Ning Ruo Shuang, and after assisting her in dressing, they both exited the bedroom. Other than her flight attendant uniform, Ning Ruo Shuang had little clothing, most of which was simple in style. For instance, she wore a pair of jeans paired with a plain white top, her hair cascading down, reminiscent of a girl next door. One could hardly deny that a beauty of such high caliber could captivate hearts even without makeup. Her skin was in impeccable condition. Why not put on some light makeup before heading out? Ning Rushuang suggested, as she leaned against Jiang Nan's arm. Passing a mirror, she glanced at her reflection, feeling somewhat insecure. Unnecessary. Your natural beauty surpasses many fully made-up beauties, Jiang Nan replied genuinely. Ning Rushuang's face lit up with joy, and she affectionately leaned closer to Jiang Nan. Yet, she retrieved a lipstick from her small bag and applied it delicately. Ah, you look much more revitalized, she remarked, surveying her appearance with satisfaction. Meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she shyly leaned in and pecked his cheek. Upon seeing the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but laugh and quickly wiped it off, continuing, Jiang Nan, what do you want to eat? Just a moment ago, you were calling me dear, and now you seem indifferent. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang's slender waist and teased her. How annoying. Ning Rushuang playfully hit Jiang Nan, but upon noticing his eager expression, she shyly lowered her head and called him dear obediently. Ning Rushuang's affection level, too. Such a good girl, Jiang Nan chuckled. Ning Rushuang's nature was indeed gentle. She seldom rejected Jiang Nan's requests. Even when faced with more embarrassing situations, she often yielded under his persistent charm. This very trait endeared her to Jiang Nan immensely. After all, she was not only original, but also an exquisite beauty, scoring a high 95. Although the thrill of conquest was absent, the sensation of her willingly approaching him felt far more intense than the satisfaction of pursuing someone. What do you want to eat? Jiang Nan inquired as they stepped outside and waited by the elevator. Let me check for a suitable homestyle restaurant, she replied. Ding! The elevator arrived. As Jiang Nan entered with Ning Rushuang, he caught a glimpse of multiple notifications in their group chat. After glancing at Ning Rushuang, he opened WeChat. 99. He was taken aback to see that the group chat he created had reached 99 messages in such a short time. He quickly scrolled to the beginning and began reading. To his surprise, the women had indeed formed a team. With Ning Rushuang beside him, Jiang Nan swiftly read through all the messages before reaching the ground floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the basement level, and they both exited. As they approached the Maybach, Jiang Nan was about to casually locate a home-style restaurant when his phone vibrated. He leisurely picked up the phone to check. It was a call from an unfamiliar number from Jiang City. Hello, Jiang Nan answered. Mr. Jiang, I am Li Jing, the private steward of Villa number 001 at Jiang City Tianfu. A cool voice spoke from the other end. What is it? Jiang Nan asked, still driving. Mr. Jiang, the Tianfu Property Management wishes to inquire if you would like to hire some cleaners, gardeners, and professional drivers, Li Jing continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan pondered briefly before replying, cleaners and gardeners are fine, but no need for a driver. Just make the decisions on your own. If funds are insufficient, let me know. Understood, Li Jing responded respectfully. After ending the call and placing his phone aside, Jiang Nan noticed Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat, looking at him with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a light laugh. Villa, cleaners, gardeners. You are quite remarkable, dear, Ning Rushuang said. Though she had not fully heard Li Jing's words, she could guess the context. Well, after lunch, would you like to come over to my place for a visit? Jiang Nan suggested. You don't have anyone at home, right? Ning Rushuang hesitated. No one, just a private steward, Jiang Nan replied. I usually don't stay there. If you like it, why not move in? Upon hearing this, Ning Rushuang's mouth slightly parted, and her breath caught for a moment. She then murmured, but you said you don't often stay there. Moving in seems pointless. What do you mean pointless? Don't you have a job? Jiang Nan queried, sensing something off. Ning Rushuang swallowed hard, casting a strange glance at Jiang Nan. At that moment, she realized they had shared an intimate experience just that morning, and she hardly knew him at all. What if he had a girlfriend? The thought struck her like a bolt, causing her cheeks to pale. Chapter 77. The car continued its journey. Ning Rushuang's complexion grew increasingly pale in the passenger seat. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Nan noticed her unusual expression and grew concerned. I'm fine, Ning Rushuang replied, taking a deep breath. She patted her face and opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately shook her head and softly said, let us talk after my rental period ends this month. She forced herself not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, realizing it was too exhausting. Since it had already happened, She decided to act as if she knew nothing. Moreover, to be honest, if she were to leave simply because of the possibility of Jiang Nan having a girlfriend, she could never bring herself to do so. Furthermore, it was all merely speculation. Perhaps Jiang Nan was single after all. With that thought, Ning Rushuang felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her previously pale face quickly returned to its normal hue. An hour later, after finishing lunch, Jiang Nan leisurely drove the Maybach he borrowed from his landlady into the Jiangsheng Tianfu community. "Darling, your villa is in Jiangsheng Tianfu." Upon entering the community, Ning Rushuang was momentarily taken aback. As a local, she was well aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangsheng Tianfu. The villas here were particularly expensive due to their limited number of only 9. Jiang Nan's villa was actually one of them? Yes, Jiang Nan replied with a smile, glancing at the incredulous Ning Rushuang and softly asking, "What do you think? Do you like the environment here? If you do, feel free to move in." Although Ning Rushuang's current residence wasn't in a low-end community, it was still a mixed bag. Living in Jiangsheng Tianfu would undoubtedly offer a significantly greater sense of security compared to her rented apartment. Given the lavishness and price of Jiangsheng Tianfu, it was hard to imagine anyone disliking it. Ning Rushuang couldn't help but exclaim in awe as she rolled down the car window to take in the lush gardens lining the pathways. Is this really where the upper class lives? The air feels so much fresher. Hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head, and refrained from pressing the issue of her moving in. She was clearly too excited to absorb what he was saying. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance. As Ning Rushuang beheld the villa, resembling a small estate, her jaw dropped in astonishment. "My goodness, is this a villa? It feels almost as grand as the estates I see on television." Jiang Nan took out his phone and pressed a button, causing the gate to slowly open. He drove inside, and the gate closed automatically behind them. As they made their way to the underground garage, Jiang Nan noticed the solitary Porsche Cayenne among the vast space and frowned slightly. It seemed he needed to acquire more luxury vehicles. Having only 2 cars in such a spacious garage felt somewhat lacking in prestige. Jiang Nan led Ning Rushuang upstairs, passing by the private cinema, indoor swimming pool, and various leisure lounges, truly opening her eyes to the lifestyle of the affluent. Is this what the wealthy live like? Everything one desires is right at home. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's voice coming from the kitchen, instructing her staff, "Make sure to clean thoroughly every day. It's not about the money, but the value of the atmosphere." "Understood." Several voices responded in unison. Li Jing then emerged from the kitchen, momentarily startled upon seeing Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang. She quickly approached, bowing respectfully to Jiang Nan. As she lifted her head, she caught sight of the beautiful Ning Rushuang, and her eyes widened in surprise, though not solely due to Ning Rushuang's beauty. She sensed a familiarity with this stunning woman. "I brought my girlfriend to see the place. Li Jia, you can continue with your work. By the way, I'll give you some money later to buy a vehicle for convenience. The usual cleaners and gardeners shouldn't be living in the villa, right?" Jiang Nan inquired. "They don't, but I occasionally stay over," Li Jing replied. "That's fine. When I'm not around, I still need you to keep an eye on the villa. You can move in if you like. Just let me know if you need anything." Jiang Nan felt a flicker of interest in Li Jing, a stunning beauty. But he was also aware that she had met Lin Man and now Ning Rushuang. Winning her over might prove a challenge. At least for now, Li Jing had not shown any interest in him, and there were no clear openings for him to pursue, so he remained patient. "Understood." Li Jing responded with utmost respect, embodying the demeanor of a private steward towards her employer. Jiang Nan, however, remained unfazed. All women eventually reveal their vulnerabilities. Time was on his side, and he was not worried about finding the right opportunity to break through Li Jing's defenses. "Let me show you around," Jiang Nan said with a gentle smile as he led Ning Rushuang up to the second floor. Their eyes met, 2 stunning women sharing a moment of recognition, prompting Li Jing to nod kindly in greeting. "This is Li Jing, the villa's private steward," Jiang Nan introduced. "You really don't live here regularly with such a beautiful steward around?" Ning Rushuang asked, her eyes flickering as she processed the name, then pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "I'll move in tomorrow. I want to see if you really don't live here." Jiang Nan chuckled, recognizing her playful excuse. If something were to happen, she would still need to work and wouldn't know what transpired at home. After Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang locked the main bedroom door behind them, Li Jing stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, opening a chat application on her phone. Soon, she navigated to her middle school graduation album, viewing photos until she paused on one of a chubby girl and then shifted her gaze to a stunning girl standing in the same photo. What coincidence? Li Jing murmurat softly. Chapter 78. A call from middle school classmate, Chiu Rueyue. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang emerged from the master bedroom. Jiang Nan appeared refreshed, while Ning Ruo Shuang's face was flushed, occasionally biting her lip and reapplying her lipstick. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan was filled with allure. As they descended to the second floor, Li Jing, who had been busy tidying up, approached them. "Boss, the cleaners and gardeners have finished their work, and I've sent them home," she reported. "I see," Jiang Nan acknowledged, preparing to lead Ning Ruo Shuang to the underground garage when she turned to Li Jing, asking, "You're Li Jing?" "Yes," Li Jing smiled in affirmation. "Which middle school did you attend?" Ning Ruo Shuang inquired, scrutinizing Li Jing intently. "Nanching number 4 middle school." "What class?" Ning Ruo Shuang's eyes glimmered with recognition. "Class 7. It really is you, Li Jing. What a coincidence." Li Jing smilathapanat. "Darling, Li Jing is my middle school classmate. We were in the same class," Ning Ruo Shuang exclaimed with surprise, her eyes scanning Li Jing. "I've heard you lost weight and look stunning now. I didn't expect you to be this beautiful." Back in middle school, Li Jing had been dubbed the fat girl by most of her classmates. As a result, she was often regarded as the least attractive girl in her class and frequently bullied. Ning Ruo Shuang had a vivid memory of this chubby girl, as they became desk mates during the crucial second semester of their final year. With Li Jing's help, Li Jing quietly praised Ning Ruo Shuang and then glanced at the somewhat surprised Jiang Nan beside her, feeling a moment of difficulty. One was the only kind girl she had known in middle school, and the other was her boss at that moment. If Ning Ruo Shuang were unaware, or if she were a former classmate who had bullied her, she would certainly pretend not to know anything. However, Jiang Nan was her boss. She could not secretly inform Ning Ruo Shuang that perhaps the boss's girlfriend was not the only one. Forget it. She would act as if she knew nothing. The boss was so handsome and wealthy. Perhaps Ning Ruo Shuang was already aware of it. If she spoke up later, it would only make her feel out of place. In just an instant, Li Jing had made her decision. After all, compared to her job, the kindness Ning Ruo Shuang had shown her in middle school had long been repaid when she had tutored her on some subject back then. Thus, she naturally leaned towards her current employment. Moreover, suitable and easy jobs were hard to come by these days. And it was even rarer to find a quality boss like Jiang Nan, who was carefree and unconcerned with trivial matters. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone in his pocket vibrated. Noticing that Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing were happily chatting, he stepped aside to take the call. "Jiang Nan, Zhang Dong has been sent to a juvenile detention center." It was a call from Chiu Rueyue. "This kid has quite the audacity at such a young age. His thoughts are so meticulous. I wonder what he will do when he truly grows up." Upon receiving the news from Chiu Rueyue, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. The kid's gaze was too ruthless. If he were to be released, who knows what madness he might unleash. As for eliminating him, Jiang Nan had considered it. But it was not practical at the moment. His father, Zhang Chong, was also incarcerated, and his mother was missing. Chiu Rueyue softly remarked that in times of trouble, families often fall apart. Zhang Dong's family disbanding was only a matter of time. Jiang Nan did not feel pity for this family. He held not a shred of sympathy. "I have nothing much to do today. Are you free this afternoon? Let's go out for a meal with your girlfriend." Chiu Rueyue extended the invitation. Her voice clearly carried a hint of delight, but she soon cleared her throat and added softly, "It does seem a bit difficult to arrange. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Let's plan for another day to discuss Zhang Dong." Jiang Nan was determined not to let Zhang Dong escape from the detention center. "All right, I'm generally free this afternoon. Just let me know when you want to go out." After hanging up, Jiang Nan noted Chiu Rueyue's number and turned his gaze back to the animated conversation between Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing. At that moment, he noticed Li Jing's attire. She wore the familiar professional outfit, complete with black stockings and a form-fitting skirt. Jiang Nan had noticed her striking appearance the first time they met, and today his gaze instinctively settled on her upper body. "Goodness." Jiang Nan approached. "Darling, are you going to be busy?" Then I'll go out with Li Jing for a stroll and see if we need to move anything over. Ning Ruo Shuang immediately hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, speaking in a playful tone. Sure. Jiang Nan intended to take Ning Ruo Shuang shopping, and since she wanted to hang out with Li Jing, he would not refuse. Give me your bank card number. Feel free to buy whatever you like. If it's not enough, just let me know. Darling, I'm just browsing. I won't necessarily buy anything. Ning Ruo Shuang shook her head. No witties. If you see something you like, just take it. Jiang Nan's tone was firm. All right, I'll listen to you, darling. Ning Ruo Shuang's use of darling had become increasingly smooth. The system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability, too. Li Jing et sa favorabilité. Sing. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Li Jing, who briefly displayed a look of envy, causing him to avert his gaze. Soon, Ning Ruo Shuang sent her bank card number, and without further ado, Jiang Nan transferred 2 million to her account, and then 2 million to Li Jing's. Darling? Boss. Both Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan in shock as the amounts were credited, exclaiming in unison, Why did you transfer so much? Is it too much? Jiang Nan replied in surprise, 2 million isn't much. 2 million for a vehicle? Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Goodness, how wealthy must he be? Take it. If you don't use it, save it. There will be times when you need to buy something. Jiang Nan waved dismissively, then produced a car key, saying, This is the key to the Qian. If you go out shopping, take this car. Ning Ruo Shuang dazedly accepted the key and watched as Jiang Nan waved goodbye and headed toward the underground garage. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful transaction. Earned tenfold cashback. 72 million. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind. As he arrived at the underground garage, the notifications continued. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability, 1. Li Jing's favorability, 2. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability had reached 88 points. He only needed 2 more points to complete his reward task. Logically, he might successfully gain those last 2 points by accompanying Ning Ruo Shuang, but he felt it prudent to give the 2 women some space to interact. Those final 2 points of favorability were a certainty, whether today or tomorrow. They would be achieved. Therefore, Jiang Nan did not feel the need to rush. Today was May 20th, and he needed to attend to Mrs. Fong, Su Yun, and Lin Man, who were also in need of his company. It would not do to remain with just one woman and grow weary of her. As Jiang Nan drove the Maybach out of Villa 001, inside the villa, Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing began to regain their composure. Li Jing, do you realize how wealthy my man is? Ning Ruo Shuang swallowed nervously. Very wealthy indeed. In fact, it must exceed our imagination. Li Jing took a deep breath and replied solemnly, You should know that villas in Jiang Changtianfu are extremely expensive, right? Yes, I've heard rumors. Last time, a villa sold for 3 small targets, didn't it? Ning Ruo Shuang was somewhat aware of these tidbits. That villa was merely an average one among the 9 in Jiang Changtianfu, while the villa owned by our boss was Villa 001. From its name, you should be able to understand the significance of this villa, Li Jing explained. Villa 001. The villa we are in is actually the legendary Villa 001. Ning Ruo Shuang's pupils widened in shock. Speaking of this villa, she indeed knew a bit. As a flight attendant, her looks often placed her in first class, allowing her to overhear various news. For instance, this Villa 001 was rumored to have been sought after by a wealthy tycoon from another region, who attempted to purchase it for 800 million, but was refused. That was a staggering 800 million, which could not secure the villa, indicating that mere wealth was not enough to acquire it. I don't know the exact transaction price for this villa, but I'm sure the boss spent a fortune, and his background must be extraordinarily influential. Li Jing speculated. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Well, we shouldn't linger on this topic too long. After all, I am the personal steward of the boss, and discussing him behind his back would be rather disrespectful. Wait, no. Phew. At this moment, she realized that she had long ceased to care about whether Jiang Nan had a girlfriend in the past. Seeing the smile on Ning Ruo Shuang's face, Li Jing maintained her composure while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. This is what I call a benevolent lie. It benefits me, you, and the boss. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability level increased by 1. On Jiang Nan's side, as he made his way toward the old town, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, bringing a look of delight to his face. 89 points of favorability. Just one more point, and I can complete that little welfare task. He pondered, why did the favorability suddenly increase by 1 point? Could it be that this woman is pursuing me on her own? At this thought, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. If that were the case, it would truly be a marvel, sitting in the car while favorability soared to the heavens. Who knows, if this woman continues her pursuit, he might unintentionally complete the welfare task, which would be quite remarkable. He still had one chance at a lottery, so he wasn't in a hurry to use it. He would wait until after completing the welfare task. Half an hour later, within the community where the landlady resided, a Maybach slowly came to a stop beneath the apartment building he rented. Observing the Pagani Huayra parked beside him, Jiang Nan checked for any scratches and nodded in approval. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he noticed a camera directly ahead, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Is this the landlady's camera? Upon reflection, it was indeed wise for an older community like this to have several cameras installed for safety. Otherwise, if incidents of abduction occurred again, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the landlady's door. Coming, a voice responded, and Jiang Nan immediately recognized it as Lin Man. Brother Jiang Nan. When the door opened, Lin Man appeared before him. Adorned in a blue and white ensemble paired with a white pleated skirt, her hair styled into adorable twin ponytails. Unlike her usual choice of sheer white stockings, today she wore black knee-high socks adorned with bows. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man immediately leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest. Have you missed me so soon after such a short time apart? Jiang Nan held Lin Man close and stepped inside, shutting the door behind them. He had only uttered a single sentence, yet, as the door closed, Lin Man's delicate form suddenly softened in his arms. Chapter 80. 3 consecutive lottery chances, unexpected rewards. A few minutes later, footsteps echoed. I was wondering why it took so long to open the door. It turns out it was the landlady witnessing Lin Man's flustered demeanor, a teasing expression gracing her face. Sister Xia, Lin Man nervously called out. You little rascal, it shouldn't take so long to drop off Chio. Why are you only now free to see us? The landlady was dressed in a flowing blue gown, her striking appearance still commanding attention. At home, she typically wore her silver hair up, and today was no exception, presenting a unique allure. I was handling a few matters, Jiang Nan said, drawing closer to the landlady with Lin Man nestled against him, his other arm wrapping around her slender waist. Oh really? An incredulous expression crossed the landlady's face as she glanced at the visibly uncomfortable Lin Man and quietly remarked, Man, aren't you going to freshen up? I'll go freshen up first. Lin Man hurriedly dashed toward the restroom. What about Yunjia? Jiang Nan shifted the topic, scanning the living room for Su Yun's presence. In the piano room, the landlady gestured toward the piano room. Just then, Su Yun emerged, donned in a floral dress with her hair elegantly styled. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Nan noticed she had surprisingly applied a light touch of makeup, which instantly caught his eye. Although Su Yun's appearance was merely rated at 90 points, her gentle and nurturing demeanor added several points in Jiang Nan's eyes. One might argue that he indeed had a preference for this type of woman, but truly, who wouldn't be captivated? Yunjia. Jiang Nan extended his arms toward the bashful Su Yun. She quickly approached, nestling obediently against him. You little rascal, my relatives have left. The landlady whispered playfully in Jiang Nan's ear, instantly making his eyes light up. Xia Jiqing's favorability level increased by 1. Su Yun's favorability level increased by 1. Lin Man's favorability level increased by 1. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room, Jiang Nan contentedly lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as excitement radiated from his features. During this period, the favorability levels of the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man had all increased by 1 point. Consequently, the 3 women, having reached their peak favorability, would each see their attractiveness rise by a point. This meant he had directly acquired 3 lottery chances. Adding to the previous one, he now possessed 4 chances in total. A peculiar glimmer danced in Jiang Nan's eyes as he contemplated whether to redeem his rewards immediately. However, he was intrigued to see if he could accumulate a tenfold draw with all 4 chances. Damn, the system mentioned that miraculous results come from single draws. Jiang Nan took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it, mentally communicating with the system. System, initiate the lottery for me. In an instant, as his words echoed, a phantom 3-part spinning wheel materialized before him. The familiar sound of the lottery began to resonate. Within mere seconds, the wheel spun rapidly, and with a chime, a notification rang out. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won 100 million yuan. Only 100 million? Keep going. The pointer spun once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won a globally limited edition luxury supercar, Bugatti. Another limited edition luxury supercar? Jiang Nan's brow raised slightly. Goodness. This system wants me to flaunt my wealth. Moreover, this car sounded rather impressive. He couldn't help but wonder how it compared to his Pagani Huayra in terms of style and value. Keep going. The pointer spun again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won 1 billion yuan in cash and master-level culinary skills. Wow. Jiang Nan's face expressed astonishment at the 3rd prize. Did I just hit the jackpot? He leaned closer to the ethereal spinning wheel, noting the fine print that indeed confirmed the reward of 1 billion yuan in cash and master-level culinary skills. Not only that, but next to this reward, it also stated 1 billion yuan in cash with infinite charm abilities. Infinite charm? He mused, considering that his charm was already considerable. If he were to obtain this ability, he would transform into a veritable enchantress. Every woman would be unable to resist his allure. The mere thought seemed exaggerated. Jiang Nan shook his head, envisioning crowds of women flocking to him the moment he stepped outside, and it wouldn't just be beautiful women. This charm would undoubtedly affect all women. Even he was unaware if it would also be effective for some men who are fond of other men. Enough of that. Jiang Nan shook his head with a shiver, continuing, let us commence the 4th lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 years of lifespan, transferable, in this lottery. What on earth? At the moment the notification for the 4th lottery prize sounded, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, his face instantly reflecting incredulity. Lifespan. He had actually won 10 years of lifespan in this lottery. Moreover, this was not the most significant aspect. The crucial part was that the 10 years of lifespan could also be traded. This was what truly left Jiang Nan astounded. System. Does this 10 years of lifespan mean I can trade with others? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and immediately inquired in his mind. Indeed, what about those who are already deceased? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The system's voice continued to resonate in Jiang Nan's mind. Incredible. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Nan's pupils constricted and expanded in surprise. A product of the system is guaranteed to be exceptional. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of the rewards from the Wheel of Fortune. The system's voice then chimed in. There is one point the system needs to remind the host. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Among every 10 lottery chances, there is a probability of receiving an extraordinary reward. The system's voice continued. Are you implying that this 10 years of transferable lifespan is this so-called extraordinary reward? Jiang Nan instantly comprehended, a contemplative expression appearing on his face, and then he inquired, is it possible to guarantee the appearance of this extraordinary reward in the lottery? Chapter 81. The small welfare task is finally completed. Rewards obtained. It is possible. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 lottery chances can be exchanged for one extraordinary lottery opportunity. The system's voice continued. Incredible. This is indeed rather demanding. 10 lottery chances only yield one extraordinary lottery opportunity. The challenge is not trivial. It is worth noting that up to now, he has not even drawn 10 times. However, challenges bring opportunities. Moreover, this extraordinary reward is exceedingly generous. The value of this 10 years of transferable lifespan is beyond imagination. A person who has already passed away, as long as Jiang Nan wishes for them to live, he can bring them back to life. As long as it is within 10 years, he can ensure their survival. This is no longer the realm of mere mortals. It truly belongs to a transcendent level, akin to divine capabilities. At this rate, It is only a matter of time before I become a godlike existence in this world. Jiang Nan's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability level, 1. Just as Jiang Nan was infinitely envisioning the future, a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. This inexplicably increased to a favorability level of 90. Ding! Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability level has reached 90. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the small welfare task. Rewards. Permanent ownership of Jiangcheng Mansion. A cash reward of 100 million and mastery-level physical abilities. Task completed. Rewards acquired. The moment he obtained the mastery-level physical abilities, Jiang Nan felt an overwhelming influx of memories that did not belong to him. Closing his eyes to absorb the knowledge, he slowly opened them, clenched his fist, and unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Crackle! The sound of fireworks erupted in the air, leaving him astonished. With this punch, I feel that not just a bull, but even a fierce tiger would be instantly vanquished. Jiang Nan couldn't help but gasp in awe. The expertise speaks volumes. Now, he is indeed a master of physical techniques, fully aware of the extent of his immense power. Moreover, his mind is filled with countless ancient martial arts techniques, such as Baji Quan and heir Lu Tan Tue. When it comes to martial arts, there is nothing he cannot master. A master is truly a master. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. He was unsure how many opponents he could face at once, but he believed he could easily handle 4 or 5 without difficulty. He did not consider this an exaggeration, for the prowess of ancient martial champions was indeed astounding. His mastery-level physical abilities may not quite reach the level of a martial champion, but they certainly would not fall short. Self-defense is absolutely assured. Jiang Nan's confidence stemmed from the enhancement provided by the physical enhancement liquid. Those ancient martial champions never had access to such miraculous innovations from a system. If he were to draw something as formidable as an extraordinary movement technique or a minor enhancement for his senses in the future, what would martial champions even amount to? One strike is all it would take to defeat them. Jiang Nan felt even more confident. After all, he is a man accompanied by a system. If he lacked this much confidence, it would be a waste of his destiny. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Darling, the money you send is simply too much. I cannot possibly spend it all. As soon as the video call connected, a beaming Ning Ruo Shuang appeared on the screen. Spending 2 million is never enough. I must elevate my spending habits. Jiang Nan replied meaningfully. His wealth would only continue to grow. His personal consumption is ultimately limited. The more women he has, the more they can indulge, and thus, his savings will continue to increase. Darling, if people online were to hear you say that, they would likely swarm to expose you. Ning Ruo Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. Who cares? Jiang Nan shrugged. Darling, would you like to have dinner together later? Ning Ruo Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am currently in the old town. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and continued. I'll come find you shortly. Jing and I have already prepared everything. Since you're in the old town, we'll come pick you up. Ning Ruo Shuang replied cheerfully. Sounds good. Jiang Nan nodded, ended the video call, and then sent his location to Ning Ruo Shuang. The Jiangcheng Mansion, valued at least 1 billion, now belonged to him forever. System. How is the rent for Jiangcheng Mansion calculated? Jiang Nan waved his hand, and the document bag instantly vanished. The host need not worry about this. The system will automatically collect your earnings. The system's voice echoed. Indeed, with the system's automatic processes, the host need only enjoy life and live freely. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. This system truly is exceptional. It requires no effort on his part, as everything is managed seamlessly. Oh, by the way, where's my Bugatti? Host, the Bugatti is in the underground garage of the community. Very well. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Shortly after, a warm and familiar scent wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils, belonging to the landlady. Aren't you going to rest well, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan turned to see the landlady's somewhat disheveled silver hair, especially when meeting her tender gaze. Stirring his heart, he couldn't resist drawing her into an embrace and gently kissing her lips. A fleeting moment. Having just awoken from a short nap, he felt as though he were in a dream. Holding her now, he truly understood what it meant to feel settled, secure, and happy. The landlady softly leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her arms instinctively tightening around him. Sister Xia, I am here, and I will always be. The mischievous lad truly possesses a wicked charm, as if he were destined for royalty. Upon hearing this, the landlady's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she gazed up at the irresistibly captivating young man, her lips gently pursed, her eyes momentarily clouded with enchantment. Half an hour later, with her cheeks still tinged with crimson, the landlady watched as Jiang Nan exited the door. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him. What a naughty boy, she murmured to herself, turning away and sensually licking her lips as she sauntered toward the restroom. As for Jiang Nan, this was not his first visit to the underground garage of this residential complex. Following the system's guidance, he soon found himself before a luxurious blue and gold supercar. The contours and curves of this vehicle were nothing short of perfection. Jiang Nan reached out to touch it, his face lighting up with astonishment as he couldn't help but inquire. System, how much is this Bugatti worth? 200 million. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. What kind of car could possibly be worth 200 million? This is the only blue and gold Bugatti in the world, known as the conceptual Blue Gold Dragon King. How impressive, Jiang Nan exclaimed, retrieving the car key and placing it on the sensor by the driver's door. With a click, he gently pressed the door, which slowly swung open. Glancing at the interior, he noted the daring blend of blue and gold, a fitting representation of a vehicle valued at 200 million. As he shut the door, he effortlessly started the engine of this one-of-a-kind marvel. The roar echoed through the underground garage, a sound akin to a dragon's roar, filling Jiang Nan with exhilaration. He lightly tapped the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, and gradually drove out of the garage. Meanwhile, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing stood in awe, gazing at the Pagani Huayra, whispering amongst themselves. This car is undeniably cool, Ning Rushuang exclaimed, pulling out her phone to snap a picture, and soon after, she gasped, Jing. This car is worth at least 50 million. Indeed, that price is quite standard for a Pagani Huayra. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Pagani Huayra? That name sounds familiar. Ning Rushuang pondered, blinking her eyes. Hello, ladies. Wow, what kind of car is this? Ning Rushuang's jaw dropped in astonishment as she beheld the approaching Bugatti. Would you care to take a ride with me, beautiful? Jiang Nan extended his hand invitingly. Of course. Li Jia, you can drive, right? Jiang Nan turned to Li Jing, clad in her usual form-fitting skirt and high heels, had changed her hairstyle from a high ponytail to a neat bun. Her makeup was refreshingly understated. Yes, Li Jing affirmed, having driven here herself and prepared a pair of flats to switch out of her heels. All right, I will lead the way. Just follow me. Jiang Nan opened the passenger door as Ning Rushuang eagerly hopped into the car. Okay, boss. Li Jing flashet has signature simile. Jiang Nan shook his head internally, thinking that Li Jing might be somewhat rigid in her interactions. Once Ning Rushuang was settled and buckled up, Jiang Nan drove the unparalleled Bugatti, the conceptual Blue Gold Dragon King, valued at 200 million, out of the complex. He headed straight for Jiangchang Tower, familiar with its opulence from his previous food delivery days. He knew it housed a plethora of entertainment options. Jiangchang Tower, with its 66 stories and a height of 325 meters, boasted 4 underground levels. While it might not rank among the tallest buildings in the country, it was undoubtedly a landmark in Jiangxing. My dear, that Pagani Huayra was indeed handsome, but it pales in comparison to your Bugatti, Ning Rushuang exclaimed, exhilarated at her first ride in such a luxury car, her face radiating excitement as she explored the vehicle with wide-eyed curiosity. The Pagani is worth only 60 million, whereas this Bugatti is 200 million. Jiang Nan chuckled. Thus, the two cannot even be compared. What? This car costs 200 million? Ning Rushuang gasped, her disbelief palpable. Such a price seemed surreal to her. You've lived in a 500 million villa before. Isn't a 200 million car worth such astonishment? Jiang Nan remarked, having initially planned to drive with one hand, but now noticed Ning Rushuang's choice of jeans for the day, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, it's truly astonishing. You must be incredibly wealthy, she said, swallowing hard as she looked at Jiang Nan, her face betraying her uncertainty. Coming from an ordinary background, she wondered if she truly belonged in the world of such affluent individuals. While she acknowledged her beauty, she was acutely aware that time could erode physical allure. whereas wealth remained impervious to decay. In the eyes of the wealthy, a beautiful woman could be effortlessly acquired. For now, I maintain my youth and continue to attract my husband's affection. But what will happen when I grow old? Ning Rushuang's expression darkened as fear took root in her heart. She feared her only asset was not merely her beauty, but rather the allure of wealth. Men of Jiang Nan stature were likely to have had numerous romantic interests before her. Thus, she pondered her position in this dynamic. Perhaps she was merely a mistress in the grand scheme of things. Goodness, Ning Rushuang, so many wealthy men have approached you with offers of support. Yet you have remained virtuous all this time. Now, to seek such an arrangement yourself seems rather contradictory. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her cheeks flushed with warmth. But Jiang Nan was undeniably handsome. Could any other man rival his allure? Additionally, no one else matched his kindness, wealth, or the way he treated her. It must be said, women possess an extraordinary talent for self-persuasion. At that moment, a system notification rang in Jiang Nan's mind, piquing his curiosity as he glanced over at the passenger seat. There sat Ning Rushuang, her face flushed, lost in a daydream, momentarily rendering him speechless. Goodness, is this woman engaging in self-persuasion again? As for Jiang Nan, he considered that women capable of self-persuasion were undoubtedly exceptional companions, sparing him countless troubles. The car sped along, and in a short while, the Bugatti and Li Jing's Porsche Cayenne arrived at the underground parking of Jiangxing Tower. Upon exiting the car, Ning Rushuang joyfully skipped over, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's. Jing, it is evident that the bond between the two women has elevated to a remarkable level within a few hours. Upon seeing Li Jing approach in her high heels, Ning Rushuang beamed and waved at her, marking what she deemed the most enchanting day of her life. Firstly, she had encountered Jiang Nan, and secondly, within just one morning, she had completely fallen for him, experiencing indescribable and delightful moments together. His tenderness and generosity had thoroughly captured her heart. Perhaps the pace of their relationship was indeed rapid, yet Ning Rushuang believed that love is often like this. Either it does not arrive at all, or it comes with an overwhelming fervor, swiftly and irresistibly. At the very least, she felt immensely content with her current state. Li Jing's arrival brought a tinge of discomfort, yet Ning Rushuang's exuberance made it difficult for her to refuse. After all, this woman was, in essence, her boss. Maintaining a good rapport with one's superior is always a prudent endeavor, especially in a time when employment is scarce. Given how comfortable and well-compensated her position was, coupled with the kindness of her employer, such opportunities were rare. Therefore, she treasured this job greatly, aspiring to save money over the years to purchase a home in Jiangcheng, something that did not seem insurmountable. As for shortcuts in life, to be frank, she had never contemplated them. With her looks and figure, she was not boasting. Pursuing shortcuts would be effortlessly within her reach. Although Jiang Nan was her first boss after joining the property company, her photographs had long been viewed by numerous employers, and more than one had reached out to arrange private meetings. What could such meetings entail? Simply put, it was likely a matter of appreciating her physique and beauty, with intentions of seeking to support her in a more personal manner. Li Jing scoffed at such notions. She would rather starve than take the path of being kept. However, her refusal to pursue such a route did not imply disdain for those who did. In her view, everyone possesses different philosophies, and hers was quite simple. One can rely on their own two hands and surely survive. Perseverance will ultimately lead to brighter days ahead. They proceeded towards the elevator. Jiang Nan had delivered takeout to Jiangcheng Tower several times. Thus he was aware of the restaurant's location on the 27th floor. Darling, do you usually reside in the old town? Ning Rushuang inquired curiously. Pretty much, he replied. My landlady, Su Yun, and the place where I started my journey are all in the old town. It would be disingenuous for him to claim no attachment to this area. Moreover, having acquired Jiangcheng Tower, a property valued at over 10 billion, it would be illogical not to establish his base in the old town. The old town is conveniently located near the heart of Jiangcheng, making it accessible to various places. Ning Rushuang's eyes flickered momentarily, and being astute, she chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted her gaze to Li Jing, whispering, Jing, you seem a bit lost in thought. Are you tired? No, I just rarely go out for meals, Li Jing replied softly. It's all right. I work 4 days and rest for 2. From now on, let me accompany you for meals. Ning Ruo Shuang said with a cheerful smile, her character exuding a sense of optimism. Are you still planning to go to work? Upon hearing Ning Ruo Shuang's words, Li Jing paused momentarily. Having secured a relationship with such a wealthy individual, was she still considering work? Of course. If I stayed home all day, I'd be terribly bored. Ning Ruo Shuang shook her head, tightening her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, and quietly added, but I actually dream of opening a small shop to tend daily. What kind of shop? Jiang Nan's eyes brightened instantly. I haven't quite figured that out yet. And with the current market conditions, physical stores are challenging and often lead to losses. Ning Ruo Shuang pondered, then dismissed the thought, murmuring, a relative of mine opened a clothing store and lost hundreds of thousands. They're still in debt to this day. That's due to insufficient funds. Jiang Nan discerned the issue. Nowadays, without a solid foundation, starting a business is a Herculean task. Furthermore, given Ning Ruo Shuang's beauty and physique, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that creating short videos online and building a fan base before launching her own brand would be remarkably easy. In this age, who does not enjoy watching beautiful women, especially someone like Ning Ruo Shuang, whose stunning looks would surely attract attention? As Jiang Nan contemplated this, he felt a surge of interest. What if he established a media company in a world brimming with beautiful women, if they all congregated under his banner? Even if he didn't secure 100 perfect beauties, at least a plethora of stunning women rated 85 and above would be within reach, wouldn't it? Reflecting on his current situation, Jiang Nan realized that even managing the few women he was already acquainted with was somewhat overwhelming. So the thought of overseeing an entire media company filled with women was quite daunting. Ding! As these thoughts crossed his mind, the elevator on the first floor chimed, and 3 men along with 2 women entered. The moment the 3 men spotted Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing, their eyes widened in astonishment. What a stunning girl! Exclaimed one unruly young man with bleached hair as he raised his eyebrows and let out a couple of whistles. Just as he was about to utter further flirtatious remarks, Jiang Nan released his hold on Ning Ruo Shuang, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful kick, sending the young man flying across the space. The sheer force of the impact stunned everyone present, particularly the 2 remaining young men, who hastily pressed the elevator door open button and fled. Ning Ruo Shuang affection level 1. Li Jing affection level 8. As the 2 women accompanying the 3 young men hurriedly exited the elevator, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. It was quite normal for Ning Ruo Shuang's affection to increase, but why had Li Jing surged by such a significant 8 points? Pondering this, Jiang Nan casually glanced at Li Jing, noticing a peculiar glimmer in her eyes, seemingly tinged with excitement. What could this imply? Did she harbor some undisclosed preference? Jiang Nan felt a spark of intrigue. Chapter 84. Li Jing's strategy points revealed. Darling, that was a bit too intense, wasn't it? As the elevator ascended slowly, Ning Ruo Shuang drew closer, her cheeks flushed and her expression brimming with exhilaration. She waved her small fist in the air. Have you trained before? The young man with bleached hair had a decent height, around 175 centimeters, and appeared to be quite muscular, weighing at least 120 pounds. Yet, Jiang Nan had effortlessly sent him flying, crashing into the wall. Goodness, your strength is astounding. Jiang Nan gently wrapped his arms around Ning Ruo Shuang's slender waist and whispered in her ear. At present, Jiang Nan had reached a level of allure that, while perhaps not quite that of a seducer, was nevertheless highly effective in captivating the majority of women. A mere glance from him could leave women utterly entranced, and his interactions had not failed to elicit similar effects. You really say the most outrageous things, Ning Ruo Shuang teased, leaning against Jiang Nan in a playful manner. Jiang Nan cast another glance at Li Jing, who had once again adopted a demeanor of indifference, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, standing in the corner of the elevator and gazing straight ahead. However, Jiang Nan still noticed that, despite his inability to achieve superhuman senses, he could distinctly hear her breath, as their proximity amplified the sound. This woman likely possesses a strong personality, yearning for violent resolutions to her problems. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Such a disposition may be intertwined with her living environment and perhaps certain experiences from her childhood. Li Jing presents herself as an exceptionally independent woman. Even her attire reflects this persona. Yet, in truth, individuals with such characteristics often harbor subtle flaws or contradictions. Beneath her tough exterior lies a mere facade. Perhaps, if one were to peel away this disguise, a genuine, emotional Li Jing would emerge. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but scrutinize her further, openly assessing her from head to toe. A few moments later, as if sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Li Jing inexplicably cleared her throat twice, her eyes inadvertently meeting his. The system chimed in his mind, indicating Li Jing's affection level 2. Has it begun? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, affirming his earlier suspicions. Indeed, this woman is a striking contrast. Naturally, his ability to garner her affection stems from his own excellence, further supported by a pre-existing neutral level of fondness. If anyone devoid of such affection were to stare at her so unabashedly, she would undoubtedly react with anger. Li Jia, have you purchased your vehicle yet? Jiang Nan initiated the conversation. Not yet. I'm planning to take a good look tomorrow. However, boss, the amount you provided is rather excessive. In her usual manner, she would have maintained direct eye contact with Jiang Nan and reported her plans with nonchalance. Yet now, for reasons unknown, her voice had softened, and she avoided meeting his gaze. 200,000 is not too much. Although it's just a vehicle, it shouldn't be of inferior quality. Just consider this price range, Jiang Nan smiled. According to my preferences, a modest family car worth around 100,000 would suffice, Li Jing replied, her voice diminishing further. Do you see my underground garage? If I parked a 100,000 yuan car there, wouldn't it diminish my status? Jiang Nan replied firmly, 200,000, and not a penny less. Yes. The assertiveness in Jiang Nan's voice caused Li Jing to tense momentarily, before she quickly lowered her head, weakly affirming. Li Jing's affection level 2. All right. You prefer strong-willed men, don't you? Woman, your point of attraction has finally been revealed. It is possible that prior to this, she had been subjected to peculiar glances due to her weight, perhaps even enduring bullying. Such occurrences are all too common. Merely contemplating this provides insight. What is the psychological state of someone who has been bullied? A yearning for strength, a desire to resolve everything through force. Yet, due to an inherent timidity, they struggle to achieve this. Moreover, prolonged experiences of bullying and oppression might cultivate unspoken psychological quirks. Thus, at the moment Li Jing confronted Jiang Nan, who had just forcefully dispatched a young man, her heart subtly opened up. Jiang Nan had become the hero of her fantasies, coupled with their pre-existing level of affection. It is entirely natural for Li Jing's fondness to gradually increase. There are myriad ways to approach attraction, each unique to the individual. Take Ning Ruxiang for comparison. A woman enamored with beauty, her progression upon feeling attraction is astonishingly rapid. Jiang Nan has experienced this firsthand, achieving remarkable success in merely a morning's time. Contrastingly, when considering the landlady, the initial progress stemmed from her daughter Xiao Ying's admiration for Jiang Nan, which served as a significant catalyst. Without that, the enchanting atmosphere in the piano room would never have materialized. Ding! 27th floor reached. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Nan, with Ning Ruxiang by his side, exited the elevator, while Li Jing obediently followed behind them. Welcome to Linjiang Xian Restaurant. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Upon arrival at the restaurant's entrance, a warmly smiling hostess in a qipao greeted them enthusiastically. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her heart raced, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she could hardly suppress a swallow. Su Xiaoqin's affection level 30. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind as he observed the hostess's nearly starry-eyed gaze directed at him, prompting him to shake his head in response. Such handsomeness, alongside wealth, is of paramount importance. In fact, under certain circumstances, looks may even outweigh money. After all, a man of his caliber would hardly want for financial resources. As for seeking companionship with older wealthy women, that would be an unworthy endeavor. One would much prefer to pursue a beautiful heiress, would they not? Chapter 85. Li Jing's affection level 1, 2, 3. No reservation, Jiang Nan affirmed, shaking his head. This way, please. The hostess promptly guided the trio inside. Soon, they reached the reception area, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The restaurant was bustling with patrons. It was around 6 o'clock, a peak dining hour, yet the nearly full dining hall prompted Jiang Nan to marvel at the impressive foot traffic. The rental for a floor in this Jiangxing building must exceed $1 million annually, he surmised. Not every floor is of the same dimension. Some are likely larger, thus commanding higher rental prices. However, it is certain that the entire building would yield a rental income of at least $1 billion. The exact figure would be revealed during the next rental collection. Good evening, sir. Currently, there are no private rooms available. Would the main dining area be acceptable? The hostess looked apologetically at Jiang Nan. The main dining area will suffice, he replied nonchalantly, not overly concerned about such details. It was merely a meal, after all. This way, please. The hostess led Jiang Nan and his companions to an available table. As they moved through the main dining area, they attracted numerous curious glances. Are these celebrities? So handsome, so beautiful. Exclamations filled the air. In this world, who doesn't enjoy gazing at beautiful women and handsome men, especially with top-tier beauties like Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing present? As for Jiang Nan, he was a universal attraction, captivating the gazes of both young and middle-aged women alike, their eyes glued to him. Please take a seat. The hostess beamed as she guided Jiang Nan and his companions to their table. After they settled in, she typically would have introduced the menu for ordering, but she lingered, unable to tear her gaze away from Jiang Nan. We'll be offering some complimentary dishes today. May I ask if you have any dietary restrictions? Thank you. I have no restrictions, Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. If you require anything, please don't hesitate to call. It would be my honor to serve you. The hostess bowed respectfully to Jiang Nan, stealing a few more glances at him before reluctantly departing. Originally tasked with welcoming guests, she was so taken by Jiang Nan's charm that she swapped roles with someone at the front desk, now stationed nearby, to provide service with a smile. Her eyes never straying from Jiang Nan's table. My dear husband, just now, that young lady's captivating gaze seemed to be directly affixed upon your visage. How amusing! With such exaggerated good looks, if you were to be paired with someone less deserving, it would indeed be an immense pressure to accompany you in public. Ning Ruo Shuang can easily imagine that if her own beauty were to falter even slightly, the envious and resentful glances directed her way would undoubtedly feel like daggers, inflicting considerable discomfort. The same could be said in your case. However, as for me, with my unremarkable appearance, perhaps I might simply be regarded as approachable. How amusing! Jiang Nan has witnessed countless such contrasting couples in the past. Last year, while delivering takeout, he encountered several pairs. The women were all stunningly beautiful, with figures that were simply breathtaking at that time, each adorned in short skirts, black stockings, and long legs that were enough to evoke a flutter in the heart. Meanwhile, the men were predominantly balding middle-aged figures, appearing old enough to be their fathers, yet each one embraced a beauty under the dim lights, reveling in passion. Envy. Every time he witnessed such scenes, which man would not feel envious? These women were not enamored with balding, paternal figures. They were, in truth, courting wealth. Such envy is unattainable. Fortunately, Jiang Nan has persevered through hardships and now enjoys the fruits of his labor. Not only is he handsome and affluent, but he also finds himself surrounded by numerous admirers. Order. Jiang Nan gestured for them to place their orders while simultaneously retrieving his phone. At that moment, as he stretched his legs, he inadvertently brushed against Li Jing's high-heeled shoes beneath the table. Instantly, Jiang Nan cast an apologetic glance at Li Jing, whose cheeks flushed crimson, lowering her gaze in avoidance, mistakenly believing that Jiang Nan was intentionally hinting at something. Consequently, she bit her lower lip gently, and from Jiang Nan's perspective, her exquisitely alluring face displayed a hint of inner turmoil. Li Jing's affection level, too. Just as Jiang Nan was taken aback by Li Jing's demeanor, a system notification echoed in his mind, and beneath the table, another pair of high heels brushed against his shoes. What a remarkable woman. It seems she is adept at self-inflicted strategies. If Jiang Nan recalled correctly, Li Jing's affection for him had surged to 31 points. This affection level was undoubtedly reaching a sweet spot, with just a little more initiative on Jiang Nan's part. It would merely be a matter of time before Li Jing's heart belonged to him. Did this woman truly think he was being deliberate? He had unwittingly created a sense of disparity. Sure enough, a few minutes after they finished ordering. Li Jing's affection level 1. Another point of affection was added, prompting Jiang Nan to glance at Li Jing. Coincidentally, she also turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and it felt as if arcs of electricity crackled between them. Jiang Nan's charm was something Ning Ruo Shuang profoundly understood. It was akin to the enchanting allure described in novels, drawing one into its depths. Li Jing's affection level 2. Another 2 points of affection were gained, and Jiang Nan smiled, shifting his foot to lightly touch Li Jing's high-heeled shoe. Oh, Li Jing's affection level 3. The sudden contact startled Li Jing, causing her to emit an involuntary exclamation. Thump, thump. Her heart raced inexplicably. What happened? Jing. Ning Ruo Shuang, who had just set her phone down, looked over curiously. Nothing. Li Jing swallowed hard, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shook her head. At that moment, only she knew how tumultuous her heart truly was. Most importantly, she found it utterly perplexing. Why had she maintained her composure in their previous encounters? It suddenly felt so flustered now. Darn it, Li Jing, this is your chance. Moreover, he is Ning Ruo Shuang's boyfriend. You must hold it together. Li Jing stole a glance at Jiang Nan across the table, unwittingly swallowing again, unaware of her own actions. Chapter 86. Meng Qingqiu's public announcement on moments. After a meal that lasted nearly an hour, I need to use the restroom. Ning Ruo Shuang stood up. Wait for me, I need to go too. As Li Jing rose, she secretly glanced at Jiang Nan before joining Ning Ruo Shuang towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, with a smile on his face, picked up his phone, preparing to check WeChat. Handsome brother, I've been watching you over there for quite some time. Could we exchange WeChat? At that moment, a high school girl, her cheeks flushed, approached him shyly with her phone in hand. Jiang Nan assessed the girl. By mere appearance, he would rate her around 70 points. However, she was far too young. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend, Jiang Nan politely declined with a smile. Thank you. You're so handsome. Oh my. I think you could debut right here. The girls at the nearby table excitedly whispered to one another. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Such treatment was indeed delightful, but after experiencing it repeatedly, it had become somewhat numbing. At least now, Jiang Nan felt little thrill from such attention. As he opened WeChat, a message from Meng Qingqiu appeared. Darling, it's such a pity we can't spend the entire day together. Jiang Nan glanced at the message, which included a photo. Upon seeing the image, he couldn't help but smile. The picture captured him asleep with closed eyes while Meng Qingqiu was kissing his cheek. Meng Qingqiu, darling, hurry and like my moments. Got it. After replying, Jiang Nan clicked into Meng Qingqiu's moments. Upon entering, he saw a cover photo of himself under the moonlight. He recognized this picture from the night he kicked the aluminum door off the rooftop to save Xiaoying. He never anticipated that Meng Qingqiu, a top-tier beauty from a wealthy family, would engage in managing her moments like a typical girl. To say Jiang Nan was unaffected would be a lie. Without the system and the myriad of changes it brought, he believed this encounter would have posed no issues initially. However, over time, it was hard to say. If Meng Qingqiu were a regular girl, there might be hope for a successful relationship. Yet, she was anything but ordinary. The most beautiful girl at Modi University, with an unparalleled figure. Moreover, she could easily gift an 888 yuan red envelope. Her background was that of a true top-tier wealthy heiress. And he, merely a delivery worker, undeniably from the lower strata. Thankfully, he had bound himself to the system. And all of this was owed to that old lady who gifted him the wish notebook. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If this were the fantasy of a delivery worker on the brink of death, he would gladly remain in this dream for a lifetime. Host, you should be grateful for your sincere heart and perseverance. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps, if I hadn't persevered, the system wouldn't have awakened either. In the circle of friends, there exists but a single post, an ostensibly cliché yet profoundly romantic 9-square grid announcement of love. Fingers intertwined, they walk side by side, sharing sweet photographs. The central image, naturally, is the one recently sent by Meng Qingqiu. Jiang Nan clicked a like, and, after a moment of contemplation, a myriad of words flickered through his mind, ultimately distilled into a mere two. I love you. To speak of romance, this was indeed his first experience, and he was at a loss for any sweet nothings. Returning to chat with Meng Qingqiu, She texted, "Hee hee, darling. I hope every 520 we celebrate in the future will be together all the way until we reach 100. Jiang Nan replied, "Not necessarily just to 100. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, "Oh my, that's too old. By then, my teeth would all be gone and I wouldn't be beautiful anymore. I'd be heartbroken." Jiang Nan reassured her, "Don't worry. You will always be beautiful." Meng Qingxiu giggled, "Hee hee, I will definitely be beautiful in your eyes for a lifetime." Such sweet exchanges are typical between young lovers. Little did Meng Qingxiu know, every word Jiang Nan spoke was a promise. Possessing a system that granted him the ability to extract extraordinary items. Jiang Nan's life was destined to be anything but ordinary. As long as the system remained with him, eternal life would not pose a challenge. As for maintaining his youthful appearance, could it be more difficult than immortality? Certainly not. After concluding his conversation with Meng Qingxiu, he heard footsteps and the voices of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing approaching. Jiang Nan locked his phone and held it in his hand. He had often wondered about Li Jing's form-fitting black skirt and pantyhose ensemble. Did it truly facilitate convenience in the restroom? It was a thought he pondered but never dared to voice, feeling it would be rather awkward to ask. "Let's go," Jiang Nan said as he picked up Ning Rushuang's bag from her chair, while Li Jing grabbed her own. The trio departed the restaurant. As for who footed the bill, Ning Rushuang had already paid while scanning the menu. Jiang Nan had no intention of insisting on paying. The rebate from a meal costing 1,000 or so was hardly worth the effort. Of course, if he were to receive a rebate of 10,000 or 100,000 times, that would indeed be impressive. But was it feasible? It is feasible, host. The system's voice chimed in just as Jiang Nan's thoughts took shape. The rebate multiplier for all host expenditures is random, the system explained. In other words, it could be a one-to-one cashback or a billion-fold return. How astonishing. But it seems my highest cashback reward has only ever been 12 times. Jiang Nan mused, his gaze flickering. I hope the next time, your luck will be extraordinary. Good luck, the system encouraged. With a chuckle, Jiang Nan wrapped an arm around Ning Rushuang as they exited the restaurant, while Li Jing obediently followed behind like a dedicated assistant. Ding! The elevator arrived. Under the reluctant gazes of several ladies in kipeos, the elevator doors slowly closed. In no time, they descended to the basement level. Once they stepped out into the dimly lit parking garage, a chorus of whistles echoed around them. In mere seconds, a group of over 10 individuals armed with wooden sticks and makeshift weapons surrounded them. "Honey," Ning Rushuang instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm. "Boss, it seems there's no signal in this underground garage." Li Jing, maintaining her composure, pulled out her phone, only to frown upon realizing there was no reception. "It's not a big deal," Jiang Nan assured calmly. "Just a few people. It's a perfect opportunity to test my skills." More importantly, he was eager to see how much favor he could gain from Li Jing through this encounter. That was what he anticipated the most. Chapter 87. Darling, you're so cool. The young man with the yellow hair, previously kicked out of the elevator by Jiang Nan, glared at him with murderous intent, wishing he could slap him to death. Damn it. This guy's not only handsome, but also accompanied by two stunning women who look like fairies. How infuriating. He commanded his comrades, "Brothers, let's go for him." Despite their number, seeing only Jiang Nan standing alone, for young men approached him with sticks and makeshift weapons. While the others hesitated, thinking four would be sufficient to subdue him. Jiang Nan merely glanced at the approaching four with a smirk of derision. Fortunately, with his mastery in combat, he would not be unable to showcase his prowess. "Hey, you lot, we've already called the police. Just so you know, there are cameras everywhere. You won't get away with this." Ning Rushuang stepped forward, glaring at them with indignation. One of the assailants laughed mockingly. Jiang Nan, however, had no intention of wasting time. He stepped up decisively. "Darling, boss," Ning Rushuang and Li Jing called out in concern. "I said it's not a big deal, so it truly is not," Jiang Nan replied. "How laughable. Even in this situation, you're still acting tough? Brothers, let's show this guy that our gang is not to be trifled with." As the taunts rang out, Jiang Nan sprang into action. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with incredible speed, reaching the speaker in the blink of an eye. What? The man could barely react before Jiang Nan's fist connected with his face, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. Before the man could even let out a cry of pain, Jiang Nan kicked him away, sending him crashing into the three others behind him. The force of the impact knocked them all off their feet. Unbelievable. After witnessing Jiang Nan dispatch the four with such ease, astonished gasps filled the air. Honey, so cool. You're simply amazing. Ning Rushuang's face flushed with excitement, her beautiful features radiant as she beamed at Jiang Nan's back. Had they been at home or in a car, she would have undoubtedly leapt into his arms. As for Li Jing, while she appeared more composed, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her body trembled slightly, betraying her own exhilaration. Ning Rushuang, favorability, Cox. Li Jing, esa favorability, buit. The system's notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker with interest. Ding. Congratulations, host. The favorability and beauty score of your confidant Ning Rushuang have reached an equivalent value, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. The notifications continued without pause. Ning Rushuang's favorability has reached an astonishing 95 points, perfectly matching her beauty score, granting him yet another opportunity to draw a prize. Damn, this kid must have trained. The yellow-haired youth exclaimed, rallying his companions. Let us go. Immediately, around 10 individuals surged forward to attack. Hubby, be careful. Boss, they're all coming at us. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, initially excited, suddenly grew tense upon seeing the crowd charging towards them. They exchanged glances, nodded firmly, and spotted a brick. Rushuang, you take the brick. I'll use my high heels. Li Jing gritted her teeth and removed her high heels, stepping onto the ground with her black stockings-clad feet, quickly joining Ning Rushuang as they rushed behind Jiang Nan. Don't be afraid. We're here for you, Ning Rushuang said in a low voice. Li Jing remained silent, coldly clutching her high heels, her gaze fixed on the approaching attackers. Jiang Nan glanced at Ning Rushuang, his mouth slightly agape, then looked at Li Jing, astonished to see her wielding her high heels as weapons. What a sight, he thought, feeling both amused and deeply touched. Is that beautiful woman using her high heels as weapons? How exhilarating for me. A seemingly unscrupulous fellow suddenly became overly excited. Brothers, I want those high heels. I'll polish them shiny every day. Stand back, Jiang Nan commanded, smiling at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing as he softly declared. These 10 or so individuals are no challenge for me. Hubby, Ning Rushuang called out softly. Rest assured, they're merely a group of insignificant pests. With you by my side, I can truly showcase my abilities. Jiang Nan patted Ning Rushuang's shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush. He then turned to Li Jing, smiling and nodding at her. She bit her lip, nodded earnestly, and with Ning Rushuang's assistance, slipped her high heels back on. Fortunately, the underground garage was not a muddy road. Otherwise, it would have been quite painful to wear them. Enough. Let us take down this scoundrel for stealing my high heels. Yells erupted. The group armed with wooden sticks and poles charged aggressively at Jiang Nan. Seeing this, Jiang Nan merely smiled and stepped forward, advancing towards the crowd. Chapter 88. Chiu Rue Yu. You wouldn't want your partner to find out, would you? The yellow-haired youth sneered from behind. This guy still thinks he can show off in front of those two beauties. It's utterly ridiculous. He acknowledged that Jiang Nan had some skills. But 4 people were not comparable to a mere 10. You can take on 4, but can you handle 10? Do you think you're Yuan? Just as he pondered this, a sudden crash echoed through the venue. Regaining his composure, he looked ahead and was utterly stunned. What in the world? The yellow-haired youth's eyes widened as he witnessed Jiang Nan skillfully maneuvering among the 10 attackers. Each strike aimed at him was effortlessly dodged, and with every punch he threw, an adversary was sent flying several meters away. Unbelievable. Is he really like Yuan? Did you hire extras for this? The yellow-haired youth was dumbfounded. The scene before him was even more impressive than a movie fight sequence. My goodness, my husband is truly the best in the world. So handsome. I just want to be quiet for a moment. In the background, Ning Rushuang watched Jiang Nan display his prowess. Her excitement palpable as she pumped her small fists in the air, her admiration for him unmistakable. Yes, so handsome. Li Jing swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Ning Rushuang's favorability remained aligned with her beauty score, which was already exceptionally high. Further elevation was not easily attainable. However, Li Jing's favorability soared, increasing by 8 points to a remarkable 53. Ouch, that hurts. This guy is too powerful. Damn, he is fighting against a group single-handedly. He must have trained in some martial arts. A chorus of pained cries echoed through the underground garage. Jiang Nan surveyed the scene, a dismissive smile on his lips. The tallest among them was barely 172 centimeters, with some even measuring around 167 centimeters. As a master of physical arts, he found it effortless to dominate this crowd. Stay back. Jiang Nan approached the yellow-haired youth, who was so frightened that he stumbled backward and, upon Jiang Nan getting closer, plopped down on the ground in fear. At that moment, a voice rang out, right here, a group of 10 armed with sticks. What? They're all down. The speaker was a familiar face. Qiu Ruiyu, Jiang Nan, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise before breaking into a joyful smile as she prepared to jog towards him. Hubby, you are incredible. Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing hurried towards Jiang Nan, the sound of Li Jing's high heels echoing on the ground. Hubby, Qiu Ruiyu's gaze fixed on Ning Ruo Shuang, who was clinging to Jiang Nan's arm, her eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't Jiang Nan dating Meng Qin Xiu? Why is he with another stunning beauty? And that woman in the black stockings and fitted skirt is extraordinarily beautiful too. What is going on with Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan, too, was taken aback by Qiu Ruiyu's unexpected arrival, particularly regarding the implications for his relationship with Ning Ruo Shuang. Qiu Ruiyu favorability 5. The sudden system notification left Jiang Nan astonished. It's increasing instead of decreasing? What is happening? He turned his gaze back to Qiu Ruiyu, and their eyes met. He could distinctly sense her excitement. Goodness, has she discovered an opportunity? Hat Wieling Zista, Hat Wieling Zista. The yellow-haired youth, now fearfully seated on the ground, called out to the arriving Qiu Ruiyu and her companions, pointing at Jiang Nan. That guy took on over 10 of us single-handedly and left us incapacitated. You must do something for us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qiu Ruiyu and the others turned peculiar. Do you hear yourself? Qiu Ruiyu frowned slightly and remarked, You expect me to believe that one person could take on over 10? It's no joke. Is there no surveillance? You can check the footage. The yellow-haired youth protested. Enough. You're giving me a headache. Qiu Ruiyu dismissed him with a wave, her attention now fully on Jiang Nan, her smile returning as she approached him. She couldn't help but admire Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing, her eyes reflecting awe. So beautiful. In terms of looks, they were undeniably two superlative beauties on par with her. As Qiu Ruiyu observed Ning Ruo Shuang intimately entwining her arm with Jiang Nan's, a surge of unexpected thoughts arose within her. Jiang Nan, surely you do not wish for your partner to learn of your double dealings, do you? How utterly embarrassing. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Qiu Ruiyu felt her cheeks flush. Goodness, such an audacious notion had surfaced in her mind. Qiu Ruiyu, you're truly something else. Qiu Jia, Jiang Nan greeted with a smile and a nod. Did you really fend off a dozen individuals all by yourself? Qiu Ruiyu inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Indeed, Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. Impressive. Not only did Qiu Ruiyu give him a thumbs up, but the group of gentlemen in hats behind her also regarded Jiang Nan with astonishment. This young man had single-handedly faced off against a gang armed with various implements. And remarkably, he had emerged unscathed. This was beyond impressive. It was simply extraordinary. It was indeed audacious for a group of thugs to assault a single individual. And even after a defensive struggle, it was typical to sustain some injuries. These ruffians are quite bold to resort to weapons, Zhao Ge remarked, shifting his gaze to the thug on the ground, whom he lifted effortlessly. He exchanged glances with the others, and they departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Is it really that simple? Jiang Nan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. What difficulty could there possibly be? Qiu Ruiyu replied with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. These two are. Chapter 89. Funding is not the issue. Connections are paramount. I am Ning Ruo Shuang, the girlfriend of your husband. Hello. Beautiful. Before Jiang Nan could introduce himself, Ning Ruo Shuang extended her hand with a beaming smile. Seeing Ning Ruo Shuang's cheerful demeanor, Qiu Ruiyu's fondness for the attractive woman grew. Truth be told, if she, Qiu Ruiyu, had been unaware of her own status as the third wheel, she would not have been so magnanimous in the presence of other beautiful women. Such is human nature. We often harbor double standards. I am Li Jing, the personal housekeeper of the boss. Li Jing introduced herself. Hello. Qiu Ryue shook hands with each of them and introduced herself. I am Qiu Ryue. As for my profession, you should already be aware. She smiled slightly, but her gaze lingered on Li Jing. Such a stunning woman as a personal housekeeper? Qiu Ryue's mind raced with implications. Moreover, the way Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan was far from the ordinary admiration of a subordinate. It brimmed with affection and adoration. Jiang Nan was not particularly surprised by the harmonious interaction among the three women. Upon reflection, none of the beautiful women in his life seemed to harbor any jealousy. However, according to the narrative he had constructed, this scenario resembled the classic invincible male protagonist trope, navigating through a mindless urban fantasy, devoid of any romantic rivalry. Jiang Nan shook his head internally. Qiu spoke up. Yes, Jiang Nan had just nodded when Ning Rushuang interrupted. Yeah, do you have some free time? If so, how about we go shopping shortly? Besides, Jingjing has just removed her high heels and needs to find a new pair of stockings. Actually, it's not necessary. Li Jing softly interjected. Qiu Ryue, disregarding Li Jing's comment, cheerfully pulled Ning Rushuang along. Li Jing pondered briefly before quietly adding, Oh, it's fine. With such a wonderful boss around, I wouldn't want to burden you. Right, husband? All right, you two go ahead. I also have some matters to attend to, Jiang Nan remarked. Glancing at Qiu Ryue, who seemed intent on infiltrating Ning Rushuang and Li Jing's circle. Catching Jiang Nan's gaze, Qiu Ryue playfully winked at him, confirming his suspicions. At least for Jiang Nan, there would be no obstacles in the future when it came to revealing his true feelings. Whenever he wished to gather all his beautiful companions under one roof, he could do so at any moment. Ning Rushuang did not mind Jiang Nan pursuing his own affairs. After all, a woman should be understanding and accommodating, allowing her man the freedom to act as he pleased. Soon, the four arrived at the parking spot. As Jiang Nan opened the door of the Bugatti, Qiu Ryue's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer awe. This car is absolutely stunning. Not too shabby, Jiang Nan replied with a chuckle. Next time, I'll take you for a ride. Great. Don't forget. Qiu Ryue eagerly accepted, convinced that with her charm, she could win over this romantic man. Could that beautiful, mature woman also be one of Jiang Nan's confidants? The thought startled Qiu Ryue. Goodness, this truly resembled a burgeoning harem. Meng Qingqiu, Sister Xia, the enchanting Ning Rushuang, and Li Jing. If she were included, that would make 5 top-tier beauties. If word of this spread, it would surely astonish many. So many stunning women willingly accepting the role of Jiang Nan's confidants. This 520 was indeed packed with events. On the street, a blue and gold luxury sports car roared by. Inside the car, Jiang Nan drove while muttering to himself. While he claimed to feel fatigued, he realized he wasn't truly exhausted. Yet, upon reflection, the constant running around had left him somewhat weary. It seemed prudent to accelerate his plans. After securing Li Jing and Qiu Ryue, he could focus on amassing funds for a larger villa or perhaps an actual estate. Jiang Nan's fingers lightly tapped on the steering wheel, his eyes shimmering with ambition. Presently, he had 7 billion in savings, an amount that may seem trivial to true tycoons. However, for those of moderate wealth, with fortunes in the tens of billions, Jiang Nan stood tall and proud. A billionaire's wealth is merely a reflection of their assets. If pressed, Jiang Nan's Jiangxing Tower alone was valued at over 10 billion. While 7 billion wasn't insignificant, it lacked the necessary channels for expansion. He had ideas, certainly, but the opportunities to invest were scarce. Competitive bidding for properties? That could work, while his funds weren't sufficient for grand investments. Acquiring smaller plots would be well within his grasp. There was also a lottery opportunity. Perhaps he could try his luck at a favorable location and gain some advantageous abilities. Jiang Nan understood that what he truly needed was not merely funds, but connections. Suddenly, Jiang Nan mentally chastised himself. He did indeed have connections. The landlady was a wealthy woman, owning multiple buildings and possessing a net worth exceeding 100 million. Surely she had some influence. Realizing this, Jiang Nan smacked his forehead, almost forgetting about the landlady. As his partner, her connections were intrinsically his. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan reached for his phone, prepared to call the landlady. Just as he picked it up, she seemed to sense his intent, calling him at that very moment. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan answered the call. Have you had dinner? The landlady's gentle voice inquired. Just finished, he replied. Can you eat a bit more? I'm with Su Yun and Man, and we're about to grab a bite. I happen to have something to discuss with you. The voice of the landlady continued to resonate. Coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with you. Jiang Nan chuckled. Send me the location. I will be there shortly. Chapter 90. Do you know the owner of which floor in Jiang Chengsha? Jiang Chengsha. At this moment, inside the elevator, Jiang Nan's expression was somewhat peculiar. He had just left this place, and now he was returning. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Jiang Nan stepped out, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Lin Jiangxian restaurant. When Jiang Nan arrived once more, the receptionists at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. Welcome to Lin Jiangxian restaurant. May I ask, sir? The same receptionist in a cheap how approached, whom Jiang Nan remembered as Su Xiaoqin. As she spoke, Jiang Nan smiled and replied, I am here to meet someone. Of course, please follow me. Su Xiaoqin quickly invited Jiang Nan inside, inquiring, May I ask if the person you are looking for is in a private room or in the hall? In the hall, I can already see them. Jiang Nan's gaze swiftly locked onto a table not far away, where the landlady and two others were seated. Brother Jiang Nan, over here. Lin Man was the first to spot Jiang Nan and immediately stood up, waving her hand. In an instant, the eyes of several tables in the hall were drawn towards the sweet call. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Not only that, but there were also two charming married women at that table. Truly unbeatable. That handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Didn't he just come here before? Whispers began to circulate. At this moment, Su Xiaoqin beside Jiang Nan was also wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Goodness, the quality of these ladies is already astonishing. This time, there are actually 3 top-tier beauties. No wonder he is so handsome. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Su Xiaoqin, then made his way towards the landlady's table. His appearance was akin to several stunning, long-legged beauties walking together. At this dining hour, patrons were aplenty, especially some female tourists from out of town. Those who hadn't seen Jiang Nan during the previous round now gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Soon, he settled beside Lin Man. The seating arrangement had them paired up. The landlady sat with Su Yun, while Jiang Nan occupied the seat next to Lin Man. Once seated, Jiang Nan noticed that Lin Man's black butterfly knot knee-high socks had been replaced with sheer black stockings, which could almost be considered skin-colored. Any slight snag would undoubtedly result in runs. Jiang Nan understood the convenience of such stockings. He briefly glanced over at the landlady and Su Yun. The attire of the two widows had not changed much. Both had their hair elegantly styled up, with the landlady's silver locks particularly captivating. They were dressed in standard floral lawn dresses. Jiang Nan tactically leaned back for a better view. As expected, both sisters were adorned in sheer stockings. You rascal, in broad daylight, you are utterly unrestrained. The landlady noticed Jiang Nan's tactical lean and playfully chided him. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Su Yun remained silent, their faces flushed, merely gazing down at the steaming dishes on the table. Brother, have some food, Lin Man sweetly offered Jiang Nan a piece of stir-fried kidney, whispering, I plan to learn some culinary skills from Sister Yin, so I can prepare balanced meals for you. Are you hinting at something? Jiang Nan teased, looking at Lin Man and gently blowing in her ear, whispering softly. Brother. The breath sent Lin Man's body tensing up, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she turned to look at Jiang Nan, her gaze filled with a dreamy allure, combined with the sweet address of brother. It was simply heart-stirring. Ha ha! Jiang Nan laughed, using his chopsticks to eat the stir-fried kidney, then turned to the landlady and asked Sister Xia, Do you have something to discuss with me? Well, I have some spare money on hand, and am considering partnering with Sister Yin to open a beauty salon. The landlady replied softly, A beauty salon? Sounds good. Do you need me to do anything? Upon hearing the landlady's words, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. It seemed she intended to invest while allowing Su Yun to manage it. Jiang Nan felt quite pleased with this arrangement. It appeared that none of the women in his life were the type to feign harmony while secretly scheming. Being younger, we were just wondering whether to open it in Nanchang or in the old city. The landlady continued, placing a piece of stir-fried kidney onto Jiang Nan's plate. Let's do it here. The rent for Jiangcheng must be quite steep, right? Suyun murmurith. Anyone from Jiangcheng would know this building, which is considered half of a landmark in the city. Indeed, it is not cheap. For a floor, it would be no less than 1,000 square meters. And based on the prices from the last couple of years, the annual rent would start at over 2 million, the landlady replied quietly. 2 million for annual rent. Hearing this, Su Yin was immediately taken aback by the figure. Goodness, she had never possessed such a sum of money in her life. The annual rent for Jiang is over 2 million. Is that insane? Rent? Upon seeing the landlady and Su Yun's expressions, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. My dear sisters, do you think your man lacked resources? What? The landlady was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, asking, do you know the owner of which floor in Jiang? Can we negotiate a lower rent? Sister Xia, a lower rent is still quite expensive, starting at over 2 million a year. Even if it were to decrease, how much could it drop? 1 million a year? So dung wispeth. 1 million may not be feasible. If it truly is 2 million, a reduction of tens of thousands would already be quite commendable, the landlady sighed, shaking her head. Then forget it. I believe it's not essential to open it here, Su Yin quickly countered. No need for rent. Jiang Nan decided not to keep them guessing any longer and smiled. Tell me which floor you wish to open the beauty salon on, and I will ensure you have it rent-free. Huh? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man were all momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning of his statement. Chapter 91. This entire Jiang Sha belongs to me. What do you mean? I am saying whichever floor in Jiang Sha you want, I will provide it to you, without a cent of rent. Jiang Nan chuckled. But we don't wish for you to spend money, the landlady replied softly. I still have some spare funds. This entire Jiang Sha is your man's. Why would you even mention rent? Jiang Nan finally laid all his cards on the table. What? Yours? The three women reacted in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Nan. Indeed, it is my own building. Why would there be any rent? Jiang Nan grinned. Jiang Nan, you. The landlady held her breath at that moment, utterly shocked. This Jiang Sha belongs to you? That's right. Jiang Nan was well aware that this revelation was overwhelmingly shocking, and he was not surprised by the astonishment of the landlady and the others. After all, Jiang Sha was worth at least several billion, meaning Jiang Nan's net worth began at a staggering 100 billion. Such news was bound to astonish anyone. My heavens! Lin Man swallowed hard, then scanned the entire hall of Lin Jiangxian restaurant, swallowing again and whispering, Brother, this is simply too wealthy. This is truly terrifying. The landlady said with a bitter smile, It's more exaggerated than the rent you pay us. Not at all, Sister Xiao, when the time comes. You can tell me what numbers you prefer, and I will directly vacate for you, Jiang Nan replied with a light laugh. As for whether that floor was occupied, he was indifferent. Penalties were trivial matters. No need, just an available floor will suffice, the landlady hurriedly insisted. Jiang Nan nodded. Such a large building surely wouldn't be fully rented out, and there must be some vacant or soon-to-expire floors. By the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? The landlady inquired. Sister Xia, I am planning to purchase some land or perhaps invest in properties. Do you have any connections in that area? Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with anticipation. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words about buying land and investing in properties, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man exchanged glances, their faces revealing a hint of peculiarity. Goodness, do the wealthy truly speak with such audacity? If it weren't for the fact that the man before them was her beloved, the landlady might have been the first to scoff, thinking, You must be kidding. Yes. The landlady nodded emphatically. She would certainly spare no effort to assist her little man, saying without hesitation, I've heard that several areas in the old city need to be replanned. I will inquire about it for you. No problem, Jiang Nan smiled. Currently, he had 7 billion at his disposal, and, although he wasn't well-versed in land pricing, he speculated that acquiring a piece of land wouldn't be out of reach. As for subsequent planning, that could be addressed later. With a company in hand, expenditures would naturally increase, and every penny spent would count as consumption. Whether it resulted in profit or loss was inconsequential. What mattered was leveraging the system for continuous cashback. The first 100 billion was not far away. Jiang Nan was filled with unwavering confidence. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Around 8:30, under the gaze of many in the restaurant, Jiang Nan left with Lin Man, the landlady, and Su Yun. Shortly thereafter, in the underground parking lot, As Jiang Nan drove his Bugatti in front of the three women in a Maybach, they erupted in exclamations. "What car is this? It's so cool." The landlady looked at Jiang Nan's vehicle, her face a mixture of astonishment. "Bugatti, a car limited to just one in the world." Jiang Nan proudly introduced. "Brother, how much did this car cost?" Lin Man asked, swallowing hard. 200 million. Oh my goodness. A 200 million car. This is merely one vehicle. It's money that a person could never earn in 100 lifetimes. No, even 1,000. Lin Man exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister Xia, I truly don't know what to say." She shook her head, smiling wryly from inside the Maybach. "Don't say you don't know. I don't either." The landlady, a wealthy woman in her own right, realized that her net worth was merely equivalent to the value of Jiang Nan's car. How could she compare? As for Su Yun, she was at a loss for words, silently grateful to be Jiang Nan's woman. She felt she had found a good man, just a step away from transcending social classes. Yet, the more outstanding Jiang Nan became, the more insecure Su Yun felt. First, she was a widow. Second, she was several years older than Jiang Nan. Third, her background was not good, and she had a burden to carry. For myriad reasons, she felt deeply insecure. The only thing she could do was to serve him well. Su Yun gazed at Jiang Nan through the car window, her eyes filled with tenderness, seeing only him. The two cars drove out of the underground parking lot. As they arrived on the first floor, Su Yun eagerly approached, her enthusiasm palpable. 2.5 hours later, Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom. Under the moonlight, several handprints were visible. Involuntarily, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette. Within that span of 2.5 hours, he had successfully gained 2 more lottery chances with Su Yun and Lin Man, and their affection and beauty scores both reached 92 points. This figure was no trivial matter in Jiang Nan's eyes. Both Lin Man and Su Yun had seen their allure elevate significantly. Unfortunately, the landlady's score hadn't increased. Otherwise, reaching 95 points would have granted him 2 additional lottery chances. At that point, he would have had 5. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. However, it was only a matter of time before the landlady reached 95 points, as she was merely 1 point away. He still needed 3 billion to reach a total of 10 billion in savings. He had to think of a way to achieve that first. Chapter 92. Everyone stand up. That man is back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the last puff of smoke dissipated, his phone rang. Jiang Nan glanced at it and saw it was a call from Ning Rushuang. Her voice sounded on the line. Ning Rushuang, ever obedient, asked nothing, perhaps knowing everything or perhaps knowing nothing. But she understood what was appropriate to know and what was not. After hanging up, Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, and just as he did, Meng Qingxiu initiated a video call. Meng Qingxiu appeared fresh-faced, her hair cascading down, smiling brightly at Jiang Nan through the screen. "So how did it go? Did the items from Jiangchen arrive?" Jiang Nan inquired. "They arrived this afternoon, quite efficient. I forgot to inform you. Yao loves them very much. But she also said it was a bit extravagant and mentioned wanting you to come to Modu soon to treat you to a meal as thanks." Meng Qingxiu chuckled. "Hey, who said I wanted him to come to Modu sooner? It's clearly that little girl who wants her darling to arrive early." A sweet voice chimed in, and then Meng Qingxiu slightly shifted the camera. Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of a figure. Though he could only see the back, it was evident enough. Clad in a white short dress, her naturally long legs were striking, perhaps lacking some embellishment, but the longer he looked, the more captivating she became. What beautiful legs! Jiang Nan could only think. Yao, how could you expose me so ruthlessly? Darling, yes, I do want you to come to Modus sooner. He. Are you not bringing me along? Jiang Nan teased, gazing at the adorable Meng Qingxiu. I don't want to expose anything online. What there's a video reviewer. I'd be in trouble. All right. Jiang Nan nodded, chuckling. Good night in advance, darling. See you tomorrow. After ending the video call, Jiang Nan held his phone, his eyes sparkling with unusual excitement. With some idle time, he thought to make some money. Let us see if I can earn some cash. Jiang Nan murmured to himself as he opened the Douhu live streaming platform. Upon entering, he casually glanced at the recommended streamers. Jiang Nan's expression turned bewildered upon seeing the first recommended streamer. This was a previously banned streamer whose traffic during her peak was nothing short of terrifying, a veritable legend in the streaming world, unmatched by any other. 5 Fei Kai. Indeed, the streamer in question is none other than the once-censored Wu Fei Kai. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered momentarily. He often watched Wu Fei Kai's live streams during his early teenage years, as that was the pinnacle era of gaming. Who among those who played at that time was unaware of the legendary Wu Fei Kai? Even after the emergence of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the infamous phrases like "I, Lu Wei, do not cheat. This is Lu Wei Square. Everyone stand up" continue to resonate to this day. Although this individual incited his fans to hurl insults, he undeniably brought immense joy to Jiang Nan's youth. Without further contemplation, Jiang Nan directly accessed his personal account on Douhu Live and began to recharge. Rather than spending his resources frivolously, he decided to bestow a fitting tribute upon his younger self. He recharged a modest amount of 2 million, allocating 1 million to Wu Fei Kai and reserving the other million for a chance encounter with a charming female streamer. Once the transaction was complete, Jiang Nan promptly entered Wu Fei Kai's livestream. "I, Lu Wei, refuse to believe you can eliminate me with 17 cards. If you manage to defeat me today, I shall devour this screen on the spot." Upon entering the livestream, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Was this a recording from years past? The words sounded so familiar. Most astonishingly, in the next instant, with the sound of an aircraft, the familiar scene unfolded before his eyes, causing Jiang Nan to widen his gaze in disbelief. What the hell? 17 cards truly eliminated me once more. After a few seconds of silence in the livestream, Wu Fei Kai's furious roars echoed, accompanied by the sound of him pounding the table. "Apologies, dear moderator. I shall cease at once. I forgot. Times have changed. I banana you. This truly eliminated me. Just kidding, brothers. Hee. It's all scripted. Don't take it seriously. Hee. After a brief moment of outrage, as if noticing a violation alert, Wu Fei Kai swiftly donned a smile, revealing his whimsically infectious baboon-like grin. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at this. Clap, clap. Jiang Nan presents the streamer with a super rocket. Jiang Nan presents the streamer with a super rocket. Jiang Nan presents the streamer with a super rocket. A super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, and Jiang Nan, seemingly unconcerned about the expense, clicked fervently as if liking a post. Within a short span, he had sent 100 super rockets. Wow! Thanks to my father Jiang Nan for the 100 super rockets. He is indeed magnanimous. 100 super rockets, totaling 200,000 yuan, were a splendid omen for the recently revived Lu Wei, prompting him to bow in gratitude. Brothers, although we may not possess great wealth, we were once devoted fans of Lu Laoyi. I have saved my Douhu grains for several months, just for you, the one who loves fried potatoes. Sun Mian, why does this Yin Yu Jiang and brother seem so familiar? Is he the one from Douyin who loves gifting beautiful women? Ancient saying, hu wo wow. This is the real deal. Another 100 super rockets have arrived. As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, Jiang Nan continued clicking. The currency on Douhu Live is called Hu Qi, with 1 Hu Qi equivalent to 1 yuan. Thus, the 2,000 yuan super rocket translates to 2,000 Hu Qi. With 1 million yuan, you manage to send out 500 super rockets. Ding! Concurrently, as Jiang Nan dispatched the last super rocket, a system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have received a 12-fold consumption rebate, 12 million yuan. Just as he thought it was all coming to an end, another notification chimed in his mind, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to gleam with anticipation. Chapter 93. Savings reach 1 billion. The landlady's tenderness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 billion. In recognition of your diligent spending, a bonus task has been issued. Obtain a romantic companion with a beauty score of 98 or above, affection level above 90 points. Task reward: 500 million cash reward. 3 lottery chances, super 5 senses. Here it comes. Another bonus task. Frankly speaking, the rewards are quite generous. The 500 million cash reward is impressive, not to mention the 3 lottery chances. As for the super 5 senses, Jiang Nan may not possess them yet, but he understands what the 5 senses encompass: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The super 5 senses imply an extraordinary enhancement of these abilities. Even if he hasn't perfected them, it would surely elevate him beyond the ordinary. With such abilities, even in the face of potential gunfire, he might have a significant chance to evade. Jiang Nan refrained from becoming overly confident, as he had yet to acquire this capability. Excellent. I genuinely appreciate this bonus task. A unique glimmer sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes, and an excited smile graced his face. Currently, among his romantic companions, Meng Qingqiu and Modu boast the highest beauty score of 96, with an affection level also at 96. Logically, to complete this task, Jiang Nan should visit Modu to enhance Meng Qingqiu's affection. However, let us not forget that Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing also possess remarkable beauty scores, each nearing an astonishing 95. If the disparity were too great, Jiang Nan would naturally prefer to pursue Meng Qingqiu and Modu. Yet, with such a slight difference, he hesitated to make the journey. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. There's no rush. Based on the system's previous patterns of issuing bonus tasks, after completing this one, the next might very well require him to acquire 3 romantic companions with beauty scores of 98 or above. A faint smile crept across Jiang Nan's lips. He had come to understand his system well. It tends to align with his desires. Each bonus task's rewards often reflect what he currently seeks or yearns for. Of course, he would not expect the next task to grant him superhuman powers, as that would be an insurmountable leap into invincibility, leading to a life devoid of challenge and excitement. He was not in a hurry. He relished the gradual journey of growth, free from pressure, yet filled with intrigue. If he were to draw an analogy, it's akin to playing a single-player game. While employing cheats for rapid completion may initially provide exhilaration, what remains after that but a sense of emptiness? Once invincible, one would merely be left to switch games. Though he perceives the current world as a game, rushing through it would lead to an absence of alternatives, leaving only emptiness in its wake. What meaning would that hold? Utterly devoid of significance. I shall do as I please. No one can dictate my thoughts or actions. Jiang Nan stated calmly. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gu, for the 500 super rockets. Where is Jiang Nan Gu? My goodness. Who is this wealthy benefactor that gifted 1 million and then vanished? Is he still here? Lu Leioi, hurry and call out Dade a few more times. Perhaps he will respond. This father figure has begun anew. The excited sounds of baboons filled the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments rolled in as if possessed. Another 500 super rockets appeared, causing Lu Wei to perform the baboon dance in the live stream out of sheer excitement. Hence, Lu Wei's exuberance. After witnessing Lu Wei's 2-minute original baboon dance, Jiang Nan made a swift exit from the Douhu live streaming platform. Meanwhile, a familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the expenditure. You have received a 20-fold cashback reward, 20 million yuan. This time, luck was not as favorable. Although there was no additional critical cashback reward, it was not too unfortunate. At the very least, it attained the highest 20-fold cashback reward in history. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the second-floor stairs. Jiang Nan placed his phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, and gently closed his eyes. Within moments, soft footsteps approached, followed by a fragrant breeze, and a pair of warm hands rested upon his temples. Does your little man feel tired too? A gentle voice inquired. It was none other than the landlady, Xia Jiqing. Aren't your feet cold, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan did not open his eyes, but realized that the landlady had already removed her shoes and approached barefoot. Your ears are quite perceptive. You can tell I took off my shoes, the landlady exclaimed in surprise. Because you love me, Jiang Nan calmly replied. Upon hearing this, the landlady paused, her hands momentarily still on Jiang Nan's temples. Then, Jiang Nan felt her left hand leave, as if she had wiped something away, before returning slightly damp to rest on his temples once more. Do you love me? The landlady's voice quivered slightly, tinged with fear, almost hoarse. Perhaps my love is divided among many, but you will always remain my utmost favorite. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at the tearful landlady, speaking earnestly. While their progress was remarkably swift, how could the affection be feigned? In the eyes of outsiders, this scene might appear awkwardly exaggerated. However, for Jiang Nan and the landlady, it was anything but. Jiang Nan, then love me well and truly now. The landlady buried Jiang Nan's head amidst her ample bosom. At that moment, aside from initially gasping for breath, Jiang Nan's mind was instantly filled with another notification from the system. Chapter 94. Landlady. Su Yun, just indulge him. Xia Jiqing's affection level increased by 2. An increase of 2 points in affection. Jiang Nan, enveloped in the landlady's embrace, widened his eyes, disbelief etched upon his face. He had anticipated perhaps a single-point increase upon hearing the notification, yet it surged to an astonishing 96 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The affection level for your confidant Xia Jiqing has reached 96 points, granting you 2 beauty points and 3 lottery opportunities. It is worth noting that merely an increase of 2 beauty points would typically yield 2 lottery chances. Furthermore, the system offers additional benefits. Achieving a beauty score of 95 or above after the first corresponding affection level increase grants 1 lottery opportunity. Thus, in an instant, with just a single line of heartfelt expression, Jiang Nan had garnered 3 lottery opportunities. Sister Xia, you truly are my lucky star. Jiang Nan emerged from the embrace, his gaze fervently fixed upon the tender landlady. On the morning of May 21st, 2024, at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan gradually awakened from his slumber. On a bed spacious enough for 7 or 8 people, he found himself alone. Another day had passed. Jiang Nan arose and made his way to the bathroom. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, taking a deep breath. It had only been 6 days since he acquired the system. Today marked the commencement of the 7th day. For reasons unknown, it felt as though he had traversed 70 days, or even 700. How surreal, Jiang Nan murmured, noticing the toothpaste and mouthwash already prepared on the sink. A gentle smile gracing his lips. He knew who had prepared them. Who else could it be but the landlady? Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, freshly washed and dressed, Jiang Nan heard a soft knock on the master bedroom door. Jiang Nan, breakfast is ready. You can get up now, Su Yun's voice chimed. Coming. Jiang Nan opened the slightly ajar door, wrapping his arms around Su Yun's slender waist. It was worth mentioning that neither Su Yun nor the landlady exhibited the slightest sign of having borne children. One might attribute the landlady's impeccable upkeep to her wealth, which was entirely plausible. Yet Su Yun's ability to maintain such a figure, devoid of any signs of motherhood, left Jiang Nan rather astonished. Descending from the 2nd floor to the dining room on the 1st floor, Jiang Nan saw the landlady, clad in an apron, just placing a bowl of lean meat porridge down. Where's Man? Jiang Nan inquired, nodding towards the landlady. Now boasting an affection level of 96. Her beauty was truly remarkable. Her visage remained unchanged, yet to Jiang Nan, it appeared as if she was illuminated by an array of filters, radiating an extraordinary glow. Her skin looked significantly improved, surpassing previous standards. If one were to describe her with a single term, it would be plump and tender. Despite being 30, she appeared far more youthful than the average 18-year-old girl. Do not mistake the landlady's youthful appearance as a loss of her feminine charm. In fact, this blend of youthful exuberance and mature allure was the epitome of desirability. What? Are you mesmerized? Don't recognize me anymore? The landlady's voice broke through his thoughts. She approached Jiang Nan with a playful demeanor, waving her hand before his eyes, twirling around with a smile, and declared, "This is the nourishment of love. It feels as though I've been reborn, experiencing a second spring. When I saw Sister Xia this morning, I was truly astonished." Su Yun echoed, equally taken aback by the landlady's remarkable transformation. Although she had noticed significant changes in herself over the past few days, the contrast to the landlady's metamorphosis was staggering. Your skin looks increasingly radiant, so smooth and supple. The landlady gently caressed Su Yun's cheek, unable to suppress her admiration. And inexplicably, ever since that night with this mischievous boy, I have felt rejuvenated. Previously, I would often dream twice a night, but now I sleep soundly without dreams. Waking naturally, I feel the same. Su Yun nodded in agreement, sharing her experience. Before meeting Jiang Nan, she had been consumed by anxiety over her limited finances, resulting in poor sleep quality. After all, without receiving guidance on teaching students to play the piano, she could only rely on her modest earnings as a minor game streamer on Douyin. Over the course of a month, there were times when she encountered a wealthy patron, earning between 6,000 to 7,000 or even more than 10,000. However, such encounters were not a regular occurrence. In the 2 months prior to meeting Jiang Nan, her income barely reached 3,000. Do not assume that was sufficient. had she not saved up around 10,000 previously. She would have been tempted to agree to the outrageous request of purchasing a pair of socks priced at 200. Fortunately, Jiang Nan appeared like a divine entity before her. Even better, this top patron was remarkably young, handsome, and affluent. Undeniably, Su Yun's initial contact with Jiang Nan was through Douyin, and her infatuation was genuine. Especially during that moment of soulful connection in the piano room, she found herself utterly enamored with this man, who was a few years her junior. Love is indeed that simple. Once one is immersed, it becomes inescapable. Su Yun deeply understood this feeling. I must say, the two sisters were naturally beautiful, but it was only after experiencing a much-needed rejuvenation that they truly flourished. Jiang Nan, with a playful smile, complimented them while pulling the landlady into his embrace. His words were indeed sweet. The landlady nestled against Jiang Nan's chest, displaying a sweet smile reminiscent of a love-struck girl. Su Yun also leaned against him, nodding in agreement. In this day and age, one must wonder what it truly means to have sweet words. While I may not be aware of my own sweetness, I certainly know that the two sisters possess an abundance of it. Jiang Nan teased knowingly. Upon hearing this, both the landlady and Su Yun instantly understood, their cheeks flushing with color. You should eat breakfast first. Sister Xia and I will wait for you to finish, Su Yun softly suggested, swallowing hard. Su Yun, just indulge him. The landlady shot a glance at Su Yun, but her expression revealed no reluctance whatsoever. An hour later, Jiang Nan had finished his breakfast 10 minutes prior. The landlady and Su Yun had yet to finish theirs. I'm heading out, Jiang Nan announced. The landlady and Su Yun gently tidied his appearance before he made his way to the underground garage, while the two women, beaming with joy, escorted him to the stairway leading to the lower level. Su Yun inquired, should I? Oh right, Sister Xia. Don't forget to ask about the land and property matters for me. I'm fine with a bid around 1 billion. Rest assured, I'll keep track of my man's affairs, the landlady assured, patting her chest. Loving you isn't just a fleeting moment. After Jiang Nan left, the landlady immediately hummed a tune cheerfully as she headed toward the dining room. Sister Xia, let me clean up, Su Yun said, quickly following behind, eager to tidy the dishes. Su Yun, even though you call me Sister Xia, we are both Jiang Nan's confidants. You are not a servant. We are good sisters. To speak frankly, we understand each other far better. The landlady grasped Su Yun's hand earnestly and continued. So, there's no need for formality. We are sisters, after all. If we share the same man, what is there that cannot be shared? Sister Xia, Su Yun's eyes glistened with emotion. At that moment in the Bugatti, Jiang Nan was completely unaware of the deep bond between the landlady and Su Yun. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Darling, he answered the call. After hanging up, his eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Rushuang would be returning to work after today, and if he didn't make an effort to raise her affection level. Missing out on a chance to win a lottery would be a pity. He currently had 6 lottery chances and needed just 4 more to exchange for an extraordinary lottery opportunity. It was getting closer. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan acknowledged that Ning Rushuang was a quintessential beauty with an extreme romantic mindset. Although her affection level was already at its peak, he believed he could still manage to increase it by 1 point. As for Li Jing, her affection level had reached an impressive 53 points. If he took the initiative, he believed it wouldn't be unreasonable to reach 95 points within 3 days. This meant 3 lottery chances. As for the 4th, he felt confident that Xiu Riyue was also smitten with him, her affection level not lagging far behind. Although her beauty didn't quite reach 95, given her comparable romantic inclinations, he believed he could simultaneously secure the last lottery chance with her. Not to mention, he still had a small task reward that provided 3 additional lottery chances. With a whoosh, the Bugatti sped like a lightning bolt. Half an hour later, in the underground garage of the Tianfu community, Jiang Nan stepped out of the car. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he noticed there was no one around and hurriedly ascended to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Gently pushing the door open, he glanced toward the bed to see a figure with their back to him. A smile crept across his face as he quietly approached the bedside. He covered the eyes of the person engrossed in their phone, cheerfully asking, "Guess who I am?" Li Jing, affection level 6. What? When the system's notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Li Jing. How could it be Li Jing? Suddenly, sounds of water running from the bathroom caught his attention. The bathroom door creaked open. "Oh, darling, what are you doing?" Ning Rushuang's voice chimed from behind him. Li Jing affection level 5. Goodness. Startled by the unexpected turn of events, Jiang Nan instinctively moved his hand, prompting another system notification. Remarkable. Jiang Nan noted that Li Jing quickly suppressed her embarrassment, appearing as if she had just woken up, and he couldn't help but silently commend her. "Sister Jing, what are you doing here?" Jiang Nan asked, surprised, expertly feigning ignorance of the earlier mishap. Ning Rushuang approached with a playful smile, embracing Jiang Nan before resting her head on his chest, playfully winking at him, as if hinting at something. Jiang Nan paused, then understood, clearing his throat and asking, "Shall we wash up and get breakfast? What would you like to eat?" "I want you." Ning Rushuang's lips moved silently, and though no sound came forth, Jiang Nan could discern it was a 5-word phrase. As for what those 5 words were, that remained a secret. "I'll go make breakfast for the boss," Li Jing said hurriedly, rising from the bed. However, as she lifted the covers, her delicate lace nightgown revealed her stunning figure. Good heavens! Jiang Nan's eyelids twitched, but after a brief glance, he quickly redirected his gaze. Li Jing affection level 1. Oh, just being a gentleman earned him 1 point for affection? Immediately, Li Jing affection level 5. All right. You like this tune, do you? Jiang Nan gazed at Li Jing, who shyly dashed out of the master bedroom barefoot, clutching her chest, a slight smile gracing his face. "Is it beautiful, my dear husband?" Chapter 96. The Charm of Language. Li Jing's affection soars. Ning Rushuang affection level 1. Li Jing affection level 6. An hour later, 2 system notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Incredible. It's quite normal for Ning Rushuang's affection to increase by 1 point, but why did Li Jing also see a 6-point rise? How peculiar. As Jiang Nan rose from the bed, grabbing his clothes on his way to the bathroom, he noticed the faint sound of footsteps at the door, barefoot, yet discernible enough to catch his attention. Finally, Jiang Nan understood how Li Jing's affection had also surged by 6 points. So that's it. 7 lottery chances had come so effortlessly. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Nan showered, a look of utmost satisfaction illuminating his face. He believed that perhaps he wouldn't need Xiao Ruiyue to gather 10 ordinary lottery chances, which would allow him to exchange for a remarkable draw. He hoped this extraordinary lottery would yield a truly impressive reward. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the imminent opportunity to exchange for an extraordinary lottery chance. A few minutes later, dressed in his clothes, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom. Ning Rushuang, facing him, wore a sweet and blissful smile as she drifted into slumber. Jiang Nan chose not to disturb her, quietly exiting the master bedroom, casually glancing down to the left. Slightly damp, Jiang Nan slowly crouched down, preparing to inspect it closely when he noticed Li Jing affection level 4 on his face, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. As Jiang Nan's gaze swept over, he could see the woman's body tense up, and in just a few seconds, she swallowed several times. "Sister Jing, what are you planning with that towel?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he feigned ignorance. Li Jing affection level 2. This is the allure of language. Despite Jiang Nan saying nothing, Li Jing's affection still increased by 2 points. "And no, I'm just wiping off sweat." Li Jing chuckled nervously, hastily concealing the towel behind her back before approaching him with a bright smile. "Boss, breakfast is ready. You should hurry down to eat." "I've already eaten." Li Jing suddenly exclaimed. Li Jing affection level 2. "What's wrong, Sister Jing?" In that instant, he seemed to hear a faint sigh of relief. Jiang Nan found Li Jing endearingly charming. Once the right note was struck, it was remarkably easy to win her over. "And no, it's nothing," Li Jing stammered, her breath quickening as she bent down, attempting to pull him up. Yet, let us not forget, even though she wasn't wearing the lace black nightgown from an hour ago, having changed in her usual white blouse, she was still a formidable contender. With a soft pop, as she drew closer to Jiang Nan, a button discreetly sprang open. In the next moment, Jiang Nan felt as though he could hear a voice echoing in his mind, causing his breath to catch and his throat to constrict. With a blushing cry of embarrassment, Li Jing instinctively covered her chest. Li Jing affection level 6. Rather than affection, Jiang Nan felt that embarrassment was a more fitting descriptor for this moment. Nevertheless, In a certain sense, both terms were merely different expressions of the same sentiment. Why did Li Jing feel embarrassed? It was simply because of Jiang Nan's presence. What's wrong? What's wrong? At that moment, Ning Ruo Shuang gently called out to Jiang Nan, playfully winking. Jiang Nan immediately understood, clearing his throat to say, "I'll head down first." As Jiang Nan's figure vanished down the second-floor corridor, Li Jing, feeling embarrassed, turned to Ning Ruo Shuang, lowering her head and whispering, "Ruo Shuang, I'm sorry." "Jing, why apologize? You have no idea how envious I am of you." Ning Ruo Shuang quickly took Li Jing's hand, whispering in her ear, "If I had your figure, I could tease Jiang Nan." The voice dwindled, but Li Jing's face grew increasingly crimson. "You?" After hearing Ning Ruo Shuang's words, Li Jing's blush reached her ears and neck. Li Jing affection level 2. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, the system notification rang in his mind again. 92 points of affection. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. How swift! This progress was astonishingly rapid. Just 3 more points of affection, and he would attain yet another lottery chance. A smile of anticipation spread across Jiang Nan's face. In truth, Li Jing's affection surged so quickly that it was entirely within reason. Ning Ruo Shuang was a beauty-driven romantic. Once she decided, that was it. And Li Jing? To put it nicely, she was reserved, but bluntly speaking, she had an intriguing contrast. Once the right buttons were pressed, her affection would inevitably skyrocket. This was why Jiang Nan's mere actions and words had led to such a rapid increase in Li Jing's affection. In fact, Jiang Nan suspected that had Ning Ruo Shuang not interrupted the moment, with just a little more interaction, he might have propelled Li Jing's affection to 95 points. At this juncture, he deemed it sufficient. Jiang Nan shook his head, knowing that with Ning Ruo Shuang's encouragement and his own efforts, it was highly likely that Li Jing's affection for him would reach 95 points today. Ding! Just then, a message tone emanated from Jiang Nan's phone in his pocket. Upon hearing the sound, he glanced at the screen. It was a message from a virtual number. "Dear Mr. Jiang Nan, the land you consigned to the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion auction has successfully entered the next auction. Please watch for the income notification post-auction. For inquiries, please call 13412. Chapter 97. Unable to handle Jiang Yan, someone is here to apply for security. Huh? What does this mean? Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned by the message. Incredible. Land in Kyoto? Scams these days are becoming more sophisticated. I'm in Jiangcheng. How could I possibly own land in Kyoto? What joke? He opened WeChat, seeing messages from Meng Qingxiu, Lin Man, the landlord, and Su Yun. Reading these, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, he felt it was crucial to have a capable woman by his side in the future. Qiu, with her background as a hat sister, naturally possessed some basic combat skills. If he were to later provide her with body enhancement fluid and further train her in martial arts, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think she could handle 7 or 8 ordinary adult men, even if they were armed. This was a conservative estimate. Who knows what potential Qiu might possess? Having reached this point in thought, Jiang Nan made his decision. Until he encountered a more suitable female bodyguard, he would first nurture Qiu Rui's skills. "Qiu Rui, how about I contact you in advance? If I'm free, I'll just take a leave." Jiang Nan, sure. As Jiang Nan concluded his conversation with Qiu, he was poised to exit WeChat and explore engaging short videos when a message from a long-absent woman materialized. "Jiang Yan, brother Jiang Nan, are you there?" Jiang Nan. Simultaneously, in a university dormitory within Jiangcheng University town, a stunning young woman clad in a light gray long hoodie paired with a brown pleated skirt gazed at her phone, her mouth slightly agape in surprise at the cold indifference of the question mark. This beautiful maiden was none other than Jiang Yan, who, upon receiving Jiang Nan's ambiguous query, found herself momentarily flustered. Typically, she was the one who adopted such a demeanor towards boys, yet now she found herself on the receiving end, creating a palpable sense of disparity in her heart. Could it be that her failure to initiate contact with brother Jiang Nan yesterday was the cause? Yet, she yearned to reach out as well. Is it not customary for the male to take the initiative in courting the female? Jiang Yan was engulfed in confusion. Admitting her profound affection for this brother Jiang Nan, whose image and handsome visage frequently occupied her thoughts. Nevertheless, she too possessed notable beauty, even if one were wealthy and handsome. Surely a modicum of effort should be expended in pursuing a woman. Moreover, Jiang Nan's generous gifts suggested he harbored considerable interest in her. This very notion had restrained her from contacting him yesterday, as she opted to await his initiative in reaching out to her. And yet, here she was, having abstained from messaging Jiang Nan, only to find he had not reached out to her either. Thus, the seemingly indifferent question mark he sent her struck a blow to her pride. Jiang Nan observed the chat window flicker with indications of typing, only for them to vanish repeatedly. Yet no message ever materialized, leaving him bemused. Shaking his head, he exited the chat with Jiang Yan, feeling disinclined to engage further. For him, women were abundant, and it was essential to select those who exhibited initiative. Those who did not could be left to ponder their own motivations. Upon exiting WeChat, Jiang Nan intended to unwind by perusing short videos on Douyin when footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. "Darling," Ning Rushuang's voice resonated. "Have you had breakfast?" Her voice continued. "Yes," he replied, casting a glance at Li Jing, who had changed into a fitted black crop top that accentuated her curves, paired with black hot pants that visually elongated her beautiful legs. Jiang Nan could hardly fathom how mesmerizing this woman would appear in early autumn, adorned merely in this attire, complemented by a pair of lettered black stockings and boots. "Jingjing and I are off for breakfast. By the way, darling, will you be dining at home for lunch?" Ning Rushuang's peripheral vision caught Li Jing's fitted black top, and from her angle, the effect was even more pronounced, prompting a suppressed smile. This ensemble was handpicked by her for Li Jing, and it was a garment she had purchased but never worn. With both women standing at 172 centimeters, their similar physiques rendered the outfit exceptionally flattering. Indeed, such attire required the right figure to truly shine. Observing her husband's reluctant gaze, Ning Rushuang felt an inexplicable joy rather than jealousy. "All right," Jiang Nan nodded. Presently, he had no pressing matters. And let us not forget, he had recently acquired the skill of a culinary master. While the adage, "a gentleman stays away from the kitchen," holds some truth, was he truly a gentleman? In today's world, in most ordinary households, who is not a man cooking? Most importantly, Jiang Nan was eager to sample the dishes prepared with his newly acquired culinary prowess. "I shall procure some ingredients and prepare a meal at home," Ning Rushuang cheerfully proclaimed. "Darling, let me showcase my cooking skills." "Very well," Jiang Nan acquiesced, planning to lend a hand in preparing a dish or two. Buzzing. "Hello." At that moment, Li Jing's phone vibrated with an incoming call. She answered promptly. "Is this Li Jing, the housekeeper of Villa 001? A distinctly cool voice inquired. "Yes, it is," Li Jing affirmed. "My name is Lung Bingwei, and I am here to interview for the security position at Jiangxing Tianfu Villa 001. May I inquire if you're present in the villa?" The cool voice continued. "I am here. Coincidentally, the boss is present today as well. Miss Lung, when would you like to come by?" Chapter 98. Lung Bingwei, with an impressive attractiveness score of 96. Currently, Lung Bingwei's voice echoed again. "Understood." The call ended, and Li Jing turned to Jiang Nan, stating, "Boss, we have a candidate for the villa security position." "Oh." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had indeed heard Li Jing mention Miss Lung, leading him to wonder if the applicant was a woman. "What are the criteria?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Just the standard for ordinary veterans, with a certain level of practical ability," Li Jing explained. "A woman?" Jiang Nan scrutinized Li Jing anew, surprised by her understanding of his preferences. Female security personnel would undoubtedly be preferable in Jiang Nan's eyes. After all, the residents of his villa and any future estates would predominantly be women. Hence, female security was a superior choice. Indeed, Li Jing nudda emphatically. Women are not necessarily inferior to men, and it is far more convenient, especially as they can stay overnight in the villa. "Your thoughts align with mine," Jiang Nan praised. Indeed, Li Jing beamed at Jiang Nan's compliment, her expression brightening. "Shall I procure the ingredients myself?" Ning Rushuang asked. "No need. We can simply order takeout," Jiang Nan dismissed, waving his hand. "You two enjoy breakfast. I will stroll around the front yard." Having visited the 001 villa area several times, he was accustomed to the interior but had yet to explore the outdoor environment. With no pressing matters at hand, familiarizing himself with the surroundings seemed prudent. Moreover, as summer approached, there was no obligation for him to remain indoors. Waving goodbye to the two women, Jiang Nan stepped through a floor-to-ceiling window, stepping outside. From his vantage point, he faced a small garden adjacent to the villa's entrance, casually surveying the area. The garden featured a swing at its center, a small fountain nearby, and a quaint pavilion. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the woman wore a cap that obscured her features, her figure was undeniably striking. Naturally, aside from the cap, her legs possessed an extraordinary allure. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan activated his observation skill towards her. Name, Lung Bingwei. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 0. Attractiveness, 96 points. Affection, 5 points. 96 points. Hello. Upon reviewing her attributes, a cool voice resonated near him. Hello. The woman, with her sleek black hair in a low ponytail, possessed exquisitely delicate features. At first glance, her appearance seemed incongruous with her frosty demeanor. Yet upon closer inspection, it harmonized beautifully. Excuse me, is this Villa 001? Elling being you cast another glance at the dashing Jiang Nan, her lips curling slightly to reveal a stiff smile. It's me. Hi. Please come in. Jiang Nan invited her inside, somewhat astonished by her efficiency. He surmised that she must have arrived while on the phone, merely not yet at the door. You are. Elling being you stepped through the villa's entrance, her eyes occasionally drifting to Jiang Nan's handsome visage, softly inquiring. Hi. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to scrutinize her further. I am the owner of this villa, Jiang Nan. The owner? Means Supi. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. A young owner. Elling Yu's smile was somewhat rigid, but not entirely devoid of warmth. Her expression reflected astonishment as she surveyed Jiang Nan once more before questioning. Are you a rich second-generation heir? Yes, that would be accurate. Soon, the two made their way to the side hall on the first floor. Upon hearing footsteps, Ining, Shu Ing, and L.J. Ing rushed out from the adjacent dining room, their faces lighting up in awe upon seeing Elling Yu. What a stunning woman! So beautiful! When Ining, Shu Ing, and L.J. Ing's gazes fell upon Elling Yu, she too widened her eyes in admiration. You're quite beautiful as well. Ining, Shu Ing immediately responded with a compliment. Thank you. Elling Yu succinctly replied, her smile even more rigid than when facing Jiang Nan. Observing her expression, Ining, Shu Ing, and L.J. Ing exchanged knowing glances, instantly realizing that this woman likely seldom smiled. And thus they adorned their faces with gentle smiles as they began their introductions. I am Ining, Shu Ing. I am L.J. Ing, the private housekeeper of this villa. Standing behind Jiang Nan. Elling Yu bowed at a 90-degree angle toward Ining, Shu Ing, and L.J. Ing. If you keep bowing like that, the sun will set. Jiang Nan chuckled before descending the stairs to the basement, his voice reaching the ears of the three women. Follow me, there's a gym down there, along with a small track. Since they were recruiting for security, it was only fitting to conduct a simple test. The gym was equipped with punching bags and various exercise equipment. It was essential to assess Elling Yu's strength and endurance. Jiang Nan thought it best to directly engage in this endeavor. After all, a woman who appeared cold yet was warm at heart, not adept at expressing her emotions, presented a greater contrast than one whose demeanor was immediately discernible. Chapter 99. Elling Yu's shock. You are not an ordinary fighter, are you? In the basement gym, it was Jiang Nan's first visit to this space, and upon surveying it, he noted the array of equipment available. Elling Yu's eyes flickered with disdain. She was a person of practical combat ability, not merely a fitness enthusiast reliant on protein supplements for muscle gain. While fitness enthusiasts might intimidate the average person, Elling Yu felt confident that she could easily handle several such individuals. Jiang Nan navigated through the various fitness machines, leading them to a small room at the side of the gym. Upon entering, a small boxing ring came into view. Jiang Nan gazed at the ring, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Well, this certainly is impressive with a boxing ring setup. However, it was fortuitous. He could personally assess Ying's skills. Boss, do you need to test my strength? Ying glanced at the punching bag beneath the ring, speaking softly. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, and as the women looked on in astonishment, he jumped onto the small boxing ring at the center of the room. Boss, you can't be serious. Ying was taken aback. I wish to see your capabilities to ascertain whether you are indeed fit for villa security. Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. Boss, Ying hurriedly protested. Isn't it absurd for security to practice on the owner? Fear not. I have practiced in martial arts. I am not defenseless against you. Jiang Nan continued to encourage her. However, Ying's expression reflected her dilemma. Miss Ying, I can vouch for this. The boss is certainly trained and not an ordinary person, Ying interjected. Indeed, Miss Ying. My husband is capable of fending off a dozen thugs armed with sticks. Without witnessing it firsthand, she could hardly believe it. No matter how genuine Ying and Inning or Shuang's claims sounded, Ying perceived it as nothing more than a staged act of heroism orchestrated by Jiang Nan. After all, one or two individuals could be manageable. Given Jiang Nan's physique, it seemed plausible. Yet, a dozen thugs, even if they were mere youths, were certainly not a challenge for an ordinary person. Furthermore, these thugs would wield sticks and other weapons. Ying believed even her elders, who had trained in their youth, could not have managed such a feat very well. Ying took a deep breath. Performing a demonstration was acceptable, as long as she did not injure the owner and conveyed her considerable strength. With this in mind, Ying stepped onto the boxing ring. Ladies first. Miss Ying, please attack me. Yenaga and smiled slightly. All right, but you best be cautious. And as she straightened, her entire demeanor shifted, her eyes gleaming with a fierceness that was magnified in Jiang Nan's perception. As he pondered this, Ying stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a straightforward punch toward Jiang Nan. Too soft. Jiang Nan advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward to grasp Ying's punch with a shake of his head. You are welcome to unleash your full strength. You cannot harm me. With that, he released her and stepped back a few paces to create distance. You. Continue. Jiang Nan encouraged with a smile. All right. Ying surmised that Jiang Nan had indeed trained, at least possessing superior physical attributes compared to the average youth. This realization alleviated her concerns significantly. Huh. Ying shouted, exerting force from her feet. Her explosive power astonishing as she closed the gap to Jiang Nan in an instant, her fist aimed at his chest. Bang! As Ying's strike approached, Jiang Nan merely took a casual step forward, transforming his hand into a palm that gently pushed against her fist. The force was neutralized, sending Ying stumbling toward the ropes of the ring. What? Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded. Isn't Tai Chi merely for physical conditioning? Ying was stunned. Could it truly be effective in combat? While Tai Chi is known for its benefits to health and well-being, it does not imply a lack of offensive capability. Jiang Nan regarded the astonished Ying with a smile. Remember, Tai Chi is ultimately a martial art. In the hands of an ordinary person, it is indeed a form of physical exercise and self-cultivation. Yet in the hands of Jiang Nan, it transforms into an ancient martial art capable of combating dozens. Unleash your punch with utmost speed, Jiang Nan softly instructed. With renewed determination, Lung Bingyue inhaled deeply, her gaze sharpening as she propelled herself forward with a remarkable acceleration, far surpassing her previous speed. In the blink of an eye, she had charged towards Jiang Nan. My goodness, what explosive power! Below the boxing ring, Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing, both novices, were utterly astonished by Lung Bingyue's astonishing velocity. Impressive. However, on the boxing ring, Jiang Nan merely lifted his right hand slowly, meeting Lung Bingyue's forceful strike with the palm of his hand. The tremendous recoil unexpectedly sent her stumbling back several steps until she collided with the ropes of the boxing ring, stabilizing herself after a prolonged struggle while gripping the ropes tightly. Lung Bingyue's entire right arm trembled visibly as she gazed in disbelief at Jiang Nan, swallowing several times before exclaiming, "You are no ordinary practitioner." Jiang Nan offered a subtle smile. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Lung Bingyue's favorability increased by 20. Such intensity? A sudden increase of 20 points in favorability? Jiang Nan's expression mirrored his astonishment upon hearing the system's prompt. Chapter 100. Rest assured, boss, I shall never betray you. Lung Bingyue took a deep breath, her expression turning grave as she regarded Jiang Nan's face. Having begun her martial arts training at the age of 3 and serving 5 years in the military by 18, she believed herself to be a formidable female warrior. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Nan, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a 3-year-old child facing a 2-meter-tall giant, utterly devoid of any counterattack capability. "This is inconsequential," Jiang Nan remarked, shaking his head as he approached Lung Bingyue, who still trembled. He reached out and grasped her delicate, smooth, right arm, applying pressure from shoulder palm. Instantly, the pain in her right hand dissipated, causing her petite mouth to form an astonished hiss. She gazed at Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "Boss, what have you done to me? I feel this refreshing coolness." "Nothing much. Just a unique technique," Jiang Nan replied with a casual smile. The system chimed again. Lung Bingyue's favorability increased by 10. Jiang Nan marveled at how swiftly this was occurring. As anticipated, if one pinpointed the right approach, the supposed difficulty of gaining favorability was merely a facade. Though Lung Bingyue appeared cold, yet warm-hearted, she was undeniably proud within her realm of expertise. Jiang Nan, despite being of similar age, seemed like a senior figure in her field. It was akin to a female academic prodigy encountering an even more exceptional peer, making it impossible for her to harbor no admiration that would foster positive feelings. "Boss, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, Lung Bingyue resembled an enamored fan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although her smile retained a hint of stiffness, it was evident that she was striving to display genuine warmth. "From now on, the protection of Villa number 001 is entrusted to you," Jiang Nan said, extending his right hand with a smile. "Yes." Lung Bingyue promptly grasped Jiang Nan's hand, her enchanting face flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with admiration for her boss. Suddenly, applause erupted from below the boxing ring as Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing cheered. "Bingyue, fantastic." Ning Ruo Shuang generously offered her praise. "Miss Lung, we are now colleagues. I look forward to your guidance." After Jiang Nan and Lung Bingyue descended from the boxing ring, Li Jing stepped forward, extending her right hand with a gentle smile. "Hello, Miss Li," Lung Bingyue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly remarked, "You can call me Yaya. That's what my family calls me." "All right, Yaya. You must be a couple of years younger than us. We shall call you Yaya younger sister," Ning Ruo Shuang said, approaching to grasp Lung Bingyue's other hand. "Then I shall call you Ruo Shuang elder sister and Jing elder sister." Lung Bingyue smiled. Her demeanor softened considerably, losing the previously rigid air. As Jiang Nan observed this harmonious scene unfold, a smile crept onto his face. A monthly salary of 30,000, totaling 500,000 a year with bonuses. Additionally, upon hiring, you must select a vehicle worth around 2 million. A living allowance fund of about 500,000 should suffice. A few minutes later, in the side hall on the first floor, Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, observing the obediently standing Lung Bingyue before him. The demands being articulated were not hers, but Jiang Nan's own. Upon hearing such generous terms, Lung Bingyue's eyes widened with a mixture of clarity and bewilderment, slowly transforming into a look of confusion. A salary and bonuses amounting to 1 million a year? And I must choose a vehicle worth around 2 million upon hiring? My boss, you truly are extravagantly generous. Lung Bingyue remained silent for several seconds. "Is there dissatisfaction with this offer?" Jiang Nan inquired, noticing her hesitation. his brow arching slightly. No, boss. Are you certain this is for a security position? Lung Bingyue's expression reflected a peculiar blend of surprise. These conditions would suffice for hiring a secretary, wouldn't they? You are a talent. Hence, better compensation is warranted. I wouldn't want you to be poached by someone offering a higher salary. That would be distressing for me, Jiang Nan declared, fabricating his words effortlessly. Observing Lung Bingyue's expression shift to an unprecedentedly genuine smile, he found himself smiling in return. Boss, rest assured, I shall never betray you. Lung Bingyue straightened her posture, looking earnestly at Jiang Nan. Add me on WeChat and provide me with your bank account details, Jiang Nan instructed, pulling out his phone. Yes. Lung Bingyue nodded, quickly retrieving an old mobile phone, pausing suddenly as she asked, Wait, boss, what is WeChat? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the antiquated device. In the year 4202, how could such a beautiful young woman still be using an old phone? Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of disdain, instead filled with sympathy. WeChat is a messaging application. Do you have a bank card? Jiang Nan explained, following up with a question. A messaging application? Oh, I have software for chatting. Lung Bingyue eagerly activated her old phone, quickly tapping the keys before presenting it to Jiang Nan with a beaming smile. Here, this is my QQ number. All right. Jiang Nan noticed the crown and 2 suns indicating her status, along with rows of illuminated memberships, such as Penguin VIP, Green Diamond, Red Diamond, Black Diamond, and Yellow Diamond. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. You have money to maintain these services, yet you don't change your phone? The levels of these services were quite impressive, clearly indicating she had been using them for some time, which intrigued Jiang Nan. How beautiful it is. Why should I change my phone? This one is quite good. It was gifted to me by my grandmother back in my hometown when I turned 18. Whenever I have some spare time, I can even crack walnuts with it. How convenient. Let us add each other on QQ, she suggested. Jian pondered for a moment, exited WeChat, and opened QQ. It had been many years since he last accessed it. Upon opening, a barrage of messages flooded in. He swiftly dismissed all the group chat notifications that didn't pique his interest and added Elingbin Zhu as a friend. Yeah, let us also connect on QQ. Ning, Shu Ing, and LJ Ing immediately chimed in. Great. The boss is my second friend, and both Shu Ing and Jay Ing are my third friends. Elingbin Zhu exclaimed happily. Who was your first friend? Jian inquired curiously. Me, she replied. Chapter 101. I am capable of anything. You? Jian, LJ Ing, and Ning Shu Ing all turned to stare at Elingbin Zhu, their faces displaying astonishment. How lonely must one be to have no other friends? Don't you have any friends? Ning Shu Ing asked, her eyes filled with concern. I do. Elingbin Zhu nodded, glancing at Ning Shu Ing and LJ Ing, finally looking at Jian with a smile. Aren't you all my friends? Jian gazed at this innocent girl and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Meanwhile, Ning Shu Ing and LJ Ing were deeply moved and immediately embraced Elingbin Zhu. Yeah, you must have a bank card, right? Jian asked. I do. Elingbin Zhu confirmed with a nod. Then send me your details on QQ. Jian instructed. Sure. With Ning Shu Ing and LJ Ing hugging her, Elingbin Zhu raised her hand and began to input her information. As a notification, sound chimed. Jian received Elingbin Zhu's bank account details and promptly copied them over to initiate a transfer. 3 million. Jian did not give more than stated. What was mentioned was precisely what he transferred. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a 15-fold rebate of 45 million. As the 45 million arrived, Jian remained unfazed. His savings had already surpassed 1 billion. Moving forward, he was uncertain if every billion would yield a small task. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too challenging. However, if he needed to accumulate 10 billion before qualifying for a significant task, it could prove somewhat difficult. Of course, if the landlady could present him with lucrative spending opportunities, reaching 100 billion might not be overly arduous. With each expenditure, even a one-to-one rebate would ensure he incurred no loss. Should this 10 billion yield similar returns as his recent transactions, perhaps even reaching 20-fold, he would swiftly become a billionaire. 3 million. Binju gasped, quickly glancing at Jiang Nan and exclaimed, "Boss, are you transferring the money directly to me for the car, so I can buy it myself? You don't have a driving license, do you?" Jiang Nan asked her. "I do, but I'm not familiar with cars under 2 million. Binju admitted. "No worries. Jiang will take you to pick one out when she has time," Jiang Nan remarked, glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock. He ordered some ingredients, preparing to start cooking. Around 11:30, a delivery of groceries arrived. "Darling, why did you come into the kitchen?" Ning or Shuing looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. "I want you to taste my culinary skills," Jiang Nan replied confidently. "Huh?" Both Ning or Shuing and Ing were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. "The boss can cook too?" Binju exclaimed in disbelief. "I am capable of anything," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Then can the boss give birth too?" Binju's eyes widened. Puffed. Upon hearing Binju's words, Ning or Shuing and Ing burst into laughter. "I can't give birth, but I can help you have children," Jiang Nan blurted out. Realizing his slip, he quickly cleared his throat, noticing Binju, Ning or Shuing, and Ing blushing profusely, and promptly turned to wash some ingredients. Goodwill with Binju 5. Goodwill with Ing 2. Goodwill with Ning or Shuing 1. As he turned on the faucet, the sound of rushing water filled the air, accompanied by a series of system notifications in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to pause momentarily, astonishment crossing his face. While the increase in goodwill from Binju and Ing was expected, the rise of 1 point in goodwill from Ning or Shuing, who had already reached 96 points, genuinely surprised him. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your goodwill with the enchanting Ning or Shuing has increased by 1, and you have earned a lottery opportunity." The continuous system notifications made Jiang Nan's heart race. Ning or Shuing's goodwill had now astonishingly reached 97 points, with her attractiveness score rising to 97 as well, leaving him just 1 point shy of the 98-point allure needed for a small task. Moreover, Jiang Nan now had 8 lottery opportunities at his disposal, merely 2 away from converting to extraordinary lottery chances. Almost there. Ing's goodwill had also reached 94 points. Just 1 more point would grant him another lottery opportunity. Thus, gathering 10 chances for a regular lottery was not far off. A peculiar gleam shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. Yeah, darling, the boss just enjoys joking. Don't take it to heart," Ning or Shuing said, her heart racing, yet trying to smooth over the moment. She had no insight into the fact that Binju's goodwill towards Jiang Nan had reached an astonishing 50 points. It was no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Nan were to take Binju for a stroll under the pretense of offering guidance, and some incidental physical contact occurred, her goodwill would surely soar. Not to mention, a home run would be remarkably easy to achieve. "No, it's nothing, really," Binju replied, her cheeks flushed. Despite being a year older than Jiang Nan, she was as naive as a blank slate, akin to an innocent girl who knew nothing at all. Her fondness for Jiang Nan was profound, and such words inevitably made her shy, leading to whimsical thoughts. "It wouldn't be impossible to conceive a little one for the boss. Perhaps my child would also be quite adept in martial arts. And surely Grandma and Grandpa would be delighted." Binju gazed at Jiang Nan's back, a hint of mist rising in her beautiful eyes. Goodwill with Binju 5. "Darling, are you sure you can do this?" Ning or Shuing still seemed somewhat skeptical. "Absolutely." Jiang Nan gestured confidently and placed the washed celery on the cutting board, taking out a piece of beef. Under the astonished gazes of Ning or Shuing and the others, he deftly spun the kitchen knife in his palm. This scene was merely the beginning of their astonishment. The next moment, Jiang Nan began chopping blindfolded. Chop, chop, chop. The knife danced effortlessly in his hand, as if guided by an unseen force, slicing through the ingredients with remarkable precision. Chapter 102. the illusory golden exclamation mark above Ning, our Shu Ing's head. At this moment, Eling Binju, having recovered from her shock, watched Ji Jian in with sparkling eyes. Once again, the saying held true. A master reveals their skill in an instant. Jiang Nan's culinary skills are far from ordinary. One might say that even the knife itself would dance in his hands. After all, the finesse he displays is not something an average person could replicate. It seems that a delightful feast awaits. Ning Ruo Shuang was filled with excitement. After all, it is rare for someone to taste the dishes personally prepared by Jiang Nan. Let's go out. I can whip up a few simple home-cooked meals, he suggested. It is not that Jiang Nan is incapable of crafting elaborate dishes, but rather that it is unnecessary. A few home-style dishes would suffice. Does he truly aspire to become a professional chef? As for Ning Ruo Shuang, she had completely relaxed in front of Jiang Nan. Had Li Jing and Lung Bingwen not been at home, she would have undoubtedly engaged in a delightful culinary exchange with her man, sharing insights on cooking techniques. Before long, a span of 40 minutes elapsed. Jiang Nan single-handedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup. At that moment, the table was adorned with vibrant and fragrant home-cooked dishes, and Jiang Nan gazed at them with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Oh my goodness, this is simply divine. Lung Bingwen, unable to contain her appetite, was the first to pick up her chopsticks. The moment she placed a piece of stir-fried beef with celery into her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she let out an exaggerated gasp of joy. It must be noted that this woman had undergone a remarkable transformation in just over 2 hours. It was evident that in the presence of those she felt close to, she resembled an innocent young girl. Is that so? Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing, drawn by the enticing aroma, felt their stomachs grumble involuntarily. They picked up their chopsticks and sampled the stir-fried beef with celery. The delightful flavors overwhelmed their taste buds, and both women widened their eyes in astonishment, turning to Jiang Nan with exclamations. Husband boss, this stir-fried beef is incredibly tender. Jiang Nan also took a bite, his eyes lighting up in delight. His culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. This skill of his could easily earn him the admiration of food enthusiasts everywhere. Moreover, it seemed that Jiang Nan could conjure any cuisine from memory, including many long-lost culinary methods. He pondered whether one day he could share his everyday skills with the women in his life. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, whether man, woman, child, or elder. No one could resist a delectable meal. In the long years ahead, the necessity for exquisite cuisine would only grow. If the women around him could partake in some of his abilities, it would be an extraordinary blessing for him. With this thought, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but inquire within his heart. System, what do you think of this idea? What are your thoughts? After a few seconds, as long as the system did not reject him, everything remained open for discussion. Perhaps the future held promise indeed. Jiang Nan dismissed any further musings and focused on relishing the home-cooked dishes laid out before him. In a mere half-hour, not a morsel remained of the 5 dishes and a small pot of corn rib soup. Burp! Lung Bingyue slumped in her chair, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. I'm so stuffed. I ate 3 bowls of rice. How on earth did I manage that? Ning Ruo Shuang mirrored her position, her right hand resting on her slightly swollen belly as she turned to Jiang Nan and said, Husband, you've truly made my belly swell. Not just mine, but also Jingjing's and Ye's. Upon hearing Ning Ruo Shuang's words, both Li Jing and Lung Bingyue blushed, shyly glancing at Jiang Nan. Do you believe in my culinary skills now? Jiang Nan chuckled. I do, but you must refrain from showcasing your skills too often, or I fear I shall become a little round ball, and my perfect figure will be lost. Ning Ruo Shuang playfully patted her now fuller belly, a wry smile on her face. This was not mere flattery. The food Jiang Nan prepared was genuinely exquisite. In her eyes, the dishes he crafted were unparalleled, even surpassing the work of heavenly chefs. Ha ha! Jiang Nan could not help but shake his head, laughing at Ning Ruo Shuang's praise. Time for some post-meal exercise. She mustered her strength to rise from her seat and began to tidy up the dishes. Sister Ruo Shuang, let me help you. Lung Bingyue chimed in, followed by Li Jing, as the 3 women chatted and laughed while cleaning up. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan wandered towards the side hall, approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Nan instinctively pulled out a cigarette. After a satisfying meal, a post-dinner smoke fell heavenly. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, a look of contentment spread across his face. During the meal, Lung Bingyue's affection for him had steadily risen, increasing by 1 or 2 points throughout. Now, her fondness had reached an astonishing 65 points. Though this growth seemed rapid, it only truly began once it matched her corresponding beauty score. Jiang Nan understood this principle well. Had he not observed how swiftly Li Jing's fondness was also rising? Yet now, the last point needed to match her beauty score remained elusive. He speculated that once he had thoroughly won over Li Jing, that last point would naturally follow. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Opportunities to deepen his connection with Li Jing were plentiful, and he need not rush. Presently, the affection levels of Ning Ruo Shuang and her beauty score were of utmost importance. He found himself pondering how he might elevate her 97 points of affection to a glorious 98. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. "Husband, the cigarette but is nearly burning your fingers. What are you so lost in thought about?" Ning Ruo Shuang's gentle voice broke through his reverie. Startled, Jiang Nan extinguished the cigarette and placed it in the ashtray. When he turned his gaze back to Ning Ruo Shuang, he was met with the sight of a mysterious golden exclamation mark hovering above her head. No, that was not quite right. It was as if a golden, ethereal exclamation mark had appeared above Ning Ruo Shuang's head. Ding! Almost immediately, a notification sound resonated in Jiang Nan's mind, emanating from the system.